Hey, peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. Hey, man. Peace to everybody, man, tuned in. Hey, we're just going to get right into this thing, man. We have a special guest in the building. Just want to introduce Unpacked, which we got Chief Ja Nese Jean is in the building, y'all. And we're going to do it kind of different tonight. We got the Empresses in the building. They're going to be primarily handling this interview, y'all. So I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna let the original Copper Empress Holbert, Mrs. Neville, and Chief Sun will be conducting the interview tonight, y'all. So, hey, peace to everybody. Just wanted everybody to introduce themselves. We're gonna start with the guest tonight. Miss Janice, peace to you, sis. How are you? You guys hear me?
We can hear you.
All right.
Unmute your mic, Janice.
Hold on, let me see. All right. Well, while she's getting it together, yeah, we could. Chief Sunhow, Mr. Holbert.
Halito, everyone. I'm Chief Sanawa of the Chichoma Chapatulas Nation in New Orleans, Louisiana. And it's great to be here. It's great to talk about what we're going to be talking about tonight because it's so important for our people to know that there's a difference between federal recognition and federal acknowledgement. And what we don't want to be is Title 25 Indians, period.
Can you all hear me?
We can now, yes. We can.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I am Janice. It is a pleasure to be here. I want to first off start off by saying thank you all so very much for all of your love and support. I'm a bit overwhelmed with everybody reaching out to me with so much to say, but thank you to Empress for sharing my video. It's the Who Stole the Cookies has been up on YouTube for a little over a year now, and other big YouTubers saw it when I released it, and they didn't even share it. And so for you all to share it and discuss it here on the panel, which I did view, and it was hilarious. I'm very grateful, and I'm honored to be here.
Honored to have you, Goddess.
Thank you.
Yes, we're honored to have you. I shared the video because when I said, "Oh, this is like it was so inspirational." Just when you were speaking, it touched, and I had to share it. I did. It was like a connection, and everybody. I don't get that connection with everybody that I listen to, but
Mhm.
you, my sister, you a diamond in the rough.
Oh wow, thank you. That means so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think that all of us together, if we are so smart together, we're so much smarter together, and with whatever I know, I'm willing to teach it. Whichever resources I have, I'm not the type of person to hoard resources. So I think that we can build something great, and I'm excited for tonight. I don't know how you would like me to for me to start, but I'm at your beck and call here.
Okay, well, just start off how you came into the knowledge of what was going on and who you are. Just give us a little insight on how you came into knowing what was going on. And
Well, I'm an actual opera singer, but I do have a background in science and so forth and so on. And I was a local activist here in the city of Atlanta for years, and I ran into an issue back in I think Mike Brown died in 2015. I did a rally and I created an app called Justice Now, and my door got kicked in here in Atlanta. And from there, a few guys in the conscious community from here in Atlanta basically told me, "Hey, what you're doing it's dangerous, it's going against the grain, so forth and so on. So from there, I started doing research. I started researching, okay, why is it that I'm trying to do something good and I'm targeted for doing something good? So I started researching history really heavily then, and started researching my own family. And there's so much stuff happened in my own family that drove me even deeper down the rabbit hole, if you will. For instance, I have a ancestor, my great great grandfather, the husband of the lady whose land patent is in Who Stole the Cookies. His body is actually at the Smithsonian. And so, that alone has thrown me and my family for such a loop. It's like, well, either we were slaves or what? Why do we have these land patents? Why do we have an ancestor whose body at the Smithsonian? Why would the Smithsonian be housing slaves? The body of a slave, and not only that, they want us to go and do all kind of blood tests and tissue samples and all this stuff in order to match our DNA with my great great granddad. Like, it's so much red tape, with this whole thing. And I realized that I wasn't an anomaly. Plenty other families, had people who were these chiefs and these kings and these warriors right here in America. And that has just sent me on a hunt, because in history, we were kind of taught about the chiefs. We were never taught in depth about the kingdoms that were here. So there were both chiefdoms and kingdoms here, and there was just a real, like, they literally took our history and just twisted it and put white faces on it. And that has kept me unpacking, if you will, this whole journey of who we are, where we came from, who our ancestors were. They were way more than just slaves. It's almost an insult at this point, knowing what we all know, to keep calling our ancestors slaves as if they weren't bosses, as if they weren't the landholders to America, as if there are more land patents being given out to this day, as if we aren't their descendants, as if this America isn't ours. It's almost an insult to keep saying these people were slaves. So
That sent chills down my spine right there.
it 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 keeps me going, and I feel joy helping people find their family patterns. Like I said, I don't do it full time or anything like that, but I help people find their patents. This whole chattel slavery thing, when you really look into it, chattel slavery really was the stealing of land, and even down to, Reconstruction. They've thrown these names out to us this entire time, but we just didn't really look deeper into it. Reconstruction, they were literally reconstructing our people land and cutting chunks of it off for themselves, and and they tell us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. Well, these patents are our bootstraps. So, like I
There you
said in the
go.
other video, it's two ways we can do this. We can act kindly, which is what we're doing now, or we can take it. We can take it in two ways. We can take it physically, we can take it spiritually. You pick your poison at this point. That's where I am with it. So um like I said, I tonight, hopefully we can go through some things as it relates to patents and other resources that may be helpful to some of you who are researchers. I do want to add on to this. I see the site that I gave out on the live the other day, the IB7 US Courts .gov site. I want to add on to that for those of you who are researchers, and so you can, you know, um, find some more documents and things that you may need.
Okay. We'll really appreciate that. I know we talked last night for a minute, and I've been excited since we talked last night because we need stronger women like ourselves. Uh, we're about trying to have solutions for our people. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I know right now a lot of our people they caught up in this corona and the what's going on with the so-called election. And like
Mm-hmm.
Chief Sunhouse, was just saying we're not trying to be title, what's it, title 20, what you say, Chief?
Title 25 Indians.
Title 25 in this. We're not trying to be that. But I know a lot of people do push talking about staying in this government. And my thing is this government is not our government. So why would we want to keep continue dealing with a government that's not our government?
Mm-hmm.
And power only respects power. So we need our own government so we can deal with government to government. They below us. We gonna have to stop putting people above us. So what do you think we should start doing and working towards a goal of getting our people on the right track as far as getting our own government?
I think we have to. It's going to be a task for sure.
Mhm.
Because like we kind of pointed out on the live. I mean, when we were last night talking on Zoom, we can't necessarily use the attorneys because they're sworn in under the crown, literally still to this day, if they're with the bar association.
Yes.
But there are some attorneys who are a little bit woke and who are versed in the law, and there are some people who are well versed in the law who can help us on this transition. Because if we start a government, we have to have something to back it. I
Facts.
think we have to have something to back it. So I think the easier way for us to do it is really through the patents. If enough of us get our patents secured and get the land redeeded, if enough of us are able to get the land redeeded to us, we can then start banks. And these banks don't have to be US corporations. They can be our own. The chief can help us with the documents that she was talking about she did with her family. We can do it sort of like that, and go back to the kingdom chiefdom type system where we're not a US government corporation, because then they'll have regulations over us still.
Sis,
So
Chief,
we get
Chief, real
we get
real fast.
Mhm.
I'm I just want to ask something about the patents, but we go past the patents, right?
Mhm.
I remember somebody saying that the only thing that the pale man invented was a patent office, right?
Mhm.
Who will be holding the patent? And could you explain just briefly, without giving too much up in the public, but explain briefly what the patent process and how would that put us in position as opposed to getting a deed?
Well, a deed and a patent is different. So a patent is the actual land title. So our ancestors. Okay, how can I put this? When the pale faces came over here, this is a little bedtime story. The pale faces came over here and basically said, "I want your land." And there was a battle, and they couldn't really beat us, and so they said, "Okay, we got these guns, and so in order to make a compromise with you, when we call these compromise treaties, we're gonna let you all keep the land and govern what happens on the land. But either way, we gonna be over here." So that's just that on that, right? And so our people basically, all right, well, y'all stay over here in y'all corner, and we're gonna do what we do over here. But while they were over here in their corner, they were writing up all kind of paperwork, and so then the pen became mightier than the sword, right? And so then the patent process happened where our people was given these patents by this new incoming government from Britain, from the crown, who still run this landmass to this day. They were given patents. So, and the patents just said, okay, this is y'all land forever, but we're basically going to be over here. That's what the initial goal. That's what the initial treaty was. But there have been so many laws kind of adding to this, right? where people were able to steal our actual names and claim the patent and claim our ancestors as their ancestors. And this was actually written in law. There's an actual law on the books from the late 1800s that allowed people to actually change their name. So not only did you have the
That
$5 Indian, you had
can't.
people who just could actually just change their name. I know I'm from Albany, Georgia, and there are actually public records from that city where people were literally changing their names. They were changing their name. They named themselves after the head of household, the wife, and all the kids. White families literally came over and did that exact thing.
And that's what
Like in
you
my
see.
hometown. In my
That's what you
hometown.
see
Hmm?
on the census. That's what you see on the census. That's why we keep getting this. Like when we see us, then we'll see somebody else's household with the same names.
Same names. They actually did
Yes.
that. Yeah,
Now,
they actually did that.
you touching on that. Now we have some people say we got our slave owners, but we already knew. You know, over in this community, we've been saying that these are our last names. They came here, and that was how they took our identity was through our name. Because
Absolutely. Absolutely.
we got other people teach that these names came from other places like England and the people that came here and settled. Will you touch on that for us about how they did it and how they was taking
I
it?
sure will. I sure will. Now, some people pretended, and here's the thing where we got them at. You actually came over here on the boat, and they're actually still the boat manifests are still live documents, and so
Mm.
I can actually trace your name back to Gronkowski, which is and your name is now Jackson. When you got off
Mm.
the boat, your name was Gronkowski. In 1 year, your name became Jackson. Let me tell you how you did that and why you did that. You did that so you can get these patents down here in this city. That's why you did that. And some people pretended like they loved Indian women. Oh, you're so beautiful. The little game that people run, and then they wiggled their way into that family to try to take control over that family's patents. That was also happening. And so if you have a very white person in your family, if you say, oh well, my third great granddad was Irish, yeah, that's what happened. That Irish man wiggled himself into that Aborigine family so that he can get control of that patent. So that white guy, if you want to find your family patents, go find that white guy, trace that other side of his family back, and that's who's on your land probably to this day. Because that's how you build generational wealth with the land. Once you got the title to the land, you can do anything you want on that land. You can build different subdivisions. You can build apartment complexes. You can commercial. You do a commercial real estate deal with Walmart and put a Walmart on that land, and now you collecting taxes and mortgages and all kind of interest from people who are on your land. Whole entire cities were built on land patents. In fact, a few years ago here in Atlanta, a black lady got up before city council, and this is probably still on YouTube somewhere. A black lady got up on board at a city council meeting and basically said all of the west side is her family land patents, and people was looking at her like she was crazy because what the hell is a land patent?
Mm.
This I'm talking about downtown Atlanta. I ain't talking about the metro.
Ooh.
And so that lady is nowhere to be found.
What?
Yeah, and this is when the whole gentrification thing was happening. When the whole gentrification boom was happening here, that lady went before council and said, "Y'all don't, no, you can't kick me out of my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. I have the land patents to this neighborhood."
They didn't. She ain't missing it, or she
No, she
just.
gone. That place is it's very gentrified in that area now.
Mm.
That wasn't nothing going to stop the government from moving her out, especially in a controversial city like Atlanta. So that's just one example. Imagine how gruesome it happened back in the day where there was no social media to post on, nobody to really come to your aid, no
Right.
cell phones to call up the troop and say, hey, they messing with me over here, can y'all come help? They didn't Our ancestors didn't have that kind of luxury. So when the militant people pulled up on them, you know it was probably a get down or lay down type situation. But we're in a
Right.
position now where we have these land patents, and on the patent it say forever, and then there's no
Well,
expiration date to them. So it's up to us to get these patents redeeded to us, the rightful owners, so that we can create our generational wealth, because this right here is our wealth. This is literally how every other um, race of people have basically came to America and made free money, just like down in Louisiana. The corporate is such a big wealth gap because the corporations get to go down there and build their corporations and such on free land. They don't pay any kind of property taxes yearly, and they get government incentives. They get additional money for moving their corporations into those cities. And so you're getting off like a fat rat. And my whole goal, even behind the name "Who Stole the Cookies," that those cookie jar corporations, like the ones that I'm mentioning, they have been involved in so much treacherous behavior, and all of their wealth is due to us, all of it.
Okay, sis. Now, if say for instance you bought a house, right, 35 years ago, you paid the mortgage off, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do a person that owns land, whether it's 1 acres or 100 acres, how do they go about? Um, what is the process? Because apparently somebody owns the patent to the land, like you're saying,
Absolutely.
that
Mm-hmm.
your stuff is on. And we talk about mineral rights and things of that nature or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. What's the
Mm-hmm.
difference between mineral rights and patent? Because for me, for instance, patent office was created by these people, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, in your research, did you find any documentation that predates them? Because I don't give them all the credit for creating, um, what I want to say, government or
They definitely
this
didn't.
system,
No,
right?
they,
They
they
didn't create
definitely
this.
didn't.
So
No,
right,
they didn't.
so how did they take over the patent office? Did they take over our land patents? This is the way how they took our land and made us servants on the land and become sharecroppers, because this happened in the 1800s. This didn't happen a long time
Yes.
ago. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this
It
just
happened
happened
in
right now.
1800.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of break that down to the people. Thanks.
So there when you go file for a land patent, there are two different types of um warranties that are filed. You have the aperture warranty, which is the basically the mineral rights, and then you have the actual tracts of land, the actual lots. And so I kind of touched on this yesterday when I was talking to, I mean, two different types of affidavits. I'm sorry. I was talking to the ladies about this just yesterday. A lot of you all won't be able to find land patents because the people who were actually filing them, they intentionally left out those mineral um warrants. And so you have tribes, like, I know this was a big thing in the turtle tribe, that when they went to file their land patents, the person who was filing them left out the warrants, and they was fighting it in court, and they never received any patents. So you have whole tribes of indigenous people who never even received them. And so I have not been able to predate the patents past the treaties in the 1800s, basically. And so I think what happened in the 1700s, a lot of the leaders, a lot of the kings, a lot of the chiefs got killed off. And when you kill off the kings and the chiefs, the people will scatter. In fact, I have some documents from a meeting that I know at least 15 or 20 chiefs chiefs were there, and I have the names of the chiefs as well. Um, I know Tamachichi, Chief Kapachiki, Chief Iwanaki, Chief the chief from the oh gosh, what's Macon County is I cannot think of this chief's name. But there were quite a few chiefs there, and there was an ambush that happened at that meeting. And so then you add on the wars in the 1700s on top of that. And now you have a people here in the early 1800s and the mid 1800s. Now you have their kids trying to take over the reins of what was going on in these chiefdoms and in these kingdoms. And now they're dealing with the white people. And so you had like 100 years of just war. And so the government was turned upside down. So prior to the white people coming over here, there were actual governments over here. There was a lot of trading going on. You had these, there were so many tribes. The tribes were actually over different commodities, and the commodities that they were gunning for most are the precious metals that are exclusive to America. There aren't many metals made in the East, like gold, for instance, copper, silver, uranium. You have radium here. You have helium here. In fact, helium. This America is probably the only place that you can find helium. I know before, prior to 1960, America was the only place that had that gas, and so they were after these metals and things that were in the earth here. And I can't find any treaty. I mean, I can't find anything that predates those patents that came from those treaties in the 1800s. And so when you're talking about mineral rights, the mineral rights are added into the people who have the patents online that are active right now. So if your family has a patent that's active right now online, if there were minerals on that land, then it's documented in those files. So it's like three tabs that you can click on in there. And so you click on one of the tabs and it'll have like the uh additional documentation that goes with this particular patent. Or you can go to the courthouse that's of the county that's on your land patent and pull up the files from the courthouse, and the courthouse also houses those files. So that, to make a long story short, you have the mineral rights. So you not only do you have a patent, you have the mineral rights. And so that patent includes everything all the way down to the center of the earth. And as people have described it, everything all the way up to heaven. So anyone who flies over your airspace is supposed to be paying you a royalty. And anyone who digs minerals in your ground is supposed to be paying you a royalty. In fact, I have friends over in Oklahoma that are getting royalty checks right now. So when I say it's so much wealth has been stolen from us, we can't even we can't even calculate it. it it's so deep. And so the difference between a title, which is a land patent, and a deed, and this is the unfortunate part, this is the part that makes people who talk about land patents go missing, and all this creepy stuff that makes people just like not want to talk about it. If you have a house, if you paid $500 million for a house and you paying on a mortgage and so forth and so on, unfortunately, you do not own the patent for that land. And so if that land is sitting on my patent and I go to the courthouse and I prove via paper trail that this is my ancestor on this patent, and it was illegally deeded out to whoever the developer was who created that neighborhood, and illegally deeded to the homeowner who's sitting on that land, that courthouse will then reverse those deeds and will then give those people order to leave. Now, that part is the controversial part of this whole land patent situation. That's why a lot of real estate agents don't want to touch it. That's why a lot of attorneys don't want to touch it, because this has been a free market, a free money grab for attorneys. And the crazy part about it is attorneys know very well about these land patents. They know very well about them. And so this will, you know, it'll shake up the whole of the United States, because you have entire university systems built on top of Negro land patents. You have entire constitutions, entire, you know, all kind of commercial buildings and such built on top, literally built on top of Negro land patents. And you can't even deny that these are Negro land patents when you see names like Bartholomew Jackson and Cleophas Johnson. I mean, I don't know too many white Cleophases. And so, I have searched through so many land patents, over the years, and it's amazing that we don't have more activists and more people in government focus on this part of our struggle. Instead of them helping, what they'll do is they'll put little gatekeepers in the way. to kind of keep us distracted, right? They'll put little stories in the way and tell us, oh, you're from Africa, to try to keep us out of this whole land patent discussion, right? And so no one brings up land patents anymore, because if you bring up land patents, especially in the media, I just brought up land patents and they just totally, MSNBC just totally just like I ain't said nothing, you know. Uh, they try to just close their ears, like, oh, don't talk about that. You got it now. You may have to get out of your home. Not only may you may have to get out of your home, you may have to go back to your homeland if you can't find a good Negro to let you stay on their land. It's really that simple. These patents are still active, and they are active forever. On each patent it says forever, and that, it made me think about the Lord's Prayer, the etymology of Lord. It does talk about land, and it does say forever in the Lord's Prayer. And so all of these little cookies, if you will, that's been in our face the entire time that we just did not unpack. These are our lands forever. We're the only people over here today that can say forever. So I hope I answered your question without going on a tangent.
So you good. We loving it. So when you say forever, so just like a lot of people don't know who they are and they're calling themselves African American and black, explain to them how they're taking themselves from the land, because we know that's not what our people call them. So that means you are disconnecting yourself from your lineage and from your land.
Absolutely. I cannot stand when people call me African American. I try not to get too deep into the naming, because I don't want, like, I'm not in the conscious community, if you will. I wouldn't even be, had it not been for you reposting this video, like, I wouldn't even have this platform to speak on. And so the people who follow me are just regular everyday, like, professionals and such. And so if I start saying Aborigine, if I start saying, indigenous to them, it'll lose them, because them being in the corporate realm, them being uh um in the mass media world, they hear black all the time, you know. And so I tend to use the word black, um in black indigenous, in order to just not lose them, because we can't lose everybody. If we start saying Aboriginal, we lose them. But when you say African American, you totally, I mean, if you call yourself an African American, then you will totally not even look into it. If you keep saying that, then your children will think that, and that just turns their attention to Africa. That is going to turn their attention to Africa, and that's going to turn their search to Africa. And then they do these stupid 23andMe tests, and they say, oh, well, my 23andMe test said I'm from Ghana, when in actuality, if your 23andMe test could actually say you're from Ghana, then it could also say you from Atlanta. It's mighty funny how 23andMe can trace a person all the way back to 1619, right? Because that's when they say the ship came over here in 1619, came from West Africa, that lie, And so they 23andMe is kind of using that as their, like, backdrop to push everybody over to Africa. Oh, you're from this tribe over here in Africa. Well, that's mighty funny, because if you can push me back all the way there, then I used to live in North Carolina too. Why you didn't put that on my test, and why you didn't put Alabama, or why you didn't put New
That
York on
part.
there?
That part.
So you can, if my spit can trace me to a plot of dirt, I would think that it would trace me back to the most recent dirt, you'd think,
That
you know.
part. How
And
how
so,
that's what we discussed that, because we like, how you gonna bypass all my ancestors, my recent ancestors,
yeah,
that you telling that y'all brought on the boat, but you bypassed them. It took me past all them that's dead and buried in the ground to some people there that I have no clue of.
no clue, no clue. And those people over there have, oh man, I don't even want to get started on that. But yes, it does take you further and further away from your land. And so their plan was, in doing that, in the 80s. Their plan was by now we wouldn't even know about the patents for sure because we'd be so focused on Africa, we'd be trying to go back to Africa. But that just did not happen. That just did not happen. We never left this place. Our mind probably left this place for a few years, but then we started waking back up like, nah, nigga, because my great grandma said we had these high cheekbone that was Cherokee. So now let me look into this, and so now we have this situation where we just did not stop looking for our people, and we just uncovered this whole land patent system, and we coming for it. We I My goal is to at least get about 10,000 families before before I leave. If I can help at least 10,000 people find their patents, because there's a whole lot of patents in that system, then I think we will be on to something. I think, when Dr. Martin Luther King actually woke up at the end of his lifetime and started speaking out about this land issue, he was on to something. He was on to something with that. The whole Poor People's Campaign, and he went to meet with that racist president at the White House to let him know, hey, we got all these patents, these land patents. We're in exile, in our own land, and we coming for our check. He said that, you know, after he woke up and, had his moment where he was like, I just can't lie to my people no more. And unfortunately, he, was taken out, and nobody out of that generation picked up the torch. Nobody. Nobody didn't pick up the torch. I don't know whether it's because they were afraid to pick up the torch because of the amount of, indigenous leaders who were killed in the 60s. There were a lot of leaders killed in the 60s. So perhaps that's why they didn't pick up the torch. They were intimidated or scared or whatever. But it's up to us. It's up to us. So unfortunately, some people will be out of a place to live. It depends, depending on what type of person you are. I have people on my ancestors' land patents down in Mangum, Oklahoma, and I didn't kick anybody out the land. I didn't even move on that patent in particular, other than getting it, starting the process of getting it redeeded. And so once you find your okay, so let me just go over kind of like where to even start. And so when you start doing your land patent search, there are you really need to find out who your grandmama, granddad, and them are. Um, find out all of the name variations that they could have possibly went by. Start collecting birth certificates and death certificates and such, so that you will be able to trace your family back to um, the person who's on the land patents. And most of these land patents were issued in the late 1800s, early 1900s, no matter when they were applied for, because a lot of them were applied for in the early 1800s, but weren't issued until the late 1800s, early 1900s. And so you will have to have a paper trail. Now, I've talked to quite a few different courthouses, and everybody's everybody is kind of different but the same in a way. And so one thing that is the same, you will have to trace it back. You will have to have a paper trail tracing you back to that ancestor before they even start the deed process for you. No courthouse that I've ever spoken with, or that anybody who I've helped spoken with, has given people like a real big hassle. Once they find out that they're gonna get your patent number, the number off your patent, they're gonna run it in their system, and you have to be able to trace it back. They're not gonna give you a hassle. They may be shocked that your black face, if you will, that your melanated skin, if you will, know about the patent. They will be shocked about that part, but it won't be a thing where they're just like, oh, we can't help you. No, they're gonna help. and all you have to say is, I have this land patent that I need redeeded because it was illegally deeded. Now you can, I suggest talking to an attorney that you know and trust, about that knows about the real estate arena, that's that's well versed to go with you to the courthouse at least. And if you can't find one, just go by yourself, because I've been to a courthouse
Question.
by myself, and I'm little, so.
Question.
Hmm.
We have some of these so-called tribes that we're not a part of on our land.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
we could take them to court too as well because we're not a part of those tribes.
Well, well, okay, so there are a lot of people here. The A lot of tribes didn't get patents because they weren't indigenous, so they are on reservations. But basically the reservations are private land that the government basically took when they came over here. So the government took a chunk of land too when they came over here. Our patents are what they call public patents, public land patents. So we have the bulk of the land, and then there's these little pockets that the government takes as privately held land that the government used for their own. The military could be using the land for testing nuclear weapons, which they did out there in the Yellowstone area. But the reservations are more so on government on land. So although you have like the Bureau of Indian Affairs, although you have like a whole Indian government, it's still the United States government, if that makes sense, because these are the actual Russians that they made the treaty with in the 1800s so that they can come over here under the moniker of Native Americans with the
So
teepees. Those are the people with the teepees. We're the people with the pyramids. We
yeah,
built pyramids
so
and actual structures. They had teepees. So
that part. So
They they
you
have
see where they land they gave them all this land a couple of months ago up in Oklahoma. Did you see where they granted all that land to these tribes up in Oklahoma?
and I went to Oklahoma not long ago, and when I say every tribal person is white, and I don't mean white like kind of brown skin white. I mean they lily white. They lily white.
So you
I
saying
had
you're
a white lady. I had a white lady drive me from the airport to my hotel, and she was kind of, telling me, "Oh, my ancestor was on the Trail of Tears." She had a dream catcher in that window. I almost slapped that lady out the car when she said that. Like it's something rose up in me. I wanted to slap her tongue out of mouth when she said that. Yo, I had an ancestor on the Trail of Tears. Okay,
no,
but
you mean
anyway,
you had an ancestor paid to get on the dog road. They wasn't on
right.
the trail figures.
Right. She, they just they have these lies that they regurgitate out
Yes.
there in that area in Oklahoma. And it's because they live like big rats out there. I mean, it's some houses out there in Oklahoma that look like coliseums. I mean,
See?
them houses so big. I'm like, and that's all that casino money. The casinos out there are huge. That's really all of that is ours. All of it, because that was a part of one of those treaties, you know.
that's
Have
what
So
you,
that's
go
what I
ahead,
was
go ahead, Chief.
asking.
Go ahead.
Someone was asking the question, do the Mongoloid Indians own patents as well, and do white own patents as well? Well, we call them Caucasians.
I don't know of any white people with patents unless they married into a family or unless they actually stole our names to get patents. Because now it was a whole set of patents that were deleted. Now I don't know what, I mean, they were canceled. A lot of the $5 Indians, a lot of the people who paid $5 to get on those rolls, and they were able to get patents from being on those rolls. A lot of those patents got actually canceled. They actually got canceled. And so if you go in in the patent database and you put in your ancestor and it says canceled, then that, you know your ancestor could have been a $5 Indian. I'm dark black. I'm almost jet black, and ain't none of my people's shit canceled. So, that should tell you something right there. That should tell you a lot, actually. Who the original people were. Now, as it relates to Mongolian Indians, what do you mean? Like people from Asia, like the Siberian
Yeah,
folks?
the Siberians,
Well,
yes.
yeah, they're on the
The
reservations.
Russians.
They're on the reservations. They're on the reservations. Now, what I will say about them, I think the hood need to run up on them too after we handle our business with getting these patents redeeded to us.
That's the
Because
fact.
what they have done is they brokered a deal with the government, and their
Mhm.
kids get all kind of money when they graduate. 200,000. They get all kinds of money when they graduate high school, and they get all kinds of money every month just for being a part of these literally made up tribes that they literally just made shit up. Like, we're going to be the broomstick tribe, but now how you the broomstick tribe? That ain't even your real name. Like, what do you mean broomstick tribe? Like, they made up all kind of weird stupid names, in order to broker these deals with the government. And literally, those Mongoloids, those Siberians from Russia, they are still till this day getting money off of the treaties that our ancestors literally died for. Now, we didn't die for the right to vote, but we damn sure died over these treaties,
Mhm.
because that was our money. That was our money. And to take it a little bit step further, today I had posted on IG another definition. I took people a little bit further. On that website that I had gave out on Friday when I went live, there were a lot of blue links on that PDF. I don't know whether anybody went down that hole, but one of those blue links, there was a page came up, and I'm going to read this quote directly off of that blue link that was on that government page. It says, in our country today, the most important reason to secure your land patent in your name is to secure your property and make it sovereign. This process also makes you an elector. An elector is a land owning freeman. It says this shit for verbatim. An elector is a land owning freeman. So not only did you have the Freedmen's Bank, where these people were housing their money and their properties and all this stuff that closed abruptly with their money and their property and all this stuff in it. You literally have this stuff verbatim in government records, calling these people electors and calling them freemen. Like, we know who the freemans are. Ain't too many white people going around calling themselves freemen. So when you say freedmen, you also should say elector, because these people were the people who owned the land. These people were the people who controlled the government, and that was a part of various treaties. And so I don't allow people to sit here and question me about whether or not we are the indigenous ones. I don't allow people to do that to me. Don't question me about that. If you have a question concerning how to get your family stuff, or if you have a question concerning why you aren't indigenous here and why I am indigenous here, that it's just it's irrelevant at this point. There's too much information out here for us to still be going down these rabbit holes questioning stuff. So the Siberians, fuck them. I hate the cussing y'all platform. I do a little bit profane
You
on my
good? You
mouth,
good?
but
That's how we express ourselves. You good?
okay. So the Siberians, they're gonna have their day. They're going to have their day. And so we're getting a little bit pushback from them. You may see them talk pop their shit online or whatever when you post about being indigenous, but their D-Day is coming. Their
So
D-Day is
tell
coming.
me, the we had this gentleman just yesterday talk about the freedmen, and they supposed to be the Africans, but we know the truth. But you have these we call them pan boo boos over here.
Mm-hmm.
They call the freedmen the Africans.
Well, really, Friedman was only the school and the churches that they put you in to indoctrinate you. That's why they started the group. It was the school and the churches, the indoctrination station.
Yeah, they
I,
had to do that in order to be civilized, right? The new civilized tribes that was their way of making people civilized after the Civil War. Now,
mm,
when you see my how okay, so this is how I treat Africans. The Africans who want to ally with us, we don't need
yeah.
no allies right now. So they can just kind of stand to the back. The Africans who want to sit here and debate, I don't debate them, I don't debate them at all. In fact, I try to hurt their feelings so much that it makes them just think so lowly of themselves. Don't be African and try to sit here and tell me I'm the same as you. We're not the
That,
same. Our ancestors aren't the same. We're inventors over here. Okay? We never really lived in dirt road villages. Y'all still to this day live in dirt road village. It's 2020. You
yeah,
mean to tell me and you the same and you live in a dirt
exactly.
road village? So the Africans who want to sit here and debate whether we're indigenous, they have bigger fish to fry. Go and pave your roads. Go if it wasn't Akon, if it wasn't for Akon coming over here in America to get all that money and get some street lights over there, y'all wouldn't even have street lights. So
Mm,
you don't have the room to sit here and debate to me and my knowledge. Okay,
mm,
go build you a house and stop living in the little straw houses you live in. Okay.
And if I might add, they have to know exactly what village, what territory, what township they are from. Because
Yeah.
Africa is not the name of the entity. You're going to have to know the country, the township, wherever your people are from. You're going to have to know that. Just like we're going to have to prove which indigenous lineage that we are a part of.
See, when you go to this is why I'm saying the patterns are so important. When you go to the courthouse, they don't ask you none of that. They don't ask you whether your mom was Blackfoot or Cherokee, or none of that. As long as you can trace your land, your name, your lineage back to the person on that land patent precisely, then you getting that property redeeded. They're not sitting here asking you the schematics, And so when it comes to these Africans, especially the ones that live over here in America, how dare you live and breathe my good air and sit here and question whether I'm indigenous or not? Don't
yeah.
question whether I'm indigenous and you in fucking Brooklyn right now. Don't question whether I'm indigenous and you are in downtown Atlanta right now. No, go back over to Ghana. Go back over to Nigeria. Then send your questions over because you breathing
Girl, we
my good
got a
air.
twin
You
spirit.
huh?
We got a twin spirit, girl. Me and
I'm
you.
I'm just saying, like I don't get into petty arguments and let me tell you my suggestion, because I've listened to you all on these chats. I listen to you all when y'all watch when who stole the cookies, and I listen to quite a few more chats. You all are so smart. Like I was listening to the chat, like man, the Chief Holiday and all the ladies, and then the Chief Billy and all these people. I'm listening to y'all talk like man, these people are actual scholars. I y'all don't even, y'all will never have to debate these idiots ever. I wouldn't even put them on the channel. They would have to pay me in order to even get up on this YouTube channel to ask a question. Ask a question. We got
Mm.
no. You got other things to do. Go find out why y'all got to have sex in order to get a green card to come over here. So don't do all that to get a green card to come over here and then start popping off. Don't do that. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful to my intellect. And so that's how I feel about them. That's how I feel about the Mongoloids. They're prior to our people fighting for them in the 1960s. It wasn't even many of them over here. In fact, there are actual laws on the books where they couldn't even come over here.
See?
Not only could you not come, these laws were on. They were added to the Africans and the Asians. I mean, the Africans and the Chinese. There were both restriction laws on the books for them. They couldn't even come over here, and if they came over here, only a limited amount could come over here. And so not only could you not come over here, you niggas didn't have no airplanes, y'all didn't have no trains. How you was gonna get over here? A boat?
Mm,
You gonna get on a boat and come over here?
And
mm.
they're not offering them a leaf of coming over there because I've been to Africa and they tell you you are not a part of them. They let
Yeah.
you know that you are not in their family. at
I
all.
have some boat records. I have some boat manifests from the late 1800s, during the Reconstruction era, when you know black people were starting to go through the whole chattel slavery thing, when they was fighting, trying to keep their land and stuff. And there are some boat records going from Louisiana over to Sierra Leone. Now I followed these boat records and I started pulling up what was happening in that year in Sierra Leone. When the indigenous people got over there to Sierra Leone, not only were they in a foreign land, they had to go to war with the Africans over there. The Africans literally started killing them because they were in a foreign land. And so now how all of a sudden, and y'all can pull this up, how all of a sudden here in 2020 now we the same. But in the 1800s, y'all was literally killing us for being dropped off over there in Sierra Leone. There was a group of people dropped off literally. I don't know which auction they was bought at, but I have the actual boat manifest shipping them, as well as they shipped seeds with them, they shipped plants with them, and they shipped some kind of bird with them. I can't think of the name of the bird. They shipped, it was two shipments that went over to Sierra Leone. And when them people got up there, it was a whole entire war that happened. And they killed off the indigenous people who came from America over there to Sierra Leone. So, and you can look that up. In fact, it was a Tubman boat company that was trying to move people over there to Sierra Leone too. And so I don't get into arguments with these idiots about this topic of this subject matter. Most of them are AB blood type. Most of us are O blood. We don't even have the same blood, for Christ's sake. We don't even have to get into no argument about that, because it's just spinning wheels. It's just spinning wheels. Not only that, the whole slave ship narrative is a lie, because a lot of those boats couldn't even traverse the Atlantic. To this day, you can't traverse the Atlantic. Try taking a cruise ship from Africa to America. They're gonna say, no, you can't take no cruise ship from Africa to America. These are big steel boats, and still to this day you can't take a trip from Africa to America. You talking about wooden boats.
It's too choppy.
It's too, not only is it too choppy, it's a whole block of land that separates America from Eurasia. It's a whole Atlantic ridge that's almost lifted up in the water, where ships can't even pay. You can't pass through that area.
Mm.
You can't even pass through that area. And so you have to go through way too much to get your ass all the way from Africa to that. Should have taken you almost a year's journey, because you have to go all the way up down the coastline, all the way up the coastline of Africa, all the way up the coastline of Eurasia, all the way up into Greenland, and all the way down the coast of America, up around New England, and all the way down to these ports down here in the South. How you gonna do that? And you hungry? You got to piss. Y'all be dead before you even get over here, let alone getting off a boat for a year or 8 months to a year and travel, and then you finna plow some fields. That ain't
That
even how
part.
life work. That ain't even. It doesn't even. This stuff is
Don't
so
work that way.
simple. This stuff is so simple. It's so simple. It's so simple,
It's
and I
complicated.
hate that we was even taught that story. Like I told you ladies, all through high school, I wasn't taught the slave narrative. They taught us about Christopher Columbus. They said something about the Nina and the Pinta, but they didn't even tell us nothing about, black people, Africans came over here on the slave ships. They didn't say nothing to that. I didn't learn about that until I went to college. And then when I came back to my grandmama, I said, "Hey, grandmama, we from West Africa." My grandma said, "You ain't from no Africa." My grandma said that to my face. She said, "You ain't from no Africa." That lady laughed in my face, because they had never heard that. I'm from South Georgia. You don't hear shit like that until you go off to college, and African American studies is a mandatory requirement. Now, I will say this, and then we can get off this. Because there's so many of us doing this research, y'all, because so many of us debunked the whole slave voyages bullshit that they tried to create here in Atlanta over at Emory University. I don't even know why you can even think you can try to even make that kind of narrative in a city like Atlanta. Like it would, like it wasn't gonna get debunked, and like the people who did it wasn't gonna get hemmed up in a corner somewhere. That's actually what happened here. And so once that got debunked, now all of a sudden you got another university that's trying to bring up some old documents. They said, well, just last month, they said, oh, we found this old document where a slave ship docked in Savannah with 143 passengers. I think it was like 143 passengers, but they're trying to now create a whole nother narrative that a pocket of slaves came from Africa with 143 passengers in the late 1800s. Now I'm trying to figure out if a Reconstruction was going on and y'all was killing us off the land, and why was y'all bringing folks in at the same time? And so don't try to sit here and fabricate no documents, right? To try to keep your little narrative going, right? Because it's another generation of little indigenous dark kids coming up, and you want to make sure you keep this narrative going some kind of way.
Yep.
Just so they won't look into this land, and they won't look into these minerals, and they won't put Delta and American Airlines and all these other bullshit airliners that's flying in our airspace and not paying us royalties, that so that they won't question any of this stuff that's going on. I'm here to say I'm sorry to have to put this, to the agents who follow us and to the people who watch us like a hawk. The gig is up. The gig
That
is up.
part.
Not only will they pay, it will be a brutal type of pay if this stuff don't go nicely. And it just is what it is. Because you dropped all of these bombs on all of these people in America, and you weren't even supposed to be in my airspace in the first place. And that matter of fact alone, you're gonna pay on that alone. And I pity for the people who were involved in this, and I pity for their descendants. And that's all I'm saying on that.
You got anything you want to answer, Lyrical?
Yes, we had a question from Chris Carter. He said, how do we claim our ancient lands and mounds back?
Okay, so a lot of the mounds, um, one of the archaeologists released that there were over 200,000 mounds. I think it was even more than that. But a lot of that land was given away to corporations like Walmart and Coca-Cola in the after Reconstruction, okay, when they start moving people off. Now, if you can go find these land deeds, you'd be surprised what's on them. It just so happened it's a Walmart on your land. Then you would have to, like I said, you would have to be able to trace your family all the way back to that land patent in order to go to the courthouse to make the claim. Once you go to the courthouse to make the claim, they'll start the redeeding process, and they'll give you instructions on what to do and how to handle it. But you just can't, I mean, you can if they say, well, we can't give you this land back, which I never heard them say that. I highly doubt they'll say that. Then you might have to go a guerrilla way and just, I don't. You can read between the lines. I don't want to say it on YouTube. We all get kicked off. But you can read between the lines on that part. So you claim that you do it the paperwork way, which will be the um through the courts, via the land patents, through your local, whichever courthouse is on the patents. Now, it may be some changes, like for instance, I have one patent that has a different county on it than what's there today. And so it'll give you also on the land patents, it'll give you the actual coordinates of the lots of land that your people own. You can just type those coordinates in any search engine, and it'll, the actual city and county will come up. And those are the courts that you'll be dealing with, that actual county or the city, if they don't have a county court.
I actually have a land patent here. If we can just show everyone, let's see if I can share a screen.
Share screen, Chief.
Okay.
see here. I'm trying to get it here, y'all. Y'all
Okay.
till I get
Take
it.
your time. Take your time. While you doing it, I'm gonna ask her a question.
Okay.
Um, you remember you said when you went, you said not too long ago they found when they went to Oklahoma, act like they discovered those mass graves that. Will you tell the
Oh
people?
yeah. So something weird just happened in Oklahoma. I went. The reason I went to Oklahoma is because I was commissioned to help to do this documentary. I guess it's gonna be on Netflix about the massacres, the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacres. And so while I was out there, I made a lot of connections. And so I was watching people go live from Oklahoma when I got back to Atlanta. They were going live because the Discovery Channel was out there, the History Channel, all these people were out there pretending as if they were looking for graves from the Tulsa massacre. This was October, roughly October 21st. So they discovered some graves, if you will, graves in boxes, bodies in boxes in Tulsa, Oklahoma from that massacre. And it just so happened the exact same day, Egyptian sarcophaguses were discovered the exact same day on October 21st. Now, when these big publications realized what they had done was put these two stories out on the same day, a lot of them went and edited the date, but some didn't. So you still have publications online that says they found bodies from the Tulsa massacre, and then they found Egyptian sarcophaguses in Egypt and in the Valley of the Kings. When I say, I told my friend who was live on the site, who has all of this stuff filmed on his Facebook page. I said, when have you ever seen the Discovery Channel, the History Channel, and all these people say anything about the Tulsa massacres? Those people were out there in Tulsa because the whole time they were looking for Egyptian sarcophaguses. The whole time, that's what they was looking for, and they found some just on October 21st when they was out there digging around. So when I say the gig is up, the whole gig is up.
Okay, this is what a patent would look like, and I'm sure Janice knows because she has one also. They stamp the back.
Mm-hmm.
This is my grandmother, and this one particular one is 88.
Say that again, Chief. We didn't.
This one particular one is 88. Here's a little, all of them in the Louisiana. This was stamped in the back. This one here is 150, 161 acres.
And doesn't that make you just so proud? Like I get
Oh,
chills just
yeah,
I
I have a lot of them here. I'm ordering more that I found in Oklahoma because they rooted my people out of Louisiana to Oklahoma.
mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I found some also in Oklahoma. They were very smart. They were very smart.
Mm-hmm. That's and then all of these patents were signed by the president who were in office at that time. So it's not like these documents aren't forged. They're actual government documents that are still active now that no one can dispute. In fact, in the Constitution, there is an actual supremacy clause that protects us with these patents. Now, we can get a little bit deep. I think Chief Holiday was about to take me down a rabbit hole as it relates to the governments that were here prior to. I I suggest I suggest that we get these patents first and get as much of the land redeeded as possible first before we go down that rabbit hole, because these patents they're tied into the crown. They're tied into um whoever was the king or queen at that point.
Mm-hmm.
To this day they're tied into Great Britain. London or whoever's over there now. In fact, the person who is over um, in Great Britain now, they actually still select the governors in each state to this day. We don't even we vote on the gubernatorial races, but we don't select who gets to go in office. That comes from the crown to this day, and they collect taxes to this day. Now, I will say this too: our patents are supposed to be tax free, but this is what happened to one side of my family, and this is from one of my great aunts told me this. We have some land down in an area in South Georgia called Climax, Bainbridge, Bainbridge, and so our ancestors had wells on their property, wells that they used to get their water out of, and so forth, so on. They weren't paying any property taxes or anything like that. But once that well ran dry, then the city had to come in and get them water on their land. And so now they're having to pay taxes on their water. And if they wanted street lights in their area, the city had to come in and put street lights in their area. So now they're paying taxes on the lights. And so somehow they went from paying no property taxes to paying these small taxes like on water and on lights. And for some reason, that evolved into yearly property taxes.
Wow.
That is what evolved into yearly property taxes, and that's how indigenous people started getting their lands basically taken from them too, because they didn't understand that, hey, no one can take my land if I have a land patent, because they saw other people who did not have land patents. If you didn't pay your property taxes, they can come take it. They didn't fight it. If they couldn't pay their property taxes, instead of fighting it, they let it go, because you're talking about a generation way down the line, way far removed, and the generation who didn't really understand that the land that they were working on was actually their land. So they could have been doing sharecropping on that land. They didn't know, they didn't understand that this was actually my great great granddaddy's land, or this was actually my granddaddy's land, because they weren't told that. They were told, once you pay your taxes, and once you pay what you owe me, then I'll let you keep this land. They thought that they get to keep the land as some kind of gift or something. No, it was actually your land. So a lot of stuff happened that we can kind of like put the cookies together, but there's so much trickery happened with these people, especially in the early 1800s. I mean, they was fighting like hell, man. They were fighting like hell, especially in the South, because even after the Civil War, you had more indigenous Negroes in the South owning land literally than you had white people who were in the South. And it's so bad that when you look at certain records, I know this happened on one side of my family. When you look at certain records, you may see that there's a head of household and there are these little slaves, and so you may see like the slave holder in your family records, and you may automatically think that that's a white person. But no, you might need to look a little bit closer, because that was a black person. And so with my family, I had an ancestor who was the head of household, and his wife and all of his kids was listed as slaves. And so it's some real trickery. It's some real trickery that happened. And so it's up to us to really look through this stuff and make sure, that we're able to basically avenge our ancestors at this point. I feel like, we're the generation, we the people have to avenge what they tried to leave us. They tried.
One of
Uh,
the things that we're gonna have to also keep in mind as well is the public versus private situation. I don't know if a lot of people know about that, but we are born private, especially being indigenous, and we are, when our parents get birth certificates and social security cards and stuff like that for us, they place us in the public. When you're indigenous, Aborigine, you're automatically private. So one of the things we are definitely going to have to study, because when we talk about lawyers and stuff like that, we are our own attorneys at fact. We can
Yes.
do the same thing that in a quote unquote attorney is supposed to do, because what really had the attorney, we know that they had their allegiance is to the crown, period.
Mhm.
They have
Mhm.
And
Esquire. That's why they have Esquire behind them. Their
Mhm.
right.
oath is to the crown, not
And
to us.
believe it or not, a lot of attorneys don't even know that. You would be surprised the amount of attorneys who do not know who they work for. You'd be surprised.
Oh yeah, most of them don't know. Most of them don't even know that the bar is an acronym.
Yeah.
Nope.
Most of them
Okay.
don't even know that the bar is an acronym. So that's one of the things that we definitely need to, like, learning indigenous law, learning all law is important, because if we're one of the things we are going to have to do as a people is sue these motherfuckers.
Got
Facts.
to. We're
We're
gonna have
gonna
to.
have to.
And it's gonna be so easy too. We can sue them just based on the tree. We don't even have to we
Oh Lord, did they kick her off?
I'm about to text her.
It kicked me
Mute my.
out too. But I wanted to answer Zoe Hustles. He was saying that the plantations was our farms, and he's right.
Yes, that's a fact.
When I did my research on our lineage, Chapatulas was a plantation.
Hello?
You back. You back,
Okay.
sis.
I was like, what happened?
It
We
will do that.
okay, we are going to have to sue, and we don't even have to talk about the Tulsa massacres. We can just literally pull the treaties and say, hey, man, y'all know what y'all did, cut the check. And but we haven't gone that route yet, because the people who, you know, the people who can really do it, I'm just gonna be quite honest. I try to talk to the men, you know, because the women, we can go gorilla and do this work too, but black women, indigenous women, negro women, I think that we need to arm the men with the tools that they need so that they can fight this war.
Facts.
And when they fight in this war, we can fight at a whole nother level on the spiritual side
Mm,
while they're fighting, and it'll be a war fought from two ways. You can't stop that kind of a train. You see what I'm saying? So if I know people like, Chief Holiday and the other, fellas who were on it, they know their stuff, and they know enough to go to Congress and say, this is how much money we want. Because you can't deny their knowledge at this point. You can't deny it. And then they can be backed up with these treaties, just like these people and these $5 Indians, these Russians. When they go to Congress, they put on their little fake feathers that gives them no power. They put little paint on their face and they get real cute, and then they go to the Congress and say, hey, you broke this treaty, and we need, $200 million, and we need $1 trillion, and they get that money with
wow.
no hassle. They get it with no hassle. And
Mhm.
they're not sitting here proving the blood quandrum, and they're not sitting here proving that they're from, this tribe. All they do is say, I'm from this tribe. You can't even prove it. You just saying it because we don't even have the same blood type. And even if you look back in the day when they was testing for the blood to see whether you had any kind of Indian blood in order for you to be in that tribe, guess what type of blood they were testing? Well, but two types that'll put you in the tribe. It was A and O, A negative and O. And
Facts.
so,
Uh,
these these people don't even have the right blood type to even wear no feathers like that. You don't even have, boy, take that paint off your face. But they do all these antics, go to Congress, get all of this money released, and then they do what they want to do with it. They
okay.
they live like big rats. Like I said, out there in Oklahoma, man, there's some houses. So I haven't seen houses like that. We got cute mansions here in Atlanta, but in Oklahoma, these niggas living in coliseums.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they kids graduate like I put in who sold the cookies. Them little kids, them little white kids are sitting here talking about, oh, I'm gonna buy me a Maserati as a graduation gift.
Yeah.
Our kids are supposed to be able to do that. What do you mean you can buy you a Maserati? You ain't fought in no wars. Your people ain't fought in no wars. Y'all
And
niggas
your
ain't never
people ain't
created
done
nothing.
shit. But
Yeah, y'all.
was
You.
sent came over here. That's
This
it.
is really simple. This is really simple. Who to this day still get inventions stolen from them? Who to this day is still
Thanks.
creating the culture? We are the culture still to this day. So I ain't never got no damn. I ain't never got no kind of culture from no Russian that was cool enough for me to copy. I've never got no culture from
Thanks.
no white person that's cool enough for me to copy. And then somebody questioned me one day and said, "Well, you sing opera," and then I had to educate them on what opera started from. You know,
Go ahead.
y'all went in these kind of frequencies like that. That when y'all came over here, y'all heard us singing like that, and y'all called it howling at the moon. But that ain't what our ancestors were doing in this practice that you now call
Hmm.
opera. You know, so I educate them from front to back on any topic they want to be educated on. But this is very simple. Like I said, you talking about fighting in wars. You're talking about people who built boats. You're talking about the first underwater detonator was built by black men. You I ain't what the Russians done, what y'all built, what the Mongoloids built, what culture y'all created. TPs?
Hmm. I want to ask you on another one of your videos, La Crona, the Olmec. I watched that, and there was another bomb dropped. Uh, explain to them about the La Crona, which we know, the
The La Corona. Okay. When
La Corona.
I found it kind of strange when I first heard about the coronavirus. Um, and I'm sure there's someone on this chat who probably knows a little bit more about the subject matter than I do. But I have been a little bit enumerated with the Mayan calendar, right? Because a lot of people stole the Mayan calendar system, right?
Hmm.
And so with this Mayan calendar system, the complete system was found in the 1960s. The complete Mayan calendar system equipped with hieroglyphics and all this kind of stuff, right? It was found down there in a place called La Corona, near Guatemala, and it's been housed in Chicago this whole time. Now, with this complete Mayan system, the white elites knew when the Mayan calendar would end. They knew about all kind of cycles and rituals because again, this is the complete hieroglyphic system. Like the hieroglyphics that they have on the New Egypt, a part of that the hieroglyphics from the New Egypt that's over there in Africa came from this incomplete Mayan hieroglyphics, right? And so they just kind of copied it, and, built some stuff over there and blah blah blah. And so the new calendar system, I mean the Mayan calendar system, the complete one was found in a place called literally La Corona, and it just so happened this year ends the Mayan calendar. And so back in it had to be in March. I made a prediction. I said, y'all, not only is this the end of the Mayan calendar, we are in a 260-day ritual, and the coronavirus will end after these 260 days. And now, from a corporate standpoint, the coronavirus ended on August 31st. Now, this stuff that you see in the media, this is all for political reasons. This is all so that you can just, people can persuade you to vote. But this ritual that they had us under ended literally August 35th, and it was almost exactly 260 days.
Mm.
So, I from that, I just came to the conclusion that okay, I have a Mayan calendar that my mom passed down to me that she got from South Georgia, and apparently it's a lot of these Mayan calendars in South Georgia, but our people who they call illiterate, they was not going by the calendar system that we're going by, right? They were going by
Mhm.
the Mayan calendar. In fact, the almanac, which was created by a Negro man, okay, was based on the Mayan calendar cycle, and then it was retranslated into some whole nother different stuff. And so, our people who they call illiterate, they called them illiterate because they didn't know this whole English stuff that we know today. They knew a whole nother language. They knew Choctaw, and they knew Chickasaw, and they knew, Seminole. They knew these different language systems, and they knew sign language, and they had all these kind of different ways to communicate with each other, you know. But now they had to learn some new stuff. But anyway, yeah. So that La Corona, y'all can look that up. There is a place called La Corona, down in South America, not far from Peru, not far from Guatemala. That they found the complete Mayan calendar system at, and complete with, if there were kings on the calendar system, there are all of these Negroes. I mean, big nose, big lipped people, you know. And to my surprise, they didn't tell the Negroes about this. Y'all put everything else in the media, but you didn't put this in the media. But you did in the 60s. You also killed a whole lot of people in the 60s. Now, it's kind of strange to me that so many people were murdered in the 60s from the Negro population, and then you also found this complete Mayan calendar system in the 1960s. So it's a lot of trickery going on. It's a lot of trickery that's been going on. But yeah, that happened. That
Uh,
happened. Yeah.
all these are pertaining to that video.
Hmm.
You talked about the kings, the ball players.
Yes. So the people who they found on the calendar system, these big Olmec heads. So it really explains a whole lot of these big Olmec heads that we've been seeing. These people were actual kings. They were called ball players. And this, y'all, this is y'all. These people played a ball game. They had literal areas, right? And this is how the archaeologists explain it. They said you knew where the towns were via the ball courts. And so these kings would play these ball games, and they would play as rituals to control territories, right? So if you be the king, and if I'm in Atlanta, right? And then I have to play a king in Chicago and I beat him. Not only do I get the glory of beating him, I also now control Chicago and all of the commodities that's in Chicago, which is coppers up there. If he beat me, then now he controlled my territory, and I got gold down here. I got gold down here. I got, pecans down here. I got cocaine down here. I got all kind of trees, anything you need, I got down here. So I'm gonna fight to the death, so you won't beat me and control my territory. And those kings were literally fighting to the death, literally, right? And so, y- that explains the helmets. That explains, the armor and all of that stuff. But it just so happened, like I said, we can still see ourselves in these ancient, because those are the ancient ancestors. We can still see ourselves in them to this day, because when you look in the Negro community, what do you find in the Negro community to this day? You find ball
Ball
courts.
players.
And so, thank you. You find ball courts. And even to this day, like I said, it's real simple when you really look at it. Even to this day, they're trying to, the Mexicans, right? The real Spaniards, right? The people who aren't even from over here for real. They like to try to say, oh, this was a game that's not similar to basketball. This was actual fucking basketball, nigga. It was
Yeah.
basketball, except the hoop was vertical. They was using a rubber ball, and you had to get the rubber ball through a hoop. Damn it, if that ain't basketball, I don't know what it is. You can't say that's soccer, because you're not kicking a rubber ball through a circular hoop. You're kicking a rubber ball through a big wide ass net. That's soccer. So the Mexicans try to say, oh, it was a game of soccer that they were playing. Nigga, that was basketball. Please, I don't let people play in my face with this stuff no more. This was basketball, except the hoop was turned vertically, which makes the game a little bit harder. And so the guys who are, basketball players today, you mean you have kids, you have little Negro kids in the hood who just born just knowing how to ball. This stuff in our DNA already. That's why we better at the sport than they are. It's already in our DNA.
All the sports. That's why we dominate
Yeah, that's
all
why
the
we
sports.
dominate. It's already in. It's
It's a
already in us to
code.
play it.
Okay. I also wanted you to expound on how the Louisiana went all the way down to Haiti.
Yes, and so at one point in the Americas, right? Because that's still America. Those islands, our people were moving freely back and forth from North America to the islands to South America. We were moving freely back, trading commodities. We didn't have to trade with nobody in the East. They didn't really have nothing in the East. We had all the crops over here. Literally, all of the crops were over here. And so we were just moving freely back and forth. The kings were battling with each other. You had kings and you had chiefs, right? And I'll take this even a little bit deeper. You had kings, especially there was a king in Haiti who had about 33 wives.
Damn.
And so you had kings, and that king in Haiti, he didn't have 33 wives just for the hell of it. He had 33 wives because he had a lot of territory, right? And so he would put his wives, his chief queens, in certain territories to oversee those territories, and then it will be a chief protecting her in those territories. Now you can find all these type of books at the Library of Congress, right? Explaining this kind of stuff, right? And so you had these kings and you had these chiefs who control these territories, who control these commodities like your tobacco, like your silver and your cotton, and just any kind of commodity that you can think of. Sassafras, for instance, chocolate, all kind of stuff, right? And so these kings controlled this stuff, and they made all kind of money, and they had all kind of riches, but somehow they got erased out of history. But they were always moving back and forth from these islands and from North America to South America before invaders came. In fact, here in this area in Georgia was once called the Kingdom of Appalachia. We could say the Kingdom of Appalachia is how we pronounce it, but it was the Kingdom of Appalachia, right? And that's what the Appalachian Mountains got their name from. That was the actual kingdom that was here. And Appalachia translates to from Peru. That's literally what it means, from Peru. So,
Hmm.
in fact, there was also an island off of the coast of Georgia. If you can, and I have maps with this on it. There was a little island off of the coast of Georgia called Peru, right? And so we were always moving back and forth. That's us, the old Mexican from Peru. We that's where we all originated from. We're literally all from here. The same trees that are in South America are here in the Atlanta region, are here in the Georgia region, covered in kudzu. It's so many. It's about 200 different variations of cocaine trees, for instance. It's so many cocaine trees here, not coca. I'm talking about the actual, not like chocolate. I'm talking about actual cocaine trees here covered in kudzu. There's about 200 variations of this tree, right? That they make cocaine from. And cocaine is used every day in the medical industry. That's why they need so much of it. But they pretend like, oh, it's only found you know, in South America. No, come on, man. I know plants. If you know anything about botany, if you know anything about trees, you can spot a cocaine tree, or you can spot a rubber tree. And right, and see, the Olmecs also invented rubber. It's so many rubber trees all around the place,
Yeah.
especially in you can spot
Out.
them out. They're all over the place. If you know how a rubber tree looks, you can find
We
almost any forest area and look kind of little bit deeper into the forest area. I don't know if any of you all stay in Metro Atlanta. Are you familiar with this area? Or anybody in the chat live in Metro Atlanta? If you live near Stockbridge or Clayton County in the Ellenwood area, it's so many rubber trees and cypress trees down there. It is ridiculous, the amount. And so our ancestors literally created and manufactured rubber. They were the first people to
yeah.
create rubber, and
And
those were the trees that they used.
that's in the American Indian Encyclopedia. The fellows over here did the American Indian Encyclopedia about 3, 4 years ago.
Hmm.
All these inventions and stuff that our people, including the football, all the sports, is in there, and it says that the American Indians. This is what it's called, the American It contribute to the world. So
Mm.
it got all this stuff in there. So they can holler, how you gonna say y'all the one invented this, but none of y'all are playing in these sports.
And
None of y'all are
they've
doing
never
it.
been good. They've never been good at sports. That's why I say this stuff is really easy when we look at it. Like these people aren't good at nothing. Literally, they don't invent nothing. All they do is steal our shit. They steal our inventions, right? And but then you want to sit here and call us slaves. The first person who invented ventilated shoes was a Negro man. Y'all wouldn't even have shoes on your feet if it weren't for a Negro. You see
That's
what
a
I'm saying?
fact.
You wouldn't have railroad tracks. You wouldn't have the ability to switch from one railroad track to the other because the railroad switch was invented by a Negro. You know, the telephone, a Negro found you these inventions, right? And you stole them. And so can't too many people tell me nothing negative about who
My
we
people.
are.
That
Because
part.
if you want to see who the ancients are, all you got to do is look at the people who still creating to this day.
Shit, look at the people you been out here oppressing. Look at the people y'all been out here degrading. We are your gods.
Period. And it ain't even no way to put it. Like you, my daughter, and just like when I was on MSNBC the other day, like the young ladies who were with me, they all noticed that the people were taking notes when I spoke. Of course, they're supposed to take note. These my children. If they don't notice stuff, they're gonna know it before they leave. I
That
don't know
part.
what they thought I was. I don't know. I guess they thought, because I sung opera. I don't know. They thought I'd come on TV and coon out and start buck dancing and all that bullshit. No, y'all got me here for a reason. You need to take advantage. And so I started teaching them. I started teaching my children.
Go ahead.
You got to. You got to.
Listen.
You're good at nothing. You're good at stealing.
Exactly.
They have a history. They have a history of stealing stuff and burning stuff down. That's
I
that's
was
their
just about to say
history.
that's the only thing they're good at is
Yes.
copying others.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
My
And
saying,
you
I
know,
told y'all my saying they're still a stink out of shit. But
period.
they'll look at you soon you come in a store as if you coming to steal some when
Mhm,
nigga you on stolen land that you
mhm,
claiming to be the original people.
exactly. And go to clenching your purses and your
Yeah.
pocketbooks when we walk by. You don't have to do all that, baby. You don't have to clench
Mm-mm.
your purse and your pocketbook because I don't want nothing you got. Trust me. I could be on my last dollar and I wouldn't want nothing you got just because
Fact.
it's you that has. I girl,
We broke
uh.
and look, we broke and we the landowners. And y'all still want everything we got.
Exactly. How much more can you take? Because you wouldn't have no culture. You wouldn't have no bright ideas. You wouldn't have no cool sayings. You wouldn't even know how to wear your clothes properly.
Facts.
You
But
And,
know,
now
you wouldn't
and
know how
then
to
they,
make clothes. You wouldn't know how to farm. You know what? You know what happened when white men took over the farmland from the Negroes? They realized that they didn't even know how to damn plant. They realized that their white hands could not grow crops because they did not have green thumbs. Ain't that some shit?
mm,
so that's when they started the slave system through the penal system.
Bingo. You didn't even have enough power in your hands to grow. You couldn't even put your non-electric because you have no melanin in your skin. You have no electricity
speak
in
on
that
it,
dead
sister.
skin of yours, in that dead, dull, flaky skin of yours. You couldn't even put your hands in the dirt that grow peanuts, for Christ's sakes. And all you got to do is throw peanuts in the ground. They grow themselves. You couldn't even
Yes.
grow peanuts. You couldn't even grow food until the
Tell it.
machinery was built.
When they got over here, they were actually eating our people out of the burial mounds. And
Absolutely. They were absolutely in it. Yes, sir. They was eating, they were chopping up the people, literally chopping up people and eating them because they felt like the carbon in our skin gave them power. And I'm so glad you said that, sister.
Oh
Because
my
let me
God,
just
my
let me just
stomach.
say this. Now, if you felt like in 1900s in late 1800s that eating our skin gave you power due to carbon, what is this carbon emissions that we keep hearing about here? What is this zero carbon emissions that we keep hearing about here? We say we got some bigger questions to ask these crackers. See, we got bigger questions to ask.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so because people keep talking about we want zero carbon emissions by 2050.
They talking about getting rid of us.
Exactly, because who breathes out carbon dioxide? The
Us.
people who make carbon.
Carbon. We
Hmm.
carbon everything, every mineral in this ground is in us.
Absolutely. So it's if it wasn't for us, the trees weren't turned green
That
because,
that
as we
part.
know, the trees store carbon in their tissue as we breathe, and that's what
We are
makes us.
literally walking trees ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If it wasn't for us and our power breathing, trees store carbon in their leaves, in the tissue in their leaves, they store carbon that we breathe out, and it turns the
Yep.
trees green. And so, when you hear about these things, like I want everybody in this chat to please understand, when you hear about these little dog whistles like zero carbon emissions, make sure you factor yourself into these talks, because they are purposefully leaving us out of these talks, knowing that it's a death machine going on, knowing that this whole corona ish killing machine was a part of it, because we wasn't dying from the coronavirus, we was dying from the ventilator. So they knew this whole killing machine was a planned
Tell
attack.
them, tell them why we dying from what's in our bodies, and when they hook those machines to us.
Absolutely. So they call and you can find this on the medical websites, the one that Dr. Fauci is over. They call these people crystallizable mutants, right? Because they discovered that these Negro people with dark skin, with this melanin in their skin, have what they call crystals in their lungs. And so they called us crystallizable mutants. That's what they're calling us on their website. And you know, I thought it was quite strange that when they discovered that under a microscope, the cells in our lungs literally are crystals. I thought it was mighty strange that that wasn't publicized, but it's in your little medical journals, right? And so now you're doing a thing, right? When we go to the hospitals for what we thought was a coronavirus, when our people went to the hospital for what they thought was a coronavirus, you put these tubes down their throat, and these tubes, these ventilators, were so powerful it started bursting their lungs. Now, the rest we can leave up to our imagination what happened when their lungs so called
Collapse.
burst. What are you doing with those particular cells that we didn't discover it, you discovered it, and you medical people discovered it. What are you doing with these so called
Trying
crystals?
to save their own people.
You saving your own people. And so we have to get to a point where not only are we're way more powerful than them, we are totally different beings than who they are. We're
Fact.
totally different. If it wasn't for us, if it in fact we have made them higher versions of humans. Our
Yes.
plasma alone made them higher humans. We made them higher than what they were born being, because for the longest you had plasma centers in the Negro area. You paying Negroes $40 for the plasma in order to cure your birth defects. And so,
Mm,
now when you look at this whole coronavirus thing, they're still using Negro plasma in order to cure coronavirus in the so-called
fact.
white people. Because if I have the plasma already, how can I even die of the damn coronavirus when you sitting here publicly saying you using plasma to cure the coronavirus? You're gonna have plasma in the vaccine and you're gonna have plasma in the pills. Why would you shoot some goddamn plasma in me and I already make it?
That's a fact.
If you
Cause
notice, it was most of us that they were putting on the ventilators, and they were putting us on the
yes,
ventilators so the people's lungs
Can
could, so the
burst.
mucus inside the lungs could crystallize. We already walking crystals, and then you
Yep.
put us on the ventilator so the mucus that's already inside of our lungs can crystallize. Nobody can live through that.
Nope. Nope. Sure can't. And if it were not so, They will never put it out. They put it out themselves. We didn't put this out. We didn't pull up on the hospitals. We should have, but we didn't pull up on the hospitals. They put it out that it was the ventilators that was killing people. You all did that.
Yes.
Now, what you put out was it was the ventilators. Not only was it the ventilators that killed people, it was the ventilators that killed most of the people. And
Yes.
so, who are the most of the people who died from the coronavirus? It was Negroes. And
Yes.
so,
Because
what
they
you
The ones that didn't die immediately, they was putting them in body bags, inside the body bags, alive.
absolutely.
they
Do
have
y'all,
to be able to get your organs
do
for the
y'all
body.
remember when they were saying that O wasn't getting the coronavirus, that O blood was not getting the coronavirus, then all of a sudden,
They start killing them. They
and
start
they
killing
just came out
because
with another study saying the same thing, that O blood is not susceptible to it. They just
it's
literally put that out in October again.
you know
See,
what
and,
the
and
oldest
I'm
it's
O
the
blood.
oldest
I'm O
it's the
blood.
it's the oldest blood type, and so you would have to go to a whole nother foreign planet to even get something that can kill an old blood type person. Literally, only thing that can kill an old blood type person is a bullet and food. And even then, you won't kill them because their spirit will still be alive. You can't kill it. Okay, you can't kill
Our
energy,
souls.
right?
Yeah,
You
we have
can't kill it.
souls and
We
yeah,
gonna
we
hop.
have
We gonna
energy.
hop out. We gonna hop out this body and hop in a new coupe.
You
The
won't.
same day. It's nothing. It's nothing. And so you say you sit here telling us something that we already know. We already know we can't die of the coronavirus. Listen, you know, I was one, as y'all can see on my old video, I was totally against this shit. My biology background, I know a little bit about you can't keep a mask strapped to your face for that long because you will actually you will poison yourself with your own
Facts.
carbon dioxide
Facts.
breathing that stuff in. So you have to breathe it out. We have to breathe it out to make the
Yep.
world better, in fact. And so I was totally against it. And once I asked the head of the CDC, the person who was head of the CDC at that time, of the coronavirus task force, I asked her directly. She graduated high school with me. I asked her directly, hey, what are the markers that you're looking for when you test for the virus? And she couldn't tell me an answer. I knew then there was some bullshit going on. She was fired shortly after from that portion of the CDC. Because
I
even
did.
she couldn't even hold it in for that much long. She couldn't even hold a lie in long enough. So the
I
CDC
did.
moved her to a whole nother different task force. They took her off the coronavirus shit because she even knew. She couldn't say it publicly, but you even knew that this was some bullshit. So when you're talking about who are the gods, who are the kings, who are you mean to tell me you are lower human than you was ever over me?
That part.
No, 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 no. You were never over me, ever. And I'm a little bit offended that you even thought that. In fact, I'm a little bit offended.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Okay, I want to also, oh girl, you dropping some hellified knowledge over here, and our people really need to hit it. I did a live on Facebook about inhaling your carbon dioxide and what it does to you, and it
Hmm.
weakens your immune system and it makes you acceptable to other viruses that they are putting out here in the air. But I wind up getting argued with a whole lot of people I grew up with. I was like, oh fuck you, keep the
Yeah,
man.
they people didn't really argue with me on the subject matter because I had to let them know, I did study this. Now this is what I actually studied in college, this part. And so, if you didn't study this part, I spent years studying this part. And I didn't go to no ITT Tech. I didn't go to like an internet school. I had to actually go in the classroom. I had to actually do experiments. I had to actually do a dissertation. I had to actually intern at the CDC,
Yeah,
in order to graduate college. So I'm like, at this point, it's up to the Negro scientists, it's up to the Negro medical doctors, it's up to the Negro people in that field to kind of buck the system and tell your people what is going on for real, for real. Don't sit here and be coons for a check. They should have alerted the older population before they went into those hospitals alone. They should have alerted them, hey, this is what's going on. And down in my hometown, something so crazy happened where there was a meeting call with the nurses before the coronavirus hit, right? It was a meeting called with all the nurses, and something was said in the meeting that made literally 90% of that nursing staff quit. So you had all the indigenous people literally quit the hospital. And then that hospital ran by white people in a predominantly black city, 85% black city that got a white mayor in it. They then brought in a whole nother team of nurses into Phoebe put in the hospital. And that was the first start of the killing machine. It started in Albany, Georgia.
Hmm.
And so I took an even greater offense to that, because not only do you have some people with the strongest immune system in the world down here, them people in Albany, they ain't really mixing with other races of people like that. It's jet
Yeah.
black down there, They ain't hell been on dating no white people, no Chinese people, nobody. Let me get in somebody who look like me. And
Yeah.
these are the people y'all killed. These are the organs y'all took.
Yes.
You weren't just taking people plasma. You was draining people plasma out their body and taking that too, because plasma is gold. And then you was
Yes.
also taking people organs. I mean,
Yeah.
I hate that this happened to us,
Hey.
man. But go back
What?
to that Bill Gates interview, and then I'll get off this subject. But that Bill Gates interview from 10 years ago said this exact same thing. He said we need to get the people population down to zero. He said that in the meeting, in his TED talk, and he said our first report card would be 2020. Bill
I ain't gonna
Gates
say
said
what
that.
I want to say to that. What needs to be done to him. I ain't gonna say that on the line.
The hood need to pull up. That's all I can say about that.
That part.
I
But
agree.
he should be somewhere with the daisies. Uh,
Period.
I brought up out that video the tombs that were found in Georgia, hundreds of royal tombs they
Yes.
removed.
Yes, they did. Now there was an area in Georgia called Little Egypt. Now it wasn't not people say there was a Little Egypt in Illinois, but it was never called Little Egypt in Illinois. It was actually called Egypt. There was a Little Egypt in Georgia, in North Georgia, and they found about 100 tombs in this area, and they sealed the mount. They pulled the tombs, the Egyptian sarcophagus out the mountain, and they sealed it back up. Until this day, we cannot go in that area because it's blocked off by the government. In fact, the History Channel did a segment called Ancient America, and they tried to go in that area, and the government wouldn't even let them in there. We can't even get in there. But yeah, they found hundreds of Egyptian sarcophaguses in that area, sealed the mound back up. They found so many artifacts in Egyptian tombs in the state of Georgia. They created the Museum of Natural History that was created from Georgia's artifacts, which is now the Smithsonian. So the Museum of Natural History that was created from the artifacts in Georgia is now the Smithsonian. That alone is that alone infuriates me. That makes me so angry. Even Lake Lanier. When you go back into I got this straight out the Army Corps of Engineers files about Lake Lanier, and they found Egyptian sarcophaguses in a mound under Lake Lanier. There's 3 mounds under Lake Lanier. There's one peeking out of Lake Lanier, which is the dam. They turned one of the mounds into a dam, but there's still 2 mounds up under Lake Lanier. And so I try to tell people they didn't just flood a city. No, when Negroes knew where their royal ancestors were buried, and so they built their neighborhoods around these mound areas, right? And so that's the same thing the Negroes in that part of Metro Atlanta did. They built their neighborhoods around those mounds up there in that area. And
They usurping our ancestors' energy. That's how these people are living longer,
yeah,
because before they got here on this soil, they was literally dying before they even reached their early 30s.
they was
So
hungry, they was dying
yes,
of diseases, they didn't know how to bathe. It was all kind of things wrong with them. But to this day, the reason why there's so many deaths on Lake Lanier, it ain't just because it's what they call curse. No, oh no. That's called revenge, right? Because you have two mounds up under, literally up under Lake Lanier. These mounds were energy centers alone. In fact, the mound that's one of the mounds that's under Lake Lanier, Sumar Mound, is called Sumar. SUMER. It's actually built on the summer solstice,
Mm,
directly on the summer solstice. And I know this for a fact. I had a yacht party on Lake Lanier every year. It's old videos on YouTube, but I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't even know. I didn't even know all this what I know now. But I used to have a yacht party on Lake Lanier every year. A whole boatload of Negroes, about 150 to 200 of us every year out on
our
Lake Lanier.
ancestors, they know who we are, though.
I'm talking
These,
about getting lit. I mean, one year I had a guy fall over in the water, dead drunk,
ooh,
and popped out the water like nothing even happened. If a white person go pinky toe touch that water, they dead.
that's what's up.
You
I love
know,
my ancestors. They do their thing. Do your thing.
absolutely.
And that's why they try to tell you about all these haunted like cities and towns that's been banded. They say, oh, they hunted. No, those ain't your ancestors. We ain't got nothing to be scared. My grandma
Yeah,
used to be like, I'm scared, grandma. My grandma said, what you scared of? You need to be scared of the living, not the dead. She said,
exactly.
she
They're
ain't
not
gonna
hunted.
fall to you.
These cities aren't hunted for us. It's hunted for them. I feel for them.
Exactly.
We ain't got to touch these people or do nothing to them. They already gonna get theirs. Cause see, you better off keeping us over here in this realm. Cause we get even more powerful when we get in that other realm. So it'll
That part.
behoove them. It'll behoove them to even fall back. It'll
I
behoove
already,
them to fall back.
I already said when I get in that ram, and I come back over here, I'm picking some motherfuckers up
Oh
and jack
shit,
them
man!
around, throw them
It,
around. I'm gonna sit beside them, fuck
it
with them, I'm gonna do all
Empress,
kind of crazy shit.
Empress, it's gonna be so bad. They gonna know it's me. They gonna know it's me. It's gonna be it's gonna be terrible. They gonna know it's me. I might write my name in their blood so they'll know it's me. It's gonna be
Yeah,
that bad.
they're
It's
gonna be
gonna be
like,
that bad.
is somebody else there? No, it's me in return.
It's me on your wall at night when you trying to sleep.
I had a somebody in the chat. Let me find it again. They wanted to know, did you know about a Keefe? Wait a minute, how they pronounce it? Wait a minute, okay, a Kefinoki is in
Okefenokee?
is
Yeah, I
old
know about
thing.
Okefenokee. The
Okay,
Okefenokee swamp. Yeah, I know about Okefenokee. Who they want to know about Okefenokee?
he said in Waycross, Georgia.
Yes,
He
sir.
said
I'm
I
from South
read
Georgia.
they had a temple of the sun for goddess
Mm-hmm.
Amina.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not only that, over in White County, up in North Georgia, not far from Athens, was actual Armana Temple. And guess what sits on? Now I got this. This is one of the reasons why I kind of got targeted a little bit. Cause I was in the Army Corps of Engineers files. In their files, it's got so much treacherous shit in there, right? In White County, not far from Athens, you have a place that was actually called Armana. And guess what sits on that land to this day? Some
What?
goddamn Georgia Guidestones.
Mm.
That temple of Armana sound very familiar because I know that temple of Armana had something to do with Akhenaten and Queen Nefertiti and them. Now, don't
Go
tell me
ahead.
that was in Georgia now. Don't tell me at one point these people were down here in Georgia now.
Mm. Well, we all know over in Egypt that's a playground. I've got images in my phone of them building it. But you'll tell people, oh no, that's Hollywood. No, it's not. It's them over there building the bullshit
Absolutely.
theme park. They was over
Absolutely.
there.
In fact, Egyptology wasn't started until the late 1800s, after the Civil War, after the Reconstruction era, when they came over here and started digging in the land. That's when Egyptology was created. You didn't even have nothing called Egyptology until you started getting our sarcophaguses out of our mounds. That's why our people are sitting up at the Smithsonian, because you know exactly who these people were. You code named them different shit in the media, and you made your little movies based on what you saw our people doing. Now I
But
done put all this shit together, right? I done put two and two together just based on my own family. And you have all these kings and all these heroes all over all of your little movies. And I already know you had all these playwrights in your army. In fact, the guy from Marvel, what's this nigga name that created all the Marvel comics? He was in the army as a playwright. And so you
Stan
had
Lee.
these. Yes, Stan Lee. And so you had these white men who couldn't fight worth a damn. And so you allowed them to come into the military as a playwright. And while on the battlefield, you sat here and took notes, and you sat here and created stories of how these Negroes was fighting. And then you wrote comics, and then you wrote movies, and then you wrote The Incredible Hulk, and then you wrote shit about, that's what you did. That's exactly what you did.
I got a friend that's in the army, and he said when they got off the planes over there in the middle, so-called Middle East, he said they literally said he heard these people say, "Those are the American gods."
Period. They know. Let me tell you. See, they know. But see, we go through this school system, right? And we go through this oppression so that we won't know. But let me tell you something, sis. Let me tell you something, Empress. That is over with. Like it ain't no question. It ain't no question who we are anymore.
Mhm.
Even down to the all of the Egyptian. We can go a little deeper, shall we?
Yes.
Let's
Yes,
talk about
please.
all the stuff that you parade around as Egypt, right? The wings that you see stretched about on these Egyptian sarcophaguses and on these temples, right? The falcon, where is that indigenous to? I
In
think that's
That's
America.
our
America.
bird. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay,
Spirit.
okay, okay. What about this doggy that you see that's depicted here as what is Anubis?
Yeah,
Where
from
is that
down
dog?
in
That's an
Mexico.
American dog. Absolutely an American dog. And in fact, we had a whole dog king who was a chief down here in Georgia named Tamachichi. He was considered in the records the dog king. That was literally his name, Tamachichi. And so
Hmm.
then you have these horns depicted in Egyptian in these Egyptian pictures, right? These horns with the sun in the middle. These horns are Watusi horns. That is an Egyptian, I mean, that is an Negro animal. That's an indigenous animal to America, that Watusi. And so any piece of Egypt, right, that you want to pick out, it all links back to America. So it ain't no question. In order for you to not link it back to America, you literally got to change all that shit. You literally got to change all of it.
What was the name of the tribe that you said is down in Georgia? Or you said it literally means Negro or something. I was watching it and I forgot what you said.
Oh,
It,
you mean the when I was talking about Etowah,
yes, I think
the
it was
Tulsa.
that.
Okay, yeah, Etowah, Etowah, which used to be right here in the Coosa Kingdom,
Yeah.
actually inside of the Appalachian Kingdom, the Kingdom of Appalachia. There was a place called Etowah, and the people, the tribe, one of the tribes inside of Etowah was called the Tolshay. The Tolshay. It's actually spelled like Tulsa, and it means Tulsa. It translates to Tulsa. So the word Tulsa came from Tolshay. And even those little intricacies that someone could have put together, that you just miss it. You just literally miss
So
it.
it was another one that you mentioned also. It has some, it ties back to like the color of our skin, or talked about the color of the people, but it was a name.
Oh, you mean let me see, who could you be talking about?
Damn, I forget it was.
Let's see, who could you be talking about? Because it's like you said, it was so many tribes, man. It was so many
But I
tribes.
know one that you did speak of was the Illinois Wick
Yeah, the
tribe.
Illinois. Yep, the Illinois tribe. That's literally the state of Illinois. Is named after the Illinois tribe, and one of the main queens up there was Queen Nikki Napi. Literally, the lady name was Nikki Napi. She was an actual queen, one of the queens that the Pale Faces was battling. Now, in the records, they got her name as Nikki Napi, like almost Nikki
That's
Nappy.
not almost like they was giving it to us with Nicki Minaj.
Almost, almost, yeah, almost. But it almost looked like Nikki Nappy, like a nappy hair, like having nappy hair. It
Yeah.
looks like Nikki Nappy, but it's Nikki Nappy if you're speaking phonetically. It'll be Nikki Nappy. But yeah, it's just, oh, you may be talking about Tuscaloosa, because Tuscaloosa means black warrior, and so that
See,
could be what you're talking about. Tuscaloosa was a chief. I believe he was even more than what I believe he was even more than a chief. I believe Tuscaloosa is one of these people whose name was changed for the purposes of movies. So I believe one of these people, or one of these kings, or one of these pharaohs that we hear about in movies and we hear about in
mm-hmm.
Egyptology is probably actually Tuscaloosa, because he was so famous for kicking ass. I wouldn't be surprised if he is the actual Ramses that they talk about. And that's just me putting breadcrumbs together, because we don't know. All we're doing is sitting here putting the files together as best as possible. And what we can't do is trust the people who are putting this information out
Facts.
verbatim, because you came over here and stole it, and then you hide in your little corner and you try to interpret the names however you can interpret, and you don't even want to put the correct dates out. And how we know you're not putting the correct dates out is because our ancestors was literally not even going by your calendar.
That
So
part.
it could be 2020 AD for you, and it could be
Yes.
we could be in 13, what you call 1400 BC as it relates to our ancestors' calendar, or we could be 1,000 years ahead of you already. So even the numbers game that was played is inaccurate.
They
Everything
had
is.
to. They
Yeah,
had to
yeah.
take because they was trying to place themselves in time and history that they never did find themselves. So the more they dig, the darker the root gets. So
Hmm.
and that's why they keep coming up with deep every narrative. They keep moving the goalpost when they try to say, oh, but the people started in Africa, but you're not still talking about all the land that's underwater with all
Hmm.
our grave sites of our ancestors. You're not speaking of. So quit telling me that you have found the oldest goddamn bones when you have yet to dig up the fucking ocean floors or these rivers and stuff that contains our people because we've been here since time immemorial.
Since the beginning of time, even with the snake that the Egyptians, the so-called Egyptians, wore on their head, and we don't even
That's a
know whether
fact.
our ancestors even called themselves Egyptian. Even the snake is
There
indigenous
you
to
go.
America. See, they try to say that that's a cobra snake. That is inaccurate. That is an indigo snake that's on their headdress. That's an indigo snake. Now, when
Mm.
the indigo snake stands up, it looks like a cobra, and it shines in these blue, purple, royal looking colors. And it's like a pitch black snake that shines in these royal purple blue looking colors. That's an indigo snake. When it
Mm.
stands up, the body of it looks like a cobra. And so that indigo snake is indigenous to America. In fact, they just put a station down in my hometown. They're calling it a compression station, some sort of compression station that the pale faces put down there. We're trying to figure out what the hell you're gonna be compressing in these stations. But it's a
Mhm.
sign. It's a sign on these compression stations that literally say, if you see this type of turtle, and if you see this type of snake, which is the indigo snake, please alert wildlife security immediately. Please alert, basically, please alert the government immediately, and do not kill it. Do not kill it. They're telling people, do not kill this turtle and this indigo snake.
They're
This the
just like,
same goddamn snake the Egyptian people wore on they. Come on, man.
mm. Man, you dropping numbers, man. Y'all don't put some fire emojis in this motherfucking chat. Cause she
I
dropping straight flames.
I'm over it. I'm over the bull, man. I'm over it. I'm
So am I,
over it.
Goddess, especially when the Europeans keep saying that we are from Africa, when if you, before the landmass was separated, Europe and Asia was a part of Africa.
It
Fact.
was. I mean, y'all the
It
same
still
people over
is.
there.
So if
Exactly.
anybody is from Africa, when they tell you go back to Africa, you tell them, no, you go. This is my land.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I have no energy to debate with pale faces or to debate with Africans about where we are from. It is a waste of our good energy and our good breath that they will never be able to have. And so at this point where I am, I'm all solution based. I'm all solution based. I'm not a debater. I am a solutioner. And so,
That's
you know,
Yes.
if they can't come on our team and ally and help us move this forward and get the money that we need to get, then shut your ass up, stay in your apartment, debate with your goddamn self, because I don't have no energy for you. Now you think I'm from Nigeria, I don't give a damn what you think in your little mind. Go ahead and think that. For all the Pan Africans who are over here, you can shut them up with one goddamn word. Elijah Muhammad. Just
mm,
you, any Pan African that ever want to debate with you, all you got to say is one word: Elijah Muhammad. And if that don't shut their ass up, then they don't know nothing in the first place. Because the whole fucking Pan African movement started with a treaty that's still on the books that Elijah Muhammad made with the crown. I don't want to hear nothing about this nigga. See, we know the truth about Elijah Muhammad here in Atlanta.
And I
Because
guarantee
this
you they
nigga was
won't. I
locked up.
guarantee you they don't know that. I
Yeah, because
guarantee you they don't know it.
this nigga was locked up here in Atlanta. And he got his
mm,
ass beat here in Atlanta. So that whole little movement was started. That's who your leader is. So
mm.
you need to know who your leader is before you want to step in the ring with an indigenous person to debate me about what my ancestors told me and about the spirit that my ancestors still speak to me from and the land that my ancestors fought to protect.
Oh,
Go
God.
find out who your leader was. Go find out why your leaders met with the KKK. Go find out why they got their ass beat when they came to Atlanta with around all these real niggas. Go find that part out
With
before you
his
want to debate.
nasty pedophilic ass.
Yes.
Yeah, had all them babies by them children. Yeah, go find out. Go pull up the treaty that your leader made with the crown that's still on the books to this day. When him and his crew was coming over here as Christians, as actual Christians, pretending to be Muslims to give the American Negro an identity. We didn't need your fucking identity.
Yes.
Ask your leader, little do girl up in Chicago, while you sitting here with a goddamn army in Chicago, and while you letting all these Negro indigenous people get slaughtered in the streets still. Don't debate with me.
Speak that.
Go debate with the spirit of your leader and his do boy.
I hope their ancestors whoop their asshole across this motherfucking all the way back across to Africa. That's where the fuck they belong.
Period. I'm over it. Like I said, I'm over it. Don't none of them ever step in the ring with me. The last one did it. His self-esteem so low. Somebody he probably need to go check on him. He probably committed suicide after having a conversation with me. I ain't the one.
Do they know that in Africa, especially Ghana, they are worshiping the Chinese? They are putting Chinese in
Yes.
chieftain positions. They are actually literally giving their land to the Chinese.
Cause
So
they
Yep.
goofy. They goofy, bro. They don't know nothing. They're goofy.
They
You
ain't never
goofy enough
built
to do that.
nothing. They ain't. They have to leave their own country and come to a whole nother country just to survive. But
And
you
then
niggas keep talking about that's your land. That's where all your people can take your ass on back over there. Cause they
yes.
getting ready to sell your ass on the block over there. That same
Mhm.
place where y'all claim that they sold our so-called ancestors. They finna have your ass standing right there selling your ass off so y'all can get ready to start building up Africa. Because if you think those same people that you call yourself say y'all came from ain't built that motherfucker, but they came over here and built up America. How the fuck you gonna go clean up somebody else's house and ain't cleaned up your own?
Because you can't. You don't have the strength. You don't have the ability. You don't even
Nope.
have the muscle mass. Now it's some indigenous Negroes over in some of these areas, but it ain't enough of them to build shit. Because
Nope.
you here's the thing. We're not the same people, period. I don't even know another way to put it. We just not the same. Because our place is built. We good. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never lived in no village. I ain't never had to worry about no running water. Our ancestors literally dug. They dug out a lot of these rivers that you see. And
We
this is
built the
this is another
irrigation.
thing. We built
We
the
built the
irrigation system,
irrigation.
sis. Exactly, Empress. And that's why we had so many crops over here because we literally built irrigation systems. These were what our ancestors did. They dug ditches and they dug dikes, and they became rivers. And even to this day, if you look at some of these rivers, they're actually still named after tribes. A lot of these rivers, if you just really clueless about who your people are, just go find where your great grandmama and them from, and look at the names of the rivers in those areas.
There you go.
And then you're gonna start uncovering a whole lot of tribes. A whole lot of
That's
tribes.
why I try to tell people, resurrect. Chief was telling me, she said, you only need 12 people to start your own nation.
Hmm. You can. I mean,
That is your bloodline.
And
If
that's
you near that river and you find out, like what she just said, resurrect your own blood. That is what you're supposed to do. And the people that nominate you, you should have a mother clan, a council. Those are the people in your family that puts you as above them as the chief. You are
mhm.
the face of the family.
and
Just
you
like the
make
president is the face of the corporation.
and you make those people come all the way back to you. You're not only resurrecting the tribe, you're resurrecting the spirit of those people. Can you
Facts.
imagine? Wow, I mean, we owe these ancestors an apology. I apologize to my ancestors, and it wasn't until I went through that part that I started getting all this knowledge about what happened, that I was led to these resources that gave me
Facts.
clarification about what happened. It wasn't until I went through that whole apology phase, like, man, I literally was calling y'all slaves.
Facts.
How could I ever?
Disrespecting them.
Because
Disrespecting them.
I knew I wasn't no slave. I knew I wasn't the type to just sit here and let anybody do anything to me. How could I even think that I can't descended from people who would do that? you know and so we've been calling these people slaves. We just been saying the wrong things. We just been giving their culture to Africa, just kind of handing it over as if there's some type of
Oh,
African spirituality, and there wasn't, that wasn't created in America. Even voodoo was created over here. I don't even want to get into it now,
but you know what,
because that's a
sis?
whole nother
But
topic.
you know what, sis? We really disgraced our ancestors when we took on Jesus
We
as our
did.
savior.
yes, we
Absolutely.
did. We
Absolutely.
did. Another
Absolutely.
thing, finding out through my Chicasa and Chata lineage, the Chickasaw never surrendered. They never lost the war. So
Mm.
it was amazing finding out all these wonderful things that the Chicasa never surrendered.
You know what? Quite a few tribes never surrendered, and that's why you don't hear anything about them no more.
Like the
They
Yamas,
was kind of wiped out of history because they didn't really go for that. They didn't. They fought. They like, I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn about this. What is this you're talking about? But it was
Yeah.
enough of them that surrendered, because so many people didn't know what to do. Their leaders were killed. Their kings were killed. The chiefs were killed off. And so now you got a chief in place that don't know no better. Some of these chiefs probably thought that's what they were supposed to do. They didn't know.
Mm.
I'm gonna give them a little bit benefit of the doubt and say,
Yeah.
because I know how many people were slaughtered, because I know that they were gunning straight for the kings and straight for the chiefs and straight for the people who were in the council, because these people had whole entire government. Some of these mounds were actual council houses where they would sit there and have literally city council meetings. Like, that's what his whole thing came from. But if you don't look into that, then you will believe the whole narrative that they were slaves. But once you look into it and say, now, how were they slaves and they had a whole council houses, and then they actually had people in the tribe who were judges, and they actually had people in the tribes who were the educators. Like, you had people in the tribes who were the musicians. You had people in the tribes who were the shamans. You had, and in fact, the shamans were some of the most important people in the actual chiefdoms, right? And so this whole military structure that's still going on to this day was copied, right? Because our people, they put the shamans out in front, because that spiritual work was done prior to. That's how they knew. It wasn't no Instagram, it wasn't no IG or nothing, like no cell phone and nothing. So they had to know when the attacks were coming. And so they let these shamans channel all that stuff. They knew when the attacks were coming from the shamans. And so these people were kicking ass as much as they could kick ass. And they just, it took It took the whole world to defeat them. Literally,
They had to
Russia
come together to come to take us over. We were whooping
during the
ass.
Civil War. During the Civil War, that's why I tell people you don't have to go look at a whole lot of wars. Just tune into the Civil War. The Civil War, it literally took the whole world to come beat up some so-called slaves. It took Russia, it took North Africa, all of Europe, all of Asia. They all were a part of it.
Yep.
They all were a part of Germany. They all were together. You know,
They all
and you,
they what they was doing. This was a well thought out plan before they came to America. They knew about us, so
mhm,
they all had to come together, sign some what you would call treat. They was coming for us. This
yes,
was a well planned takeover.
it was, and it was signed in the what 16 when King James it actually
Yes,
signed. He signed. He put this in motion. King James put that killing
and
machine
he's
in
from
motion.
the Americas.
King James from the bottom. No, 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 not that King James. There's two King
Okay.
James. Now, then this goes back to history too. See, they have a history of doing certain shit, stealing names, burning down shit. They
Yes.
have these patterns, right? So even the royalty that was in Europe, that was indigenous to America, that just went over and conquered those lands, their whole names and identities were swiped, right? And so when you had that last Elizabeth that got out of office that King James took her place. She was the last of those indigenous royal lines. And what King James did was he then named all of his kids after her family. He named his daughter after her. Then he
So
named his
they
son.
can take the
Yes.
throne.
Yes.
Mm.
And so because we didn't have cell phones, if we was communicating by letter and by what was called now let me tell you this. I'm about to get off on a little tangent. So I'm trying not to get off on a tangent. My
Okay.
cookies video is a dog whistle for white people because I got these little intricate things in the songs. So there's a song playing through both of my videos called "See the Little Birch in the Meadow, See the Leaves Are Dancing when the Wind Blows." That song is called Birch Tree. Now this birch tree is what all not only was all the scrolls written on this birch tree, our indigenous ancestors was using this birch tree as like paper, right? And so when they were writing these letters back and forth to each other, they was using this birch tree because it was palpable. They also used this birch tree to make boats, right? And so when you look at the letters that were sent back and forth, even on down to line to the more modernized 1600s, they were still using this birch tree. And so they were sending letters back and forth. So if I get a letter from what's now called Britain or what's now called the Crown, and it's from Elizabeth, I might think it's from my cousin Elizabeth, but lo and behold, it's from you pale faces
Their name.
who done came and took their name, who done came
Mm.
and took their name. And even when y'all came over here, what y'all did? Y'all took our names,
Facts.
took the names.
I put her link to her channel in the chat. Please go and subscribe. We um we plan on continuing to build because we want to come up with solutions for our people because we love history and I love to hear tell this history. But we also want to do history, but we also want to work on solutions for our peoples. And like
Absolutely. Absolutely. And before we get off tonight, I see somebody just put something about birch in there. Yeah, that birch tree is an indigenous American tree. That's absolutely indigenous. Now, Russia came and took it, and for the longest, Russia had that song that I had playing all through that video. That was actually their like national anthem for a while.
mm,
And so when they watch my video, they know I'm gunning straight for their neck because they know I know this shit from top to bottom what happened. And so I before so we won't get off on the history tangent, and so we can
okay.
stay on solutions topics before we get off here because I know we've been on here for a while.
Oh,
Um,
girl, we can go on it, girl. Do you not know we have done 24B or 24, sometimes 48, 72 hours on online?
I,
So, sister, whatever you want to drop, we here.
Well,
well,
I'm at
I just want to touch on what she's another thing. Another plant that's of this from here that they mistakenly say is from Asia, which is hemp.
yes, of
That is
course.
indigenous to here.
It's indigenous to here. I mean, almost everything that you can think of. Like there was literally a plantocracy, if you will. Like the botanists used to come over here to test our plants, and then they used to literally steal plants, take them back to Europe, and try to manipulate them. And
Yeah,
it's so sad.
that's exactly how elderberry got over there.
It's how everything got over there. They didn't have nothing. They didn't have nothing over there. It was like a wasteland of nothing. They was hungry. In fact, the boat that came over here in 1619, on those same boat records, they forgot to erase the fact that those people were dropped off in exchange for corn, which they call maize in the records, but we know maize is corn. So you mean to tell me you brought all these 20 and odd people from Africa, y'all traveled all the long way to drop these people off in exchange for maize, for corn? Y'all niggas was that hungry? Y'all was that hungry.
It's
And
a
so,
book. It's a book that's out. I got it in my phone, and it tells you how we went over there to Africa. Out of 340 crops over there, only 40 of them originated in Africa.
and they
The other came
and
out
all
here.
40 of them probably trash. All 40 of them probably trash. And so we've always had everything in abundance over here. Their whole goal was to come over here and disrupt our system because they were
Yes.
tired of paying us for stuff. They was tired of paying us. And so they came
Hmm.
over here, disrupted. If there's a whole war on soil that people just don't even they don't even get taught about the war on soil. But the war on soil basically is what choked up the Negro farms and choked up the Negro money source, all the cash crops that the Negroes was running, including cocaine, including tobacco, including cotton. They came over here and put down kudzu, which is indigenous to Asia. They came here and put down kudzu to cover all these plants up, and white people were paid money by the United States government to drop these kudzu seeds all over the place, to grow this kudzu all over our farmland and all over our cash crops, and that's in their files. These aren't my files; these are their files. I just throw their files back up in their face, and
Mm.
that's what they don't like.
But you know what? They don't hide shit that they do to us. We
No,
just
they
don't
brag
go
about it.
looking. They
That's
because
right.
this is how they do their rituals on us. They know.
They know they exactly. So you know that we had a whole group of kings and chiefs who were moving cocaine back and forth because they was using cocaine during war. They were chewing the cocaine leaf before war so that they won't feel pain, right? And so that stuff is already kind of will already be in a certain group of people who were ever running those tribes that was controlling that commodity. You already know that's in a certain group of people, right? And so
Yep.
when you see boys moving cocaine today, you already know that their ancestors probably did the same thing. But see, when you lock them up, right? Although
Yep.
to this day you took the practice, right? Because our indigenous people were doing, but then you took the practice and you use cocaine in the medical industry every day to numb people, right?
Facts.
To numb people. Our ancestors were chewing the leaf before war to numb themselves so that they wouldn't feel pain when they kicking your ass. Now, if that ain't enough, when you found out these Egyptian sarcophaguses, you found cocaine and tobacco in these Egyptian sarcophaguses too. When you found King Tut tomb, you found cocaine and tobacco in there too. Not only in his bandages, you found actual cocaine and tobacco inside the tomb, wrapped up, mummified. Then they
that's
even mummified the leaves of the cocaine tree and of the tobacco tree, along with other indigenous plants and animals.
and they
All
also
that was
put it
found.
in a Coca-Cola too. They will
Yep.
put it in a Coca-Cola drink.
It's
And that's something. And that's something. You found all
you.
these shells because at our ancestors was actually using at one point in history, some of the tribes was using shells, little shells for money. You found a whole lot of shells in King Tut's tomb. We have shell mounds all up and through the East Coast. We have shell mounds in Florida. You have shell mounds in Georgia. Shell mounds in South Carolina. They everywhere. Those the same shells y'all found in King Tut's tomb. You mean they was in Africa too, or was
Mm.
these niggas literally had mounds made out of money, if you will. Whole mounds made out of money because they was using shells as currency. That's how flashy our ancestors were.
Yep, that's why they talking about the master. Oh, they had mounds over there made out of shells. They said
Mhm.
you don't know the culture because nigga, you too busy thinking King Tut and his great grandmama is your ancestors.
And
Mm-mm,
we
not at
wasn't
all.
on top of each other either. We were spaced out. We had beautiful room. We had, I mean, mounds on top of mounds, different mounds under the ground, above
Yep,
Hmm.
the ground.
I
So
Sis,
peeped.
it was so beautiful. I can imagine how beautiful it was because these people had mounds made out of granite. These people had granite structures. They had buildings, actual buildings, not just mounds. They had actual buildings made out of granite. Even to this day, y'all, most of the granite in the world comes from America. Go
See,
go research this stuff. It's real simple. Most of the granite in the world comes from America. That's big.
they talk about the oil and gold this here, but they claim that they're getting it up out of Africa.
They know they're not. But see, if we don't research it, then they may think that we believe it. They know where the gold come from. The purest gold in the world come from here, and the gold in Africa ain't even pure gold. It's a mixture. And all they finding is little bit of nuggets at a time. These people pull whole sheets of gold out of Etowah here, and then they moved to Etowah, the original Etowah, which is somewhere up around Canton and Kennesaw area in Cherokee County. They moved Etowah from there and put it closer to the Alabama state line. They made another Etowah, put it on top of Cartersville. And so these people were pulling whole sheets of gold out of the land
Mm.
because it's on a fault line, a major fault line. See, there's a volcano in that area up in North Georgia, right? It's because it sits on a fault line. And so wherever you find these fault lines, you're gonna find gold and you're gonna find diamonds and you're gonna find rubies because all that stuff come up from the center of the earth, on these
They
fault
said they
lines.
find all that in us.
Yeah, even the Yellowstone, what they call Yellowstone National Park. The reason why the government sold that part up in the first place is because the actual Yellowstones was diamonds. See that, but they would want to call it Yellow Diamond National Park, so they had to just say stone just to keep people like just in the dark. It was yellow diamonds y'all found over there by that volcano. See, and so
Mm.
it's just and like I said, this stuff is in the army files. Like y'all ain't even try to hide it. Like y'all ain't really, if you really wanted to cover it up, you wouldn't have even repeated it. But you got to repeat it, right? So you can keep patting yourself on the back. And so generations of you motherfuckers can keep patting yourselves on the back. So remember what we did. Remember
Yep,
what we did. And
yep.
then
They like to
and then
look at the shit that they do. See, that's how they get off.
yeah, they get off on it. But then you don't want to tell the Negro people this stuff because if the right men find out about this, it'll be a wrap for you. If
Hmm.
the Negro men in the military found out about this, because see, they don't even let Negro men in the military ascend to certain ranks. You can't even get up there in the ranks where they teaching you about this type stuff. In fact, you really can't even get up in the ranks if you ain't married. When you're talking about the military, you now not only do you have to be married to a certain type of person, you have to be a certain type of coon to even get up in the higher ranks where you're now finding out this sort of information. Or you can just go in their files and pull it out. Either way you want to do it.
See,
Choose your poison.
yes.
you
And
know.
see, okay, we want to talk about the Ice Cube situation.
Okay.
Uh,
Now, I think Ice Cube is very brave. I hate that he's getting, so much negative press for just trying to do a good thing, for just trying to add what he thought would help to a movement that was already going on. Ice Cube really, he could have just ignored the whole reparations movement like all the rest of the celebrities were doing.
Mhm.
And I can't even imagine how he feel right now, especially with seeing a black man own you know a white television station do a negative skit towards him. Like they did a little negative skit on SNL trying to
Uh-uh.
depict Ice Cube as a Trump supporter this weekend. Yeah. And so, I can't even imagine how Cube feel. And I want to tell the warrior men who are still in the chat, um to back Cube, and help him, because the men that I've heard on this channel so far, I mean, they got so much of the knowledge that a person like Cube does not have. Like, he's getting it from us and our channels, my little channel, my little cookies videos, and other people's channels. And so if
Have you
these
shared it with
men,
him?
if
Have you
these
shared your videos with
oh,
him?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Not only did I share it when I first put cookies out, Timberland actually shared it now. Timberland shared it. That's the only reason I had them views on it that I had. I had people from my page looking at it, but I got a large clump of those views from Timberland sharing it. So either I shared it directly with him after the fact, but it ain't,
Okay.
he could have already saw it from when Timberland shared it.
When I tell y'all need to go back to and subscribe to her channel because she has some very good videos. She has even shared her knowledge with others, and they didn't even give her the credit, but they was
It
making videos off of her knowledge, all the stuff that she spent thousands of hours digging and researching, and she shared it to others. They did videos behind her work and never even acknowledged her, not one
Didn't
time.
even, not even. And I can imagine how far we would have been had you all seen it last year when I put it out. Had you all seen it, we could ain't no telling how far along we could have
Yes,
been.
and
You
that's a
know what I'm
fact.
saying? Ain't no telling how far along we could have been. Even me just being, you know, having contact with y'all. I learned something last night on the phone. I'm like, well, dang, sis, I appreciate, how far along could we have been,
Facts.
but beyond that,
When you
um,
have good kindred souls, because we don't have spirits, we have a connection, y'all.
yeah,
And that's what we've been looking for. We've been trying to build this matriarch because we know we are trying to carry and we have to pass it off to the men because the men is going to be the warriors.
absolutely, yep, absolutely, and it's up to us to equip them with
Yes.
what they need. And so, to the whole Cube question, my thing is Cube right now, in my opinion, is a little bit susceptible, right? Because
Hmm.
now that it's so far in the media, you have people who don't really have his best interest or our best interest at heart, and they're making
And
little
that's a fact.
tweaks. They're making little tweaks to this contract already. I done seen the contract change right before my eyes already. It
Mm.
has changed already, literally. And so now you have these little tweaks going on with this contract from these, gatekeepers, if you will, in the Democratic Party, and all these people who
Oh,
just calling Cube all kind of names, and him begging for help, and they're
we ain't
actually,
begging for shit.
no,
We
no, no,
can't
no,
beg
no,
for
no.
something that was already out. Was no
No, we
motherfucking way.
no with Cube, they're trying to pretend like as if Cube is begging for help, and so
Yeah.
they're some kind of specialist, and so
Oh,
they want to help Cube tweak certain parts, and so certain parts of that
yeah.
contract is already being tweaked by the wrong people. And so my question, not question, but my task for the warrior men who are listening, especially the chiefs and the people who have these big channels with all this knowledge on them, please reach out to Cube and give him this information. If enough of y'all do it,
I want to
or
know how do we get in contact with
do it,
him?
do it.
Terry Booth said, how
No,
do we get in?
his email is actually attached to the Instagram account. That email that's attached to his Instagram account, he actually answer it. And then if you inbox him on Instagram, he'll respond to you. It probably won't be no long response, but he'll respond like thank you, you know. But if the guys get together in a group and you know put together what needs to be added to the plan and get it to him in enough time, these coon Democrats can stop making changes to this contract, because they're trying to water down the contract and make it
Yes.
exclusive to other people, and make it where
See,
the coons who've been over here,
that's what
it's
we've been trying to tell our people, because the people don't want to pay attention. That I know, I don't know if we told you, we want restitution, not reparation, because reparation are given to those that they wrong. Well, like the so-called pale skins that was here in the 13 colony. People don't understand when you're running around here talking about slave. You're actually talking about those that they was bringing over here, enslaving in the 13 colonies, which will be their own people. We don't want nobody attached to our shit, because this is our land. We're not trying to include getting them. They get their own. Matter of fact, they got their own the moment they turned against us after we freed their from their oppressor, and they turned against us. So they done got theirs. They don't need no more. Now it's
period.
time for us to get what's rightfully ours, which is this land back, our motherfucking gold back, all our minerals, everything that they found, including the damn air, everything that
Including the air. And that's why it's so important, Empress, that men on this channel who know the correct terminology to use, who know you see, he may be working with an attorney who don't have the best interest. Now I know Dr. Claude Anderson. I know Dr. Claude Anderson did work on it, and Dr. Claude Anderson, he know a great deal about this subject matter. But even
he
he
still
has some of the shit wrong.
black.
Even
He
Dr.
still
Claude.
want to call us black though, and see, he know calling us black. For those who do know, he know that he should know that civil more too. That means dead in the eye. You are literally still placing yourself under their jurisdiction. We don't want to be up under their jurisdiction because we're indigenous. We don't have nothing to do with that corporation. Your corporation is literally here operating on our land, doing commerce on our land.
I'm gonna tell you this, sister. I've heard Dr. Claude Anderson switch back and forth. That's why I said even he sometimes be wrong, because sometimes he talk all the way indigenous, and sometimes he code switch and talk black. So I don't know whether he's doing that to keep his crowd, because I do that sometimes too. I do that a lot. Because if you say indigenous, then somehow people just
they don't
hear it enough. They don't hear it enough. They kind of like tune out, and they think you're not talking about them. Like, no,
they think you're talking about the quote unquote. They think you're talking about the Mongols.
Yeah, they do. They do. Even when Cube first came out. Now go back and look at how Cube was talking when he first came out with this contract. Cube was saying, "No, nigga, we from here, nigga, we indigenous." He was talking that talk. But now listen to Cube. Now listen to Cube though, with all this bashing that he's getting from people who are indigenous, right? All this bashing that he's getting from both sides, from the white people and the black people. Now look at his language. Look at his body posture. He different. He different already. And this a warrior we sitting here people sitting here literally throwing daggers at. Like he could have, when I say Cube could have ignored all this shit and just went on by Cube vision by his life and kept making his millions like he was making, he could have ignored everything. But he put a plan together. And when I first read it, I said, this it, because he going after the corporations. He tying in together the Negro military, the people who are in the military who are Aboriginal Negroes. He tied them into it, and you already know he got the gangs backing them. You already know he got. It's like, man, he's the perfect person to do it, because he's been talking this revolutionary shit his whole career. We
need every gang from California all the way over here to the East Coast bagging him.
And
that is our military.
Absolutely. And I believe they are bagging him. But how these gang leaders, they ain't the type to be just getting out in front on camera and be like, we bagging him. But it ain't nothing, won't nothing happen to Cuba, I tell you that. Won't nothing happen to him, won't nobody touch him. I tell you that. Even Louis Farrakhan sitting up in Chicago with a whole military. Why you niggas ain't backing Cuba? Why this military ain't backing Cuba? You coons, because you still going by your treaty that your daddy made. Your little dude boy daddy made. That's why you not backing them. And so it's so much, man. This guy Cube, he knows he's indigenous. You know, O'Shea Jackson, he know he indigenous,
Yeah.
you know, and he tried to talk that talk, but he don't have all the lingo. And so that's why I'm asking for the warriors, the men to back him. I don't care if y'all bombard him all at one time. They need to do it in a group and they need to do it together and sit him, put him in the corner and give him this information. He got to get it.
Yes.
He has to know what to say when he needs to know that actual strong indigenous melanated men are backing him, because right now you got these coons pretending like they're backing him and they putting this language in this contract that is not right.
It's a fact.
It's not right.
They know who we are.
They
But
know it.
everybody else don't know who. Our own people don't even know. When I say that we're American Indian, it's like, what? No, we came on a boat. That's all our people know. Did you get that from your grandmama? Did you get that from any of your ancestors before your ass went into the school system? Why, hell no.
Absolutely not.
And I noticed they associate us with Native American, and there's no
Yes.
is no distinction, you know.
But see, Ice Cube was told to
Yes.
to put that as Native American. Now I'm not sure whether the attorneys told him to do that because of the language in some treaties. I don't know why. I don't know why he was instructed to do that. But Ice Cube was literally saying indigenous. He was saying indigenous. He was literally using the word indigenous.
Sound
And
like they've been
then
over here listening, because I'm gonna tell you somebody else has been listening to us for a minute, even though he keep foundation of Black America on his lips. But he's actually, and I have seen him in TV's chat. What's his name? Your boy, Foundation
Tariq,
America.
Tariq,
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed.
yeah, man.
Uh,
Tariq
he's
follows me too. He's actually been in my chats too on Facebook. We're actually Facebook friends. I don't know how we became Facebook friends, but he follows everything I say too. You know,
see,
I ain't never met him before. I ain't never none of that before, but he
but
done
see,
he done attempted. I was putting out information about the Civil War, and he attempted to do a video about the Civil War, and then had every goddamn thing wrong. You literally turned around and said the opposite of what I was goddamn saying, but then
because he's still trying to keep his pockets fat off those first hidden colors. See, he
we were
can't.
wrong. We were
Until he
wrong.
rewrite that damn wrong that everybody came out of Africa, because he's still trying to push that the American indigenous people somehow one day walked out of Africa and then they became the indigenous people in America. No, my brother. That is
I
not.
mean, he's a type. This is what I feel about Tariq. I think that he might have the right thing inside of him to do. He might have it in him to do the right thing, but I don't think he's been well educated, because he's not like a historian. He's great at putting historians together to tell a story.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
my bad, y'all.
he attempts to piggyback off of that and regurgitate the knowledge as if it's something that he studied. But that's not him. He'll make a bag off of the historians, but as it relates to sitting in one spot and putting in hours of research, searching through, the files and the old books and the coffers to get the knowledge out, that ain't Tariq. And so I've been hammering this Civil War for the
And
last.
Tariq, and it seems to be a couple other Negroes that's in the American indigenous community doing the same thing.
Of course, absolutely, they are. Absolutely, they are. And then there's a lot of agents involved too. It's a lot of agents involved too, because they want to keep their thumbprint on the people who know the actual history, but then they have to be so careful, because you
Yeah.
also know the people who have the actual history can also destroy you, because we don't just got like the history of our
I know.
ancestors. We got all their practices too. So you got to know we know everything. Y'all scared of voodoo. The only thing these crackers scared of is voodoo. The only thing these agents scared of is voodoo too. So you got to know, if we researching all the history, we know that part too. We just say start, start making y'all
We
fall
haven't,
from it yet, like
we
our
haven't tapped
ancestors
into it.
did.
That's right.
you
We
know.
have not fully tapped into it because in Louisiana and New Orleans, baby, they know that voodoo was what we used. I've been
Hey,
to Haiti. Yes,
in South Georgia too. We call it roots in South Georgia. That's the same shit.
I put a
Same
root on
shit.
your
That's
ass.
what we call it here too, Empress to Goddess.
It's the same
Put a
thing.
root on you
Roots.
because my mom and them used to say when my mama said one of her cousins uh had a root put on him, and she said also her brother said he had went blind, but they had to get a medicine woman come and get it off of him so he can get his eyesight back.
Absolutely. And guess where all those plants are indigenous from? And see, that's why they called it voodoo, because they didn't understand our plant system. They had to sit here and study us to learn our plant systems and all the plants that our ancestors was using for this type of power. Then they started trafficking them and throwing kudzu on these plants and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, well, we know how to use the roots, but still to this day they don't know how to use those plants. They don't know how to use those plants the right way because they use the herb of the plant. We actually use the root of the plant. That's why the shit called roots, And so,
They dumb
you know,
ass.
it's deep. It's deep, and they got to know we know this stuff. And at the end of the day, I think what Cube is doing is a good thing. I think the men need to get behind Cube, period. They need to get and some men was worried about, where Cube might be doing the wrong thing. Well, then y'all form that within you do the man thing that y'all do. If somebody doing the wrong thing, then you check them. You put out consequences and repercussions to them if they doing something wrong. Like Cube had to explain to those airhead Fox Soul women, he ain't getting the money dispersed to him. He's just trying to get it out so that it could be dispersed to us through the government system. So it ain't like he trying to fight so he can get a trillions in money and he can give it out to us. That ain't what he trying to do. Like I said, he literally didn't have to do none of this. He could have really just sat quiet. But what he did was he put a spotlight on us. And so he literally just put a spotlight on everybody who's doing this indigenous work. That's what people don't understand. Now everybody is really looking for these videos to see why these people think they need reparations and all this. So why they think they need money? What is this video about? What are they talking about over here? Some old man. What are they talking about over here? Indigenous. What these people talk? That's what Cube literally just did. He just literally put a spotlight on everybody
Yes.
on this whole community.
But see, what we need to do is we keep getting on because people think we trying to be the natives. We're not trying to be no Russians.
Mm-mm. Not at all. Not at all. But like I said, I think the attorney may have done that he could have done that due to how a law was written or how a treaty was written. I don't know. I don't know why he did
Native
it.
was
But
just coined in 1975.
well,
That's how new what the term native is.
it is
So
very new. Yep.
how is you gonna be native and your damn identity is younger than your damn ass?
Well, sis, I don't know how this thing work. I,
That's just
I
like
don't know.
that's just like the Nigerians and all those other countries. How the
Right.
hell you older than your country?
Right. Exactly. How is 23 and me sending me to a country that was just created in 1957? How does that happen?
Boy.
But anyway, I think that with the patents, okay, well, because we done got it off topic. But anyway, with the patents,
But
I
I
think
had
that
told them, I told Chief that we was gonna be discussing, various things because this is the whole some of them did come over to your live. I had posted for them to come over to your live the other day.
yes,
We still
yes.
have a whole lot of people that didn't know about your live. So I just
Oh,
why I wanted to expand on everything because you got phenomenal work.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
And
I'm honored. Like I said, I'm glad y'all. I'm glad we're able to do this, and hopefully people got something out of this conversation.
we
I
plan
know
on doing
that
more. We plan on basically if we could get this like once a week
that
a
would be
bill,
great.
and
That
that
would be
way
great.
we can get people caught up. Because I know your work is so in depth, and I know you got so much, but we don't want to drain all your energy in one night. But we can still go. We can go on for a little while longer if you want. Cause I have no problem with it. Cause I'm loving it. I love new knowledge, your stuff you don't know. People don't understand that is fuel to our fire.
Oh, I appreciate
So
it. Like I'm glad I can talk this kind of talk. amongst y'all, and y'all don't judge me because
When
I
I
use a little
tell you,
profanity now and then.
you
You
look,
know.
girl, honey, they used to me. I've been over here almost 5 years. They used to me cussing out every damn body. So if you throw a couple words, girl, honey, that's probably that what's the note you hit when you sang an opera to their ears, honey. So
Someone in the chat asked, do you know anything about Oakwood Cemetery?
Downtown Atlanta.
I I'm not sure if it's the one in Atlanta or the one in Chicago. Let me see. That
It's a
is
big one in
really
Atlanta
Negro.
with a lot of it. It's if he's talking about the one in Atlanta, the only thing I know about it really is that it was it's a lot of dignitaries actually buried there. A lot of so-called white dignitaries buried there. Now the one in there's an even more controversial um grave site here in Atlanta over on in near the west end on the west side. I'm think what is it called? West Point. Oh, what's the name of that military? Anyway, that military over there in the west end in Atlanta on the west side, it's where so-called Union Army and Confederate Army members are buried. But the interesting thing about that graveyard is it's a big ass mound right in the middle of the graveyard. Big mound, big huge mound right in the west end of Atlanta. It's actually two mounds in the west end of Atlanta. So um I don't know if Oakwood Cemetery has one, a mound in it, but only thing I know about it is that there are few dignitaries buried there.
um, you want to tell them about the site, the 4-3 site.
Yes. I want to give people this resource, and then I'm gonna skip on that because I haven't had dinner tonight.
Okay,
And
okay.
so there's a resource now. I gave out that website IB7 on my live, but I don't know how many people dug into that site. So I'm going to give out a direct link,
Somebody
right?
named, we're going to give that. I'm gonna let you. Somebody named Mark Quez, Madam Smith, won't show email.
Okay, it's my name JANESE at helloplants.com. That's HELLOOPLANTS.com. So this website is one of the sites that I use when I'm researching. Now this gonna be a little bit this website that I'm about to give out, it might send some of y'all down a rabbit hole. So if y'all not like the real researchers, I wouldn't even try it, because this website has almost any kind of federal document that you want. You can find all kind of uh all the really all everybody who worked for the government, their names, their emails. um I mean, it's all kind of ancient documents on there, a lot of different versions of the Bible, and all kind of different texts. It's all kind of search engines. There are search engines on here that searches the dark web for you. So if you're trying to pull up old articles that aren't indexed, I don't even use Google whatsoever. So there are a lot of meta search engines on this link, where if you want to search internationally, you can source all types of documents and information. If you have some records that you can't find of your family, you can perhaps find them on some of these links. Basically, a lot of these links are, even the IB7 uscourts.gov link, it is a link that does not like readily pull up. And so I want to give out this direct link, and it's pretty long. I wish there was a way I could type it, but maybe somebody can type it in the chat. And this is going to be a great resource for people who are researchers, who just want to learn some more stuff, or who want to expand their, you know, whatever. It's a lot of free books and stuff. So it's ib7.uscourts.gov /REF, like reference, but it's REFLINKS dot HTML hashtag HIST, like history, HISTDOC.
Ooh, that's a long one. I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have
But
to get
when
that
I
from.
tell you, but when I tell you, but when I tell you,
Yes, I
you
was
gonna be you
last
gonna be
night.
in there.
Yes.
You're gonna be in there. So it's ib7.uscourts.gov, the same one I gave out on my chat Friday, but you do forward
Send the
slash.
link to me, Goddess, and I'll put it in the chat because remember when I was typing it in previously, it wouldn't come up, and when you sent me the link, it came up. Can you
Oh,
text the link to me?
yes. Let me see.
And
Can I
I'll copy it and
wait?
paste it into the chat.
Because I'm on my cell phone, so if I click out of this, it's gonna click off here, huh? Wait, how can I
Oh
text
no,
it?
no.
Let me see. Can I text it in the back
Back,
chat?
yeah, in the
Yeah,
private. Go
put it in the back chat.
put it
Okay.
up and where it says private chat. Hit that and just text it. Put it in there.
Okay, let me do that.
Empress, one more question before she go.
Hmm.
What are some solutions?
Oh yeah. Uh, before you go, can we? I know you said something about the bank and about the land patents.
I think the first order of business, as many people who can find the land patents and actually getting a paper trail back to their ancestors would be the solution for them. For those who have already did that, you now have to work with the courts. Like there is no way around working with the courts that's in that area. And so once you go to the court and let them know that you have an active patent, they're going to ask you, for your paperwork just to verify that you can actually link yourself to that ancestor, and then they'll start the redeeding process with you, and they'll let you know how the process works in that particular city. So it could be a process like each courthouse is going to be a little bit different from my experience. So some people, like if you're in a area that's not as controversial, then they'll put out an order where people have to be removed off that land immediately. And some have put out orders where you know those people will just, instead of paying their taxes to the city, now that the land is redeeded, it'll not be paid to you. And then, like I said, I suggest people take an attorney, but depending on how much law I mean, I went by myself, but some areas I will have to take an attorney like Mobile, because when you have a city that big, now you will be owed back taxes, or now you'll
Uh,
be actually owed money. And
Terry Boo said, tell them about the lapsy patent.
the what now?
The
Lapse.
lapse patent.
Yeah, the patents that has lapsed.
Oh, there are no patents that. Oh, the who patents lapsed. Now, ain't no lapse patents. Not to my knowledge. They're either canceled or they're active, and so they can't lapse. Now, what I have seen is the government, they move the private patents around. Like each president kind of gets a set of land, but it's all private land that they're moving around. But as far as our patents, the public patents, I haven't seen anywhere where the patents lapse. Now, what I have seen with these patents is something called a hair's clause, where if somebody who is a heir to the person who is on the patent, if they sold a parcel of their land, then that makes that land patent susceptible for developers to come in and buy out the rest of that land. And that's based on whatever that court um price that land for. So if that court, just say I'm over the courthouse here in Atlanta, right? And I have a friend who is the developer, and I see that I have a patent in my system that's a Harris patent, like most of our patents are, because we're the Harris, right? And so if I see a patent that's been partially sold in here that has multiple names on the patent, multiple names on the deeds, and so there's a tract of land that is partially sold, but there's still other people on the land, I can then sit here and price this land at $20 if I want to, just so my friend who is a developer can come in and buy this whole patent out right? So there are instances where a person has bought all the land on your patent already, but literally when you pull that patent up and you pull up and you hit on the additional tabs link, then you will be able to see everybody who has ever moved that patent around, because it has to be updated. And if it ain't updated in Glow Records, when you go to that county, you'll see that it has been updated. Now, mind you, this process is illegal via the Constitution, because in the Constitution there is a supremacy clause that protects these land patents. So even when you go to the courthouse and you ask for these lands to be redeeded to you, you can still say these lands have been illegally redeeded to a person who wasn't a heir and wasn't an assign for this patent. So, either way, however you slice the cake, it's still going to be your land. But if you have a patent where there is a developer involved in one of these controversial cities, then you would need to take an attorney with you, because they'll be more versed on the current law if you aren't well versed on the current law as it relates to um the properties and loopholes and all that kind of stuff. They'll be able to, basically, attorneys kind of just fighting people who go through the loopholes to kind of get your land. So you can do that yourself, or you get an attorney to do it, but
He's
either way.
Terry Boo said there is where the Lefsey patent comes into play. Okay, I have put it up according to Google. The US 6148942 is the LEPS, and it's according to the public pair. It is a status. It is expired as of 2008 Google patents, and it just
Okay.
says it means that the self propelled stroller as described in the claim, or is it actually created or solid uh, by the third part? I mean, or sold by the third party, would not infringe on their subject patent.
Also, that's what it is. Okay, so that means it's our, if you're explaining like I think you're explaining, that means it's already been reversed so that people can't do that loophole anymore. Because I know it's been a lot of people trying to fight through that loophole, and actually it was a whole series made about it. I don't know what channel it was on, but you could probably pull it up on YouTube. It's because a lot of indigenous families, black, dark, melanated indigenous families, had started publicly complaining about how their land was stolen, and people started doing documentaries about it. So they may have actually got the courts to reverse it so that people can't do that no more. And if they did,
They
then that's
said the
that's
link
great.
is not working. Wait a minute, she haven't put it in yet. Wait, hold
Just put
on,
it in there.
huh?
I say I'm about to put it in the chat right
She's
now.
getting ready to put it in the chat, y'all. So if anybody need the link, she's dropping it in the chat. My bad. We were just trying to question everything before. Um, do you want to set like on Tuesdays for us to do a build on solutions?
I'm with it. I
Okay.
think that'd be great, because see, I think Chief Chief, what's I don't want to mispronounce your name.
So now,
Yes,
She's not out.
you have the solution, to I mean, you deep with it, as it relates to creating the tribes and creating the actual structures. People are going to need that after they secure their patent. They're going to
right,
need it. They're going to
they
need
probably
it.
will want to do it before they secure their patents, to be honest.
Well, they can, but once you deal with the courthouse, they ain't gonna ask you nothing tribal. They're
Gotcha.
just not. They don't ask you nothing tribal. But when you getting ready to build on your land, if you don't want to tie this land back into the government, period, then you're gonna need your tribes and your own
Stuff set
structures
up.
put together. Uh-huh.
Right.
So,
It's
but when you
not
go to the
working.
court, when you go
That
to the
link isn't working.
okay, let me do it again. Let me do it again. So when you go to the court, like, you don't have to prove that. They're not going to ask you too many questions about nothing, to be honest. As long as you show that paperwork that you. But I would have to go out. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to see how can I copy it from my. Hold on, let me see, y'all. Oh, put www. I'm sorry. You have to put www dot in front of it.
Okay,
www
somebody.
dot.
Okay.
It's still not pulling it up.
It had to put http /www dot in front of it. ib7.uscourts.gov /ref links .html hashtag HISTDOC.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to see if it's gonna load on in the server. It's still saying.
Let me put it in. Let me put it in. Let me send it back to you. Hold on.
Terry Booth said Black Laws Dictionary has a better uh, on the patent.
They had a what now?
He said they have a better definition on the patent in the Black Laws Dictionary.
Okay. Let's see. HTML dot his docs. Yep. I just sent the link again. I just typed it in the
Okay, I'm copying it and then I'm about to put it in my phone. You know
So
what?
that would be my solution. Like people will have to start the paper trail because you can't just run up on the courthouse with a patent and say this is my ancestor's name. They're gonna look at you like, okay, you just printed something out. You
That
have to be
part.
able to track. Yeah, you have to be able to track it all the way back. And you may run into some problems. Sometimes this be a person's hardest task because they can't get a death record or they can't find a birth certificate. And so links like this one I'm giving, when you pull up this link, there's a lot of documents on this link, and you can just go surf this website in particular. Now these are this is the I don't know what made me start searching this Seventh Circuit courthouse documents, but they have some of the most extensive links on their website. It's ridiculous. And it's very controversial because this is the courthouse that covers Chicago, and it's been so much controversial stuff in Chicago, from so many cover-ups, even down to the stuff that they're storing from La Corona with all those Egyptian hieroglyphics. I mean, at one point they had the emerald tablets in Chicago. I mean, they've had so much of our indigenous stuff in this place. It's not even funny. So I'm not surprised that this particular courthouse has so many different research links. I'm not that shocked. And so the link that I sent y'all is directly on the history doc, but you can erase that out of the search bar and just go to that courthouse's website and go in to literally thousands of links.
I don't know why that link is not. It's not. I put it in the chat and clicked it, and it's still not working. And I did it on my. I have DuckDuckGo to get away from Google to see if it'll work, and it's still not working. You
Hmm.
got somebody got luck with DuckDuckGo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's not working though. Somebody said the link it won't pull up from.
It still don't pull up.
Mhm.
It's pulling up on my other device. um I don't know. HTTP ib7.uscourts.gov /reflinks .html hashtag hisdoc. I don't know why it's not pulling up. HISTDLC. Yeah. I don't know why it's not pulling up. So let me see. Let me go on YouTube and see into this chat and see, can I will it click on my phone? See into this chat and see, can I will it click on my phone? Let's see. Into this chat and see, can I don't even I can't click on it. Okay, wait, let me see. Yeah, it's pulling up on my phone. Okay, wait. I don't know why it's not. Okay, so when I go into it, now it goes to, it says Library of U.S. Courts
Okay,
of the Seventh Circuit.
yes, I see. Okay, so the link that Shemitic Science put in, that one works. The link that Shemitic Science put in, that's the one you click, guys.
Okay.
Now you can go on to, because look like it's redirecting you to the first. It's look like it's redirecting you to their front page. But when you get redirected to their front page, then put in everything after the forward slash. Put in that ref. Put in forward slash ref links dot html hashtag histdoc, and then that history page will come up with all those links on it.
Is it supposed to be the Library of U.S. Courts of the Seventh Circuit?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And it has all of the links on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
This
yeah.
website in particular.
Okay,
Huh?
when I clicked the one that the King Shemitic Science put in, it worked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so that website in particular, this website in particular has, it looks plain, but there are literally thousands. You will be in, you talking about a rabbit hole. That's why I say, if a person not really a researcher, then you gonna get down this hole and you ain't gonna be able to come out. So make sure when y'all start researching, you hop back out the rabbit hole. Don't stay too deep in there, because this website will, you will be on it for 11 hours straight, just looking at
Damn.
how much information is stored, just going from link to link, looking at different stuff and researching different stuff. So that's my only recommendation for this site, but it's so much valuable information. I mean, any census that you can think of is on here. um you know uh, they talk about some international treaties. You could just pull so much stuff up. Like I say, I use one of the meta search, the one of the meta search engines on here to search the dark web. I don't use Google. I used to use DuckDuckGo, but I use the meta one from this site now. So,
Oh,
because you have a search engine on this site that searches all of the search engines. So it'll search all of the search engines at one time and then pull up all of those documents,
And
and
that's
you'll
on the
see how different things
IB7
are indexed.
website.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's on that link that I sent. So like I said, erase everything behind the forward slash, behind the .gov, and then add in the forward slash exactly how I got it typed in. So it's .gov forward slash ref links .html.
I screenshot it so I'll be able to.
Mm-hmm. Hashtag history docs. Yep.
Cause I
Yep.
got confused in that fold 3 today. I was in there today.
Oh, yeah. It's. I mean, you have to set a timer on your clock, but so you can jump out the rabbit hole. Set an alarm clock when you start on this website, because it's like,
Yeah.
anything you think you want to know, any court case for sure. That ain't
Oh,
even in the question, court cases, but any kind of history documents. They have a lot of the older websites index that are not readily available anymore, for some reason. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not surprised, because this Seventh Circuit, that whole district, has hid a whole lot of stuff, a whole lot of history. So that's that
Ted
research.
Blue said he's about to dive in tonight. So if y'all don't see me for a fruit, y'all know y'all threw me in. So throw
Uh-huh. Good
me in
luck.
some
Whoever
carrots
said,
down. He said throw him some carrots down there, y'all.
hey, tell him I said, tell him you're welcome. You tell him thank me
Yes.
later. Thank me later. Anyway, ladies, I it was my honor to be with you all tonight. I
On
hope we
there.
have some gems on here that people can, start, digging in. I know they're going to be in this rabbit hole for a while, but they can
Yes.
also pull up some documents from this rabbit hole too, especially when you start looking into those old census records. They have lots of census records in this website. So find your family. I don't know whether I said this already, but when you're searching for your family, search for different variations of the last name. So for instance, if your last name is Freeman, then also look up Freedman. If your last name is Denison, then also look up Dentson and Dentson. Like, so you're gonna look up different variations of that name if you get stuck. If you don't get stuck, then you have to look into other variations. But if you get stuck, then start looking at other variations of your last name to
Uh,
trace yourself back to that
Lorelai,
ancestor.
just screenshot it off the That's what I did, Lorelai. Just screenshot it. Stroll up and you'll see the link. Shemitic Science. He put it in and just screenshot it. And that way you can have it on your phone. You know how to go in.
And I just want to thank you, Empress, for inviting us on, and definitely you,
Oh,
Janice,
trust me.
for
Look, we
sharing
building.
some information.
We building. We trying to you know get our people on the right track, and she has a beautiful soul. Like I said,
Thank
uh,
you. I appreciate that.
is you a Pisces?
I am.
I knew it. I knew it. I'm a Pisces too.
What? I'm
My birthday,
316. I'm
March the
316.
15th. Mine's
You
March the 15th.
Are you
My
kidding me?
rising is Pisces.
All
Are
right.
you kidding me?
My
Yes,
rising sign, I'm an Aquarius, but my rising sign is Pisces.
I
exactly.
love it. Oh my
That's
God.
why people don't understand. We are empath. Pisces, we see everything.
Every day. Look. Oh
Yes,
my God, Empress. I the predictions that my friends have said I have made, and they was like, when
Mm,
you said that, I didn't believe you, but you know what? That
yes.
just happened to me. I'm like, I don't know where I got it from, but I had to tell you.
I've been
It's
making so many predictions here. And my daughter's March the 5th. My daughter and my sister's birthday is March the 5th. And they'll tell you, even like when the tornado hit, I told my family we was getting ready to get struck by something major.
mm,
I'd
mm,
already
mm,
prayed to the ancestors to
mm, mm,
protect
mm.
my family. That tornado came straight through my auntie house. If you've seen her house, you'd think everybody survived it.
Wow. You know what? I don't know what happened in the era of Pisces or how this whole thing works, but it's something, man. It's
Yes.
something with people with moon Pisces rising too. It's just something that's really psychic. And I'm not even
We
a
have
big
it
fan of the
tells
word
you
psychic,
it,
but
it
it's
tells you we have the most when it comes to intuition, we're on the money.
that's it.
Out of
That's it.
all the signs, we have the highest tuition.
Yep, I
Intuition.
believe it. I believe it. I definitely believe it, man. Because even like, oh, I can't. It's hard to explain. And some of this stuff come to me,
Yes,
and I just
trust me,
say
I
it.
know.
Then it turns out to be absolutely. It turns out to come to
Yes,
pass. And so, oh
yes.
my gosh, you 315, girl. I'm floored right now. I'm so freaking floored right now. I am
Yes,
floored.
I
Absolutely.
said she remind me of me too much, and all
I
I can say is she a Pisces.
But you know what? When I first spoke with you, I told you when I heard you talk with the
Mhm.
fellas when y'all was going over cookies, I said that girl sound like me. I got to reach out to her. Oh man, you was going off one. And you know what? I don't know who that guy was that was on the chat that day, but it's two guys. I got a little word for them. One guy, one guy was
Most of them over here, they used to me. They know how I am. I have compassion for my people,
you sure
and
do.
this right here, I want my people to know who they are. But if you try to cross me and think you're gonna talk to me any kind of way, that's when it's like my head does a whole 360. Then I show
Yeah.
another side because Pisces, we are very loving people, very loving people,
Absolutely.
but don't cross us.
Absolutely.
And
Sis,
we
and that's
can
why.
pick out fake people. You talk about somebody we
Oh
know
my
when you're fake.
goodness.
We can't stand fake
Sis,
people.
I tell you, sis, when I get upset, man, my body starts shaking. I have to automatically smile. I have to bring that other side. Like, let me pull this back before I be done slap
Yes.
somebody face off their neck. So I have to, make myself smile or make myself laugh during in the
Yeah.
middle of while I'm being angry, man. Like it's
Cherokee
something
said
special.
hers to film hers the same day as my daughter and my sister's birthday.
Wow. That's so dope. That's so dope.
Yes. Yes.
Anyway,
So
ladies, this was great. I'm
yes.
gonna go get me something to
I
snack
will.
on.
Me and Lyrica, we'll still be, building in the back, so we'll have
Okay.
something more for the people. Now I'm gonna call you. But
Okay.
definitely we're gonna be doing more of this, y'all. Get
Absolutely.
Put the 5 signs in the chat for my girl
Absolutely. I
Denise,
thank
'cause she
y'all.
is
Thank y'all for
on there.
having me.
Y'all
Thank
Yes,
okay,
y'all.
guys. Y'all okay. We so appreciate it.
And thank you,
yes,
Chief Holiday, for having us. We
Yes.
appreciate you, God.
yes.
Absolutely.
Thank
I'll
you.
talk to you ladies
All
soon. We
right,
need
you have
to
a
do another
masterful,
Zoom call
and my
soon.
nanny Wu voice, a masterful rest of the evening, sweetie.
Masterful night. Yeah.
You as well. Thank you, ladies. Good night.
Good night. So, Chief,
He made a mistake and he dropped off. He probably trying to get back on.
he came back off, but he don't drop back off.
He
This is
dropped
what
off again.
I wanted to speak with the chat before I go. Also, I want y'all to know Europe is going on total lockdown. It's supposed to be for 4 weeks, starting this Friday.
Yes. And France already is on lockdown. Wait, hold up. Let me go to because I'm talking to somebody about that right now, actually. France is already on lockdown. Who else? And Italy. And they gave them their 1 hour right before lockdown went on, like 24 hours. I'm sorry, 24 hours before the lockdown went on. That's when they told them they were going on lockdown.
And we don't know how long this supposed to last. I talked with Fox, and the ones I be with on Sundays, because they over there in UK. They said they go on lockdown this Friday.
Let me read this text to you. She said, France and Italy already did. Have a friend in France. Can't leave your house except for 1 hour every day with a timed note you print out from the government. First fine is 130 euros. Second is 1,000. Third is 2,500. Fourth and fifth may be jail time. It's insane. So they finding people who's not. So when you want to leave, you have to print something out from the government, and if you don't, and you get caught, you get fined or jail time.
So I advise all y'all, because we know if it's there, it's coming here. That's how they try to play you. They try to do it in other countries before they hit us with it. That's how they do everything that they do. So they trying to see how it's gonna turn out over there, how they gonna react. But they know it's gonna be chaos over here. So
All these slaves who want vote, they better go vote for Trump. That's all I'm gonna fucking say.
you
They
better
better vote for Trump.
So you still better be out here getting your food stocked up, getting your canned goods stocked up. You never can have too much of anything because you don't know. They say 4 weeks with some of these, but we don't know how long they had these people on lockdown because we don't know how long
Right.
they have us on lockdown. So
Right.
I say prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. So you need to be trying to stock up on as many dry goods you can. You ain't gotta have no meat. Just make sure you got a lot of dry goods.
There I have my family has a farm. If you go to, let me make sure I got it right. I just had the cord. I don't even know where it's at. So you go to Fred, it's FR. I'm gonna put it in the chat, but they sell freeze dried stuff like soups and all type of different freeze dried stuff. Y'all go check out their farm.
Yep.
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay. I'm gonna screenshot that tomorrow. Yeah, they already acting the food. I caught a glimpse of the news when I went to my auntie house, y'all. They already out there acting the damn food. But you know what? We rather mourn now for our loved ones because a lot of them not gonna make it.
It's so nice.
So if they out here with this chaos and madness, that's because they're zombies. And they say what they say, let the dead bury the dead. So
They can have them.
huh?
They can have them. I said they can have them.
Yes.
because they're weighing us down. Ships don't sink from what's outside the ship; it sink from what gets inside the goddamn ship. So that should tell us a lot.
That's a fact. Did you put it in the check, Lyrical?
I did.
Okay, hold on. I don't think my computer caught up. But
Yeah, they got a lot of freeze dried stuff, and all of this stuff is grown on. Most of the stuff is grown on the farm, and if it's not grown on the farm, she get it from other farmers. But if you go on their site, they got all kind of health and wellness stuff and freeze dried food.
You know, the sad part, who I really know, is our people, like these women with these babies. You know, a lot of them don't grocery shop, and the ones that do grocery shop, they grocery shop for bullshit.
Snacks and trash, right?
Yes. So my worry is these babies. That's my worry. Because a lot of our people are asleep. They don't know nothing. And, you know, we can't wake them up. You know, no matter how, you know, the shit's in their face, but they still just won't wake up. So, like I said, let the dead bury the dead. I just hope the babies make it through it. Well, Janae, okay, did you get the link, Janae? Yeah. But ain't there a debate tonight, Eagle Hawk with AP, A1 and the Pan Boo Boos?
Is there really?
There was supposed to be one. I don't know, you know.
You crack me up every time you say that, Pan Boo Boo.
Yeah, Pan Boo Boos.
That remind me of when we were children, boy. You get into a heavy fight, somebody call you a fucking African booty scratcher. That's a fight.
Yes, it was. And then how all of us know that we ain't them people, and we always say African booty scratcher, and none of us in the same damn city, in the same damn place. Still, our people knew that we wasn't them. It is.
Somebody said there's supposed to be a debate tomorrow between AP and Kiowa.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be one tonight. Lil Yo saying it one tonight on MBK channel. The new black knowledge, new black. So that the new dead knowledge, because the shit dead in the motherfucker.
Lil Yo said it should have been over here. Chicken How Many Roots say they live now?
Our people so long.
Whose channel is it?
MBK channel. They call themselves the New Black Knowledge. Negroes ain't got enough. Them niggas is always trying to take us back to Africa.
And he's debating with A1.
Uh-huh.
Oh, A1 got that. Definitely. A1 got it.
But what they do, they'll try to
test.
And
yeah, it wouldn't let me come back in, man. I don't know what was going on.
We had it. And we got
I just wanted to say something to the elder, Scott. I figured out how to unblock you out of the chat room. So, elder, if you're listening, peace to you.
Somebody block Free to Daddy.
Yeah, somebody block Free to Daddy. Rat bastards. But peace to everybody, man. Peace to all the great ones. Hey, it was a great build, great interview.
Well, we definitely will be coming back. I guess we could do next Tuesday, Chief Sun out, y'all. Because we're gonna be working on solutions.
That sounds great for me, Goddess.
Huh?
That sounds great for me.
Okay, because we definitely
every Tuesday is Turn Up Tuesday, baby.
There you go. There you go.
Let's do it.
We definitely gonna be in the back outside of and that way we can be able to bring solutions over here. And we can also once we get her panel, we want to go back and forth. You know, we can do back and forth. And my channel won't be up till January, no way. So
I mean, y'all already know you got a home over here, so it's all good.
Yeah, so you know, I really enjoyed this. I enjoy her being because she's bringing a white light to we've been on some of the knowledge, but a lot of stuff we didn't know. And she's like shining that light right there.
Facts. Facts. We're gonna all shine this light.
Yes. So yes.
Are we all heading over there to
And let's go over here, people.
Hell no.
You
Hell
Uh-uh.
said
no.
no,
I'm
P?
about to pull it up. I'm about to pull it up live right here. Nah,
Oh,
we're not
okay.
giving these. We're not giving these fools no views
No.
over
We
here.
ain't giving them no views. They've
Fuck
been
them.
having the short
That's what I
bus
was
a
about to
long
ask
time.
why
Yes.
A1 didn't do it on his channel.
That's what I'm saying. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. Because they're not gonna give us a fair shake. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna keep cutting them off, keep doing everything, and they got us blocked in the chat room. I can't even say nothing in the chat room. So, and definitely can't post
Yeah, we
anything.
don't want to go
Yeah,
over that. Then
yeah.
if we can't be petty in the chat, I
Yeah,
just want to
I'm
be
sure.
petty.
Yeah, we could be petty in our own shit. But it ain't really about petty though. It's really about the information. And I'm blocked over information. I'm not blocked over saying anything in the chat room. That's censoring. Once again, you have people who are acting as agents. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with this. This is a fact. These niggas is agents because they skip lines. Like y'all think they just start skipping lines? Like we've been beat these people up.
Well,
But
Chief
what
John,
kills me is these bougie ass Indian ass niggas who run over here, who don't have no works or don't have plans on putting any works, right? And then say the shit that you're saying and unraveling all the work that has been done and all this confusion that's going on. That's what we're talking about.
well,
You know what
all
I'm
they
saying?
need to do is just come rewatch this video because the goddess Janice shut their whole shit down.
She did.
She shut their whole
Oh,
shit down
wow.
when she started talking about Elijah
She did.
Muhammad.
Yes. She buried their ass and they didn't even have to be embalmed.
Yeah, man, it's all
Right.
bad. It's all bad. I definitely wanted to speak to her about we can speak on it next time, but just about the opera stuff, you know, how she got into opera and things of that
Oh
nature.
yes, I listened to her. Oh yes, y'all. She go over there and check her videos out.
She does have a beautiful voice.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, so it's just what it is, y'all. So we definitely appreciate everybody, man. You know, yeah, we're gonna go in, man. We're gonna open up the panel for any more questions, any open discussions on this, and you know, what y'all seen with the guys, Ja Nese John. You know what I'm saying? She put it in, Chief Ja Nese John. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to her, man, and you know, build on what you heard. If it's something that you already know, I'm like, I don't understand why people be like, oh man, da, da, da. Like, oh, you blocking other people who never even heard of land pat middle rights. So,
Exactly.
like, come on, bro. Like, that's the weakest shit ever. We supposed to be bringing blocks
I
to
was
the
wondering
table.
what was going on in the
What
chat.
you
I was
doing?
like,
This is
what you
not like
doing in
y'all don't like girls around here, man.
He was
Y'all gotta
tripping.
go.
Yeah, he was wigging
Y'all
out.
gotta go. Hey,
You know,
yo,
I
niggas need to
wanted
learn how to
to
be
go in, but I
respectful.
said
I'm
I'm
not about
not
to keep
going to
going
be
back
over
and
here
forth.
today because I'm feeling her vibe,
Yeah,
and I want her to continue to teach the people. You know, you're not the only one that knows something.
facts.
Oh,
Hey, man, shout out to the 3 haters, man. With the thumb down.
Sunday, you said something during that made me I can't remember what it was you said, but you said something and I went while everybody was talking, I went and did a little research, and from what I'm seeing, I think we started the land patent division when
Let's
they
talk about
were,
it.
huh?
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, we started the land patent division because of them coming over here stealing the land. So we was like, okay, because we were already doing business with England and we were doing business with
Mhm.
them. So I don't know. I think we're gonna touch on that Tuesday, Empress, with her to see, because she the one who know the patents. I'm not even gonna act like I know, I just know we got them motherfuckers. That's all
That's
I
right.
know.
That's right. We're gonna do that. Wet ass patents, huh? We're gonna work on the wet ass patents Tuesday. That's what's up. And you know, people getting a brush up on it. And look, I thought it was about information, you know what I'm saying, bringing information to the table. And when you build, it's not always a debate. It's about building. Hey, yeah, guess what? Well, I got this to bring to that conversation. You know what I'm saying? I was like, why does it always got to be confrontational when it comes to liberating our people? I think there shouldn't be no groups when it comes to that. Everybody should be on board. You shouldn't be a Pan African when it comes to liberating your people. You shouldn't be a Christian. You shouldn't be a Muslim, Hebrew. All these clubs that does not have anything to do with getting liberation and freedom. You know what I'm saying? For our people here on this land, and most of it is psychological. So we're having a psychological battle, right? And words are part of it. So when we're talking about farmers versus planters, they just make us like everything that they just traded places with us. The whole concept of Eddie Murphy and them trading places. This is what happened, and this is the concept of what's going on. And we have to stop the psychological bullshit that's going on. So yeah, I'm definitely going to get into these patents, because it's very interesting, and we got to be careful. This is a legal thing. And I wanted to talk about like we know there's different lawyers, and we know lawyers are our friends, but when it comes to like business and stuff like that, probate lawyers, things of that nature, whatever, would be the type of lawyer that would handle these type of estate things. You know what I'm saying? Land acquisitions and stuff like that. So I'm not a lawyer, so I would never tell nobody if you're gonna be working in the system of their paperwork, right? So then you should be able to get somebody that will be able to make sure that your paperwork is gonna get to where it need to get to. So that's what I would suggest. If we're gonna be in their paperwork. So I just want you guys to kind of, how do you guys feel about that? Because you guys have land patents in your hand. So like, what do you guys feel about what I just said?
I definitely the thing about it, look, you have attorneys that doesn't go to do the bar. So we could definitely I think the most important thing for me is for people to, when we go to these people, that they understand that we're not minors and that we can fend for ourselves. And usually when you get an attorney, that's what you're stating, that you're a minor and you can't handle your own affairs. So I think learning the law is like the most important thing, really, learning the law. Rick Ross said, let's get these records and land patents, Aborigines. She just gave us the blueprint. Yes, that's why genealogy is so important. You do your genealogy and get them names, and then you go on them land patents, the land patent website, and just start typing in names, and you be it's ridiculous. You will be very surprised at what you find. Well, you shouldn't be surprised after tonight, but you're gonna find a lot of land, and most people will. You, just like she said, you're gonna have some that's not, but you're definitely gonna have some people who are like us, who's gonna find. My mom's still finding patents right now.
Where the come from, the word, and then the kissy, Kissi.
The word Geechee come from the river Ogamichi that runs through.
Man,
that was great.
For an hour.
Hold on, y'all.
That river is no correlation. That river is no relation.
Hold on. I'm building with you, brother. Hold on. The word Gola, that is the whole coast of South Carolina. Okay, there is no people called Gola. Okay, what I'm telling you is, if they didn't travel or live by the river, the Ogamichi, then how did they get the term Geechee? The word Geechee come from the Ogamichi.
Are you not listening to me, dude? You got one mouth, two ears. You have to listen, my guy. Yo, thank you. For the last time, man. Gola, Gola, which is a West African tribe.
I'm finna get off the panel, y'all.
How is Gola a West African tribe? What tribe is Gola? Gola ain't no goddamn West African tribe.
It's not a West African tribe.
Peace and love to the family. And peace and love to everybody in the chat. I'm glad y'all came out and was here to support us. Be looking for us next Tuesday, y'all. Peace, Chief. I'll be in the chat.
I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So what language do you speak?
What language do I speak?
Yeah.
I speak English.
All right, so what language did your people speak? Like, what language was the
Aborigine. Well, Aborigine means first time of
No,
existence.
wait. Don't tell me what it means.
Okay,
Just
so
tell
let
me
me.
the language you speak.
I'm telling you my language. If you let me say what I'm gonna say.
Well, listen, stick to the topic. I don't want to know what Aborigine is from. I don't want to know how long you've been in America. Just tell me the language.
I'm telling you, my language there, as me being an Aborigine, that means I'm first from time of existence. So that means
don't tell me nothing like that. Just answer the question.
That flow through America.
But we don't have. You only have 5 minutes, Joe. You only have 5 minutes.
Listen, brother. Every language that flows through America is my language. But
okay, boom. I got you. Okay, good. Okay, you answer the question. You answer the question, brother. You answer the question.
Hey, dialogue, brother. It's dialogue.
Okay, that's it. We'll be
you answer the question.
Yeah, I got
the second question. The second question is, what religious practices that your people passed down to your grandparents that you practice today, dealing with Aboriginal spirituality or tradition?
We were sun worshipers. Worship the sun. Okay.
And how do you do that?
What you mean how we do that? The same way we
like
do.
You say you worship the sun. Like, what do? You just go and look at the sun?
No, we worship the sun.
How do you do it?
We didn't have our spiritual practice wasn't like the same as what you see now or orchestrated. The spiritual practice you see people doing now is orchestrated. We didn't have those same spiritual practices.
Okay, cool. All right. So you can't explain how your grandparents taught you how to worship the sun.
My grandparents thought they was from Africa. They thought they was African Americans because they went through the general education system just like everybody else. And the education system that was made by fellas in 1906 told us that we was Negroes, and eventually when roots came out that we was from Africa. So what is your point?
Okay, now this is the last question. What's the name of your Aboriginal god?
Oh, my Aboriginal god named Elohim.
Wait.
It don't laugh.
Wait. You say Elohim?
My God is Elohim.
Right. Wrong. You're right.
On that note, I don't want nobody to jump the brother because I want the other brothers to come on that we want to do. No spazzing on them. This is how he goes.
Hey man, 6 fingers in here, man.
You laughing. See, you don't even know that the Sumerians and the Anunnaki.
So are you Abo Nawabian?
Think you from West Africa?
Are you Abo Nawabian?
You think some cracker came here and brought your ass here so you can go on a rice plantation, and you really believe that? When I'm telling you that the Yamasee was Negroes and there was already people in Beaufort County. So what is this?
The mighty Hebrew? Is this the mighty Hebrew?
Yo, time out.
6 fingers in here, man. Six fingers in here, man.
I'm sorry, man. I gotta go, man. But this was a good build. I would love to keep this thing running, but I don't want them to jump, bro.
What's up? You have to finish this, man. And you can bring these guys back on too. Definitely bring the one that's giggling a lot.
I'm always coming. I'm always coming.
He don't even.
You could bring
his name Gullah Juice, and he don't know Gullah history. That's crazy.
You don't know
Gullah history.
Time out, y'all. Come on, don't spaz out. Listen. Any
on the rice plantation. And your man gonna ask me.
Hey, Rob Bourne.
What's up, man?
Eli B. ETAL 2006. African American mitochondrial DNA.
What did you want me to?
Tell me about that study by Eli B. ETAL 2006
on African Americans.
About African American and specific Gullah Geechee.
And Pacific Gullah Geechee.
In this study, 40%
Nah.
did not
Hold
match.
on, bro.
Okay, yeah.
I'm ending this show, son. And you should have came
All right.
when I put the link in earlier. You should have jumped on. You
I
didn't do
did.
that.
I put it in. I put it
Yeah,
in. I put it in the chat.
you could talk about the Gullah Geechee. You already know about that
Yeah.
study.
The
The point
DNA
is,
test. Exactly.
before I leave here, what do you have to say about the Gullah culture that I showed and the linguistics of those 15 African nations there? Do you have anything to dispute that?
Oh, that was 15 African nations?
15 languages.
Oh,
well,
15
as a
from Africa. You saying
I'll say this, Rob Bourne. You know I do the languages. You can't just cite a book. You got to go through each words and show the cognate terms. You can't show a book. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. You know, I know the languages. You know I know these languages.
That's right.
You can't say a book name.
Fam, I'm muting your mic. When I was talking to the brother, I told you about the historical comparative method. I know the basics and the steps of the historical comparative method. I know those methods. Man, like if you want me to do that, that's fine.
Look. The shit looked cute, man. It looked cute. You doing?
Okay, it looked cute. So now that you have my source, look, check it out. Now that you have my source, right, and you have this man named Lorenzo Dow Turner, when you get a chance, you could pull me back on there and show me how his study is not accepted and it's garbage. I mean, and you could do that, and you could do that too, Six Fingers.
No, but you listen. You didn't vet it. You didn't vet. Listen, you didn't vet the source properly.
Yes, I did. I'm not going through this with you. I did a show on this before.
You didn't go through none of the actual words.
Yes, I did. I showed them on the screen. Goodbye. You gotta go. You're crazy. But peace. Brother. And Tosh, this. Yeah, you gotta buy the book. If I had,
man, I keep talking on mute, man. My bad, y'all. My bad. I really need to talk about this. Hold on, man. I got to talk about it. Did y'all see how he just kicked him off? And he was talking about his information. Like I thought that's what we supposed to do. Talk about information. Like he's vetting the information. You didn't vet the information right because he has a mindset that's telling him this is how it's supposed to be. This is the cookie cutter. That is terrible, yo. That's awful. God damn it, yo. Hold on, man. Let me put this link in the chat. Oh, man. Good gracious almighty. He arguing. Man. Oh, yeah. He just saying he didn't even want to have the conversation. Dude wasn't even being loud with him or nothing. What the fuck? Yo, bro. That's weenie. That's a weenie right there. Hold on, man. Rob Bourne, man. I have more respect for that, Joe. What the hell? Let's see.
So look,
personal serial nation government.
So this is the House of Representatives document 175, right? All right. So look, let me just open this up a little bit. All right. So let me open up a little bit more. So let's go ahead. All right. So boom. Now this is the mayor of Beaufort County talking. They're gonna be having questions down here at the bottom too, right? So it's saying a large population on the coast of South Carolina is quite different from here described. The mayor of Beaufort County says the town is remarkable, quiet, and in good order. For 20 years past, not a single individual has been killed or seriously injured or any disturbance within the corporate limits. So it's a C Handbook of South Carolina, page 663. It's saying that is a statement of the mayor of Beaufort. And Beaufort is perhaps the blackest spot in the whole South. That is to say that the Negro population predominates more there than anywhere else. It's saying the particular historical fact connected with the town that I would like to mention to the commission. That is the place where the federal troops set the Negroes free. It's done on those islands in those neighborhoods of Beaufort. And there are now the prominent race. And this mayor refers to them as a quiet community. The more peculiar thing is the Quarterfish in his book on his assertion of the human race that the fact that Africans lived on these islands long before the discovery of Christopher Columbus. He is the high authority and says that the Yamasee Indians are Negroes, what were known afterwards in the fiercest of the Indian tribes in the South, as well as the Yamasee Indians were Africans. Now, I don't believe they was Africans, but he's just saying that. He's saying they was here.
Hold on. Look at what he said.
Here before Columbus. He's saying they was here before Columbus. So we don't even know. They don't know. They don't.
Check it out.
They was here before they got here. Listen, if black people was here before they got here, that's under the assertion to the person to assume that they're African. They don't know.
I get what you're saying, but look what he said in your source. He said the fact that the African lived on these islands, don't move it. The fact that Africans lived on these islands, why you moved it? Oh, on these islands long before. He said Africans lived on these islands long before the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. I'm gonna let you know something right now, bro. I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe.
You know what? But you know what though? I got more. Hold on. Look, hold on. I got another one.
What's the source?
Look. What you mean?
You put the source up. Yo, fella, I really gotta go.
I got one more source for you. I really
gotta go, man.
All right, look, I got one more source for you, right? Now, here
it describes the Yamasee having dark skin, coarse hair, thick lips, and flat feet, and as having inferior implements of war to the Creeks. If that's what he says, fine. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about what these people got to do with the Gullah people.
Living on them islands where the Gullah was at before the Gullah got there. So we don't know. And then the Gullah went with the Yamasees. So the shit don't make no goddamn sense, bro. So,
I got you, son. I feel what you're saying, man.
It ain't no pain. It ain't no pain. It's just facts and sources, my dude. You just haven't seen nothing like that before. So I expect you to react like that, brother.
It's okay. It's all right. That's fine. All right. Peace to everybody, man. Yo, this shit. Oh my. This was nuts.
Well, there you have it. Ravon, hurry up and run it, wasn't he? Golly, yo, that's terrible. Hey, man, peace. Peace to all the great ones tuned in, man. Let me go down the line, man. Say hello to everybody. How everybody doing this evening? We just had a great build with the sister, Chief Ja Nese Jean. You know, it's a great build, y'all. So shout out to Ja Nese. Lulu is in the building. Peace. Let's see, Lil Yosin, Miss Gretchen Helm is in the building. Dominique Rucker, Tamika Green, Mr. Dark Fly Brother 1, Pony Locks, Lil Yos Rios, Pony Locks again, Copper Colored Soldier, Bronze Flat Power King, the Elder Scott, Mrs. Lyrical Neville is in the building. Peace to the guys, man. We got Rachel is in the building. Hey, sis. We got the Chosen One, Radamez Prince, Libra Sun, Raina, Calvin, LJ. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you all for coming out tonight, man. It's been a great one. FBO, FOBENT. Salute. What else we got out here, y'all? Make sure I got everybody. Big ups to Miss Carleen McLean. Peace, Empress. Shay Pink 40. Make sure I miss nobody. Solar Mean, Earth, Sun, Moon. Drew Breeze. Denise Cosby. Peace to all the great ones, man. We definitely appreciate all the support, man. You guys, thank everybody that hit the super chat. Anybody that do any support. And like I said, man, your time is something that you can't get back. So we definitely appreciate you because you could be anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? But you came out to kick it with us, and we definitely appreciate that, man. I seen Chicken Hominy Roots. Anybody, you have a link, you don't have the rent to put links. You have a business. We're here to help. We're here to support any businesses that you have. You know what I'm saying? Definitely market, promote. This is Tribe Up. You know what I'm saying? We're here to Tribe Up, man. We're here to help each other. And economic empowerment is not only important for you and your family, but it's important for us as a nation, as nations coming together to be able to build. And this is the most important thing that we should be talking about. And we don't talk about it as much. I see Cherokee Tulu's in the building. Peace, Empress. Son, baby. Infinite, the God. 1315. Mike Prentice. Abo, the God, 89. Peace to the guys, man. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. See if anybody's coming in. Put the link back in the chat room, y'all. Y'all want to get some music? They got any requests? I see Oak Cliff is in the building. Shout out to Oak Cliff. I don't know if that's Oak Cliff Tiff. Shout out to Oak Cliff Tiff. Peace, Empress. Definitely appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for coming out tonight. I definitely appreciate it, man. Let me put the link back in here, y'all. Thank the original Copper Empress Holbert for turning us on to the Empress. We definitely appreciate it. And like I said, that's what we're here for, man, is to, to share, to build with each other. So that's what it's about. See you time 6-7. OCO Chief, thank you for coming. We definitely appreciate you guys, man. Hey, shout out to all the sincere ones, man, listening in, tuned in, man. Hope y'all got something out of this build, man. And, we're going to keep building. Hey, that's what's up, man. Yeah, I live out here. Abo. Yeah, we definitely appreciate you guys, man. 11:11. Shout out to everybody, man. 11:11 Central Time. I think I see Tight Sam in here. What it do? Hey, Dominic, shalom, brother. I don't think I missed you. Definitely appreciate Copper Pride. Yeah, you're going to catch play back, brother. It was definitely a great build, man. So yeah, man. Hey yo, tomorrow's election day, man. So I don't know, I know you guys are enlightened. I'm pretty sure you guys are not gonna be voting. But I think we're gonna have to cover this tomorrow night, y'all. We're gonna have to cover this election live. So y'all stay tuned for that, man. I mean, I think it's very interesting that, we get, the reaction live and we get it, you guys reaction live. So be on the lookout for that, man. We got a little Yos in the building. Yos.
Yo, bliss up, Chief Billy, man.
Peace to the God, man. What's up, brother?
Yeah, just chilling, man. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough season, man. I gotta wake up in the morning, but you and AP, man, y'all know how to keep me up, man. Y'all brother keep me up, bro. Yeah,
we're gonna be covering the polls tomorrow.
I love the energy, man. Yeah, it's all about energy, man. Y'all always keep me up with good energy, man. Good vibes.
Hey, yeah, man. Shout out to Nicholas Fontenot in the building too, man. Hey, I seen they had you blocked up in there too, brother. I had to. Yeah, I wasn't. I'm just figuring this shit out, man. So I went back there and figured it out. So shout out to you. Shout out to Bantu. Mandinka is in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. But go ahead, brother. I was just wanted to shout the brothers out. Came in the building. Shout out to all the haters out there. You learned it too. So that's all that matters. Keep learning. Take notes. And let's get to them wet ass patents. So I wonder who was talking shit that I forgot who was talking shit that night. Yo, I forgot who was talking shit. Who she was talking about? Came on talking shit.
Oh,
That shit words well.
you talking about a couple nights ago?
Yeah, we did the first one. Yeah, somebody came on talking shit. You always gotta have some.
Oh yeah, you already know, man.
Yeah.
There's always that one, and most people don't realize that you're dealing with family. You know they're gonna look out for each other. But who was talking shit?
I don't know. I don't know. It don't matter. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, it don't
It's
matter.
all good. Yeah, man. It's all about the information. It's all about
Right.
waking up the ancestors and y'all, man. So glad y'all.
I think it kind of scared a lot of people. You know, like when it came to that information, it kind of scared them.
What you mean by that, though, brother?
You know, like when you think about where we from, you're looking at northeast woodlands, the southeast woodlands. A lot of the books, the information that we shared, y'all helped us build the foundation that just transition into everybody just sharing information and everybody kept in touch with each other and shared that information, and we kept it solid. I can say that we did keep it solid, and I want to thank you, AP, Jaguar, App TV, Tenkara. I mean, you can go down the list. Nonetheless, Creek, so many different names, man. Just like people that was just line on line, hook, line, and sinker, just keeping us doing what we were doing. Even the Empresses, all the Empresses, Copper Empress, Holbert, Mama Chief. I mean, you just name it. We went through hell and back. Went through hell and back. Came back. Went through it. Came back. Went through it. Came back, and we're still here, just fighting the fight, putting out information. And I just want to say, salute to you, Billy. Salute to you, bro, for always keeping us, on the straight and narrow, man. Hanu L doing his thing, like I said, man. It's always a good feeling to know that you're in good hands with people who are doing everything and they got your best interest. And if you know for a fact that someone has your best interest, you always line up with that. And the frequency has always been right there. Never, never left. It was always there. And we still here, fighting the good fight.
That's right.
Doing what we gotta do.
Hey man, everybody, man, like we said just before, man, like, Tribe Up is the people. You know what I mean? Everybody, nonetheless, I mean, people that y'all don't even see that's listening right now, just always listening. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jazzy Fox around before any of this was built. You know what I'm talking about? And support behind the scenes, emailing articles and just y'all, man. So y'all don't know the like you said, the work that went into to just have this conversation and for us to even be a part of they call us abos, right? And I think that's kind of funny. You know what I'm saying? But the science behind all this is that they can't have a conversation on our soil without having a conversation about us. At this point, like Rob Bourne's brain just blew up. His whole top of his head just blew off. You understand what I'm saying? And what's so crazy is that they're so gone that they ignore, like they can read the same thing that you read, Yos, but because they have been programmed the way they want them to see this passage, however they're going to see it. All they got to do is see African in there. It's over. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even though he just said that these people here before Christopher Columbus, he's still seeing African. There you go, African.
And they don't even see it when you go into like the archives in Santo Domingo. You know, like when you look at the archives in Georgia, I don't know why when you look at the Barra de, like you can also look at the Santa Clara. Now, the one thing that breaks down everything that kills me is the whole Santa Clara Tupiqui. When you look at the Tupiqui area of you know, like the southeast woodland regions of Georgia, and then you look at those archives, the Tupiqui people, the Tupi, that name originates and resonates with the Tupinamba of Brazil. For some odd reason, I don't understand why people don't look at the Spaniard archives that go all the way to Seville, Spain, to Santo Domingo, to Cuba, like all of these different archives that exist today. The book that I read this from, like you can go on and look at, you know, like my page. I just started, you know, doing this, but it's called The Struggle for the Coast of Georgia. And with the Empress, she being from Monroe County, like where I'm from, we call that the Benny, Albany, like Albany State. You got Valdosta State. The fact that her family is from that same area where my family is from. And everybody that grew up down south know this group called Field Mile. 229 used to be 912. I'm like, come on, yo. For her to drop that type of gem and knowledge, and now everybody understanding what I was talking about, and it's coming from a Empress dropping that knowledge, it don't get no better than that. And she got books, and she got handheld, and she knows what I've been saying the whole goddamn time when it comes to that part of Georgia, the southeast woodlands. Everybody know about North Georgia, but when it comes to South Georgia, like, come on, yo. We've been saying that going into Florida, connecting, going into, how can I put it, West Florida. We all know about West Florida. It's so much information down south that was burnt to the ground. Half of that information wasn't even burnt to the ground. Some of them books still exist, and some of those books are burnt, and some of those books are submerged where all of the records look like they were underwater, meaning it was like a hurricane or something hit. So it would behoove you to do your due diligence. Anybody that's in the southeast woodlands and the south portion, like from Florida, Georgia, Alabama, going into Mississippi, look into those records and see what you can find that is not hidden, because the information is there. That's the portion of information that they don't want you to know about. And our families have the information, because nothing scares you more than you arguing with your father, my father, only for my father to turn around and tell me, his son, we didn't come from no Africa. I'm when the way he said it, I was like, you got it, Pops. I didn't argue with him no more on that. That's what made me turn around and start researching stuff differently when it came to my family, because when I was going at my father trying to be on that whole, yeah, pro black this, pro black that. When he told me we ain't come from no Africa, and the way he said it to me, and how mad he was when he said it, yeah, that's what changed my direction. And then that's when I started coming across, like the A1 channels, and then from A1 channel, it led me to, I started seeing Jaguar channel, and then I started seeing like like Curry Mayo and like all these other different channels. And then yeah, man, it just led me on a path to do what I needed to do. And the information that I came across, like I said, when you start looking at like the Mbada de Guadalupinis and all these different areas of the coastal regions of Georgia that nobody don't talk about, it's because they don't want to go into those Spaniard archives. But then when you start going into those, it's going to lead you on another path. And that's how I found my family. And that's why you see Lilios Rios. I kid you not, yo. South Carolina, Indian Town.
That's what's up.
Indian Town, South Carolina, man.
Indian Town, Negro Town, huh?
Yep.
Word. Hey, we got the God, Libra son is in the building. Peace to the God, man. What's up, Libra?
Peace, man. Peace, Chief. Peace,
Bless up,
little
big
Yos.
bro. Bless
Peace to
up,
the
big bro.
gods, man. Peace to the
Yeah, man.
goddesses. Yeah, man. Oh man. That I just wanted to say, man, that the goddesses put on a fabulous presentation, man.
They went
You know what I'm
in.
saying?
Beautiful.
Man. And the thing is that it's so inspiring at this particular time. Never in my lifetime did I even dreamed I would see something like this happen. I mean, it wasn't even conceivable. You know what I'm saying? Um, and one thing I got to say, and I've said it on many occasions, but it really resonate with me tonight, is that I couldn't imagine being alive at a different time, man. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
Like I felt like, the time periods that I've seen from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s and to the 2000s. I've seen a lot of changes, but never have I witnessed something that's going on right now. And I just feel that, right now, it's history in the making. And it's a good time to be alive right now. You know what I'm saying? To see this unfold. Man, I tell you.
The frequency of the Empresses is at an all-time high right now, man. It's like, yeah, our sisters are doing a wonderful, wonderful job. Like yeah, man. Like people sleeping, but we ain't sleeping. We ain't
That's a
sleeping.
fact.
We ain't
That's a
sleeping.
fact. It's so funny you say that, right? Because I remember a couple of years ago, man. I mean, we would go on 24 hours a day. If it wasn't live, it was in the back chats. I mean, it was just constant, man.
Yeah, man.
24/7.
Yep.
24/7, man. There's people just putting out information, man.
Facts. Well, unfortunately,
And
we're going to be 24/7 going into 2021. So I just wanted y'all to know that it's going to be we're going to be streaming 24/7. So I don't know what to say. So get
Behind the
used to it.
scenes.
Oops.
yeah.
Y'all supposed to announce that, Libra?
So for those that don't know, we be behind the scenes, man.
My bad.
You know what I'm saying?
My
I
bad,
mean,
man.
nah, but that's what it's all about, man. I mean,
It's okay.
it's. But the thing is, people have to realize, man, that the whole purpose of this is for people to, get together and work together. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing that's beyond that point. You know what I'm saying? Tribe up means to tribe up. You know what I'm saying? Get together, talk with your relatives, talk with your friends. You know what I'm saying? Talk with your neighbors or just like-minded people wherever you find them. You know what I'm saying? And just start working together towards a goal.
Bantu Mandinka asks, what exactly is unfolding? You want to explain that? Or you want me to get it?
What
If they don't know,
unfolding?
then it ain't for them.
Yeah, like
You know
it's
what I'm
already
saying?
been unfolding.
The signal is not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So if Bantu want to know what's unfolding, then they just need to take a seat and watch.
Well,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
think their
Sit in the
spirit brought them
stands.
here, though. You know what I mean? Their spirit brought them here. You know what I mean? And
It,
I seen Bantu
yeah,
around a few times. So,
and that's a fact. But see, here's the thing, though, Chief.
mhm.
The thing is that sometimes how you can walk outside and it be a bunch of gnats and shit. You know what I'm saying? And you be having to swat them and shit. It just be like that sometimes. So you
I
know,
just wanted to ask where were they from. If they're from the continent of somewhere else, that's fine. But if they're from, they said it's not for them. Well, we're talking about empowerment for um, indigenous people, aka copper colored aborigines of America, brother. That's what we're talking about. And regardless, we're shedding corporate tags that give other people who came to our country, brother or sister. Um, you know what I mean? So we have a actual agenda attached to this conversation. So if you are for true freedom and justice in the American way, brother, or sister, this is for you. You might not know it. You know what I'm saying? But if not, then yeah, you might want to kick rocks. You know what I'm talking
I
about?
mean, the
So we got
thing
going on.
is that this is the
Oh
rise
Jesus.
of the American gods and goddesses.
Mama Bear, where you at?
This
She's
is
a
what's
Mama Bear.
unfolding right now. The rise of the American gods and goddesses. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's what it's about.
Enlightened
How about that?
Aboriginal.
You know what I'm
OCO.
saying?
Right,
Piece of the young
right.
guy, man.
Because what
So
they
Yeah,
what they
man.
what
So
they
it's the
gotta
rise of the
fear is the
American Aborigines, man.
rise of the empresses. Because once the empresses start hitting you upside your goddamn head, you might wanna pay attention.
Hey, I want to ask you brothers this, right? The sister said something. Shout out to Ja Nese. She said something, right? That she said, look, yeah, I don't want to speak for the men, right? And I appreciated that, right? But she said that, like she's speaking to our warrior spirit. So that and a lot of our strong sisters that are outspoken still would want the men to step up and do the warrior work. So you guys can speak on that. Then we got the guy, Ohano Key L, is in the motherfucking bill. What a big brother.
peace to the God, A1. What it
What's
do?
up, Ahanu?
He was
Peace,
over there
peace,
playing
peace,
in the
peace, peace.
graveyard.
Peace to gods, man.
What's up, man?
Hey, I said you was over there playing in the graveyard earlier, huh?
Say that again.
You was over there playing in the graveyard, huh?
Yeah, you was over there digging trenches, man.
How you say that?
Mentally dead. Bro, you was over there dealing with the mentally dead. We
Yo, hey, Ahanu, I was
I'm
over there,
bored.
man. This motherfucker
Oh
just said
my.
claimed and all these other different words. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker.
It's next
Yo,
level.
yo, that
Tell
nigga.
me.
Hey, look, hey, Chief, look, a nigga, one of the Gala dudes came on at the end, right? I asked him, I said, look, I said, yo, how your people get to the Ogamichi River, right? He said, we was brought there. I said, from where? He said from Africa. I said, you ain't no goddamn slave, man. He was already there. Yo, these niggas, yo, you believe that story you read, Rob Bourne? He gonna talk about the language is the same. Well, show it to me. Let me see. Let me see a word right next to the thing.
He was talking about genetics and language. I'm like, yo, come on, son.
Hey, I'm gonna call you the pallbearer tonight. You
Man.
the whisperer,
Hey, bro,
the dead whisperer.
look, real quick, right? Look, real quick.
Some
Right?
motherfucking pet cemetery over there.
Hey,
Bro.
Oh God.
Look, real quick, right? Understand this. There is no Gauler tribe. When we looked up the word, it said the word is uncertain, meaning they don't even know where the fuck it come from. But they claim that it come from Angola, right?
Thank you.
They
That's
said
what I
it
was
don't
talking
come from
about.
Angola.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm talking about, Hanu. He was talking about claim. He kept saying claim.
Yeah.
This person claimed to be from Angola. Claim for. I'm like, yo, how you gonna use that word? Is nobody else hearing this shit? Like this dude just said claim.
Right. And that's what you're gonna find whenever you look these people up, right? Because the first thing I like to do is I like to see who their parents were. Right. And a lot of times you will find that same shit that they will say they were believed to be from this place.
Believed to be, believed to
You know
be,
what I'm saying?
claimed to
So,
be, and they
right.
used, and he was saying it so comfortably. I'm sitting here like, dang, did he just disrespect a
Bro, that's
homie like
why every
that?
time I was cutting
That
them off, he
motherfucker
was like,
said
man,
claim.
look,
I'm like,
every time I was cutting them off, he was yelling, like, man, look, let me get finished. Like yeah, man.
Yo, yesterday though, he yelled out loud at the top of his lungs, like, yeah. I was like, yo, this nigga done lost it. You know how he's having a whole meltdown right now. Information. Oh my God. Damn.
That's
Yo.
what you call the glitch in the matrix, bro.
Oh God.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
look. Hey, listen. Hey, Chief, look. This is how, this is how crazy these niggas is, right? Listen to this real quick, right? Look, I told him there is no Gauler tribe. The word Gauler means the coast of South Carolina. The word Gauler is some shit that they created. Like, yeah, this is from Africa. There was no Gauler, right? But then the Seminole Wars are called the Gauler Wars, right? But then the Gauler lived in the same place where the Yamasees lived at. And then the Yamasees were Negroes. So I'm like, nah, none of this shit make no sense, bro. None of it. The Gauler was the Yamasees. There was no fucking Gauler. Even when you go on her website and go on her page, she can't tell you, oh, well, this was passed down from 200 years. I'm looking for that type of shit. Oh, you the Gauler Indians? Okay, let me see. How long y'all been Indians? Since 1989. So like what? You get to like so what was your people prior to this? Oh well, we was African Americans.
They went through that they went through that same indoctrination when you're dealing with like 200 years here and 100 years there, where you can see where people were brought up from the Carib region because you had that inward outward coastwise manifest. And I even showed Kiowa. You know what I'm saying? I showed Kiowa. You know, like the what you would call a inward outward coastwise manifest. It basically what it does, it shows you records from New York, PA, or Charleston, South Carolina, going to Savannah, Georgia to Mobile, Alabama to Louisiana, down to the Carib region. It was a domestic trade, and this was in the 1800s. It was called the Inward Outward Coastwise Manifest.
Now
And
check this out.
I have.
Look, check this out real quick. Since you get said what you get said, right? Now listen to what oath they got in common, right? Now look, they called the Gauler chief the chief of the Temple, right? And what you also found out what the Gala was. The Gala was in St. Augustine, right? Now, who
Yeah.
else was in St. Augustine? The Yamasi and the Seminole, because the fucking Gala is the fucking Yamasi. You understand what I'm saying? They just using two different terms. That's what I was trying to tell. That's why he trying to say that the Yamasi. No, he trying to say that the Massey and the Gaulish language is extinct, right? So I'm like, well, if it's extinct, then
Oh,
how
I
the
see
fuck
what
is
you're
the
trying to
Gaulish?
say. Yeah,
So how's
he
the
tied
Gaul?
to
Yes,
St.
but
Augustine.
they speak Muskogee. If when you listen to them talk, they speak Muskogee. You can listen to them. They speak a form of Muskogee. Now the Gitche talk a little different, but the Gawla, they speak a form of Muskogee, brother. That's why they try to say that them languages are extinct. Now hold up. How is it extinct when you just said the Yamasi and the Gawla? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. They spoke. He can't match none of them languages up and show that shit to me. I'm gonna pull out the Muskogee language and we gonna line all of them up together.
Most people that try to do that, you would notice that they're using sources that try to tie it actually to that.
That's
But you
exactly
also
what he's
have,
doing.
yeah,
Right.
and you have additional information. So you got to look at all the information. You can't just look at one
Well,
form of.
yeah.
That's what he was doing.
But look though, y'all had to understand that it's not, I done said this 100 times. It's not just about the information, right? What they're using is an out of Africa methodology, and they don't understand that that's a methodology that they actually using. You know what I'm saying? But that's basically what it is, man. It's that methodology that keeps them lost because they're stuck on that out of Africa methodology.
Right, and that's basically what a lot of people use. It just depends on what fits your narrative. It's all about a narrative. If you don't look at things from a narrative base and then you just look at just information from a historical perspective without trying to, like tie in a narrative base, you're going to find so much more information. And that's how I was able to find out about, Santa Clara to Pequea, because you don't hear people talking about that. You don't hear people talking about that, and it's in the book, the struggle for the coast of Georgia.
Right. But like you
Like
said,
when you look into
it doesn't
it
fit
just breaks
the
it down.
narrative.
Yeah, it's all
You
about
know what I'm
trying
saying?
to fit
So
shit
that they
into their
ignore
narrative.
anything that don't fit the narrative. Like
Right.
that's what I mean by methodology, is
Yep.
that they're using a Pan-African methodology and
Mm-hmm.
an out of Africa methodology, which blocks them from actually understanding the information. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And
So
that's not how we should look at information. We should always look at information on what we can find when it comes to our family. Like if I found out that granted, I did have an African, like member in my family's consanguinity, I'm not going to like, God damn it, I want all of them to be from America. Like I'm not going to do that, because it's all about me finding out my family. So when it comes to, like my family, you see the whole Rios. But whenever I'm looking at additional information on the actual Rio side of my family, guess what? I can't find Dominican Republic. I can't find Cuba. I can't find this. My family was born here. But then when you start, going back into the records, it's like you had all of these Spanish missions. That's where that name came from. It didn't come from no goddamn, like, I kid you not. They were here. They just converted. It was just a conversion.
Nah, but you gotta remember too, man. You gotta remember too, man. There's stories about. Remember, understand this too. There's stories about Florida out in Andalusia, bro. So I mean, you should never throw that story out. No,
No,
but they
that's what
when
I'm
they
talking
tell you,
about. No,
but what I'm saying is real.
the whole
When they
the
telling
span
you
the
that the
Spanish was
Spanish came
yeah,
here, ain't nobody came here. This shit been that language been here.
yeah.
So that ain't no, you know what I'm saying? That ain't no. Listen, bro. Why you think of it like this, right? Why you think you when they say El, right? They be like El Domingo or El something, right? Right. When you say Arabic, you say Al. It'll be Al something Domingo or something, which it would be duh. All of that shit been here, man. Them are all, and like I said, if you
The
really
only name look the only name that I have on my side of the family is Rios, which is it deals with like river. It deals with a river
yo,
system.
shit.
I'm not I'm not saying that it came from Al Andalus because I can't find no uh family that had that name in Al Andalus. Like what other families you knew in Al Andalus with the name Rios? Because what rivers did they have in Spain? You see
No,
what I'm
no, no, no,
saying?
no, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying, Reels. What I'm saying is it's out Andalus in Georgia. Okay, Georgia is part of Florida. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying? And look, you want to know the capital of Al Andalus is Montezuma.
Yeah, Montec, yeah.
Montezuma is the capital of Al Andalusia. It's Al Andalusia in Georgia. Right? Remember, we look at Georgia as being Florida. You understand? So all I'm saying is that language is not from no. See these people tell us stories like fucking America was just a oh shit. Let's go over here. We just want to go over here and take over some shit. Then that makes us some goddamn suckers. You understand what I'm saying? Every time we get this story, is always of some European conqueror coming over here, taking over. And, oh, it was at first it was Portugal,
Yeah,
Portuguese.
it was never, yeah,
And it was
they never.
them motherfuckers wasn't coming over here like that, man. Them was black people coming over here that had trade, that knew about the trade, man. And they took over the trade from inside out. And then they started to send the agents over here to fucking do what they did.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what
all.
I'm saying?
Yeah, that's all they did. They just had like different, like the coastal regions was just the trade routes for everybody. That's all it was. It was just trade routes because
Man,
even
that was
the
Walmart, man. That was our
with
shit. You know what
inward,
I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that
The
was our
Spaniards
shit,
never
bro.
went. Yeah, they never excavated inward into like mainland North America. They was always on the outskirts. It was always the outskirts.
Yeah. And then
Yeah, yeah.
the British wasn't even in the South. See, they tell us all these stories and nobody fact check them. They tell you that they say, and then they give you another story of the British giving the Yamasi, some of these other nations guns and shit to fight against the Americans. They tell you all these stories and nobody ever think like, wait a minute, who are the Americans? Who are the British? Well, you're establishing who the Indians or Aborigines are. But I'm under the assumption who are the Americans? Because I would assume that the Americans would be the Yamasi. So they tell you all these different names and throw you off, so you don't be like, wait a minute, like, well, oh, the British, oh, no. All these people not coming here. These motherfuckers wasn't just pulling up, popping up, just coming like, nah, because they, like I said, they make you think America is a whore. That's the way they present it. Like
Hmm.
America is a whore. Everybody was just coming over here doing what they doing. A lot of these stories we read about these Indian wars is not even true. I don't even think this shit came at a later time. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't believe that none of the stories that they tell us in the 1600s wasn't warring with no fucking Powhatans. The Powhatans had a whole fucking nation of people of a 10,000 square mile region. So how the fuck were these niggas warring with them?
Right. That's a fact.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They would have had motherfuckers
That's
coming all the way from fucking Alabama to fight these niggas, man. Are you
not,
crazy?
not only that though. Look at the casualties when they estimate the casualties of the war. Just be like 4 and 5 people and shit. Like, what the fuck kind of war where you got 4 and 5 people as a casualty.
and
Like,
that's how a lot of
come
the
on, bro.
military, and that's how a lot of if you think about it, that's how a lot of the military wars were. When you look at
Well,
a lot of like this war happened and that war happened, when you're thinking about army, marines, or just you
yeah,
name it,
and
nine
let
times
me
out of 10, guess what happened? It was a war between like 10 to 12 people, and then you sit
right,
here and you like, what the fuck? I'm thinking it's like 500 to 1,000 people battling each other, and come to find out, this military war was between like 10 people.
right.
But
So,
they treat and they tell you this shit like it was a fucking war, and people
That's
believe
what
this
I'm
shit.
saying,
right,
brother.
right,
We gotta.
right.
That's something we definitely. If we don't,
Especially like
if you don't,
around Boston.
Right. And
Looking
we
at
got to
this
yeah.
shit.
understand this, though, y'all. Y'all have to understand this about the military, right? The military started franchising itself, right? So when you get people in these different territories, they were franchising them out as the Grand Army, right? And that didn't happen till close to the turn of the century. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot, man, that they're talking about that people don't understand. Like they had this great military, this and that, and whatever, but it just started franchise. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, if you was in a certain territory, then they were franchising those group of people as being part of the army. You know what I'm saying? The same way they did the cities and states was no different. You know what I'm saying? What they did was they took these cities and states and started saying, okay, we're going to, I guess, re, uh, how would I say this, right? It's almost like they reproduced them, right? So if you was in a certain territory and say like it was some state, like let's say Georgia, for instance, right? And the U.S. government was trying to get you into their General Assembly. You see what I'm saying? Then they would say, okay, you need to, redo your paperwork. You know what I'm saying? And now we're gonna say that you are part of us. Now, you see what I mean? And this was the shit they was doing, man. These cities already existed. All they was doing was getting them into the fold, getting them to be part of their General Assembly, get them to be part of their
I mean,
franchise.
that's when they use the nice, the golden circle. The militias is for to come in here and cause terror to people. Like, just imagine, even if you sleep and and 5,000 people just rush through your town while you sleep, looting and tearing shit up, you ain't got no win. You know what I'm saying? See, if it's different. If motherfucker plotting on you, you don't know they plotting on you to do some shit like that. You're not, even if you do got a military. You know what I'm saying? That's what they
Right.
was
But
doing.
but
Like,
but it wasn't even but the thing is that what they were doing was this, right? Because when they supposedly succeeded from London, right? When the British did that, they had no authority to tax anything outside of their little group. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And
you know what? I
and
don't even think them. You think them niggas was really? You think that England? I mean, the British succeeded from England. You believe that shit? You think?
well, I'm just saying that I'm not saying that they actually were able to be successful. But the thing is that you had a group of people here that was trying to control the trade, right? So what they were doing was they was trying to get people, instead of dealing with, say, like if you were in Georgia, instead of you dealing with Spain and France and all those other countries, they wanted to be the middleman. You see what I'm saying? So they gonna say, well, why don't you be a part of us? You know what I mean? And we can all, deal together. And that was the play, because the thing was that, at one particular time they had no authority to tax what they call the Confederate States. You see what I'm saying? Now, the Confederate States was any territory that was outside of the U.S. corporation. And they had no way of taxing those people. So what they were trying to do was get them to join the General Assembly, get them to join the government, to franchise and to be able to tax them. Because if you think about it, when they issued their tax, it was like, okay, well, what was they paying taxes in? Because there was no national money.
Let me ask you a question, though, Lieber son. Let me just ask you a question. Who was they taxing?
Well, they were supposed to have been taxing the people that were involved in business.
But
You know what I'm saying?
all right, let's just flip it around. Let's just say, all right, let's say we was running this shit the whole goddamn time, and they ain't had no power to tax us.
Right.
I mean, they just didn't have no power to tax us. Like,
right, they didn't.
No war,
they didn't even
nothing
have no
happened.
authority.
Yeah,
They
but
didn't
no
have no
authority, nothing. They could not. They
Right.
could not do nothing. Like, if I come to your cookout and you got your whole family there, and I come there with 4 or 5 niggas, and it's like you got your aunts, you got your brothers, your uncles, your own. You think we gonna leave out of there successful, or we gonna leave out of there with speed knots? You know what I'm saying? Like we even you gonna have 100 lumps on your head and shit. It's no way. That's what I'm trying to say. These people,
Right, yeah.
see, we gotta look at it like this too, right? Whatever history they tell us going forth, we gotta always look at that shit from another side. Like, wait a minute, it might be another angle to this, which it really is another angle to you.
Right.
That white people, they said that the British was coming here, bringing slaves here. That means the British was black people, or the British might have been what we consider to be Moors that might have knew we already had a trade system here and brought these people here to farm the shit that we allowed them to have. If we allowed them to have something, because we just wasn't giving land out to anybody. Because you know what I'm saying? They said, nah, selling land was forbidden. So I know we wasn't giving out land like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So just think about it like this though, A1. Think about it like this, right? If they had no authority to tax the so-called Confederate States, right? What would be their next play? Their next play would be, let's get them to join us. Because that's the only way, that's the only thing that's going to give us authority, is if they join the union. That's going to be the only way that they get authority to tax you.
And
See what I'm saying?
But that shit right there is that's dealing now we starting to talk about the Rothschilds, and these people start to work their hands in the play of America. Because prior to that, in 1776, black people was in charge of everything here. Wasn't no white man calling no shots here whatsoever. All of the motherfuckers that was in power was black people. And then, like I said, because I seen 2 constitutions. The first constitution is the United States for America, which they were saying that's dealing more with sovereignty. And then you got the United States of America.
Well, let me just say this, right? Because this is the thing we have to look at, right? Is that and this is my personal opinion, right? Is that okay? Let's say they had a constitution for the United States, but guess what? All these other territories had their own constitution. You see what I'm saying? So that wasn't the only constitution. What they were trying to do was they was trying to franchise the U.S. government. They were trying to like get these other territories to come into the fold to make them expand. And this is how they were able to gain jurisdiction. This is how they was able to utilize their power. Because they say, well, now you're a member of our country, you know what I'm saying? Then that means that you're going to be subject to our rules. Because you joined the corporation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I know, I got you, and that could have happened in a number of different ways. I just don't think it happened until like after the 1900s when you start getting, you start getting the meetings at Jekyll Island. You start getting that shit with the Titanic. I don't think that they had none of that shit until the early 1900s. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still seeing black people and balling all the way up into the night. Like, I mean, we.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. See, now just think about that for a minute, right?
Mhm.
That they were saying that okay, we can make it whereas you can sell more shit, you can make more money, boom, boom, bam. Just like any marketing company that comes to your company and says, um, if you want to expand your business, I can help. You understand me?
Yeah, I got
So
you.
it ain't no different, and they come up with this, this slave narrative and this Indians narrative and all that kind of shit. And if you think about it, that has nothing to do with business. You know what I'm saying? And these people were about making money. So what makes more sense? You know what I'm saying? From a business perspective, is to bring people into the fold. Just like you got businesses that corporations that buy other companies, they buy all these other companies to add to their portfolio, and they leverage that portfolio. You know what
Now,
I'm
you
saying?
right,
Because
you
it's
right
all
though.
about leverage.
You right though, but
Yo,
it,
yo,
it
yo, yo, yo,
came.
yo, Bless up, to my brothers. Yo, I just wanted to drop in. I don't want to cut in on the knowledge, but I gotta be up in the morning, man. You already know, man. They boarding up shit in the DMV. We got the elections, all that crazy crap going on tomorrow. But I just want to say, Hanu L, um, Bliss. Libra sign, Bliss. I want y'all to keep building, bro. But yeah, I got to get ready for work.
Yeah.
So
Peace to the God, man. Peace to the young
Peace,
God,
peace,
man. We
man, peace.
appreciate you.
yeah,
Definitely appreciated
order
everything you be
protection
bringing to the
against me,
table, Lil
man. I
Yos.
don't know what's gonna go on, but yeah,
Yeah,
I love y'all, man. Bless up.
that's what's up. Yeah, I mean, that's what we doing. I mean, we got a lot of different angles, but at the end of the day, if it's all about commerce, then we got to be looking from a commerce standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
what makes business sense. You know what I'm saying? And conflict um on these lands did not make for good business. Because if you were having all these conflicts, then you couldn't produce anything. You know what I'm saying? So that would stop production. You know what I'm talking about?
Nah, you
So
good. But
so yeah, I
they
mean,
had, you know what though? They did have some wars though. You ever,
yeah, of course.
you ever seen the movie? You ever seen that movie? Let There Be Blood.
No, I haven't checked that out.
It's about the oil. It's about the oil. What's the name? Industry. But that shit was created by us because we was already using that because we already had trains. So we was already running shit off a combustible engine.
In fact, we created it. Yeah.
Exactly.
No doubt. And here's the thing, man, and another thing too, man, we had to look at is that when they talk about, notice how they always was talking about religious freedoms, right?
Hmm.
And it just so happens that these people that was supposedly coming over here for religious freedoms,
Hmm.
that they started governments under their religious banner. They were actually starting governments from their religious banner. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about the Presbyterian Church, for example, they were acting as a government. And this is why that I believe that Noble Drew Ali and all these other factions they were doing, they understood that you can form governments off of this religious banner. And this is exactly what they started doing.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
It over though. See, then they took it over and they made it more like to where you more bound to the motherfucking state.
Well, it depends on which direction you went. You know what I'm saying? Because it depends on what type of information that you was working with. You know what I'm saying? How you move, but under general practices, that under a religious banner, you could basically start your own nation.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
And I think that this is what these first, when these people came over here, when the Dutch was coming over here, they knew that. You know what I'm saying? Like they started utilizing that shit. You know what I mean? And that's just like when you think about the Mormons and all them, it's like, guess what? I would guarantee you that they are a nation.
Mm-hmm. That's
You
why
know
they.
what I'm saying?
That's why they able to do, man. Them niggas be
That,
having
that's what I'm talking about.
sexual assaults with the people
That's what I'm talking about.
congregation. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I'm talking about. And they
Yeah.
say under religious freedom. You understand what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And that's why it was such a big talk, and people don't even realize why they made a big deal out of it. Because if you
But what
really
they
think
did,
about it,
what I was gonna
go
say
ahead.
was this. What they did was this, right? After the 1920s, they changed the whole thing of how before tribes had sovereignty, they wasn't bound to no states or nothing like that. And see, even coming into that time, they started to change stuff. So even when you do got people who going under the 50, look, think about it like this: in 1920s, to know about a 501c3, like really?
Yeah, because it came out in 1913.
Yeah, I'm just saying though. But that
Yeah.
was, you think, motherfucker, you think that was just something that niggas, you ain't got no advertisement like that. I mean, well, maybe advertisement might have been out around that time. I don't know everybody's
Well, just think about this. What were they using before that came out then?
radio.
See? You know what I'm saying? Like before the 501c3s came out, what were they using? That's what we have to look at.
Oh well, no, they probably wasn't using shit because you probably didn't have to go to these people who took it over to register nothing. You was able to
Right.
freely. You didn't have to. Now you got to check in with them. You got to check in with them now. These people.
Right.
So that's what made it different. But see, the 501c3, like you said, give you leverage because you could put a trust under 501c3. So if you know how to maneuver, it's kind of untouchable. If you know how to maneuver, if you choose to do it like that, but I
Right.
don't,
Right.
you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like that was what they had at their disposal. So I guess they utilized it, because if the 501c3 came out in 1913, that's the same year that they start using it.
Yeah.
That's the same year they start using it. You know what I'm saying? So, it now it begs the question like, damn, how do they know not even a year passed and they can start using this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like it had to be some way that they were informed about that. But the thing is that it's clearly that they were doing that. Like this is kind of crystal clear that that's why they had to form it under a religious banner. You know what I'm saying? Because that gave them the authority to be able to do it. And then you, because you be wondering like, damn, why are all these things under a religion? You know what I'm saying? And if you look at it, it was like, man, because if you think about it, Noble Drew Ali, he was setting up a government, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, damn, okay, but why is it under a religious banner? Because that's what they all these churches was doing that shit, man. All those early churches that came here for religious freedom, this is what they were doing. They found out that they can come over here and create their own nation under a religious banner. And you wondering why the church be having so much power. This have to be the reason. This have to be the reason. You know what I'm saying? because they're acting as a autonomous nation, and acting under that banner will give you way more leverage. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, that's just from the research that I've been doing. Um, those things have been coming out.
You,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah, man. It's all crazy, man. But the man, I'm telling you, man, the evidence is coming out slowly but surely. And a lot of times they put this information, they don't put them in the books that you think that they'll be in. You know what I'm saying? They be hiding this information in other books, in other places. You be like, damn, I didn't even know that had anything to do with that. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah. That's why you gotta research from just more than one source.
Right,
Like you
right.
just reading one crucial thing from one source. Nah, you gotta be able to connect the dots, man. Ain't nowhere in the world like when you like I said, when the Gullah, there's no Gullah tribe, period. There's no tribe called the Gullah. So if the Gullah ain't the Gullah, then what does that tell you? If they in the same area with the Yamasee, they got the same exact story as the Yamasee, but see what they were trying to tell you is the Gullah supposed to be the African slaves, which doesn't make no sense because the Yamasee Negroes, and then they got stories of them trying to be a slave. So none of this shit make any sense.
Well,
Go ahead.
part of their problem is that their methodology, which is the out of Africa methodology or the Pan African methodology, don't allow room for certain information. Just like when they mention slave, they act like the word slave only belongs to one group of people,
Mm-hmm.
and that shit is crazy. It's like just like they might make a statement saying that did they bring slaves from Africa to America, and the answer may be true, but guess what? Who are the slaves that they're talking about? That's what they're not dealing with, because even when they brought the white cargo over here, they brought them by way of Africa. They
Mm-hmm.
went through Africa to come over here. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even deal with who is the slave.
Mm-hmm.
They just go by, well, if they say slave, then that must mean West African.
A nigga automatically raise his hand up.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like they don't have room for information. They only have room for their narrative and their paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a methodology. And that's the one methodology that they leave out.
Hey,
When
but
they
you know the
ask you
funny
what's your
thing is,
methodology,
this is the most hilarious thing about it all is right. That you can easily research and see that a slave is a Slavic person, right? And they would try to make it seem like they're not the same. But then when you research the history of the Slavs, they tell you they're slaves. So you're like, well, where are these people at today? Where were they at? Where would they be at? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
People don't even critical think, they just assume. They assume when you look next to the word nigga, you see, I mean, well, next to next to the term Negro or slave, you see a motherfucking black man. You ain't
That
no, it don't need no words next to it, no
right.
caption, no, just a black face in a picture. Just the definition and the arrow pointing towards him.
Right, and that's the problem, man. It's like they don't understand that their method of thinking is already biased before they even start. You know what I'm saying? And they make all these assumptions on to who people are. And my thing is this: if you reading a story and they mention some slaves or they mention some Africans, you know what I'm saying, and they not telling you who these people are, then they leaving it up to you to make that assumption.
You gotta ask yourself this too. Were there black? I mean, were there? You gotta know the history good enough to know, all right, well, let me do some research to see whether or not did they find any anthropology human remains of Negroes found in this area, or are there any stories about Negroes being here prior to these people supposedly being born here? You know what I'm saying? So you gotta look into that. And if there is Negroes in this area, now okay, okay. Can I find some data to see if there's a lot of them? If I can't find no data, then I have to make the assumption, well, how many? Well, if these Negroes are not the same from Africa, then that will put me in the assumption that these Negroes are from here, and it has to be more Negroes around, and the people that they call Africans are not Africans. Because that's just an assumption.
Right.
So,
Right. And that's what it's really about, man. It's like being able to interpret information without making assumptions. Either, okay, this is the way it's supposed to work. If there's a storyline being put out, then the evidence that they have in the storyline is supposed to support the story, right? And a
mhm.
lot of times they don't look at whether or not the evidence supports the story. They just look at what is the story. You know what I'm saying? And they leave out what evidence that's supporting it.
That's
And
right.
their evidence is assumptions.
They're not
You know
willing
what I'm saying?
to the new evidence, though. They
That's what I mean, because they don't know what evidence is.
They try to debunk the shit on spot. Like there'd be some shit where you can't just do no Google search. You might have to really say, all right, well, I get back to you on this, my dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everything that somebody show you ain't something you can just pull up on Google and read something. Like, look, it's saying this. Like, now you
Right.
gotta go and find more sources that solidify that. Because that one source might not even be a real source.
Right. But if you don't even know what a source is, and if you don't even know what evidence is, then it's not gonna help. It's like if you under a certain mind state, then no matter what information that you come across, you are not gonna understand it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
What kind of
saying?
mind,
And
what kind of mind state would that be by any chance?
that would be the out of Africa or Pan African mind state. Not only that, even the Pan European mind state. You know what I'm saying? Um, their whole dogma is it overflows into their research. You know what I mean? And they don't know how to use common sense. They don't know how to use common sense. Like they'll take a situation and they read it, the story, and they won't even know whether or not that's probable or not. Like they don't analyze it whether or not could something like that really happen at that particular time in that particular place. They don't know how to analyze these things. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
don't know how to say, well, okay, if they saying that happened at this time in this place, then there ought to be collaborating evidence that can
But you know what?
collaborate that story.
You know what it comes from too, Libra son? It comes from the fact that we research the people who telling us who giving us the information, and we find out that a lot of these people are full of shit.
Exactly.
And the people who run them, and the people who write their checks, the people over them, they're all full of shit. So we know they do nothing but just keep a narrative going, and this narrative, you know what I'm saying, is the reason why you got people like these Pan Africans out here.
Well, not only that though, one thing that is for certain that these people are part of the matrix. You know what I'm saying? So they have a matrix mindset. So the thing is that if you above the matrix, then you can clearly understand those type of things. But if you have a matrix mindset, you're not going to be able to figure that out because your programming doesn't allow for you to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's programming, and they don't understand that. Look, you are talking to me, and you have a matrix mindset. Okay, I am not. My mindset is not of the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to see, and that's what I call being having an incompatible mindset. And that's what problems we have with a lot of our people nowadays. It's not, you're going to keep on getting into arguments, and you're going to keep on having disagreements, and primarily based on that their mind is incompatible. Their mindset is incompatible. So they gonna resist you off the riff. You know what I'm saying? Then you can be saying to yourself, damn, how slow are these motherfuckers? You know what I'm saying? You be like wondering, like, damn, is everybody dumb over here? Yeah, because they have a compatible mindset to each other, but when it comes to outside of their paradigm, that's beyond their understanding. They can't move beyond their understanding.
Yeah. I mean, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. And even see, listen, I'm like this. I ain't got no dog in the fight. Listen, if I was an African, then I ain't had no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? But guess what?
Right.
Other people who saying that it was people here already that look like us. And then once I dug into that and seen that, then you know what I'm saying, I'm like, wait a minute, man. If they go through too much trouble to not tell you that it was black people, if they was to freely tell you that, then you can build your own perspective. Then you can say, well, wait a minute, man, who the fuck is the African? How do we even know any African came here? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you at
Mm-hmm.
point in time form that conclusion. If you saying that it was Negroes here and they're going to do too much trouble not to tell you that it was Negroes here. They're not even going to tell you that. Then on top of that, the so-called, they're not telling you Negroes is here. Then they telling you a slough or a slave. And when you look it up,
Right.
you know, like you can't trust nothing these niggas tell you. Like, nah,
Trading places, bro. You said it. Trading places, man.
trading places. Exactly.
That's what it's all about. They steal our identity. They give see, and this is the thing people have to understand. This is why, when we talk about identities, right? Why identities are important because they're using our identity to amass control over our property. You see what I'm saying? That's just like giving somebody. That's just like giving somebody a power of attorney.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So when you give somebody power of attorney, then they are able to handle your affairs.
Yeah.
So when they was getting people to join their union, that was giving them power of attorney. You understand what I'm saying? So just think about it. When they was talking about the Confederate States seceding from the Union, that means that they wanted to no longer be under their jurisdiction, no longer be able to be taxed. Now, any other scenario wouldn't even make sense to me. Now, if you're saying that, you know what, shit, we don't need y'all. You know what I'm saying? We don't need you to be taxing us, trying to, trying to tell us how to run our shit, trying to tell us what to do and all this whole other shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what it was really about now, over some damn slavery and all that kind of shit. That to me, that has very little to do with the situation, because if you're talking about getting out of someone's jurisdiction, to me, that's a bigger thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, just using common sense, right? It's like, okay, we joined the union, and then you turned around and tried to administer jurisdiction over us, right? Now, you know what? We don't like that shit no more. So we're gonna unjoin your fucking union, and we're gonna do our own shit. And that's what they couldn't afford, because if they did that, then they would lose jurisdiction. And if they lost jurisdiction, they would lose their tax revenue. And if they lose their tax revenue, shit, they'd just be some little fucking colonies.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, just from a common
But
sense
I think
point of
you know
view.
what you know what though, Lieber son. I think that the colonies is ran by us because of even admitting that these motherfuckers had the power to come over here and establish colonies on our land, still go with that whole slave narrative. You see what I'm saying? These niggas ain't had no colonies because that would be.
Well,
I'm just saying, think about it like this. That would be the reason why even in the free man's bank, we had almost $57 million in 18 fucking 50, 60, 66. So,
mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? We got to look at it.
Right. Just think about that. They wanted to just think about they had banks in the Confederate States, right?
Mhm.
So they wanted control over that shit. They
That's
wanted to
when the
maintain
Rothschilds and
control,
all those
right?
come in. That's when the
Right. So,
Rothschilds come in.
right.
The
Right.
Benjamin, Albert Pike, and all these people. See, this shit is more. See, you got to tell her the insidious story. Don't tell her the good the story the nighttime story. Nah, you got to tell them with
Right.
all of the people you hear in all these conspiracies.
Right. Right. So in my opinion, when I start to look at it as a because these colonies is just another name for company. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at colonies as companies, then there you have it. You know what I'm saying? Um, so it's all about the companies. You know what I mean? And what do companies do? Companies attain assets, right? AKA they attain land and buildings. You know what I'm saying? Those are assets that companies buy and use as leverage. You know what I'm saying? So if you have people joining your company, then your company will expand, and you will have more land, more resources, more leverage. So when there was uh when people didn't want to do that shit no more and was saying, you know what, that's some whack shit. We want our own shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want to do, but leave our shit alone. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna run our own shit. You know what I'm saying? This is where that rift came in effect, and they was like, shit, if we do that, we gonna lose all of our franchises. You see what I'm saying? So the union was at the point where they were about to lose all their franchise. That means they were going to lose all their jurisdiction. That means they was going to lose all their tax revenue. You know what I'm saying? And other important revenue as far as professional licenses and all types of shit they would have been losing money on. Like you couldn't tax no doctors no more for having a professional doctor's license. You can't any type of license. They would have lost jurisdiction over everything. So to me, this is what makes sense because just think about it, right? No, um there was no national money. So if one state had their own currency, they couldn't even take that currency to another state and use it unless that other state accepted it. You know what I'm saying? So how do you get a monopoly on all the shit? You have to nationalize. You have to franchise in order to have national money, to have national jurisdiction. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the shit is I mean, it can't get no more simpler than that.
I got you though. I understand what you're saying.
And they want to romanticize all this shit, man. They give us these romantic stories, bro, and that's just romanticism. You know what I'm saying? And also, when they took your identity, now they want to displace you, somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Um, so you have no claim to your shit. You know what I'm saying? So That's why identity is important. If you lose your identity, you lose your claim. Really that simple. All they did was if the government was a corporation, all they did was franchise their corporation, franchise it in the states. And I guarantee you, each and every city in each and every state has a charter. And a charter is basically like a franchise certificate. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference in how we look at shit and how these Europeans and Pan Europeans and Pan Africans look at shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference.
Yeah, niggas motherfuckers just the bitch said this, so this how it is.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Now they granted they use various methods to achieve this, but at the end of the day, that's all they did. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that's all they did. Was just franchise themselves. In the same way with the military franchised itself. They start opening up companies in all these different territories that turn into all these different states. Then you had a conglomerate called the military industrial complex. So I don't know what Chief went.
I'm about to get out of here, man.
That's what's up. Appreciate the bill. Peace to the God, man.
Peace to the God, man. Leave a son, man. Definitely, man. You be safe, bro.
You too, bro.
Indeed, man. Peace, man. Appreciate my peace.
Peace, peace. Hey, Chief, where you at, Chief? We calling your name out on the PA, Chief. Where you at? Let me see if I can get in touch with him. But peace and prosperity to all the American gods and goddesses.
Libra.
Yo, what it do, Chief?
What's happening? What everyone just on here?
Yeah, he just dropped off.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a good little
Let me
build,
salute
man.
everybody. Let me salute everybody in the building. Hey.
Go ahead,
uh, uh,
That's crazy. Yeah, man.
hey man. Hey, just like to shout out everybody, man. Peace to everybody. We in this thing. You're not.
Pretty much.
Peace to the guys, man. But look, man, we're gonna pull up some stuff, man. Support the real. Peace to the gods. Salute.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. You ain't gonna find this information outside of the Aboriginal community.
Nah, man.
Trust.
Well, now you
Trust.
are,
Oh yeah, now. Yeah.
now you're starting to find it everywhere, starting to find people coming and saying some stuff. They've been bliggity black their whole lives, you know what I'm saying? Or their whole little YouTube careers and, you know, all type of shit. Now they changing tunes. So I think that's what it's really about. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah, no doubt.
You
No
know,
doubt,
what's really
man. The
about that.
signal is strong, bro. The signal going out is, you know what I mean? The bat signal strong as a mug right now, bro.
Yeah, man. And y'all already know, man, we turn up even more, man, when it's going down. Just turn up even more. Just keep going. Just keep going. Take more, more land, more land. We're gonna grab more of these land patents from these fools. So check this out though, Libra. You know what I'm saying? Let me move this out the way right here. Walk like a guy, yeah.
That's what's up, Chief. If you want to be blickety black, get you some blickety black joints like that. That's your blickety black for you. You dig?
Yeah, man. Walk like a guy, man. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. We got the God Eagle Hawk condos in the building.
What's
What's up,
good,
bro?
brother?
Peace to the God.
Peace, y'all. How you feel?
Good, man. What it do?
That's what's up, Chief. All those sneakers that you pushing those real hard, brother. You doing real good.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. So fill me in. What happened with earlier with the A1? How that end?
What with them running over there? I
Yeah.
mean, yeah. I mean, you know what it is, man. Like I say, man, we talking about incompatible mindsets, man, and you know, until they able to raise their frequency up, it's just gonna be it's gonna be like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's gonna be
It's
like
like
that.
going and talking to, like, really yelling at a graveyard, at a grave site. Like fresh dirt that's on the thing, it's fresh, right? And you yelling at it like, wake up! Like you yelling at the motherfuckers, like they're not waking up. This is what we're dealing with. Like this guy's right here. And Rob Bourne was literally cutting people off. Like, I'm like, word? And then kick dude off. I'm like, yo. So anytime there's some information that's gonna, like, even let's fact check this so-called reference, because they call everything that's written down on a piece of paper by a pale people a source. I think that's absolutely bonkers, because once again, it's about raising your frequency. Why do you need these people to identify who you are and label you and give you names? Rob Bourne, like, I just don't understand. Are you consciously pushing these people's agenda? Is what I need to know. Because I think at this point right now, we know what you're saying is false. Now, are you pushing their agenda consciously at this point? Y'all kind of understand what I'm saying? Like, are they
Yeah.
listening? Like, are you guys like the people that are listening to you guys are actually on the fence? Like, Bantu, it doesn't matter where you from. If you're from the continent of Africa, whatever, you understand what we're talking about. Come on, like, everybody's not from the continent of Africa. Even 9 miles from so-called Africa, you're not identifying the people over there from Spain as being African descent, right? Because that's not a part of the social construct that they're putting in your head. So you guys understand that. So even if you're from the continent, you wouldn't identify yourself as an African. You know that's a colonized word that you wouldn't even disrespect your ancestors in that way. Y'all follow me? Like, why would
Oh,
you do
you
that to
you
yourself?
still on the you still on the gullet thing, yeah. I mean, so from what I heard, check it out like this: if they came here, there had to be a people here, and then they cut them off when the brothers started getting to the Yamasee. So, which is the whole history of just all of that. I think you're gonna get to that tomorrow with the debate. When when people get into debate in Kiowa, so all that's gonna come up. So, I mean, I'll keep
Okay,
going.
so I must have missed that one, Eagle. So what's going on tomorrow? It's a debate tomorrow.
So it's supposed to be a debate tomorrow with Kiowa. Kiowa came on last night and he tried to defend his position again.
Oh
So yeah,
man, man,
him
man.
and AP are gonna get into it. So, instead of just like taking the L, he doubled, tripled down on it. And
Right.
yeah, he went back to the albino claim and then he added what was it, Captain John
All right.
Smith. Yeah.
Right. So let me say this right now. Y'all can y'all can rewind the tape back, right? But I could have sworn that when he first made his presentation, he said that these people were not albino.
Originally, that's what he said. Then he switched it up
That's what
to
I
yeah.
remember hearing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, you can't just switch from saying that these are not albinos, then turn around and say they are. Come on.
Hmm.
Come on, man. We ain't, yeah, we ain't gonna do it. And people under Pan African paradigm, you know what I'm saying? The more you tell them they not black, the more they want to double down and triple down. You know what I'm saying? And it's just that's a matrix mindset. That's a matrix mindset, and that's the difference.
Right.
Was it
But
was
you
it
know what's
was
so
it
crazy though? Like, how's it's seeming like it's like we're not like pro our people. We ain't gonna say a color because once again we understand these are constructs, right? But they're like we're not
Right.
pro our people, but we are more pro our people than people who are teaching away from our social, political, economic empowerment. I'm trying to figure out why, even if you was an African American like Danny Cologne, for instance, right? He's an African and an American, right? Okay, well then tap into the African side and figure out how to create commerce that's equitable between your family members over there on the continent of Africa and your family members over here. I don't understand why this is a problem. Like you guys act like we hate anybody else. We just love ourselves first. What's the problem? We are honoring our ancestors, just same way that you should honor your ancestors from any continent you're from, that you are Tonchons or you're indigenous to, or whatever. We're just saying that we sprung from this motherfucking soil. Y'all can respect that or check it. Say they don't want to go there. See, we got to shop all this dumb shit down. Indian, blah, blah. Oh, what are you talking about? We the people. What's the name of this motherfucker? The Mississippi? That's us. And who am I? The Mississippi. Who am I? Tuscaloosa. You understand? We're Manhattan. Come on, y'all. Y'all gotta stop playing with yourselves, man. Y'all too slow. Catch up. Catch the fuck up. Well,
I
look,
think
check
you
this out though, right?
what's that right there? Oh,
This
you
is
got t-shirts going on. You got jerseys. That's what's up.
well, you already know about the gold bottoms, man. Those are Supreme Chief ones right there. You already know, man. But there's a jersey, custom jersey. Get your Chiefs jerseys. Yeah, man, we got more things coming, man, for the winter collection. Like I said, this holiday season, man. So we're just going through stuff, man. Um, Shout out to everybody, man, that holds us down and show support and show love, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. And shout out to weare2am.com, man. Shout out to 2am, man. Great people over at 2am. We definitely appreciate all the support we get, man. And be on the lookout for that Chief Billy collection coming soon, y'all. Hey, man, peace to everybody, man. Shout out to Leonard Peels in the building. What else, man? I miss? Nonetheless, peace to the God, man. Hey, brother, you was about to say something?
Nah,
Eagle Hawk?
nah.
So, bro, like,
Y'all wrapped it up. Y'all wrapped it up good earlier. I think it was you who was covering the was it you? You were talking about Gullah and how that was named for the coast, and then Lieber covered the other part. I mean, y'all covered it pretty good.
I mean, but we've had these conversations with these same guys, bro. Like, I just think it's really crazy. Like, Like even he was just over here the other day. He was like, "Well, you guys know about Queen Quet." I'm like, "Okay, Queen Quet. What about her?" You know what I'm saying? I'm like, "Brother, is she kin to everybody that's a Gullah or Geechee, which is the two different nations, right?" No. Well, okay. Well, why would you bring her up as if to say because she's so dark skinned, right? That everybody's Africans or whatever, right? But once again, Ahanu Kiel spoke with her. And once again, once you don't ever get an edited tape or something with an agenda, once again, they have an agenda that's behind that. And if away from your land, then you're not going to be able to get empowerment or to be able to get land patents. You're not even looking for land patents. You're looking for motherfucking your ancestors over there in Africa in monkey land or some shit. You're looking for Lucy and shit. You're not looking for your power over here. That's the problem that you're having. And I don't care what you say, ain't nobody was doing no motherfucking Egyptian culture on the continent of Africa that was brought there by the Europeans, period. And you just ask them who is the leader, who is the head of Egyptology right now today, and it will not look like Jabari or Shaka Amos. You understand? We've already exposed these guys, bro. They're frauds. This shit is fraudulent. Okay? Period. It's not even like, and the crazy part about it is we wasn't even fucking with y'all. We just left y'all alone. 'Cause y'all short but shorties. Y'all come over fucking with the big dogs. Yeah, we're gonna spank you. This is what it is, y'all.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the Empress Holbert said that we need a double decker short bus.
Right,
Oh man,
right.
man, the
Shit.
double decker short bus.
Double Dutch short bus. Shit. Y'all suck. Hey man, I ain't gonna lie. Look, check this out. Like 100 years now, 20 years now, right? When people gonna be looking at this shit, they gonna be laughing at these goddamn fools. Like, can they have been that dumb? Like, or were they really like seriously? You guys think we're gonna ever get to the bottom of this? Are these guys really this goddamn dumb? Or are they working with them? Like, it's no in between. I've been saying this for too many years. You cannot take these many L's and not be be a part of it, dude. It's impossible.
But the other question is, Chief, like, where are they going with this shit? Like,
Nowhere. He
no
said he wasn't going
destination, bro.
nowhere. Hey, shout out to the guy, Amani Bay. Amani was on his head last night. Had him, hey man, I can help you guys get back to Africa. He's like, man, I'm not giving up my American citizenship. Time the fuck. Whoa. Time out. Hold up. Wait a minute. Time out, cuzzo. You can get money. You can go. What is the problem? So you just like the American the colonization society as well as the what do you say the free African societies and those institutions, right?
Ah
Well,
man.
here's what he's not telling y'all, right? He's not telling y'all they were called like Ethiopian societies or free Negro societies. Whenever you see Ethiopian or Negro, they always change it to fit their African narratives. He knows this, y'all. It's embarrassing to have this conversation with these people. Okay, it's really embarrassing. Just like they keep putting Sylvester Williams never said he was doing anything with Africa. Okay, never. This is fallacy. These people are making shit up. These people never call themselves no African Americans or no Pan Africans or nothing. And he knows that, according to them, that Edward Wilmot Blyden is supposed to be the so-called father of Pan Africanism because he wants to move around that guy like Sylvester Williams didn't have a teacher that was pale, and he was a part of a system in the British Trinidad. What the Britain got Trinidad? Am I during that time period?
No, you're right.
Britain? Was Britain? Okay, I don't want to be mistaken. Well, somebody colonized Trinidad. Okay, so this guy he's talking about, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Show me who taught him this language. That's not his native tongue. So once again, he had to go to school the same way that Marcus Garvey had to go to somebody's school. Marcus Garvey's father is a barrister. So you already understand his lineage, where he comes from, yo. What is going on? What's happening? What are we doing here? I'm not saying that he didn't do great things. Whatever, we have to learn from everything. But we have an affinity to want to be ruled by people outside of us, and I think that's kind of crazy, you know, because even with Kamala Harris right now, um, well, she's not. They're paying her as us, but she's not from our lineage, so she doesn't have. She's not even having our struggle in mind. She's Indian, and not the Indian like you guys are. I just think this is really weird, Joe. This is really weird. Super weird.
It's facts, man.
Peace to the
That's a
guys,
fact,
yo.
man. But you know, it's you know, it's like you say, man. It's part of the social construct, man. It's like these people are completely socialized. You know what I'm saying? Socialized under the construct. And that's just what it is, man. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
They're on the surface where the matrix reside on the surface.
But they say that they for the people and they want liberty and they want all these they want reparations, right? Well,
Yeah,
I've
but that's
never
all
heard none
that's
of
all
them
they
say nothing
want, bro.
about breaking the tax code and not, you know what I'm saying? Like the real tangible things that you can really use for your community, right? And also, why you guys not setting up businesses, pan African fucking businesses? I wonder. You should be able to sell a
Well,
bunch of pan African fucking shoes all over the continent of Africa. Like what's happening? Y'all should be doing tours. You had a hotel over there. What's going on? You
they
niggas
should
would
have been
rather come
doing
over.
mega shit.
Nigga, these niggas go over there and go stay in a Holiday Inn. They do not go stay in a sauna lodge. And so y'all should be ashamed of yourself. You could have had y'all summit over there, but instead they want to go up to Egypt, go to other places. See what I'm saying? Then they want to go to slave dungeon when they go to Ghana instead of going to see the beautiful things over there. Like I said, bro, y'all fake as fuck, bro. Like I don't respect nothing that y'all talk about for real. Like, and that's just keeping it real. At this point right now, it's time out for being dumb when you got smart dumbass phones in your hand. Like it's just dumb as hell. You don't even know how to type shit in. Damn shame, bro. Like it just don't make no sense to me, family.
I'm curious too, Chief. Did any of their African brothers receive any awards from Sonetta
What?
from over the continent? Any of their continental brothers or sisters
Oh,
receive any awards from the
man,
from the continent? I'm just
I
asking,
see.
man. I don't know.
niggas ain't gonna never make nothing, dog.
I
You
see.
asked the
I
I don't
see.
perfect
know.
question, man.
I see.
What
I
are y'all
see
gonna do?
Naughty. I see Naughty in the chat.
Yeah, I'm about to drop the link.
Not peace,
So
peace to
so
the God.
Hey, man, I want to say
Yeah.
shout out to Nicholas Fontenot for the cash out. Definitely appreciate you, brother. But and everybody
hey,
hit the
bro,
super chat too, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man.
what do you think of the guest earlier that Chief had on?
Oh man. That hey, she ready for prime time.
Yeah,
You
that's
feel
what's
me?
up. She dropped that fire.
She ready for prime time, bro. And trust me, man. Um, and she said the same thing. You know that a lot of other people like AP was saying um about giving a brother some help. You know what I'm saying? Um, and you know um that's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Just making that connection with him and being able to give him the real spill on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he's being commandeered from those matrix mindset people right now. You know what I'm saying? And those agenda based um, organization. And some of them he's trying to steer away from. But at the end of the day, he definitely need to link up with people in our community that can kind of give him uh, a different viewpoint on the whole contract. You know what I mean? And the whole situation surrounding it.
No, I feel you, brother. We definitely can help point him, in the right direction, fill him in on the gaps there. But he's got a good start, so
Yeah,
yeah, definitely.
you know what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, the thing is that he's raising awareness. You know what I'm saying. And from a social political standpoint, that's exactly where what he should be doing with it. You know what I'm saying? Um, because we know for a fact that they're going to come up with their own version um, of the bill, but we actually need a real bill written. You know what I'm saying? Like a real bill written. Um, Not for them to just create their own version of it.
What did you think when she was talking about the Mayan calendar, timelines and things like that?
Oh man, that was interesting, man. Quite interesting. Um, so I mean, it's a lot of things, man, that that can be looked into and adopted in certain areas. Um, but I guess I mean, it's a lot of things that had to take place, man. The mental indoctrination that's plaguing our people, man, due to their false identity is part of the major driver of that. You know what I'm saying? And when people realize that they're assuming a false identity, then maybe they could start to prepare their minds to receive the right information
So
and be able to act on it. So
what I see Chief doing, what I see you guys doing. She didn't use this word, but I mean, the word that I see that comes to mind is reconciliation. What you're talking about, clearing the psychology of that. To me, these are informal reconciliation meetings to get to that space, right? We're reconciling the psychology of colonization to get to a point where we can have a critical mass of people that are ready to make that jump, right? In terms of their status, whether it be financial or it be in terms of nationality. So, I mean, that's how I see it.
I mean, yeah, because you got to look at the components, right? You got your social political component, and then you have your legal component. You know what I'm saying? And part of the job of these politicians is to confuse the two, to make you think that they're one thing. And the problem that the people under the Pan African or Pan European mindset is that they don't understand these things. They don't want anything to do with learning law.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they're saying that we're going to deal with this on an emotional basis, and that's going to be that. It's about you know what's going to make them feel good. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they're keeping it on an emotional level. It's like, what do you think you're going to accomplish by only dealing with legal situations on an emotional level? It's like it's they know it's a waste of time. They know that those people are going in circles. They know that there's no remedy for that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the people, they don't understand it. Whenever you say, well, what's your identity and what's your status, they look at you like you saying some, like you talking some alien shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't know, you know, what will move them out of that position that they've been placed in, that we all have been placed in. You know what I'm saying? And they don't understand, it starts with the mind first. It starts with the mind first. And all these surface level thinkers, it's just gonna, you know, just it's gonna be this story this week, and next week it's gonna be another story. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all, Windows 7 to Windows 10, and you got some people on Windows, you know, 3.1 and shit. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just a bunch of surface level shit. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask a question. Big up to everyone.
Peace,
Let's
peace
go.
to the
What's up,
God,
brother? What's
Nachi.
up? Peace, peace, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I gotta get his YouTube a break for a while, man. You know what I'm saying? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. I'm tired of looking at the same shit over and over. It's like people getting dumber and not smarter. You know what I'm saying? And I'm watching all this debate. I'm watching who's this and who's what they call it, informational masturbation with each other.
Right.
And it's retarded because if you go and look at anyone, basically anyone's site or anything, they only go into the 13 colonies. Dude, this fucking country been fucked with since the 1200th century, bro. People was being taken from here, gone over other places. Man, people don't know the history for it. So if you want to know some history, go from the beginning. Don't come in the ass in and then, oh, I know everything. I bet you right now, all these motherfucking scholars, right? Every last one of them. I heard someone say this the other day. They want to look into um, what's the meaning of free people of color, and they don't even know how that term even came existing. But I know, right? I can tell you how, but I be giving the secret away. I just want to know how many people really studying and not just going on one exercise of information and running with it like it's a runaway freight train. That don't make sense to me. If you want to learn something, go to the root of it, to the beginning, and learn it all the way through. You understand what I say? So let me get the people something right now. All this shit, and I mean it, you know. I tired. And I don't mean to say I know everything, but I know a lot. And there ain't no fucking computer shit I know. I ain't got no computer. My people named I grown up in libraries. Grown up, big up to Tacoma Obaja, up in Fort Worth with the biggest, one of the massive libraries, Fort Worth, Texas, for the Nubian people, for the melanated people on the truth. You understand? But let me come show you something now. People of Free people of color came up when the Portuguese, the French, and the Portuguese, French, and the Latin or the Spaniard, right? Start to have children with the people over here. And the babies after that offspring was called free people of color. Everything, ever since they stepped on this line, the man, they've been fucking terrorizing and torturing people. Let me go back to something else. If you wanna go do some true history, look at when the first place they touch is in the islands there. Everybody trying to run away from the islands. Oh, the islands ain't us. The islands ain't us. Yo, this is where your first Siboney people come from. Your first Tano and Arawak people come from. And then from that point, they branch off into different tribes. So even the people up in this place right here take on the same names that was originally given to the people in the islands. Man, people gotta do. If you want to know something, do real research. They come telling me about just scholarship and title this and title that and African this and man, I don't know. Look, stop claiming that bullshit, bro. I don't know what the fuck to tell all you people. You want to keep claiming shit. You want to keep claiming shit. This shit been going on from 12th century. And Indian, let me tell you something. Indian. The land of the Midwest was called India Superior. So they identified the people as such. Not just saying that they was called Indians, bro. Get that, man. Look, I don't know what to say. I so tired. I really been watching, laughing at different characters, laughing at different individuals because it's been funny. But now I just saying it's just bullshit, bro. People fighting over this, fighting over that, arguing over this, arguing over that. And what are we doing as a community? Pulling together with all this fighting and arguing and bickering and discommunication with each other. You might well put on a mask and stay 6 feet apart from each other if you don't carry on like this. How we gonna lead our church? Man, man, look, I couldn't do no business. I feel sorry for our children. I feel sorry for my children knowing people like this. Going on a bunch of blind shit and claiming they know something. A white man story. Not even white man, different people's story. Portuguese, French, Spaniard, all these different people's shit, and we latching on to it. Instead of saying, yo, that shit was wrong. I'm not part of that. But you wanna latch on to they calling me this, they calling me that. I wanna claim it. Man, I don't know, bro. I really don't know. People holding on to religion, people holding on to title. Where's it getting you? I'm a Pan-African. Dude, do you even know do you know? Okay, so in the 1200 to the 1400, they was already moving people off this land, carrying them to Africa. They was already um, replacing the Caribbean people and the people on the eastern coast, carrying them to Africa, fucking up their mind. 200-300 years pass by, and they bring them same people back to their fucking land because they carried them over there and fucked them up into slavery to the Muslim man, and then bring them fucking back here to America, the same people, so you wouldn't be identified with where the fuck you came from. Catch on! Is you coming back to your same fucking land if you want to claim Pan-African. You ain't from the fucking Africa. You from America. Get that shit out your head, bro. We gotta pull together right here. Oh, I'm from Africa, but your ass born right there. But you wanna claim something that ain't got no sight in you. But you can't claim me, and I'm standing right next to you in America. But you wanna claim all this other shit. Religion, title. You wanna claim all that shit that's outside of America. None of that shit was created here. None of it. No, you want to come bring some foreigner shit here and claim it. Get that shit off my land. I'm tired of this shit. I'm done. Man, I'm ready to kill. Wait, if I wasn't on this internet, I don't know. I'm so tired of this shit, bro. I'm so tired of this shit. Ain't nobody trying to step up and fucking pull together. Fuck your money. Fuck your car. Fuck your house. Dude, let me start from fucking scratch. You want to carry this white man? Okay, look, a scripture in the Bible. David was ordered to go in and kill a whole nation of fucking people. He kept a calf, he kept a woman, and he kept the gold. And he was forever cursed because he wanted to bring something foreign to his fucking house. Catch on, man. Catch on, dudes. Catch on. Catch the fuck on. Y'all need to be going on these fucking shows, burning this shit out. Man, fuck that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck about no Pan-African. I don't give a fuck about no fucking Muslim. I don't give a fuck about no Christian. All I care about is you. I love you, my brother. I love you, my sister. Fuck that shit. I love you. I just sitting back watching everybody think, watching it all. Oh, free people of color meant this. No, it didn't mean that. It meant the motherfuckers that was mixed. And then they turned around and brought their people back. That's what happened. Go and read it. Go and do the research. Go do real research. Stop coming on 1700, 1800. Fuck that shit. You had shit fucking you up from 1200. From 700. From 350 is where it started. The Council of Nicaea. That's where it started. No, go back and do that history from that point forward. Then come talk to me. Then you can come say you're a scholar and you can step up. Man, look, all that shit, niggas talking about 1400, 18th century and 19th. Dude, man, that's some new shit that just happened. That's under the new shit. Man, you had Florida, you had all these Frenchmen over here at one time making treaties and shit with you. Man, look, I don't know what the fuck to think, bro. I don't know. People forget about their past. People just want to grab onto what the fuck they want to grab on and run with it like it's something important, man. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired. I'm ready to just fuck it. Say fuck it, dude. And kill up every fucking thing. You ain't none of me, kid. Fuck you. Fuck that. This internet shit about some motherfucking money. Fuck that money. Fuck a donation. Fuck that shit. Give a fuck about them people money, the man. Let me pull together and make our own money. Need no donation off no fucking internet. Take it from the weak because they weak minded and they run it with anything I say out of my mouth. So I can rob them too. Man, fuck that shit. I stand alone. Ain't nothing like no one else. Fuck their money. Fuck fame. Fuck fortune. People are, oh, why not you? Why you don't open your own channel? Because I don't give a fuck about no fucking fame. Fuck that shit, bro. I don't know. I just tired. I tired of the same shit over and over and over and over and over. Arguing about the same time period. 1800, 1700. Treaties. You, this your land and you making a treaty with somebody about your own shit? Think about that. Where's the treaty? Do you have the treaty? No, they have the treaty. How is it yours if they have it? If they have it in their possession, I know if I got a contract, I'm gonna have a copy of that Morais gun too. You ain't gonna have a copy by yourself. I'm gonna have a copy where it's showing my validation in this shit. But I'm coming to you asking you for your fucking paperwork? What sense that make? I wish somebody talk to me and tell me something, cause it ain't making no fucking mind to me. No, none. Here it is, I on the road. I trying to check people. I taking my last to make sure, try to bring something together. Something. If it's one man or one woman, I try and bring something together. Why you can't do the same thing? Now it's four people moving together instead of two or one or one. Come up out of that shit, bro. $400. You get everybody in this motherfucker get $400. Some kind of way. Spend that shit to go to see your brother. Fuck that. Go see your sister. Show you care. Show that this ain't nothing to you. Cast your bread on the water and watch it bring tenfold. Faith without works is dead. Work towards your goal. Sitting up here waiting on a sky daddy to come drop some shit out of the sky. That fucking ain't working, man. Man, I don't know. I don't know, bro. I just tired. I fucking tired of this shit. I tired. I dead tired.
That's facts. That's facts, Naughty. That's facts, bro.
We going on these shows debating with these dudes about some bullshit history instead of telling them straight up every word out of our mouth. Dude, correct yourself, dude. Correct your status. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. You this, you that. Dude, you gonna stay this and that. What they say you are until you correct, stand up on your own fucking 2 feet and claim yourself. I mean, what's so hard about understanding that? If you don't do it, you're still a ward of the fucking state. No matter how much you say you Indian, no matter how much you say you Moor, no matter how much you say you fucking Jesus Christ, you still a fucking ward to the state. Now who gonna change that? I can't change it for you. Natty can't change. Natty can't come do your fucking paperwork for you. Cause Natty got his done. And listen, my people listen. My people will perish for the lack of knowledge. You know what that lack of knowledge is? We all sitting up here on on Facebook, on YouTube, crying and bullshitting with each other instead of learning business. Fucking business. When you wake up in the morning, business is handling. Everything outside of you, outside of yourself, is in a business format. Why you can't see that? Why are you so blind? What's the fucking problem? You're so blind to see every fucking thing about the world is business. But you're gonna try to run away from it because you wanna fucking talk shit and think someone owe you something? Dude, you were born here asshole naked by your fucking self. You're gonna die asshole naked by yourself. Don't nobody owe you shit unless you call it for your mom and daddy to come pay you. Ain't nothing promised on this fucking earth but death and taxes. And I found out how to beat taxes. Now I'm trying to fucking defeat death. You're join in and help me figure out how to defeat death. I don't want half of the battle for you. I don't want the tax part. No, let me come together and defeat this debt. No. As a nation. Not as an individual, as a nation. Fucking, man, I telling you, man, people just don't want to fucking listen. Fuck a gun. Fuck a fight. Fuck boxing. Fuck arguing. Fuck fighting with your brothers and sisters, the white man, whoever. Fuck that. Get into business. Beat them with the pen. The pen. We're not gonna win fighting. Look what position we're in now. Cause we can't pull together and fight together. We got too much animosity and we hard for that fuck. Too much losity inside of we soul. So we'll never be able to do that. That's how we're in the position we're in now, because they defeated us in fighting. Hand-to-hand combat. So, how you beat your enemy? Learn your enemy tactic. Learn the tactic. Art of war. If you want to win your war, learn your enemy. Now, when you learn your enemy, you see you're really not that much different. You just got to learn his fucking tactic to defeat him. Man, I don't know. I'm not the smartest fucking tool in the shed. Well, how come I can see this and I'm moving towards it, but no one else want to move? Fuck your life. Do for your people. Give up your shit. Give up this shit, yo. Give it up. Give up your job. Give up your occupation. Give up your school. Give this shit up and come together. Why? What's so hard about it? You're going to die any fucking way. You're going to fucking starve with or without me any fucking way. Oh, not you ain't going to starve. I got a job. I don't give a fuck. You working for a man that you depending on him. He tell your ass fire, you fucking fire, you starving. Now you got to go get welfare and food stamp to keep up. Look how much people in America done lose them house. Steady losing them house. Look how much man done lose them job because of them COVID. Man, you think this shit gonna change for you? Man, y'all better wake up, smell this fucking roses out here. Think it's a game. Think it's a fucking game. No fucking game. For free people of color. Go look it up. Go really research that. Free people. I just been sitting back holding my mouth, my mouth, mom, just watching who come with what. Okay, he got to that far. Okay, he ain't getting no farther than that. He need to go shopping up a little bit more over here. Okay, I'm gonna see who going farther than where they want to go. Go seek the truth. And I'm just sitting here watching. Not again, not to know more than anybody else. What the fuck? I do know. Don't be mad at me because I know. I coming to give you the truth. Further than what the fuck you seeing. Don't vex at me because I giving you something else to go study. Go study and I bet you what I telling you the truth. Go study what it. what my boy, I didn't want to say nothing against my boy the other night. Um, no one. I don't want to say nothing against no one. Go and study the first things about any indigenous Indian talk was coming from the Caribbean. The Taino and the Arawak. Taino was civilized with cultivation, moving with shit. This is their terminology. The Arawak, they seemed as a nomad, hunter-gatherers. Understand this. They disbanded we. They disbanded we and broke we up and changed we into different tribes. The original tribes come from two tribe names. And they disbanded it and broke it up and separated everyone else. Under this tribe, that tribe, that tribe. Start naming you. And you took the name and identified yourself with what they gave you.
Talking about
Man,
you talking about Haiti, La Navidad.
say it again.
I was saying you're talking about Haiti in the Portuguese and the Spanish, La Navidad, the first colony where they took the Arawak up from the islands.
Man, it happened in Dominica, Haiti. Yeah, you're right. And Haiti had went and fought for Dominica, and Dominica ended up rejecting Haiti's linking together, and Dominica ended up taking on their own independence. Blah blah blah, blah, and the island started to take up, as in populated with Spaniards and Anglos, and taking up our people and pushing them out of the land, taking them away from the land, and then turning around and bringing them back as so-called, not the majority, but a good amount, bringing them back as so-called slave when they took them away as so-called slave. Understand what was going on, bro? It was back and forth. This shit been going on for a long fucking time. Do more history than 1700. Do more history than that. And don't just go in your prescribed ideology or of your tribe. Go deep. Go into the angle where they come from, or where the Spaniard and how when they did this and who they. Man, look, I don't know. I could give you the whole fucking key, and you're still not gonna catch it because people ain't seeing it for themselves. They ain't going into the deeper studies, so they don't look at Nachi. Oh, Nachi think he know everything. Man, go look it for yourself. You'll find the truth. And then you'll be sitting over here in my position. Damn, you know what? Man, fuck all that name shit. Everything I ever read is showing me where these names coming in. These people naming we, and I'm taking it and identifying myself under their banner to be accepted by them. Not separate, accepted. Man, I don't know, bro. It's so much smart man up here, so much leaders up here, and instead of we pulling together and grabbing one banner, 10 leaders moving together with okay, so everybody want a channel because everybody looking for that bag. I see your brother. I see brother. What's my nigga name from Queen's Flip. Queen's Flip. I don't know if you guys know him or ever hear of him. He's in New York. So Queen's Flip had 4, 5, 6 different men got a warrant against him on a YouTube thing. Queen's Flip brought all them man under one show. Each man run a show at a different time. And it blew the whole fucking, blew everybody up. Because everyone who watched this man watching one show. So when the law come on, it don't matter if you on or who on. If they subscribe to that one show for that man, they're catching you too. They're hearing your message too. But we want to be separate. I's this man and I's that man. I's Ados. I's Pan. Man, fuck. What the fuck? Why is there so much division? What we can't see it for ourselves, bro. Where the fuck are we going? I mean, straight up, look at it. Can the people in the chat say something some fucking time? Y'all jumping from panel to panel to panel. You can't say, yo, won't y'all pull the fucking together? I'd rather see all of you together because I'm watching all of you already. I ain't playing no bias shit, sneaking and do. Man, I'm watching all of you already. So why can't we? I watch all of you on one show. Promote that one stream. So now YouTube will go and blow all of you up. More people see all of you. Can we manipulate, monopolize on shit? We can't think that far. We can't see that far ahead because we too fucking at each other's throat. Don't want to go nowhere for real together. I don't know, bro. I tired. I fucking tired, bro. I really care about my community. You know what someone told me the other day? Nati, boy, you know you got a good heart, man. But I tell you, man, you invest yourself too much into people, man, just for them to let you down. I know you love the community. I know you do, just on how you move in the man. But people ain't like you, you know. You's the only man I really see, bam, 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 risking it. Dude, I don't have no lot of money. Me born with shit. I born in the slumps, you know. Slumps. Worse condition than we probably are there now. You think the first thing on my mind will be about getting the bag. Man, I done did that, I done done that. It ain't got me nowhere. I done had a lot of money, and where am I today? Still trying to do for my people because I know that's what my happiness is. That's what my true joy is. Where's your true joy? Getting $1 million? Bill Gates still trying to get a million, still trying to get more money. Donald Trump still trying to get more money. Warren Buffett still trying. LeBron James still trying. It ain't enough money to make you happy. You'll never have enough money to be happy. You better find your happiness in life, real, tangible life. Dead tree. Watch it. You worshiping everything that's dead. So the man go and cut down a live tree to give you life that you really supposed to be going to hug and love and cherish. They go and cut down a tree, kill the tree. You can't. Okay. So how you think your mind gonna be? How you think your spirit gonna be when you carrying death around you all day long? All day. You waking up in the morning time with your life, giving you life to get up to go work for that money, that dead money, the dead tree. Taking life from the earth to give to you to work for the dead. You working for the dead. You only see yourself alive. They killed you in birth, and you gets up every day to work for the dead. Monday. Oh no. Let me go. I ain't gonna hit Monday right quick. I'm gonna hit morning. Morning is a dedication to your Moors. If you want to believe it or not, I'm trying to give you some sight. It's a dedication for your Moors. Morning, the subject of that to be taking place. That means captivity. You're placed in captivity. Mourning is a dedication of more, mourn, and more in. That whole word in itself, it ain't what people thinking. Come on, man, we gotta catch up. We gotta catch up. We gotta catch up. We gotta catch up, yo. Gotta fucking catch up. Gotta catch up. I don't know, bro. I wish I had somebody to tell me this shit, you know. I wish someone was sharper than me like that. I'd have been so fucking far ahead just by listening. Just by listening. Even if I ain't feel it true or not, just from me hearing the information. So when I go down my journey, I know what the fuck to come. If I pass this again, I already know what it is. Can't come thief my eyes. Can't come thief my head. because I already know what it is, because I done received the truth already. I gone through blood, sweat, and tears, real tangible reading, books, real education, hard knocks. Not no one slashing me and telling me what's what. I go so deep on you, the man, you swear I come from the book itself. But I ain't looking to have no big mind or look like he's bigger than anyone else. That's why I keep my mouth shut and just sit back and watch. And I try to hit you with some subliminal jewels here and there to see if the dumb man that's smart can catch it without me just coming straight out with it, without me stepping on people's toes and making people feel a certain way. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to try to sharpen you. Catch on, my people. Again, I tell you, catch this shit before I got, because I gotta wither away today or tomorrow. But this truth is gonna be here forever. Get your shit together. Get your shit together. It ain't hard. Wake up in the morning time, have on your brain, morning, morn. Okay, business is at hand. Soon as I open my eyes, I'm in business. I'm a business. Everything I do is a business. I'm like a walking 7-Eleven, a walking Circle K. I put on some Calvin Klein, some Jordache, some American Eagle. I'm advertising. I'm a commercial. I'm a business. I don't have on my own Fruit of Balloons. I don't have on my own Nike hat. I have on someone else's trademark shit. I'm a business.
I hope that I hope they got that last drop that you gave them on morning.
I don't know. I don't
So
know.
here's another way for them to think about it. Why do people tell you why do people tell you when you wake up, good morning? It's a release of the temporary death that we experience each day in a 24-hour cycle, right? So we're supposed to be born again. We're supposed to let go of the old and start anew, but not just stay in the same place. That's what Nadi's talking about, stagnation, energetically. We got to move somehow. So the brother was saying, give it up. So remember we had that conversation last week, Brother Nadi, and I was telling you how you remind me of my teacher in the islands. And he used to say that all the time, and it took me literally, I mean, I don't know if I'm slow or I'm being honest. I don't know if I'm slow or what it is. It took me close to a year to get that, right? So like how you drop hints, I didn't really know that he was like what he was doing. So I would talk and I'd go through all these different veils, right, of what you're talking about. I mean, you could make it a male thing, you can make it an ego thing. I had to go through the fire of myself, of going through all that. The boasting, for the bag, the boasting for the women, all of that. There was nothing that I could give him that could impress him that he hadn't seen already as a human being or as a man, because he had taken himself there voluntarily 1,000 times over. No ego, intellectually, sexually, physically, he had been there, right? So, yeah. And I didn't know what that was like as a human being or as a man, right? So now that I've gone there, without measuring how deep it is, I can see that in other people, right? So, I mean, that's all I can add to it, yeah. So I try to start my day that way. If I can't do it with a group of people, at least for myself, where I try not to be in stagnation, I try to manifest something that's real in my life a little more each day. And that's what I take from what you're saying. That's what I hear from it. You want to see something real out of this community. Because a piece of paper is not real. And I get that. You know what I mean? What's a treaty? What's a note? It's a dead thing unless you can apply it in your life, in the present, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We making it real. We make that real. We make validity to it by treasuring its soul, by killing over it, by murdering over, by starving people, by beating people. We make it real. That dollar ain't born out of no one pum pum. Ain't taking on his first step. ain't saying his first word. None of that. We doing all of that. We bringing all this illusion into reality. Them gods, them titles, them money, them car, them house, them. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna open up some more eyes, right? Damn, I'm too much fire for myself. I gotta slow down. Check it out. Okay, so let me show you how much fucking in a box you people are in. You don't even recognize the ideology that they got you stuck in. Look in your house where you at right now. You have four walls, corner walls, 90, 90, 90, 90, which comes out to 360, the imitation of man perfection by him being God on earth. Your whole house is built on a box, in a box shape. Your windows is built in a box shape. It's got you in the box. Fuck on, man. You need to see what the fuck going on, bro. See
And
it,
then
open it.
and we stay
Oh
in a
shit.
we stay in a
Fuck,
box, watching a
fuck,
box, watching a box, right? Stay in a
fuck,
box.
fuck,
We stay in a
fuck.
box of illusions, watching a smaller box that gives us illusions instead of being tangible and manifesting the real life, right?
Yo, listen. Your car you get in, box. Your home you go, your office you go, the
Yep,
prison the man go into, box. Listen to what I'm showing you, people.
yep. And
Understand what I'm showing you.
all these boxes have rules created by them. These are systems of control because only when you're outside of the box are you free, right? So they try to control you and keep you in a box. If you're moving, you must be going from one box to the other. Because if you're outside, you're in nature. Now you're on natural law, and now you're a
I'm
free
a, I'm
person,
a, I'm gonna
right?
give it. I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna give it to him again. So the creation of the box is to put you in a Masonic atmosphere. You are a Mason. You are a Moor. You're not understanding that. You are a triangle in the box, which a triangle only has a dimension of three. It is imperfected. It's not perfect. The perfections start to come in five and six. This is why you got your Eastern Star as a represent of a female energy of a goddess in a 5-point star. Then you have the male following in behind her because he's an offspring of her in a 6-point star with the phallus in the same box. This is the elevation. So you graduate from a triangle to either a 5-point star or a 6-point star. From the education of where you knowing what the fuck you into. It's just how it's made up. It's just how the system made up. So you either come up out of it or you stay that triangle in that box, not knowing you're in a box. Now I just told people, look at the whole thing around you. Every aspect of your life, every street sign, no matter if it's turn sideways, everything is in a square form. You ain't seen the works that's put in front of you, this demonic thing that's put in front of you to hold you. Understand, man? It's so deep. It's deep, and is um min, mi, micro, minuscule, very small and minute, but it's so fucking heavy and evident because they working with the ether. They working with the reconstruction of the existence of reality, and they taking the basis of life and reconstructing it into their illusion of creation. And every time we invest ourselves in this, we're adding into their spirit to make it more and more greater. They put you in a box, every aspect of life, bro. Open your eye. Open your eye. Maybe you'll start seeing more things. Starts open. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Am I crazy? Did I see this? Am I crazy that I
No,
can see the demonic
no, you bro, you good.
truth?
You hit it right on the nail on the head, brother.
Nah, you good, bro. I mean, I mean, people could see it from their own sites. People could see it from the science. People, I mean, it's recorded in history, but I think history can only be alive to such a degree that you apply it. You know what I mean? It's a dead thing until you say, okay, this group of people did this and they discovered this and they made this, whatever. Let me see if I can do it in the present. When you do it in the present, then you make it real. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that's what I learned about history when I was reading all those books with my teachers. I'd read about the Naga in India. I'd read about all this ancient stuff. But I got to the point where I said, are people doing this now? And if not, why not? Do you know what I mean? And then that's when my teacher was like, aha. And I was like, aha, what? You know, he's like, now you're making it real. Because as long as you're talking about somebody else's whatever, in the past, present, future, it's somebody else's medicine. It's their energy. It's their chi. Do you know what I mean? It's their shine. Until you can take it and replicate it, it's not your thing, right? It's not real for you. You're just living in the ghost shell of somebody else's shine, right? Oh look,
Facts.
somebody did this, blah blah blah, right? And he's like, it's always gonna be a shadow, do you know what I mean, of life. Oh, look what happened an hour ago, look what happened yesterday. He said, but until even then, until it's you in the center of that story, he said, even then it's still a shadow. He said some people just shine 24/7 where people around them talk about stories. Guess what so and so did 2 hours ago? And he said they don't even give a shit because they're still shining all day long, 24/7. He said, why not be in that space? He said, so what are you talking about? And then I started thinking about what am I talking about? And all the shit that I was talking about was what was going on in the city, what was going on TV, in the new, all this bullshit, the love and hip hop type of shit, right? And that was still even 9 months out of the city, living in the jungle when there was nothing around me. And I longed for that. And then when I got to a place where I couldn't long for that anymore, I had to really decide, do I really want that? Do I really want to go 3,000 miles to go back to that? Or do I just want to sit in this, not knowing what the fuck's going to happen tomorrow? Right?
Yo, Eagle Hawk, real
Go ahead.
quick. How old are you, brother? Thanks.
47.
Excuse me?
47.
Okay. I know you got a little age on you. You have a lot of, you like the Doseki man. That guy, the most interesting man in the world. Yeah, man. You ran with the Bulls. I'm telling you, in Spain, the sky right here. I'm telling y'all. But hey, listen though, good shit though, man. But I think it's very interesting that we're talking about matrices. You know, the matrix, right? And
Right.
and we. I don't know if you guys caught the interview. I'm gonna have to post it. That we did with Miss the goddess Miss Sophia Stewart, right?
Bridget,
But you
Bridget,
know,
Bridget,
what's up, brother?
Bridget. When you said that, that just made me come on to another thing. Let me say this, please, one time,
Hey, you
please.
got it. Go ahead.
Okay, my people, check what's going on again. So I've been hearing a lot too as I sit in the back and just listen to people. Oh, my grandfather owned this. Oh, my grandfather had this. Oh, my grandfather had that. Remember now what they did. And I want my people to catch on. Catch on. Catch the fuck on. You took the last names of the male. You see how it's going on? Your grandfather. They took you out of your true birthright by changing the land from matriarch to patriarch. So the patriarch shit is a hijack, is a fraud, is no validation to it. So if you claiming my great 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 granddaddy shit, there's no validation to it because it was all on the matriarchal site. So again, when they implemented these names, implemented who you are, implemented who you carrying after, they put it as the father. Understand what I'm telling you? Even in the slave trades and people buying shit, buying slaves back, it was a man. It was all they bought you out of your naturalness and put you in their imitation. So you got to drop that shit, bro, because it's all fake. And if as long as you sit there and see something right about that bad fruit tree, it was done bad from the beginning. So there's nothing good out of it at all. Catch on. It ain't that hard to understand. Oh, my great great granddaddy did this. When your great granddaddy had some real fucking validation. And how did he get it? He had to be a free persons of color. Then brought back his own fucking people. Come on, people, man, get the fucking clue. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I give you every piece I can. Every time it come to mind, I got so many guys just been hearing, but when they come to mind, I'm gonna try to drop it quick. But I got a chance. I ain't coming up on no fucking platform to be looking big, to be praised or famed or looked at. Oh, now he dropping this and fuck that. I'm giving you what you already fucking know. You already know this, right? You already know it. It ain't shit I telling you new to your ear. Nothing. It's resonating with you because it's already in your genetic makeup. You already know the fucking truth. My people shall perish for the lack of knowledge. And again, ain't no Bible freak, but hey, it holds a lot into showing me how to fucking move. Seek he kingdom first and all shall follow. You know what I seek? I seek love, happiness, and communion with my people. Dude, that's all I got. I never, when I go to people's job, I don't make money on nobody's job to have nothing. I get my things from the environment. Everything I have, the environment gave to me. My people gave to me. Not no white man on no job, not my own job, but my people. So I seek the kingdom of my people first, and all shall be added. Money, cars, gold, wisdom, knowledge, all these things come with that. But you gotta seek the righteousness within yourself first, yo. Stop all this shit. Stop all this shit. Go ahead, big brother. Chief Holiday. Go ahead. Go ahead. My fault for stopping you right.
Nah, man. Sometimes, man, you gotta pass the ball when the guy hot. And you scorching hot right now. You know what I'm saying? I just gotta keep feeding you the ball, man. You doing your thing, man, because you're on another level right now when you coming with this, right? So, I just think, man, it goes back to just the mind. Like you said, one thing you said that was key to me, and I say this all the time, that this is in our bloodline. You have to tap in. You know this already. You and like even some of the guys that are against us, they keep coming around because it's in their bloodline. They know their ancestors told them who they were. And so they're gonna believe all these created stories, right? All these labels and names. And then to top it off, you spitting a two, dude. That god damn, yo. That guy, come on, bro. Like this, what are we doing here? Like, for real. And like I said, hundreds of years from now, people are gonna be studying this shit. They're gonna be listening to these guys like, what are they thinking? Like they literally told you what the accuracy of the DNA test is. And it's a part of out of Africa hypotheses, which is part of the theory of evolution, right? All that pseudo. Anything that comes from their conversations is pseudo.
How
Period.
how
It's no
you think?
more
Hey,
conversation no more. It's no more conversation no more. Yeah,
how
proceed. Go ahead, bro.
hey, how you think they come test your blood and go straight to West Africa and test West African blood and say you the same? Because they already know what the fucking deal is. They took your people over there first and then brought your people, some of your own people back to you. So of course your blood gonna be the same as the people over there. Because they're your people from the 12th century, 13th century, 14th century. The shit that people are not really studying. That they took from over here. And look, again, I don't give a fuck who gets what mad. That was the Moors doing and taking captives from here to over there, selling it to the um 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 what they call them fucking Arab people back in them day um 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 not Phoenicians um fuck
Are you talking
what they
about
call
You
it
Berbers?
talking about the Berbers? Yeah.
before that when Alexander the Barbarian went through there and post Persian. The Persian, they had a vibe with the Persian. And look, the whole thing, again, I'm going to say this again. Our people were Moors too. I'm not trying to fight, but it was a difference. The Moors then was the people that was embedded into trade. The indigenous people were planters, were gardeners, were farmers, were travelers. So it was a separation even in identity at that point.
Well,
Understand?
so so just real quick on that point, if people want to go deeper onto what Nadia is talking about, you can look at Europe in the period of it's like 500. So from 400 to about 1200, all of Europe was under Islamic control. And if you look up the Sultanate of Rome, not Rome Rome, Rum. Look up the Sultanate of Rum, and you'll
Yeah.
see and you'll see how in ancient Europe this was like back two, three, 400, like for several hundred years before the so-called North African Caliphate. So when the North African Moors invaded, there was already two other Islamic empires that were already existing in Europe. So that was just like the last third of Europe that became Islamic. So Europe was Islamic for like close to 1,000 years, right? 700 years in the story that you know of from the Moors coming into Spain, Iberia, but 300 years before that. So
Man,
yeah,
the identity of the Moors of this land was hijacked by the Muslim religion in right at right in the 13th century, going into the 13th century. At this time, you had the Portugal over here in America start to um, outcast the Africans that was coming over to this land because they had a big thing about the Muslims, African Muslims being um, um like I terrorist in a way, but they call it something different back then. Just extremists, and slave uprisers. That's what they identified them. So they didn't want any Muslim that was coming back to the land. Listen again, I'm gonna show you how the shit went down. They invaded the land in 1200s, yo, with the Moors. Moors was already taking over indigenous people over there because at this time, from the 700 up to the 1200s, Moors was being eradicated throughout the world, but they had a upper hand. So they was trying to get their upright on a status of not being knocked down. Now, this was the Moors of America. It wasn't no religion thing. When they went over into Africa, the Moors of Africa end up being indoctrinated with the religious basis. And
yeah.
all them little so-called of our people that was over there being shipped over there in the 1200, 1300 for a little slavery thing was coming forward again in a reverse of slavery through Europe now being in rule of the colonies was bringing a few of them back of our people. But the few that they brought back was already indoctrinated with the Muslim site. And this was what they were saying was the uprisers of slavery, right? Because they
Yeah.
was more identified with uprising.
Oh, oh,
Now,
oh. Just to add to that real quick, if you all look in that same time period that he's talking about, with going into Europe, and then before that, Troy, what that we think of is not where we think of it as in the movies because they tell us that it's down there in Italy. But back then, for 800 years, Troy is where we think of as England. So if you think of the United Kingdom, where there's Ireland, Scotland, and then so you have the little three little peninsula islands, and you go south and there's England. That was what was called Troy, right? So then we have the records of how melanated people who were not slaves lived off the coast of England and France for several hundred years, and they weren't slaves. The so-called Moors who got there and set up kingdoms found them there, right? Then we have records of the so-called Vikings who traveled to those islands, and there were people of color living there. So that's where the story of the so-called melanated people of Troy and the Trojans come in, and so people twist the story and
yeah,
they put it in Rome when it was actually way up there, and it's on the maps. If you look at the old maps, right, Troy is actually way up there where Britain was, right? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, you don't hear the people talking nothing about the Vikings or none of that. Where's all that history at?
Mm.
Where the Vikings coming in? I don't hear none of this. You know what I'm saying? What
Yep.
what it man, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. They skipping over so much shit and
Yep.
just identifying with something that resonate with them and can help fight their argument on a little slice of a history,
Because
but not going into the fullness of it.
even today, the Nordic tribes talk about how there were melanated Vikings, right? And they talk about the history that connects in the north, how they came over to what is it, Greenland and Nova Scotia, and how Greenland was all indigenous and Aborigines, and how they traded with them and they were friendly all the way up to the French and so-called Indian War. You know what I mean? And how they traded with us for hundreds of years. And because
Yeah.
they, in their own story, have the records of our tragedies and wars, of when we went to war with the Dutch and all these, you know what I mean? And they were supplying us with commerce back then, and they even helped us up to the Dutch wars, right? So we have all that because they were the first ones in the what do you call it, the fur trade,
Well,
right?
here's the thing, right? And we're gonna get into that too, because I want to definitely talk to you guys about this, right? But they have scientific evidence. Once again, during the so-called time of the Beringer Strait crossing myth, it's not even a hypothesis. It's not a theory. It's definitely not a law. It's a myth. Okay. This is just you know how like they say Rob Bourne was talking about this yesterday too. I got to keep going on him, right? But like the equator and being close to the equator makes you black and all this dumbass shit, right? It's so dumb, bro. But that's pseudo. It's not a fact. It's not a theory. It's not a hypothesis. That's called skin map. Is okay. Listen, y'all. This is once again. This is 5, 6 years ago. Unc tried to use this on me. Skin map. I pulled the skin map on these fools and showed them how they were had different skin maps at different time periods, and that the one he was showing was like from 2009 or some dumbass shit, bro. Like it's dumb. I'm like, bro, how can you judge a skin map on a 2009 evaluation of history, and you present this off as writing it off in the past? Okay. Second off, right? You can't you can't be a meteorologist and say 13, 15,000 years ago the sun was a certain way in a certain area. Okay. Secondly, the science says in China, Siberia, and in this area, the people would be Negroes. Fuck all that going back and forth. Niggas, okay? Negroes, okay? Woolly hair, thick lips, brown, dark skin, or in Siberia. They've been there for 60, 70,000 years, okay? This is not up for debate. I'm not fucking with y'all, okay? And if anybody would have been coming across the Beringer Strait Bridge, they would have been niggas. That's number one. Number two, they have scientific fucking evidence that people were selling boats prior, during, and after the so-called ice age. Why the fuck would you risk your life going, where food is not growing and nothing is at, when you could just sell? We've been selling for thousands of years. According to them, we started selling 50,000 years ago, according to them here in America. But we have evidence of open sea selling in the Americas hundreds of thousands of years. See, they don't want to talk about this. They want to go in their time periods. Okay? They want you to come with their storyline.
Hey, Chief.
It's just crazy. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, and then another thing, man, all this slave talk, that's some bullshit that was made up, bro. Everything that was done in business. Either it was done on a sugarcane level, cotton level, mineral level, salt level. You understand? It wasn't done on no motherfuckers doing a slave trade because buying and selling slaves was a commodity. Fuck no, it wasn't. It was about the fucking the trade, the real fucking you understand what I'm saying? It was about the sugar and that's what was in the books, bro. It wasn't about no fucking you ain't gonna find nothing in no books about motherfuckers made money for real on selling people. Get the fuck out of here with that. Get the fuck out of here. It's about you gonna find on a book In every trade company, you're gonna find how much motherfucking cotton they sold on the stock market. You didn't have slaves on the stock market, bro, until you got the birth certificate, and then they started trading the birth paper on the stock market. You didn't have live people trading on the stock market. Get the fuck out of here. How
Yo,
did they
hey, so
identify slave then if they were trading them? It was about the stock market. The, the first thing traded on the stock market were peanuts,
that's what's
then
up. Hey, Night, let
flowers.
me ask you a question. Have you ever
Yeah.
checked out this joint on Netflix called Frontier?
Say it again. I'm in the mountains. I'm in the mountains, so you're breaking up. Say it one more time, big bro.
It's called Frontier on Netflix. I talked about this a couple days
Um,
ago.
I don't watch TV. Uh, what is it?
Right. Right. Well, basically, it's
Oh,
set.
oh, where they be finding gold and shit.
They were trading furs. And
Oh,
Libra had
okay.
said something earlier. This was reminding me of it. They wasn't trading in dollars because that wouldn't have mattered to the indigenous people of this land. So things that would have mattered to them, they would have traded for our stuff that pelts and things of that nature, right? For guns, for certain things that we wouldn't have had. So, but these companies though took over the waterways. Okay. And when they took over the waterways, what they would try to do is take as much land as they could. Okay, this is the Hudson Company. This is the Virginia Company. This is the African Company. Y'all get where we're going with this? And they would just incorporate stuff or whatever. And then anything that was incorporated, they would just basically just annex that into their shit, give or take. And then say, hey, look right here. All right, we have the paperwork, the documents that we can move you from this land. Okay.
Right. That's what you call expanding your business,
Libra, thought you was
franchising your
knocked out. You
business.
wake up.
Nah, I'm still here.
Oh, so you,
I,
yeah, you. So the way I learned it was that their authority was just around the courthouse, and then I think you said the word franchise earlier. That's the way I learned it. They franchised their courthouses, and then when they incorporated their cities, it put their cities under the authority of the courthouses and the magistrate. Right.
Well, just think of it like this, right? I don't know if anybody ever worked for a corporation before, right? A large corporation. And when a corporation put a headquarters or any, or store or whatever it is their business model is, if they put it in another city, right? They still have what they call as their practice, right? And they can be in 10 different cities, but guess what? They have the same practice. See what I'm saying? So they're going to operate the same. So everyone that works for that corporation, no matter where it's located, they're going to be under the jurisdiction of how their model runs. You know what I'm saying? They're going to follow it, all of their procedures to the letter. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, I follow
how.
you. They're gonna
Right.
follow their business charter constitution that they have
Right,
there. Yeah.
right. So just like franchises, they all have to use the same ingredients and follow the same procedures. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey, and that goes to say again too. Okay, so we got brothers and sisters in every neighborhood in America, but they're not pulling together to do what they need to do to overcome the system, right? But check it, the police in Vicksburg, Mississippi, got the same tactics as the police in New York City, Las Vegas, Chicago, and LA. They on point. They work the same. Hey, their brotherhood is so tight. They don't step outside of their basis of policy. But we know we so unruly and so wild. We don't even try to put order within ourselves, let alone the community, right? So how you think you're gonna win when You standing out in the block in Vicksburg, Mississippi, selling dope. I'm in um Las Vegas trapping off my cell phone. The next man trapping out of a window with a bucket coming down. You know what I'm saying? In another city, we all got different ways of hustling, but the police got the same way of catching our ass. Either way it go, they taxes are the same. It don't change. But we got so many different tactics, but we can't get away with shit because we ain't pulling together to come up with a way to win like they came up with a way to win. Isn't that kind of peculiar and strange that we're not smart enough creatures to be able to come up out of a trap that we put ourselves in, that we built for ourselves? We can't even come up out of we own trap. Mm. I'm ashamed.
What was that you were saying before, Chief, about Sophia Stewart in the Matrix?
Well,
yeah, what was that?
Well, I mean, it was a great interview, y'all. It was. She said so much, and I know a lot of times people like you have to read between the lines a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that she was definitely on the Aboriginal information. You know what I'm saying? Um, but when we talk about like these things, these paperwork, right? She went to the movies with a friend and seen her movie on the screen. She didn't even know her movies, her book that she had wrote, they had made it into a movie. You understand what I'm saying? And she just recently, in the last few years, just got remedy for that. You know what I'm saying? And definitely not the remedy of not Transformers, but
No, she did I think she did Matrix and Terminator.
Matrix and Terminator, right? She was like, she was telling us how Neo and these are the same people, like it's the same, like it was like how they split the story up and just everything, bro. It was just crazy. But this happened to our people, not just the land, like all our intellectual properties, all our everything, right? And right now, as we speak right now in America, the number one export of America is our intellectual property, aka our culture, that we can only create. No, it's hard to even find anybody to come and duplicate. You understand what I'm saying? So, are we missing a boat? Like
Well,
on culture, like on our culture?
let me
What are
say
we
one
doing?
thing though, G. Now you absolutely right about see, here's the thing, right? Anybody can copy your shit, right? That's not the problem. The issue is that they can't create it. So we create, they copy. This is how the shit works. We create, they copy. Um, Also, I wanted to say something as to what Nadi was saying about the way the police act and all that. And one thing I want to say is that what is the one thing that the police departments all across America have in common?
Besides they like donuts?
nah, they have this franchise called the Fraternal Order of Police,
Word.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they adopt the same practices all over. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a common thread, that franchise, because it is a franchise. Okay.
But
So
how
they
did they
all
get so
gonna
much power though? How did they get so much power? It'd be like
franchise.
employees working for
You said
you,
what?
and he
They
telling
they
you what to do.
they
You
get
said
it
how did
through
they get so much power? Go
uh,
ahead, brother.
Yeah, like social power. How did they get so much social power over us?
through socialization.
Because
Okay.
from what I learned, they started off as slave catchers, so they were originally contract for hire, mercenary for hire by the corporations licensed by the church, right? So it started with the conquistadors with New Spain, and then with England, they had different. They were just British, but they were still hired by the church, leading up to the 17 and the 1800s. What we think of as detectives. Detectives were, you know what I mean? That was like the
Well,
first.
that's no different than a bounty hunter, right?
Right,
So
right.
so here's the thing, right? And you know,
But we was even those guys though, bro.
well, see, that's what I was about to bring up because you got to understand that who were the slaves. So, see, and
No, it does.
this is the
Yeah,
part,
it leads up to
right?
our
So this is the
history.
part
Yeah.
that get lost, right?
They was the ones that was doing all the dumb shit.
You see what I'm
Let's be
saying?
clear.
So here's the thing, right? Just like when they tell the Anthony Johnson story, right? Don't
Oh god.
forget they had white and so-called black slaves, right?
Yeah.
Oh
And
no. The indentured
that,
service.
well,
And,
whatever. I mean,
and
I'm
they had
just saying.
yeah,
No,
and they
there's a
had
difference.
white
So
and they had
yeah,
white and
whatever.
black
You
slave
know what I mean,
catchers. Yeah.
These fools.
right? So they got the white ones got caught and they got sent back too. You see what I'm saying? And that's the part of the story that nobody pays attention to. Like, hold up, didn't he
Oh.
have?
Can I add to that real quick?
Go
People
ahead.
think about Australia. Australia, people know that it started as a colony, right? And they were all criminals. People don't realize that they were British criminals. People, this is the hijack. People think that the criminals were sent from England to the States. Why would the British colony? Why would the British government and empire send criminals all the way from England to Australia, as opposed to sending their British criminals from the colonies, their indentured servants and slaves, to Australia? Right.
Mm. Well, I know this. The 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 narrative is based off of skin tone, right? And it's interesting that two of the guys ran off with the story of Anthony Johnson, which is a fake ass story, right? And we can get into that. We broke this down, but I think we're gonna have to debunk it again, right? It debunks itself. It's just like it's just dumb as fuck, right? But here's the thing, right? Let's just say that story happened, face value, like it said, right? What in Sam Hill pick? What the hell? Why would skin tone dictate whether or not the two pale guys would just finish out their terms and the melanated guy, Kazar, had to serve a life sentence? I just want to know, okay, let's just say if that happened, how the hell would that guy's life sentence have anything to do, right, since that happened in Northampton, Virginia, right? What the hell does that have to do with us in Alabama or Mississippi or Florida? We're not even a part of that at that time. And whatever's going on in that county wouldn't have anything to do in South Carolina, North Carolina, New York. Like, so I don't understand the mindset when you say this, but when you ask them to provide any documentation on said Anthony Johnson in this case, they will tell you that the courthouse burned down in the 1600s. Oh, by the way, this so-called fake Anthony Johnson died 11 years before these people went to court and ran away and all this dumbass shit. I just think, like I said, y'all, like this shit is dumb, and the fact that they keep telling these same dumbass stories, I think it's past being dumb. I think right at this point, right now, we literally have free agents running around this motherfucker.
Well,
They
here's the
burned
thing,
enough.
though, Chief.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing, right? We got to understand that these people do not understand collaborative evidence, right? They do not use evidence, they use stories. So if someone's told a
I
story, they gonna
gotta
believe it.
laugh. I gotta laugh. I gotta laugh at the collaborating evidence. But go ahead. That was a good one.
But that's what it is. It's like, because if you listen to them talk, it's like, okay, but where is the evidence? You know what I'm saying? It's like they believe any story that's ever been told. I mean, it's just that simple. They do not look for evidence. They only go by whether or not what story was told. That's it. That's their research. They research stories. That's it.
Hey, you know what kills me so bad is all these big brother so smart, so well spoken, and got a strong voice when they arguing and cussing you out. But they over there talking about some shit they ain't got shit to do with them. How you know so much knowledge about Africa, but you don't know shit about America? You can't name 10 fucking rivers in America.
They can
Huh?
barely name 10 relatives, bro.
Can't even name 10 states. I bet you 90% of them haven't even left their side of town. But yet they want to claim they know something and know someone else. And look here, bro. I don't know. I don't know. If I don't like the boast and talk shit and look like I bigger than someone else. But man, look, a lot of you brothers got a long way to step up to really show me approval that and I ain't nobody for real. But for you to be somebody to me, you gotta do better than what you're doing. I'm telling you, for real, for real.
That's a fact.
That they can't tell you nothing about America. Nothing. Oh, but they'll tell you about the the great African hope. What they call it, the great black hopes of the Civil War, the Civil Rights Movement. Civil Rights Movement. Dude, you telling me to invest more? I might well go down here and vote right now. Talking about a civil right. So I should go vote. So what voting ever got for me? What voting ever got for my people? Besides getting shot, they just shot 2 boys this week. Didn't they just kill two more black people this week? Just this past week, police just
Yeah,
killed 2 more people.
yeah. One
Come
was
on,
in
man.
one was in Philly, one in DC here. Yeah,
I was in Philly when that happened. I was
yeah.
in Philly
The
on the
DC
west
one,
side.
yeah, DC one happened 2 blocks from my house. Yeah, with the
Come
with the
on,
riot
man.
with the riot. Yeah,
Come on, bro. We gotta. But voting is doing what for you? Is voting gonna stop the police from killing you, any white man, any China man? Is it? No. Why my people gotta go and be police anyway? You can't find no more respectable job to do. You actually want to do a job that requires you to take the life of someone for not following a traffic sign. So the dude that killed Fidel Castro, right? For the man said he had a gun, he had his gun permit. What they get pulled for? A traffic violation, right or wrong? So
yeah,
the initial pullover was a traffic. That man just got killed for a fucking traffic sign that we voting for. So the politicians you voted for can make some fucked up ass rules that you ain't got no say so on. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? That makes sense to you? It don't make no sense to me. I'm gonna vote for someone that's gonna make a rule that I don't agree to. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me to vote for someone. Soon as Trump got in, soon as they voted Trump in, the first action Trump went and did is bomb Syria from the ocean. That man didn't even have enough nuts to go on that man's front door and tell that man I have a problem with you. That man send nuclear warheads from the ocean. This is what people voted this man in his first fucking week in the White House. He got to kill up all kind of people. That's what you voted for? You voted for someone to die. You voted for them to go over and take someone's land for some natural resource, for some opium, some drugs that they locking your dumb ass up for, but they getting rich on. Dude, get the fuck out. Man, what the fuck is going on with we people, man? Are we this fucking delusional and disconnected to reality that we can't see the truth? We so blinded by the dollar bill. Oh, we thankful that they give us a job, give us a way into their society. We can't survive on we own. We can't go out there in the bush and survive like we did from ancient, the natural way from beginning, the true way. We got to go and invest ourselves in this illusion, this imitation system, and put ourselves into it where it really like it's real. So okay, so I'm gonna go back to the Bible again. So the man named rule a king, right? So now they got a king, and I guess it was Pilate said, kill up all the babies that's 2 years. Not even Pilate. I'm gonna go back to motherfucking Pharaoh. Kill up all the babies that's 2 years old and younger. They done vote this man in law in as their king, and now this man come killing up his own fucking people that voted. That makes sense? You giving someone that much rule over you that they can take your life. Your life ain't worth nothing to their policy. When my people gonna wake up and I don't know. I guess never, right? I just wasting my breath. I wasting hot air. I should be saving for when I get ready to die. I can take these little couple of breaths and give thanks for that extra time in life I giving away right now. Huh? Shit.
Well,
Well,
go ahead, Chief.
well, I feel like somebody getting the vibrations, man, because it's people people are getting it, bro. People are waking up. It took them a long time to psychologically get us in this lane, right? But it's y'all know it just dawned on me. Why don't they never talk about any foreign conflicts that are supposed to be going on right now? That's not even on the debate stage. They don't have any caskets coming back. They don't talk about anything that's even happening in Iraq or Afghanistan or any of these other places. Then they have the nerve to be talking about Russia and China all day, North Korea. What the hell is going on? Aren't we still in conflict?
You said, "Are we still in conflict?"
They're gonna
Yeah, I thought we were
Yeah.
still in
they're
conflict.
gonna
Yeah, just
Go ahead.
yeah, let me
go ahead,
they're
Naya.
gonna throw Russia, China, and I wanna say Indonesia, right? Indonesia or the Philippines. It was one of it. They start a coalition, the world against poverty coalition. They're trying to break up this one world rule shit that's
Oh,
been ruling the world.
you said
Huh?
Russia. You said Russia, China.
And either Indonesia or Philippines. I think
No,
it's the Philippines.
you right. A couple years ago,
And
they did.
Brazil, I think, or
Yeah, the
Argentina, one of
you
them.
talking about you talking about the BRICS thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So they trying to keep them as our enemy, so we don't join into the communist ideology, or so they say communist, right? But America is leading to communism because before all communism is socialism, and America has been a socialist society, but claiming to be capitalist this whole time. That's how come you're most of us is in poverty, because they invested into the socialism by
That's
giving you so much and keeping you at bay, not letting you really advance.
they have an army too. It's formed underneath a corporation that they call. So they did the BRICS bank thing that tries to go against the one world order, like banking family, but they formed a military order too called the Shanghai Corporation. So it's all of the countries that Nadi was talking about that are against the United States and Israel. So it's like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Vietnam, and the other four communist countries. So they have a whole military pact, right? So if you fuck with their current, so they stacked it up real nice, guerrilla warfare style. So first you fuck with the BRICS banks and you fuck with their currency, right? Then it activates the pact, the military pact. It's their version of their anti-version of NATO and all that other shit, right? So if you fuck with one of those countries, you fuck with all of them, which is why they're fucking with us now. So if we fuck with China, it activates all of those countries, and all of those countries simultaneously attack us. So if we fuck with Iran, China and Russia, or all of them at the same time, will start fucking with us, which is the shit that we're in now. And the New World Order wants that. They want it. So it's us in Israel and maybe like one or two others against like all of them, right? So
Man, we
Yeah,
don't we ain't with that shit though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's motherfucker the imposters that's running around in our name doing this shit.
no, I agree. That's their shit. That's their Babylonian, like wet dream, like scenario that they're trying to play out. And like Nadi said, energetically, and like what Chief was saying, it's energetic. It's a matter of how much we play into it. Just like the box scenario that he was explaining, right? We're in a box within a box. It's just like TV. It's a matter of how much we play into it. And sometimes the artificial affects us and then we make it real. And then sometimes we affect the artificial and it's copying like what is real, and it's just a mirror of something. Sometimes TV's like that, but a lot of times it's artificial, right? So we have to be, we have to check ourselves because that whole thing is an artificial thing. If we play into it, then we make it real, and that's part of the biblical prophecy, Magog and Gog and that whole thing playing out, right?
Well, that's the whole. I mean, that was the whole point of what they were trying to do. You know what I'm saying? They to replace the natural world with the artificial.
yep. And they
You
winning.
know?
They doing it. They doing
Yeah,
it.
yeah. They've been doing a hell of a job. Um,
Yeah.
but it, it it's still just like doing the World War One and World War Two. The same scenario was going on. You know what I'm saying? Um, and that's what kicked these World War One and World War Two off. You know what I'm saying? Same scenarios. So get ready for World War Three.
Yeah. Yeah. They're ready for it.
Coming to a town near you, especially on TV.
Really, really, you just looking for the physical part. The mental part already happened when they did this paper genocide on our ass. That was World War III right there. That was the war against the whole world. This birth certificate, this paper genocide, getting us indoctrinated with their paper system to the whole world. They just trying to give everyone on the world a birth paper, a birth certificate, so they can
Yeah,
claim everyone as
part of their franchise.
well, we better catch on, man. And it ain't so hard. It ain't that damn hard. I don't know why my people making this shit so hard. It really isn't. It ain't hard.
That's a fact, man. But and the thing is, the question is always asked, how are they doing it? How they doing it? But if you really think about it, right? If you understand how franchises operate, this is how franchises grow. You know what I'm saying? No, not only are they turning cities and states and municipalities into franchises, but they also franchising the citizenry. That's
Yep.
also part of the franchise, i.e., the birth certificate. So everything is being franchised and sucked up into the corporation or trust or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yep. What I was gonna say,
So the answer, Nati, is always what you say may be used against you, right?
right,
So if we see what they're saying, we take what they're saying and we use it against them. You
right.
see what I'm saying? So
And that goes right back to what I was gonna say. How you fuck a excuse my lingo? How you fuck a nigga over? Hide it in a book, right or wrong.
well, that used to be the way.
All right.
They
So
can't do that shit now.
anything you say can and you will be used against you. Now,
Exactly.
everything they ever said, they wrote it down.
Yep.
So it can and will be used against them. You just got to fucking go read it and apply it.
Facts.
The fuck?
Facts. Facts.
How you get over on a nigga? Hide it in a motherfucking book. Damn, that shit's so simple.
Very simple. Very simple, man. That's why that's why sometimes you say things that just fly right over people, man. But I've been saying this shit for quite a while, man. What you say may be used against you. So who was doing all the talking?
Thank you. Right? That's all you got to go on. Let them talk and use it against them. Don't claim the shit, dumbass. Use it against them.
Exactly.
my
Exactly.
people, my people is ass backwards, bro. They think they looking at shit, think it's candy because it's dressed up.
That's a fact, man. That's why I say, man, you know, but it's like this, man. And I know a lot of times people get frustrated, man, on the movement, but I mean, the blueprint already been laid out. You know what I'm saying? All you had to do is, like you say, Naughty. All you had to do is read what was done. The blueprint has already been laid out. So if anybody want
Yep.
to know how to do it, the blueprint is already laid out.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Of
Even if you
course,
start with one person, and then you get two people, then two people, then you get three people, then three people, then so on and so on. That's just how it works from the ground up. You
yep.
can't just jump to a skyscraper. It don't work that way. You gotta build that foundation. You gotta lay some bricks down first for the foundation, and then you build on top of it, which may not happen in your lifetime. But one thing you can do is build the foundation for it, so they don't have to do that.
And another thing, I know I'm old. I'm happy I'm old. Shit, when I was most of these jits ages, I was wishing I can get old. Y'all better start wanting to get old and start thinking with some wisdom. But I'm gonna give it to the jits though. They sound is prevalent, right? Because the rest of the jits want to hear a jit talking because they like the sound, they like the energy, they like the charisma. But if you really listen to what the jits them saying, they ain't saying shit. So the jits really need to go up under some counseling, bro. It's good to show self study for self approval, right? But you still got to learn the truth from some type of directive, right? Not just necessarily saying someone, but take some examples and implement it as a sharpening base, not going on doctrine that Professor Wesley Webster wrote. And okay, so a lot of this shit sound like some new age preacher shit to me. Motherfucker, go inside of a church, go up under the pastor, learn the scriptures word for word, and then get ordained as a minister. You see what I'm saying? Or go to their Bible college and then get ordained as a minister and come preaching all the same shit that was put onto them. It's all, and then I'm passing out the hat. Man, look, it's a fucking church, bro. passing out the hat asking for motherfucking donations, bro. What the fuck? The pulpit then moved to the fucking YouTube or what? We got some slick ass pimps out here that's been turned from pimp to pastors now, or pimp to aboriginals, or pimp to ADOs, or pimp to Pan African. You can hear it. You can, man, boy. I don't know what the fuck y'all blind to. But hey, I'm gonna sit on my rock, smoke my spliff, and watch all of you just follow that shit all the way off to the bottom of the fucking cliff. And I want to be counting one by one. Every time I see one drop, I'm gonna take a puff for your mother, Scott. Blow out.
With another one bites the dust.
Another one. Yeah, I'm blow some dust. I'm gonna blow some smoke for dust for your punk. I can't believe it. We actually know, all of us, more than half of us, are from the hood. We know a slick talker when a slick talk. We know, yeah, and not necessarily saying someone is actually trying to do that intentionally, but the character. You understand? I come say I'm a motherfucking pimp, bro, and all of a sudden I come up into a all girls what they call that, all girls school, all Catholic non school, and I'm a ex pimp, but I just stopped pimping yesterday, but now I want to change my life over to Mother Mary, right? And I got up in this all nuns church. What you think? What you think? What you think gonna happen? What you think I going ahead spitting? Even though I'm spitting the scripture, how you think I'm spitting the scripture? I'm spitting it like a pimp. Man. And again, this ain't directed to no one individual. I want all these brethren to stop the bullshit, come into a meeting together and say, yo, we're going to get on one motherfucking platform, and every penny donated to that going in one motherfucking basket, and we're going to do what the fuck we say we're going to do. If we're going to build a school just to teach 4 children about it, the indigenous site, that's what we're going to do with the money. Not me buy a bag of weed, me putting it in my pocket. Yeah, I donate. I donate to people because I be liking people a little bill, a little separate little bill. I donate. But at the same time, I don't donate too because I be like, God, where is the money going? Benny Hinn, Benny Hinn, Benny Hinn, Benny Hill, Benny, what's his name? The
What, the
preacher.
comedian?
No, the preacher man. The one that said,
Oh, Benny Hinn.
yeah, the one that said, Tammy, he told his wife, I slept with a prostitute on national TV. You know the one I talking. No, that was Stu. Damn, what was his name?
That was the what do you call it? The Baker family. Tammy Faye
Tammy Baker.
the
No,
wife.
yeah, okay, no, it was another one. The fat boy, he was a big heavy set, and he used to come on Sunday. It was like three of them used to come on Sunday all the time.
Are you talking about the
No,
black
no,
one?
no, no, not the. These were white boys back in the '80s.
Jerry
Jerry Falwell. That's it. Okay. No, that was the fat one. Okay, it was another one. It was him, Jimmy Swagger, Wasn't it Jimmy Swagger or some shit like that? Jimmy Swagger, and I think it's Jimmy Swagger is the one I talking about, where he jump on there and say he got caught sleeping with a prostitute and thing. But here it is. This man sat and took up everybody money. The man got so fucking rich, the man, and then he come out and say, I'm a sinner. He came on TV and said, I'm a sinner. I sleep with dude, you've been sleeping with prostitutes. You've been a womanizer. You used the script to come womanize the whole community. and fucking use it to your advantage to get over on the people for their money. Now it comes full circle again. 15, 20 years later, you come admit who the fuck you is. Now the people been giving you money for the last 15 years. How you think they feel it? Damn, I got connived and shammed by a fucking um I forget they call him. One of them, what they calling people, man? A fucking them craft maker. What they calling people, man? You know what they call a skeezer. Um, uh,
Talking about that, like a skeezer, a
no,
Jezebel,
no, no. Like
or
a
a
dude always
bagpipe.
shamming this and pulling craft to try and get over on people. A
A
conniver.
gigolo.
Yeah, one of them.
Oh yeah.
No, it's another word. Con artist. Con artist. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The fucker is a con artist.
Yeah, they
20,
call him
30 years.
they call him a
Go ahead.
scammer now. The new term is
Scammer.
scam.
Yeah. Scamming people, man. I pray for you. I pray for you. I pray for you. I pray to the moon, the stars, the sun, the ether, Mama Gaia, Father Time. I pray that something hit you in the head and wake you the fuck up. Stop following, man. Look, and another thing, all that bullshit. You're only giving them people validity by watching them, promoting them. Oh yeah, talking in their chat. Oh yeah, woo woo woo, wow 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 wow. You giving them more fire, more branches to start fire with, more gas to throw on the fire, and then name name one person that ain't throwing shots at another person for some type of fame. Name it,
You.
man. It ain't something people ain't seeing. Grown people with something to risk in life. You don't see what's in your face. People with
Let me
logic
see.
thinking.
That's part of the Game of Thrones, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the Game of Thrones. That's what they they all bidding for that spot. You know what I'm saying? On the throne. But it's all part of a matrix mindset, though. And what we try to do is that when we go, and I'm not really speaking of myself, but I guess when the brothers and sisters go on these other platforms, um, they're not necessarily trying to get through to the panel. You know what I'm saying? But it's more about the audience. It's more about the audience, like trying to find someone with their antennas up. You know what I'm saying? Because you know everybody is not going to receive the signal, but you will have a few people with their antennas up, and if they resonate with it, then boom. You know what I'm saying? Then that's another one that left the matrix. So it just becomes like that.
Do any of you all do stuff offline?
Like what?
I mean, like research or cultural, social, anything. I was just curious, I mean, I know I do, so because I mean, I was feeling you on the school thing. I try to do tangible things, you know what I mean, and get it in
Yeah, I mean
somewhere.
it's
So
people trying to do things, man, in real time, man. But we have to know the difference between a community and an audience. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? We really
Right.
we really need to know the difference um,
Yep.
between the two because we are dealing with trying to build a community, but for the most
With
part,
with the audience. Yeah.
right there
Yeah.
you go. So that's why it
right, yeah, I gotcha.
it's not as smooth as it could be, but at the end of the day, this is the reason that these signals go out, is to try to build a community, and but you're using the audience. Those are the audience you're trying to reach. You know what I'm saying? To trying to bring together a community. So we can't just say because we got people listening in a chat and all that's a community. No, that's not true. It's only a community is when they reach out to each other and try to work together. That makes
Right.
community. You know
That
what I'm
makes a
saying?
community.
So
Right.
we're not oblivious to that. We understand that fully, and some people may not understand that, but yeah, we know that. We know that for a fact.
Well, I mean, sign me up. I'm down for the classes.
Bro,
If you need help
you
building
definitely I,
classes
I
on
gotta get
anything,
with
I'm
you
down for that.
anyway, Eagle
Yeah.
Hawk. For sure, man. I need to get your email, man, because I can come down and talk to you in real time. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, anybody who's within
Yeah,
2 hours. Yeah. I mean, if you're
yeah,
Philly, Richmond,
yeah. I'm in
maybe
Maryland,
even
bro.
Raleigh,
I ain't that
sure.
far away
Yeah.
from you. So
Yo,
yeah.
yo, Chief,
Okay. There's lots of stuff.
Chief.
What's up?
Yeah.
You know, you know your boy right there at the bottom of your feet, right?
Who's that? Who you talking about?
Me.
Talk to me. What's going on?
Where the bottom of your feet at?
In the clouds.
No, what state you in? What state? You know where you at. You know where
Oh
you
yeah,
at.
yeah, 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 yeah. No,
Yeah,
I already
yeah,
know. I already know.
yeah.
Yeah.
People be thinking they shit again. But Eagle Hawk, what you just say? Um, is anybody doing anything off of the youth to real thing? Wait, I haven't been asleep yet, you know.
Yeah, man. Y'all know how
Yeah.
it used to be.
Yeah.
Hey, Nadi, you know how it used to be, bro. This used to
Mhm.
be 24/7, bro. Ain't nobody getting much sleep,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
24/7, man. Trying to build it, man. But hey, Chief, why don't you someone wants you to drop the link in the chat real quick. But yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what's up, Libra. I mean, I was
Yeah,
just
bro,
asking because
for
I do
sure
lots
though,
of stuff
man.
solo. You know what I mean? It's hard to, yeah, it's hard to find a community. That's why I was digging what Nadi was talking about. People shouldn't waste that. It doesn't come around that often, so people should take
Yeah,
advantage while they
yeah.
have it.
But that's always the message we
Yeah.
try to put out, man. Is that this ain't just for your
Mm-hmm.
entertainment. You know what I'm saying? It's about trying to get people, and it's the reason that when Ty Data was putting together this map, and the map was based on the Lakeisha app. That's where he first used it
Mm-hmm.
for. But we was using it to let people know where they are. You know what I'm saying? And to get together with people in your vicinity. You know what I'm saying? Like, this person is over here in this state.
Right.
You ought to
Right.
try to reach out to this person. You know what I'm saying? And that was the reason for it.
Because you could add on
Oh
to that
man,
as the
that's what it's
community
about. But you
grows.
gotta you gotta
Yeah.
start it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of
Right.
times
Right.
that's what the problem is.
Because
People just don't start. You know what I'm saying?
right.
But
I
we've
wanna
been
know.
we've been putting this out for a while.
I wanna know what the people' big issue on joining this government. I don't understand that part. I really don't.
I mean, it's all they. You saying something that they've
You
they've
said you
only
said
they all
you
they
said
ever known.
what what is the big issue with joining the government?
Yeah, why they
Oh, why
stuck
they're
in
stuck in it? You mean?
that site on joining the government? Like I don't know, bro. I don't fucking know.
Oh, it's
What
called
what is
alternatives.
what,
It's called the
okay? So we all go and claim India, right? And feel me on this. Feel me on this. Everyone has the right to be self-identified. You can claim whatever the fuck you want to claim. They got all the more reason to identify their titles and hold them subjected thereof. So if they say everybody want to be an Indian, you can be an Indian. But we only going to identify Indians through genetic DNA. This is a fucking. This is so crazy, bro. So once they say that, right? Why in the fuck would I out my mouth say I'm an Indian? Though?
But you and I both know that there's no such thing.
Yeah, yeah, right, right.
There's no
They,
such thing.
man, look, bro.
There's no such thing as Indian DNA. Like they know this. They need to stop this shit.
Okay, but listen, it is such thing because they documented it, they trademarked it, and they validated it, and they're the only people that's gonna accept it. So in their world is real. So the only way it would be real if you join their world. You catch what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, I got you.
Now, how many of my people out here like their world? What in their world have they ever man, they give you a story that they enslaved you. They give you a story that they hung you from trees. They give you a story that they kidnapped you and hijacked you. They give you a story that you're below human identity. They give you every story to hold you inferior to them, right?
Yeah.
But yet we still grappling at their shit. What the fuck is wrong with man? So I can my people, can I come slap all of you and and you give me your money for me slapping you? Like what's the difference? They just doing it a little more slicker and been doing it a lot longer and you say it's right for them to do? It's right for them to tell you the child that you fall in love with a man or you fall in love with a woman, is them to tell you how you can have your child, what you can name. Man, I don't understand this shit, bro. When you give your rights over, how you just give your sight over for someone else to grant you privilege when you're already endowed with birth, but you want to ask the man for privileges. You asking for welfare. You asking for um housing assistance. You asking for this so he can say yeah and no. When is it gonna register in we had? It ain't that fucking. It's not rocket science. Again, I am not the smartest tool in the shed. Well, how come I can see this? Uh, I thought of talking, bro. I'm gonna
Peace,
sit back and listen to you guys for a little while here.
peace, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Who this?
This is the American. Checking my sound here. I don't want to be too loud. I'm on this fancy mic and shit. But how y'all doing, man? Everybody out there in the chat. I've been listening to a little bit of this chat. So it's a few things that I heard, and I wouldn't say that I disagree with people, but I do have a different perspective that I can offer on a lot of different things. I kind of heard y'all covering. So
For
how's
1 second, bro. What was your name again?
I'm the American. My name is the American.
Oh, the American. Okay, I got you. Peace to the God, bro.
Peace to everybody. How's my
What's up,
audio? Is it
Pai?
cool?
Yeah. Bless up. Give your spill.
All right, cool. I guess I'll start with voting. And we have a lot of people that say we shouldn't vote and that it's not important. And it may not be important to us, but it's important to a lot of people around the world. Right now we have a whole lot of people they basically protesting for Trump all around the world. You have them in Africa, Europe, the UK, New Zealand, Australia. And the importance of this is socialism, communism versus capitalism. And I heard the brother mention that America was a socialist country. And he said, but it operates like it's capitalism. But it's not a socialist country at all. Socialism, America would never be a socialist country because of the Constitution, which was created by our ancestors. See, so this Constitution is protecting freedom around the world. And when I say that, it's because communism is slavery, because it erodes boundaries, it strips national sovereignty. Like say, like if China take over somewhere, you can't say Taiwan is a country. You have to just say it's just China. It's a province in China. So once they assume your name and your identity, then it erodes your national sovereignty. So communism is dangerous to the world. See, people been knew this a long time ago. That's why they don't really have any successful communist regimes that survive throughout the ages. And see, like socialism is set up in a way like the devil. Our ancestors been warning us about that person that comes and promises you everything, but in the end, you get the opposite from everything you wanted. That's the kind of the way that it works. So it comes in and they teach the youth, like in school, it'll infiltrate your school institution, it infiltrates your law enforcement, it infiltrates your government, and eventually it consumes your country. But right now, America is looking like it's going to stay, a beacon of freedom around the world. So we have all of these countries that's in line with us, and we protect these countries, and they help protect us. Now, as for our current situation, as for our world politics and what is going on, just in my opinion, I believe that we are in a war with China. And, the Chinese, they believe in the art of war. So they war with you without declaring war with you. They want to win the war before they even declare war. So our country actually have been making a number of steps to combat this war, this World War III that we all, know that's supposed to be coming. But what it was, we go that they're supposed to shoot a nuke off the coast of Asia, and it's supposed to hit America and bring chaos and a whole lot of stuff. But we've been countering that by bringing peace to the Middle East. So actually, President Trump then got nominated for 3 Nobel Peace Prizes because of the deal that he cut with Israel and the Pakistanis, and they drew borders, and now the family can get over the border. They are all the people that's getting along over there. It was just basically the government, and Iran was using the beef that we had with them, that we was having with the Israel thing was going on. They was using that as they reason for having death to America. Our support for Israel on Pakistan, that's why they were screaming death to America. But see, when Obama was president, they went over there and they gave Iran like a $1 billion deal. And the deal was for them not to make nukes, but they took that money and funded it into terrorist organizations like ISIS. And that's how we was actually funding our own terrorists. So when Trump took over, one of the first things he did was cut that money off and end that nuclear deal that we had with Iran. And he did bomb people in Syria, but you have to look at the fact that for years, like 8 years, the last 10 years, people was over there killing American soldiers, and our communist ass government wasn't doing a damn thing about it. And, America lost its respect around the world. They thought they had us because China is rising in technologically and the economy is growing. And basically, you can call them what you want, the cabal, the Illuminati, all of them are putting everything behind China to make China rise over America so that we can all be under the same communist type system that China's under. So that's why you see the United Nations, the World Health Organization, all praising China because they want the world to be under China's regime or under a system where they have a control like that, like they have in China. Like, say, for instance, people that work for the state in China, they get their money on a card, and then they have limits to what they can spend on certain things. Like they can spend $20 a week on rice, $20 a week on corn. They can't overspend. So that's like control, government control, like you never seen before. But
Bridget, can I ask you a couple of questions, please?
absolutely.
If you don't mind. What is capitalism to you?
Well, capitalism is simply allowing people to own property and basically pass it down, and then you have free market competition. I'm not a supporter of capitalism. I don't support anything. I really just support my country. So I just don't want us to wake up. We sitting here hating white people, and we wake up and she paying dick in our mouth. You understand? You know,
All right.
we don't want to
Okay.
be
So,
conquered.
what is so capitalism to you is being able to own property and conduct business. So, what is socialism to you?
Socialism is when the government basically owns everything, and it's this utopia of the money being spread out equally. But the thing about it is this: there's no socialist country that's successful. And even the ones that claim to be socialist, like Russia would be considered to be a socialist country, it has a form of capitalism in it as well. The only thing is they take your property. The state owns the property, it gives it to you, it tells you what to do with it, and it takes it back when you pass away.
All right. No. What is socialism, capitalism, and the other one
Communism.
communism
Communism is a
to
form
you?
of socialism. Communism is actually socialism is the midway step to communist. Communism is the government ruling everything and basically telling everybody what to do. It's more government, it's big government. So the more government control you have, the more socialistic your society is. Say, for instance, let me give you an example with the Obamacare plan, right? And what it's supposed to do is take your ability to have private insurance away, which means you'll have to have government insurance. That's socializing healthcare. So the way socialism works is it works institution at a time until it slowly consumes your society. See, we've already on the path to socialize healthcare. Now, the importance of that is this. When the government is paying for things like vaccines, then you can just ball out on it. You can just make everybody get one because the government gonna pick up that big ass tab. But when you make people have to pay for vaccines, now it's a little bit harder to sell. You're not making that much money. So that's the difference. They want you to be on government insurance or healthcare, and then they can force you to do whatever they want. Because if you don't take your vaccine, you can't get to the next step of your healthcare, and that's basically you run that.
Let me ask you a vibe now. So in America, you got the idea that you can go out, do this, buy property, capitalize, boom, 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 boom. It's an illusion because you still gonna pay taxes on that property. You're still gonna be zoned on that property. This is where you're being captured into the socialism, and it's being disguised in the true deceitful is it's all communism. All in America. All in America, right here. Right here.
Right.
You're not seeing it, but it is. Now I'm gonna say, when you go out and vote, Brethren, what are you voting for? Are you in business? You say, hold up, I'm going on what you were saying because you're either out
Let me
on
give
why.
you. Let me give you.
Hold up,
Let
hold
me
up,
give
hold
you
up.
a
Let me
position.
finish. Let me finish, bro. Coming into a position on making choices, right? So voting for a president is voting for a president of a business. So now, if you are an American citizen and you don't have a business and you voting, you just voting to be put as a socialist. You're a socialist put into a communist because you're not practicing capitalism.
Okay.
And capitalism in itself, hold up, bro. Let me get in a little bit. Capitalism in itself is you getting yourself by your bootstraps, pulling yourself up, and no one has any say so or anything about it. Socialism is someone developing rules that you have to follow by policy, and communism is someone making sure those rules and policies are being taken. So you're getting all three forms right here in America, and you're not even really seeing it. And again, when you vote, you're supposed to vote for business. So if Trump is being rallied all the way around the world by people this and this, them some damn fools if they don't have a business. Because they indigenous self is voting for a business that the corporation gonna make policies against the indigenous and for business. Business is always top of the line. That's your capitalism again, structured under a communist or structured under a socialism, but directed by communism.
Well, let me explain to you because I don't believe you understand the way socialism works. Basically what it does is it only tears down. It only promises you a utopia. So I don't know exactly what the hell you're talking about with
What does
socialism.
America promise you, bro?
I don't know what you're talking about with that.
What
But
does
I just want
America
to
promise you?
address.
A
Let me explain.
white picket fence in a house, right? Or a
That's
quality of life, or a land of free. But are you
that's
free?
irrelevant to the meaning of
Uh,
socialism. Socialism works like the devil. You're not understanding. Like, let's say, for instance, in Venezuela, see, they come in, they defund the police, they promise you that they're gonna share the wealth, and then once the wealth is gone from the rich, then nobody has it, and then nobody has groceries, and nobody have medicine, and nobody have food. I'm an American. I want a future for my children. I'm not gonna let silly shit make me give up on the future of my child. Now, I
what
think voting or not voting is the most submissive ass, passive ass, giving up ass position that we can take. That means
have
you
you been?
just done gave up completely. You don't give a fuck. Let him come put his dick in your mouth. You understand that shit? You don't get that
Let,
shit?
can I
I
say
don't
something,
think
bro?
you understand. Yeah, go
Can,
ahead. Go
Nah,
ahead.
let me speak. I
bro,
got a whole bunch of shit for y'all.
bro,
But
we hearing you. We gonna let you put it down, man. We just trying to break shit out a little bit,
all right, hit me
right?
with it. What y'all got?
So here's the thing. Now, when you say voting, you using it as a blanket term, right? When the same thing with how people
Let
use
me lay
taxes.
down a little
Hold up,
foundation.
bro. Hold up,
Just a
bro.
little bit of foundation so you understand where I'm coming from.
Bro,
I
I already
believe,
hearing
listen,
you.
I believe this is our country. I believe this is our government. And I believe our government been taken over by socialism. So it was our government, the Negroes, the Aborigines of America. The law is ours, the government is ours, and we letting them occupy our positions. This country is not a democracy, it's a republic, and it's just ran off of rules. We just got rules. That's it. No man is above the law. No man is above no other man in his land because that's not our beliefs. The Constitution completely aligns with Aborigine people's beliefs. It's our fucking culture. So we have to learn that this government, and we want to build a new government. And no, this is our government here. We don't have to build no new shit. This is our shit. The greatest country in the fucking world. What we have to do is participate in our government and take
Who is
it
the
back.
country?
So
Who is the Constitution for, bro?
what does this have to do with what the hell I'm talking about? I
You just
just
said it
broke
goes.
down, gave you my. Well, I'm
Yeah,
giving
you
you
just
my
said
ideology. I say I'm
right,
giving
right,
you my context of what I believe. I don't give a
right.
damn
You
about
just
what you
said
think it's
something.
for.
No, you just said something about the Constitution. I'm
I
asking you
believe that
who.
it's my ancestors who wrote the first, I would say, 13 amendments. And those are the ones that are the laws of the land. Nobody can disrespect those laws. Nobody can break them. Those laws protect us from so that we don't never become a socialist country. It protects us so that we always have our national sovereignty. In the 1950s and 60s, it's when we won our national sovereignty rights back. But then when they came in with all of these puppet ass Negro leaders teaching us that we're Africans, then we give up our damn national sovereignty. So what happened is you have white people that are guilty of allowing the socialist white people in the country that they don't never speak about take our damn national sovereignty from us, and now they're taking theirs too. And that's what this is all about. But if you care about your life, if you care about having fucking grocery stores, if you care about having medication, you need to go out and vote against socialism because you don't want that shit.
Okay.
Bro,
So let me say this, man. Like I say before, man. I'm sure that people understand what you're saying. Now, what I'm asking you is, okay, let me ask you this. So, how would you utilize the voting practice?
Well, basically, it's like this. The Republican Party was founded by black people. It was founded on our basic principles, our fucking morals. You know, shit like just basic shit. We don't want to kill babies. We wouldn't kill babies with abortions. We don't believe in that shit. We don't care about no damn choice. That's murder to us. Nobody can just hear that shit and not feel like that's fucked up what they're doing. And then what they're doing with the fetuses and all that, you don't even want to imagine that. You understand?
Bro, I get that, but that's not
You
that's not
have
the question, bro.
do you
That's not the
believe?
question.
Do you
let me
believe
ask you
that?
this, bro.
Hold up,
Mr.
Nadi.
American.
Hold up,
Hold up.
Nadi. Let me let
I
me
just
let me
want to
get
ask you
this
one
out
thing. Just
before he
one
go
thing.
into something else, man. Before he go into
Well, I mean,
something
I'ma
else.
just y'all ask me whatever you want. I'm right
Right.
shit
I'm
because
just I'm just
I've
trying to
been
get some.
asleep
I'm just
and I
trying
got
to.
up and I've been here and I'm up. So let's go.
Okay. All
Whatever
right.
y'all
So
want to
this
know.
the reason that's what I'm saying. So how would you use voting to your advantage? Put it that way.
Well, I was trying to explain. You know, you use it to your advantage just the same way they use it to their advantage. Right now, if you can feel the energy, you have President Trump. It's like the whole world hates him. Do you feel that? Can everybody feel that? Any TV you walk by, any mainstream news syndicate you walk by, you could feel the hatred. It's almost as if he taking all of America money and he's about to give it to niggas. You understand? It's like, oh no, he's crazy. Let's kill him. No, he's the devil. Get rid of him. Like, what the fuck is he doing? That's got all these white folks panicking. So what they don't do is they don't explain to you that there are two different types of white supremacy. You have left-wing supremacy and you have right-wing supremacy. The right-wing supremacy hate Jews. They do all the Jew Semitic shit or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're
Yeah.
anti-Jew.
But I'm not
And they say
interested.
stuff like according to the Jews, Negroes are our friends. Then you have left-wing white supremacy that is going against the government. So they all they want to do is destroy the government, any institution as a part of the government. Without the
Hey,
government, we don't
my
have no
phone, my
protection.
phone, my phone
Bro.
might go out. Chief, I might need you to throw the link back in the chat as soon as I get back on team. Let me say this one thing here, real quick. You saying our people wrote the Constitution, bro?
So we have to vote so that we can take back our
Hold
community,
up. Let
and we
me
should
say
run as
what I want to
Republicans.
say. Let me say what, bro. Let me say what I want to say. You say our people wrote the Constitution. Everything about that
The
Constitution
concepts
was
of it. The
written
concepts
for.
of it. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Okay,
That's
let me
not
go
true.
to this. The the very first Constitution is what? Do you know it?
You had a few of
Number
them, but
one.
I know it's like the
No,
Articles of
number one.
Confederation. What is
No,
it?
do you know number one?
The Iroquois. What are you talking
No,
about? What's the point?
no. Right to practice your own religion and boom, 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 boom. You know that,
Right,
right?
and you believe that, right?
Okay,
I
listen,
believe that.
listen.
I'm not
No,
gonna tell
no.
my grandma
Let
she
me
can't
talk,
praise
bro.
Jesus.
Let me talk. I'm trying to
What the fuck
give
you
you
talking about?
something.
I believe in the rights for that.
Let me talk, please. That first Constitution was written by and for white man practicing religion in New York City.
The only
Protestants,
race
listen, let
mentioned in
me
the
talk, bro.
Constitution is
Let me,
is
oh Lord,
Indians, not white man.
why you not listening, bro? I'm trying to give you some jewels
Because I'm
that you can
trying to
go.
give you Jews. Listen, dude, I'm not young. I'm not no fucking little kid. I done heard all that shit you spitting. I'm trying to give you some game.
What am
You
I
can take
saying?
it or leave it.
What am I saying? What am I saying? You
When
want
you
him to let me
start
talk?
off with it's wrote for the white man, you done lost the game already. I told
Look,
you,
look,
my
stop.
people made that shit.
Okay, listen to me. I heard what you said. Can you hear what I'm
My
saying now?
people was smart as
Okay,
fuck.
okay. We're not in emotion right now. I'm telling
I'm
you
not
something.
never.
Religion came up because some Protestants jumped on a Catholic Jew in New York City and beat him damn near to death. They made a law, which is the first Amendment of the Constitution for the white man. The whole Constitution, there's a book, tells you the Constitution and the government, period, is only for the white man. Bro, you guys should go out of this fucking
Well,
emotion shit and do some reading.
let me
Y'all
explain
gotta
this
do
to
some
you.
reading because y'all
Indigenous
bullshit.
people
Bro, get
have
off the
different
bullshit.
cultures. They be standing right on side each other and they think different shit. Some
Oh
say they
man.
dream,
It
the
ain't
dream
nothing to
god
think.
came down
Bro,
and
I'm not
created
telling
them.
you something
We have
thinking.
different
I'm
cultures. We
I'm
have
telling you
different
something in
religions
writing.
amongst
Listen,
ourselves, and we
listen,
respect each other's
bro.
religions.
I'm
And
telling
that's
you
our
something.
beliefs.
Okay,
What
good,
the
good,
fuck are you
great.
talking
All
about?
right, listen. I'm telling you what's
Well, I'm
in
telling you
print.
how it
Listen,
in
listen,
line
hold
with
on.
my beliefs.
Listen, listen, bro. I'm telling you something that's
Man, you're
in
doing a
print.
whole lot of
What?
not letting me
What?
reply. If you're gonna say
Damn, bro.
something, let me reply.
God. Okay, let me
All
say
right,
it though.
all right. You
Let,
said it. Now let me
what
reply
I
to
say?
you.
What I say?
You
What I
said
say?
that they wrote it for the fucking white man.
No,
That
I
they put that
no,
in the
no.
account. You say
Listen,
they wrote the First Amendment to protect a white fucking Jew that got his ass whooped in New York. I heard what the fuck you said. Now listen to what the fuck I'm saying.
oh
All
man.
Indian cultures,
Yeah,
even
you
if they was right on side each other, they had different cultures. They had different beliefs. They had different origin stories. That's different fucking religion. And we
no,
respected each other
no,
religion.
we did
That's
not have
our
different.
belief.
We was all the same. They brought the
Oh
division in
God.
us. Why
If
you not
if
understanding
if
that?
I
We
believe
was in perfect
if
harmony
one
here.
if
That's
so
why it's called
you
the
don't
common law.
agree.
That's why it's called common
You
law.
don't agree
Listen,
that
bro.
different religion, that
Listen. This is
different
why it's
groups
called common law.
so the Arawaks
The law of the republic. The
don't have a
law of the
different culture from the Mississippians.
the
That's what you're
law of
telling
the
me. I'm
republic.
just listen. Let me explain this to you. You don't think the Arawaks, since you from the Caribbean
No, bro.
islands,
No.
obviously, you don't think they have a different culture from the Mississippians. See,
Because of what?
I'm from New
Somebody
Orleans.
brought it
Listen,
in. Damn, bro.
listen.
Someone
I'm from
brought
New
it
Orleans.
in.
Listen. I'm from New Orleans. I eat fucking crabs, shrimps, gumbo, fucking seafood po' boys. That's my culture because that's the indigenous animals of the fucking area where I'm at. This is consistent among indigenous people all over. Now, I can drive 100 fucking miles to Mississippi, and now they eating greens and sweet potatoes and corn. See, that's different culture, brother. That's different culture. And listen,
Crayfish was introduced in Louisiana, bro.
bro, a
Coming
whole
up from the
lot.
Caribbean.
We
Listen,
don't want.
listen.
You don't
I'm
want
trying
to
to.
go down. You don't want to go down that
I'm,
road with me.
I'm
That's
trying
my.
to give you some jewels, bro.
Point.
You
I'm
don't
giving
want
you the
nothing.
juice. The point
You
is
ain't
that's
giving me no
different
jewels.
culture. That's different culture. You know how they say like the Cherokee Indians, or they say that the Choctaw
Why is it
Indians
different?
had more
Why
of
is
a
it different cultures, bro? Why?
if
The main
they're
reason
listen.
to cause
If,
division.
if
Is you
it's the
listening?
same culture, but it's
Is brought
different.
in by the foreigners.
Well, I just said
Different cultures
none of that is
are.
brought. How the hell is that brought in by the
Oh
foreigners?
man,
If you eating
I'm gonna give it to
you
you.
eat
Listen,
woodland, you eating woodland
common
food. If you're a
common
woodland
law.
Indian, you
Listen,
eat
bro.
woodland
Listen,
food. If you're a
common.
coastal Indian, you eat coastal food. That's
Listen,
just
bro.
different
Can I?
culture,
Can I?
brother.
Okay, I heard what you said.
All right.
You saying the same
If
thing.
you
No,
disagree
let
with
me
that,
give you a side
I
though.
disagree with
Let
you
me.
on that,
I'm
and
not
I'm gonna
dis.
let
I'm not disagreeing. Listen to what I'm telling you. How it got introduced to that. Before that, you had you were traveling. I was traveling. We wasn't in no one spot. You ate everything I ate. I ate everything you ate. When you traveled over here, you ate what was from over there. When you traveled over here, you ate what was traveled over here. When the foreigners came in and made settlements, this was the first introduction of settlements. This introduced a culture to you to be settled, to start to develop a culture for that settlement, to identify yourself from outside of someone else to cause division. Bro, it's simple, bro. If we get up out of emotions, we
you
can
have
see the
things
truth.
like, say for instance, people in Mississippi say that people in Louisiana or people from New Orleans practice voodoo. This is just something they just have a little thing. Them people from New Orleans, you got to watch their food. Don't eat their food. They'll do this to you, do that to you. This has existed for a long time. These two cultures always felt the same way about each other.
How long?
When
How
I
long,
come to
bro?
Mississippi, I feel like they superstitious. They'll, if you step backwards over a penny, you break your mama, but they got more superstition than we
How,
actually have in New Orleans. So I feel like
how long?
this
How
is
long?
different culture, brother. Different culture.
How,
It don't matter.
yeah. How long though?
Talking about.
Okay, so Louisiana was brought in 1765, 64. That's when Louisiana was made. Before then, they did the same thing as you because it was called common law. Everything was under the law of the republic. Every man and woman moved the same until they start breaking different territories of identifying the separation amongst the people. Division. Before the division, you was the same, bro.
Do you know what culture is? Can you give me the
Oh, man.
definition of culture?
Oh Lord, culture is something that you making up in your own fucking mind
Do you
to
know what
make you
culture
different
is?
from me. Is you listening? To
Okay.
identify you different from me.
Okay. That's just how you
When there
feel.
was no separation. Listen, I'm telling you, in the 1200s, when the white man came up, not white man, the foreigners came here, bro. They came here to separate us so they can conquer our land. It went all the way until when they changed the tribal land into individual Indian land.
Okay.
And made a birth certificate behind it to cause separation so they could divide and conquer.
Well,
Man,
they
it's so
divide
simple.
and conquer you many different ways. They
And we
divide you
doing it
man
right
and
now.
woman. They divide you black and white. They divide,
And you do
they
it too
divide you so many different
by
ways.
you
But
listen, you
listen,
do it too by adapting to their culture. By
it's
you
not
adapting
their
to a culture.
culture. You don't
It
know the
is.
definition of
Oh
culture. So
man,
you don't know
Lord,
my
I'm
definition of culture. So you
cheese
don't know
and
what you're
bread,
talking
bro.
about. Don't
How are you
assume
gonna have
anything about me.
look?
Don't assume anything
Okay,
about me.
okay, so tell me
Just
this.
ask me some shit.
Look, I'm gonna ask you. Was at one time everyone in this continent was all one people? Has it
I
ever been a time?
believe, listen, I believe it is certain things and traits that all Aboriginal people share. You know, we
No, I
all,
asked you a question, specific question,
I'm
bro.
answering your
No,
question. I have to answer
that's
it my
going
way.
around it.
Well, if
That's
you
going
don't know my
around it.
definition of culture, then how the hell you gonna know what I'm saying, bro? Like,
And you gave me a Bridget, do you believe
I do.
all of us on this
I most
continent?
definitely, I believe that all the Aborigines of the American continent and its islands share the same culture. Absolutely, 100%.
The same.
The
Okay.
same culture.
Okay, listen. Okay. At what point did it start to be breaking off Sunni from Apache? One rain dancing, the other
I
one.
pretty much look at all the Indian names and all of the different tribal names as being irrelevant. I prefer to cultures, different cultures of us. We have all the same culture, but we share different similarities. So we have different little cultures among us around the Americas, but we all share a common concept with all of our cultures. That's like
Check this
the
out.
gods
Check this out.
and stuff like that.
Be honest. Be honest. Before you actually knew that you was indigenous, if you ain't learned it from coming up in the tribe, and I'm gonna ask you another question after this. Your identity of knowing Indians was that TV cowboy and Indian team. And I'm gonna tell you the 99% of us knew it as that. And how it was introduced was Buffalo Wild Bill Indian Circus.
Maybe to you, brother. I told you, I
Listen,
grew up in New Orleans, and I grew up
listen,
around black Indians all around me all day. It was
okay,
every
listen,
day.
bro.
So
Listen.
I never even
The
saw a
stereo-
Mongo Indian. When I saw that shit on TV, I was like, who the fuck is that?
The stereotype, bro. I don't know
Well,
where you was
I'm
born.
telling you, I just told you. I came from the ninth ward.
Okay,
I was born and raised right.
Listen.
I was
All
raised
right.
my whole life around black
I
Indians.
don't know when you was born.
Well, I'm just saying, I've never saw a Mongo Indian.
Yeah.
I still challenge people right now to this day. Show me one fucking Mongo Indian in New Orleans. I've never seen one. I grew up as a little kid around a whole bunch of black Indians.
Okay, so at what time did your Indians ever? Okay, so you know how to roast a banana. You know how to roast a banana?
That's your culture.
No.
That's your culture.
Fuck, bro, it's
That's your
not.
culture.
That's
your
Lord have
culture.
mercy. Okay. Listen, I just asked you a question. Stop
You
throwing the
niggas
word
roast
around.
bananas on the Caribbean, on the island. We don't roast no fucking bananas here.
Bro, listen to what I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to get you somewhere.
I'm just answering you. You asked me a question, I answered it.
You said that's my culture. I asked you a specific question. Do you know?
Fuck no.
Listen.
I just said we don't.
Okay.
We don't roast banana.
No, you didn't say that. You threw it on me. China.
You must
something
roast
crazy.
them. I don't fucking roast them.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
listen. Do you roast? Do you cooked on a kete pot? Do you beat a yaba pot? Do you beat a kete a drum? Did you grow up in a tribal site?
I
Did
didn't
you
grow
grow
up.
up in a so
Listen.
you
I didn't grow up in a
grew up
tribal
around
type. I grew up in
okay,
the
so you
inner
go
city, the night wall,
right.
around a bunch of
Okay,
black Indians. Okay,
okay, listen to me, bro. The portray that those
I
Indians
beat the
had
fuck out of the drum.
listen, bro, the portray that those black Indians in the urban cities had was something indoctrinated to them. Do
Okay,
you
well
understand?
let me explain to you my fucking
That
people though.
culture,
That's not
of eating
it's
fat
not
black,
it's not
hold up,
it's not
bro.
it's
The
not
culture of
indoctrinated
eating
to do
fat
it.
black and pork is indoctrinated
They
into
have
your
indigenous people that
community.
look just like
Oh,
black Americans that eat pig all fucking day. That is a part of indigenous culture. In fact, wherever you find a pig, you find niggas that look like us. Now, not challenge me on that if you want.
bro, pigs ain't even indigenous to
It's our
this
fucking culture. It's indigenous to
no,
America. They have feral
bro,
hogs running all
bro.
around fucking America right now.
No,
Pigs,
they
hogs,
do.
wild boar,
Just like
feral
they got
hogs are indigenous to
man,
the
you got to do
southeastern part of
no,
the
it's
North
not,
America.
bro. No, it's
Okay, we
not.
have pigs in North America. We have pigs in the South Pacific. We have pigs in all the fucking islands. All of them. Right to the left of
Bro,
America.
it's not fucking
They
native,
have people
bro.
that look just like you that eat the fuck out of hog. Every indigenous culture eat the shit of their area. What the fuck you talking about, nigga? I eat pig all fucking day. Ain't no white man gave me that.
So
They
check
can't
this
even
out.
cook the shit.
Let me talk to you a little
What
bit,
you
bro.
talking
Just
about?
stop arguing and let's reason a little bit.
Well, I'm
All right.
gonna address you
So
with the
you have
level of aggression you address me with. We can calm all the way
I'm
down and just talk.
okay, well,
But
calm
as
down.
long as you get aggressive, I'm gonna get
Bro.
aggressive. You dig?
Nobody can talk,
It's just in me
bro.
like that.
God damn.
I can't help myself. You know,
All
niggas
right, so
talk to me
listen.
stupid. I
So
fucking
you
talk back
had
stupid. Fuck.
so you had I'm trying to show you something and you don't want
All
to
right, let's
get
talk.
shit.
Let's calm
So
down. You can go where you want to go with it.
you had two basic sites of two different indigenous people of this land. Do you know the difference of those two different sites?
You have to elaborate on that like
You say you
completely.
know
I
the
can't
culture.
read your mind. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay. Identify to me the two different Indians on America's soil before the foreigners come in this land.
I wouldn't know. I don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about.
You had one
Teach
of
me.
a cultivating and upliftment and nourishment, and you had a hunter gatherer.
Absolutely,
Motherfuckers
I agree 100%.
that were
Yeah,
eat
I believe that's just two
like
different types of indigenous people you
okay,
find on all
okay.
lands.
No.
You find that in Africa.
No,
See, like with
listen, bro,
Africa,
listen.
you had the sand
No,
people.
you don't.
They are hunter gatherers, and you had the Khoi. They are agriculturalists, and then they got together and they made the Khoi
bro.
sand. See, in most lands, they have
bro.
two groups of indigenous people,
I'm
and that's
talking
what they
about
don't tell us.
America right
But
now.
one is, well, in America,
let me
it's the
show you
same
something.
thing. You have a hunter gatherer, and you have an agricultural.
No, bro. No.
That's what you just said. I'm just confirming it. I just didn't know what the fuck you was talking about at first.
Okay. Let me show you something. Any other land, why you said what you said, so the people won't be.
I agree.
Okay. So on every other land besides America, any other land that didn't get their produce from America, they people was either fishermen or fucking gather hunters. They was not farmers. They were not planters. Nowhere else on this earth. We taught that to the people around every part because everything that grows come from here.
Absolutely.
We went out and cultivated. So listen, that was one mistake.
America,
again. Hold up, bro.
60% of the world's food
I'm not trying to
was
argue,
first cultivated in America, and
trying
we're
to move
responsible
forward.
for everything.
Bro, I'm trying to move forward. Now, your first identity of any foreigners coming to this country, and they give you identity of the indigenous people they met the people coming to them with fruits and vegetables, not pig and cow. We didn't have time to carry pig and cow because we were steady on a move. We were
And I
plant
dropped
here.
one video and you're the goofy as fuck for saying that.
Damn, bro.
For real, bro.
Bro, listen.
I dropped one video and you're the goofy as fuck for saying that.
Hey, okay, let me tell you something. You're meathead. You eat meat, right? You eat meat, right?
The shit I eat the plants and animals of my fucking land where I came from,
dude.
like all other
From your,
indigenous people.
so what you part of the Inca and the Mayan people?
I'm part of the Mississippian people, and I'm
No,
also
they
part
are.
of the Aztec
I'm
people
trying. I'm
because of my roots in
Aztec. Okay,
Louisiana,
I understand. I understand where
on the
you're coming
coastal
from.
part of
If you
Louisiana.
if you're Aztec, you're a sun worshiping bloodthirst god. That's what the Aztecs is. The Inca and the Maya was into
But
perfect harmony with all earth of life.
not the
Listen to what I'm saying.
Aztecs is
Oh
just
man, hell no.
demonized,
You
but
had
it's
two
just
different types of
misunderstood
people,
culture.
bro.
You don't understand the
Understand?
culture.
You had some
They
people that
wasn't
was
bloodthirsty.
bloodthirst.
You just don't
Man,
understand the culture.
go back to the Aztecs
Well,
belief,
if you want
bro.
to talk about the
They
Aztecs,
was
see,
the
like the
first sun
Aztecs,
god worshiper.
for
They was the
you
first
to,
sun. They was the first sun
the
god worshiper.
Aztecs
That went
actually
to,
had a military, and for you to rise in their military, you had to capture people that you was
I
at
don't
war
give
with.
a
So
I
they
don't
don't
give a fuck
kill.
about
They didn't kill. They captured like the
that.
police do today. You know how they go out and they catch a nigga
Damn,
ass
bro.
and they bring him back and they trial him and then they kill your ass if you did something that was bad enough. But
I don't
they
know where you get
demonized
your
that
studies
culture
doing.
through history as if they were sacrificing and blood worship. No, they was punishing
Damn.
motherfuckers who was out here touching kids and shit like that.
Yeah,
They
there's
send them
someone that's
fucking
dealing with this
eagle
guy.
warriors and that motherfucking jaguar warrior come get your bitch ass. That's all, dude. It's niggas make shit more complicated than
Yeah.
what the fuck it need to be. Now, if you want me to speak, about culture and the different plants and animals, and basically when it comes down to the crops, we invented damn near basically everything that we eat. Like the corn, the potatoes, the vanilla, the fucking chocolate, all that shit was first cultivated here in America. Peanuts, tomatoes. So they didn't have no damn spaghetti sauce in Italy, before 1492. A lot of these crops didn't even make it to the other side of the world before 1492. And they was over there starving every time they had bad weather because their fucking crops depend on perfect weather conditions. So that's why you got all of the first civilizations over there is first coming out of the Mediterranean because they have the best weather there. All that other land they got over there in Africa and Asia, they can't really grow shit. And in Asia they can grow rice, but rice is just something, it gets you in the game. But right now their rice crops is fucked up from the shit they've been going through right now this year. So it still depends on a perfect weather condition. Over here in America, our fucking ancestors was growing all different types of potatoes. They was growing them at different altitudes. They was growing them in different environments. They had shit grow underwater. They had shit grow on the ice. They had shit grow in the desert. And it didn't matter what happened over here. We still had food. We knew how to store food. We made preservatives. We made all types of shit. That's the real truth about it. So when people say that we come from Africa, we got Moors in us, we got this, that, we couldn't have because we sure didn't tell them motherfuckers how to grow potatoes before 1492. Now, where they did have a fucking potato was in Australia. The Australians had the same fucking vegetation that we had here in America. So they like to point you the other fucking way when you need to be looking left. I'm not saying we're Australian Aborigines, but we are a race of fucking people that's older than everybody else, that nobody know where we came from, and we are masters of our fucking environment. Period.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, bro. Yeah, man, that's what's up. I kind of like it. Kind of like got off the subject of what we were
Well, he ain't
first
had nothing else to say, so I just went on and elaborated on a few things that he had said, since he taken me for a simp. But if y'all want to get the rest of this information, because it's important that we understand what's going on with our country right now. We don't want to wake up and be like, yeah, I'm the champion of the Aboriginal community, and she paying dick in our mouth. Y'all not feeling that? Y'all don't want to know what the fuck going on,
bro.
Y'all don't want to be. I'm just asking. If
Yeah,
y'all don't,
man.
I get off this motherfucker and just go.
Nah,
I got shit to do. It ain't like I'm a low life or nothing.
Nah, bro, you stay tuned, bro. You know what I'm saying? You you kicking your shit, man, and shit. I can respect that. You know what I'm talking about?
And I respect that. That's what's up, dude. That's what's up.
So yeah, we ain't trying to.
It's like this. It's just I just feel like I've been doing this all week. I've been going to the store and shit, and I see people, and it's like if this is the way we have to fight for our country right now with information, because we are actually in the midst of a cyber war. And I don't, a lot of people hear about it, but they don't know what it means. And what it is we're getting hit with a whole lot of misinformation, and they are detaching the American people from the government. They're not letting us see what the president's saying. A whole lot of stuff is going on. And if we don't understand that it's a cyber war and that China got an army of motherfuckers, 50,000 motherfuckers just making fake profiles, making fake African profiles. You have just come interrupting us, trolling us on we have to understand what is really going on. You're going to see two different narratives. One going to come out say tomato, the other one say tomato. And then you got to just sit there and you got to be able to decipher what's true and what's that part of that cyber attack that you've been, attacked with. You understand?
Nah, bro. Yeah, bro. I got you, bro. See, here's the thing, bro. What people don't understand, right? That we're not the average people. You know what I'm saying? Which means that we do pay attention to those type of games. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing foreigners don't understand, bro, is that at times, right?
Absolutely.
And a lot of times they don't get it. See, only thing they can do is try to use a bunch of buzzwords and shit. Just like somebody that's trying to infiltrate your community and shit, and they be trying to use the same jargon and all that kind of shit, but they don't know how to say that shit right. You know what I'm saying? So that's always a dead giveaway, bro. We know when when somebody is foreign, bro, they can't speak the same, and we know this. It's a dead giveaway.
Let me tell you something. Right now, what we have going on is some real tricky shit. You have what they call them, the NAACP. You see how active they is right now, like with all of these George Floyd cases and stuff like that. You see people have NAACP shirts on, Black Lives Matter shirts on. The NAACP was having problems recruiting. So what they did was they realized that the Black Lives Matter movement had gained the youth momentum in Ferguson. So if you remember, President Obama, he sent his attorney general down to Ferguson, and he also sent Al Sharpton bitch ass down to Ferguson. When he sent Al Sharpton down to Ferguson, Al Sharpton was acting on behalf of the NAACP to go and recruit Black Lives Matter to get youth for the NAACP. So they joined organizations at that point. Now, they are also connected to the Black Boule, like all of the HBCU's highest ranking members, like Obama, you're coming from Harvard and stuff like that. So all of these people done in line against the government. And they're also working with anarchists, which is Antifa, and that's that far left radical group. Now, let me explain to you who they are.
We already know,
bro.
All right. So you have your own people, the ones that never say nothing for 20 years. They only selective about the NAACP. They're real selective about what incident they want to support. A lot of shit go on. They don't say a fucking thing about. People call them. They don't say shit about. And now that it's election year, all of a sudden they so fucking active and they so pro-black and it's all this support Kamala Harris and all of this shit. Well, basically you have them. Basically, they're secret societies. And I hate to deem all fraternity. But the fraternities are actually the way that they pull it off. These people cannot tell you what they're doing, and they don't know the outcome of what they're doing, so they don't understand. So when that fraternity leader tell you got to go out and protest for Black Lives Matter, you don't know that the anarchist is gonna come out behind you that night and burn every fucking thing up, and that you're actually providing shelter for them to burn down your damn country.
They're gonna do it in your name. It goes back to the same shit, bro. It's like we break shit like that down on a daily, bro.
Gotcha.
So everybody around here is familiar with all that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why, we don't always just repeat the shit over and over again. So we take it that we already know this.
Right. That's good.
Right. So yeah, we not slow at all, bro.
Right. So when we see stuff online, like you see a lot of half incidences, just like a white person punching a black person punching a white person. A lot of the time they get up and go eat McDonald's after that shit. They're working together, but it's all to stroke this racial war that they want to start. Now,
of course.
The reason for the war is to tear down the infrastructure of America. See, they're trying to tear our country down from the inside out. And they've infiltrated the schools years ago when they would start teaching us that we was Africans, and then they start teaching us about the pain that our people went through.
That was through its inception, though, bro. That was from the very beginning.
But the thing is this: the way socialism works is it infiltrates. It's like, say for instance, let's just say George Washington. It's two sides to the story. He was the founder of the country and he had slaves. So it's always going to be two narratives. When you teach the hate narrative, you teach the people from the inside out to hate the country. That's why it's been like against the law, basically, for you to burn a flag or something like that. When I say against the law, it's not against the country's law, but if you not for you to have an American flag is against the law in the climate that we live in. People are going to say you're a Trump supporter just because you have an American flag. Right. So it's anti-American energy. When they go to canceling out shit like Miss Butterworks and the little Ancient Mama Serb, and they want to take her off there, they're not really giving you respect by removing you off of that damn syrup bottle. They're taking your culture, and you're an American, so your ass is in danger too. And that's what we got to understand. They're here for our land and to take the white people who's here land too. So we have to protect the land first. Then we can deal with what's going on with these white folks.
Yeah, but we got you, bro. Go ahead.
So let me ask a question.
The military?
How do you deal with the military?
The military is sworn to the Constitution, and it should never attack the people. But when you have a government that's been set up to straight put us in martial law and tie our ass up right now, we'll be in concentration camps by now. I'm pretty sure if Hillary Clinton would have been president. Obama passed a number of acts that allowed him, the government, to be able to do certain things to us. But Trump happened to be president, and he's not using it the way that it was intended for them to use it.
Bro, right now, you're going off a completely Republican thing. In reality, we're already under martial law. We've been there since March.
Okay.
That's not an opinion.
Where's that law at? Because I don't understand. He's never enacted the National Defense Production. I mean, the National Defense Act, Insurrection Act. If he enacts the Insurrection Act, then that would make martial law. He hasn't done that. He's just sent in U.S. Marshals like he sent all the time. Yes, please.
Do you want me to explain it to you? Do you want me to explain it? Okay. So I live in D.C. The Insurrection Act is only for D.C., so you're wrong there.
The Insurrection Act can be used the whole country. They can hit the Insurrection Act and cut the internet off in California, dude. You need to catch your shit up. All right,
it's called mandatory DC history.
It's not just pertaining to Washington, DC. Let's just as long as you know that I disagree with you on that. Not finished. Fuck you talking. Talking about we under
every child in DC.
Spooky. That's the boogie woogie. That's the boogie woogie talk, dude. Listen, y'all under martial law in DC because y'all fucking married stupid as fuck and got y'all on dumbass lockdowns and dumb shit. Here in Mississippi, we Republican, dude. We free as a motherfucker. We running around this motherfucker just eating and swimming and doing all kind of good shit.
So let's go back.
I'm not under martial law. I can go where the fuck I want right now.
So what Brother Naughty?
That's not true.
Brother Naughty was trying to explain to you was that we as indigenous.
It's not true that we're under martial law. That's what I'm saying. You know what martial law is? Let's stop just talking fucking stupid. Like say some real shit, man. I'm not here to play.
So okay, so go look this up and you tell me what country right now that anybody who's a U.S. citizen can go to. And if you can tell me that in under 2 minutes,
you shouldn't want to go nowhere. You're gonna get your ass kidnapped and beheaded because you're an American, no matter what color you is. You know that, right? You know that, right?
See.
If we're at war, why the fuck do you want to leave?
If you're so right, take the challenge. You get the $1,000.
You are aware that we've stopped airflow from most European countries and from Asia, right?
Just take this.
Because we don't want the motherfuckers coming over here bringing in terror. We're protecting our land right now. We're in lockdown mode. We're in war. We're not under martial law. That we're protecting our land right now. If you don't understand that, it's silly shit.
You just
how?
What
the fuck is you talking about?
Debunk yourself. You just said
Our
we're in
country is
lockdown.
in
Who's locking it down?
protective mode. I mean, what the fuck is you talking about?
Specifically, who's locking it down? The president and
We're
who? The military.
we're in the
Military laws.
defensive
That's why you saw
posture,
soldiers.
buddy.
That's
You
why you saw
understand
soldiers.
defense?
You're
We're in
right.
a
I'm agreeing
defensive
with you. I'm
posture.
agreeing. I'm agreeing.
All
with
right
you.
then. So
I'm agreeing with you, but
why
who
we
enforces that? Who
okay
enforces that?
okay we under
Who
martial law.
enforces
What
that?
that
Who enforces that?
what's going on? So what that means?
The
What's about to
military.
happen?
The military enforces that.
What you think is going on?
It's not about what's about to happen. It's not the future. It's not the future. It's about
All right.
what's
So
going
we under martial law.
That's the last 7
And you
months.
sound like a fucking
120 million Americans know that. That's why we're wearing masks.
well,
We've been dealing with the
we're
military.
not wearing masks here, buddy.
Where
You
have
sound
you
like
been?
an Antifa member.
Where
You're
have
still
you
sitting
been?
there wearing a mask. You didn't hear Dr.
You
Fauci.
haven't.
You didn't see Dr. Fauci
see
report say
soldiers.
that the
You didn't see
mask was
soldiers all
causing
summer.
pneumonia. You didn't see
You
that
didn't see
shit, right?
soldiers all
You didn't
summer.
see the president come out and say he had a fucking
You didn't see
cure
soldiers
and
all
that he was
summer.
going to give it to all the fucking American people. You didn't see that, huh? Anarchist talk.
Did you or did you not see soldiers?
Because we're in a defensive
Why was
posture. And we have anarchist motherfuckers like
Exactly.
you running around on the fucking street, burning shit up that we need to clear the streets with.
yourself again.
So fuck you talking about? We're gonna just let it burn down people buildings and burn down people businesses. Fucking anarchists need to get their ass off the street. That's terrorists. Listen, they use the same tactic in Venezuela. They use the same tactic in Melanesia. They use the same tactic in Liberia, bro. This is called a cultural fucking revolution when they turn the youth against the elders.
What do you know about tactics?
You talking boogie woogie talk. This martial law shit. We ain't under martial law yet, but we need to know that our country is here to protect us, especially Trump. He's protecting the fucking country. And anybody going against that, I challenge you on that. Show me how he's not.
You're delusional, bro. You're delusional.
You're the only one delusional if you run around here still wearing a fucking mask. That shit makes me sick. Motherfuckers passing out wearing masks.
It's not about the mask. It's about the law.
What are you talking about?
Look up military order.
Listen, bro. If the military do roll out, it's gonna be coming to get motherfuckers like you, not me. I'm an American.
Just go look
I'm not taking your word. This shit is inaccurate. I watch the news all fucking day. I know what I'm talking about. I know the current situation we in. I know the state of our fucking country.
You're arguing with the
you is fucking delusional, and I don't know what the fuck you be watching. What the fuck you talking about? Go to fucking gtv.org and you'll see Hunter Biden fucking little kids and all kinds of shit. Because that's important. When you have your fucking leaders of your country that make decisions about your everyday life, they're making decisions if you're gonna have fucking groceries in your fucking store. And when they've been compromised by foreign fucking leaders, that's really fucking bad. That's really fucking bad.
And decisions lead to what? Decisions lead to what? Law.
What are you talking about? Listen, if your fucking leaders are compromised by other leaders of other countries that want to open,
you are in a conversation with yourself and the voice.
That is fucking bad. I won't talk about nothing else. Fuck you talking about?
Okay, it's bad. You just keep going with the speech in your head.
Because I'm not fucking entertaining dumb shit. I don't get off track. I know what I'm.
Okay, you're the master of the universe. Then you give us the answers. Then
I will challenge you on anything you're saying because you're not making no sense.
It's not about a challenge. We just spent 2 hours talking about community, and you come up with all this ego like you're He-Man. So give us the answers.
Step your weak voice ass aside and stop pushing fear mongering on my fucking people.
Bro, look, y'all. Hold tight.
I'm waiting on you to give us the solutions. I'm waiting on you. I'm not taking it personal. I'm not taking it personal.
Hold tight, bro.
I'll give you the solution, but you're not listening.
Hold tight, bro.
Because we know the history. So go to the solutions.
The solution is this. We're probably going to be in some form of civil war or some form of lockdown, probably starting tomorrow, because we have the Democrats with their bitch ass and the anarchists threatening to tear down many major Democrat cities. The fucking ass mayors are going to stop the police from doing anything about it. They're going to send 20 police out there at 300 fucking anarchists burning down the cities. So that what they intend on doing is dividing the country and inaugurating Joe Biden bitch ass in January and separate our great country. Then China's going to come in here and help us fix this shit.
What do we do?
So what we need
What
to
do
do is
we
make
do?
sure that
You're
Trump
talking
stays
about
in
all these
power
other
since
people.
he's
What
the
do we
one
do?
protecting our national sovereignty. Go look back at all his fucking speeches about how the world is trying to take America's national sovereignty and how he ain't about to let that shit happen. So I'm about that. I'm about that.
Bro,
You had bro. You had a good start. Okay, so that
Well, we
may
have
or may
a
not
whole lot
happen
of
because we're talking
anarchists
about
that's
today.
doing that,
Okay,
and they
so
got a
let me
lot
just.
of bitch mayors support their businesses up
Okay.
and
You're
prepare
again.
for
You're
the
talking about
fucking
other people.
assault. While we talking about white people, let's worry
Bro,
about our
we're talking
country
about
that's
ourselves.
about
We're
to be in
talking about
flames. We need to
ourselves.
be up on that. You need to go get like a week's supply of fucking food, like first thing in the morning, and make sure you have a little medication if you have medication, because they might fuck some shit up, especially if you're in a Democrat city.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not on any of that because that's
What
some
the fuck
agent
is
shit
you
spreading
talking about? It's
fear
on
on the
national
election day.
news.
I'm
It's
not
not
buying any of that shit.
you're the
I'm not
fucking
buying any
agent.
of that shit.
You're the fucking agent. You sound like a white fucking anarchist. You're the fucking agent. Fucking accuse me of being an agent, nigga. I'm
Okay,
look,
so we
look,
should follow
look,
your
look,
lead.
man.
We
an
should follow
American
your
pie.
lead and go
Nigga,
get
Look here,
evidence and then
hold
be
tight,
on
y'all.
the
Hold tight,
corner at
man.
damn,
5
nigga,
o'clock, right?
you sound like a fucking
Man,
anarchist.
put the brakes on this shit right now,
because
bro. For real, man. This shit is getting
Real person
Trump
when you
pushes
talking
Eagle
about
his
Condor.
way into
Hold up
man,
having
nigga,
for a
any.
minute, bro.
what you talking about?
Hold up for a minute, man.
Talking about
This
me do
shit
not have
is
fucking diapers
this
for my
shit
baby.
is
Real person.
hold up, man.
All right,
This
man.
shit is just way out of fucking hand. You know what I'm saying? Um and you know, it started out good, man, but this shit has gone all the way left. You know
I
what I'm
address
saying?
people like they fucking address me.
Yeah, I feel you, man. But it's like this, man. I mean, you can disagree, you can agree, or whatever the case may be,
Trying to
man.
tell y'all when that shit get to
But
burning tomorrow,
right. But here's the thing,
all
though,
you gonna be
bro.
able to do is say I told you so. That's all I'm
Right.
gonna
But
fix.
here's the thing, though, bro. When, when we look at politics, whether it be Republican or Democrat, all that shit is to us socialization, bro. You know what I'm
And
saying?
this is what I look
So,
at it like this. This whole idea
bro,
of
I
this
got you.
white
I
supremacy
let you,
vibe that nobody
bro,
can touch is false. See, we
bro,
know who's doing this shit to us, and we need to
bro,
hold those people accountable. We can't keep saying, "Oh, it's a global white supremacy." We don't know where to throw the fucking
bro. Don't
rocket.
nobody preach that shit
It's
over
not
here, bro.
global white supremacy. It's
Bro, don't
the
nobody even mention white supremacy over here, bro.
I'm
We
just
call
saying
them
in general.
degenerates.
But when you saying
Okay,
when you come at me and you say, "Oh, Democrat, Republican," okay, let's say
right.
Democrats want to make you transgender. Democrats want to take your
But you
fucking
talking,
national
but bro,
sovereignty.
that's
Democrats
that,
want to flood your ass with immigrants, and the
bro.
Republicans want to stop
They
all that.
all
So it makes
immigrants,
a
bro.
fucking difference.
All of them immigrants, bro.
Well, listen, it
That's the
makes
bottom line. They all
you
immigrants,
telling
bro.
me
We
that
only deal with
it
two groups
doesn't
of
matter
people,
if
bro.
Democrats or Republicans take
Bro,
power right now. It doesn't matter to you in your life.
we only deal
Correct.
with two groups of people, bro.
All right. Correct. Just answer
Either
that
you
question.
are aboriginal or you are
Answer,
immigrant.
answer that question right there for me.
What's that?
Do you think that if Democrats take control right now or Republicans take whoever win the election, you don't think it's going to affect your everyday life?
Sure
All
it
right.
does.
So it makes a
Sure it
difference,
does.
right?
Yeah, I
All
feel,
right. All
bro.
right. So
We know. Listen,
all right.
we
Let's make
know.
that simple then.
Listen,
Let's get
listen.
that
We
free.
we get that, bro. It's like
All right. All right.
we
So
know that those.
now,
We
this is your
know.
choice. This is
We
your choice.
know, bro.
Your
Bro,
choice
we
is
already know that.
your choice is no churches, and they're gonna keep killing babies, and they're gonna keep on fucking over us and taking our national sovereignty, flooding us with fucking illegal immigrants until we don't have a country no more. The other choice is keep the country together, allow people to have whatever beliefs they want. I'm not about to tell my fucking grandma she can't believe in Jesus, and we can move forward so we can make a better place for ourselves. See, our country been sick for a long time. You can't sit here and say, yeah, the way shit was is fucked up. Yeah, but Trump's enemies are the fucking Native American, the aboriginals of Americans' enemy. They're the same people.
We get that, bro. We all we trying to say is that we don't see them as anything other than what they are. These are people that are using our name. These people have taken your identity. So our main thing is about getting your identity. And once you
All right.
get your identity back, then you can move.
We will never get our identity back
You
if
got to take your
America is
identity, bro.
dragged in.
You
Listen,
know, bro. You
listen,
take
listen,
your
listen,
identity, bro.
listen to what I'm saying. Communists It's taking everybody's
Bro, that's
national sovereignty. If
ideology, bro.
America falls,
Bro,
all of those
our
other countries
motto,
gonna
bro,
fall, and
bro.
they're gonna lose
Our
their national sovereignty, and we'll
our
never get our
motto,
national sovereignty.
no,
Do
our
you hear the
motto,
Democrats calling you, acknowledging you for being in this land at all? Period. Fuck no, they don't act like you invisible. They calling you minorities. They telling you African. All they fucking internet fucking influencer are telling you
all them motherfuckers telling you that, bro.
right, but Trump is
So
telling you
all
that
of
you
them,
are
bro,
Black American,
Republicans
and
and Democrat alike, bro.
he said
All
he
of,
did
listen,
more for
bro.
Black
Listen,
Americans. He said he did
listen,
more for
bro.
Black Americans
Black,
than Abraham
bro.
Lincoln, and he said probably Abraham
That's a
Lincoln too, because
construct, bro. You talking about constructs, bro. And this
you
is
niggas
we
talking in
already,
circles. Fuck.
bro. This is socialization, bro. We already understand all of this shit. All this shit is fake, bro. This is
So what the
motherfucking
fuck is
caste
you
system.
arguing?
This
What
is,
did you
bro.
disagree
I'm
with?
not arguing anything. I'm just saying we understand. You preaching to the
No,
choir,
you
bro. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
You know
You
how
preaching to the choir, bro.
you know how goofy it is to talk about us taking back our land when we're about to lose our land, the whole land. Everybody about to lose this bitch. Nobody
We
not
talk.
gonna have shit. We're not gonna have shit for Cuba to work
If
on.
you don't have
You
your
don't know
identity,
that.
you don't
You
have it
don't
in the
know that.
first place, bro. What are you talking about? If
Listen,
you don't have your identity, you don't have
listen,
nothing.
listen. The socialist agenda is to make the country boundaries like county.
That's imaginary fear. You're
Man, you
going off
shut your
futuristic fear that
ass
hasn't
up.
happened
You're
yet.
a
That's
social justice
field-based
Bro,
warrior.
reality. That's
bro,
field-based
we
reality.
listen, bro.
All you
Our
got is
motto is
Please
leave your
remember,
all you
I don't
got is
even
ideology
think
at the
he
fear.
door,
black
bro.
or
Bro,
aboriginal or whatever the fuck he want to call himself. I
bro,
don't even fuck that.
we leave ideologies at the door, bro. You know what I'm
I don't
saying? Like
mean by
that's
ideology.
all.
It's understanding of political concept. It's just
All
knowing what the fuck
right,
going
all
on.
All
right,
you're
all right,
giving is
all
a
right,
It's not
all right.
political
No, that's
ideology.
cool. That's
ideology,
It's
cool.
and
just
Let's
you
talk
can't give
understanding
me
what the
politics.
fuck is
Okay,
going
I
on.
got you. I got you. Let's talk
It's not
politics.
ideology at
Hold up,
all.
bro.
Period.
we
Hold
already
up, hold up,
understand.
Eagle.
We
Hold
just
up,
we
Eagle.
just
We
live
gonna
beyond
get down to
politics.
this. So let's go ahead and talk politics, bro. So like I was asking you before, what is your concept on how to use it properly? You know what I'm saying? Like how
This
would
is
we
my
use it
concept.
to our advantage?
I believe for a long time, the way the socialism works is when you have Republicans, right, and their ideology and the founding principles of the Republican Party is our founding principles. We invented the motherfucker. We have to take back over the Republican Party because it aligns with our ideology. So we should run for office in all our especially in our local neighborhoods, as
Right.
Republicans to take our government back. Now the problem with that is this: Black people can't even think about being a Republican. You can say fuck a Democrat, but you can't say be a Republican. That's just a no. If you ain't Black, if you don't vote for them, you understand? They
But
don't want.
why you okay?
Well,
Well,
the point
why
is
you stuck
this.
on
Listen, man, fuck, man.
bro,
I'm trying to tell you, fuck.
bro? You saying a bunch of
Republicans, we should run for office as Republicans, despite all of the shame and all
I'm
of
asking you
and all the
why.
Trump supported that you're gonna get. Be a
I'm asking
fucking
you why,
man.
bro.
Stand on your fucking morals and principles and run for office so that we can control our local government. That way, we don't have motherfuckers making us mandatory wear masks for no fucking reason and fucking violating our constitutional rights.
I agree with that, bro. Now
What,
tell
what,
me
what else
how.
you want to know? Then
Let's
what,
go
what
further. Let's go further. How is that
all right,
supposed to
let's
happen?
go.
I
Let's
got you. I'm
go.
with you.
Where you want to
How
go?
I say, how is that supposed to happen?
I just told you. See, we have a little momentum right now since these socialists want to act like we are having victories and act like it's all pro-black and nobody can say bad stuff about Black people. Let's take that energy and push it into us taking over our communities by just running for local office. Run for your fucking local representative. Run for your state senate. Try to win your office based on your fucking real morals and principles. The Democrat
Okay,
Party is going under. They're getting their ass whooped any motherfucking way.
that's
That's why they
cool,
want to
bro.
start a civil war.
That's cool, but let's talk because we know that politics is a numbers game. Let's talk about the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, if you run for a city council, what have you, all right, that's one seat. You know what I'm saying? Now, how many seats are on the city council?
Depends
Because when it
on
all boils down to it, bro, it's a numbers game. So when it comes down to politics, we have to play the numbers game the way it's supposed to be played. Now, if you let's say for an
So the
example
first thing we
that
got
you
to do
had,
is start
let, let
trying.
me let me
Let
finish,
it be
bro.
a failure, but a try, brother. Let's get
Right,
our names on fucking
I got you,
ballots and
bro.
try.
I got you. Because they don't know the
Let me explain
recipes. This
something
is
to you. They do such a good
bro.
job. They do
Let me
such a
finish,
good
bro.
job suppressing our vote with this no vote shit that a lot of people win these little fucking county seats with 12 votes. 12 fucking votes. You can get your family together and go win a seat. Fuck, we just
I
not even
got you, bro.
trying because we
Right,
sitting there saying,
right.
well, it don't make no sense to vote like a dumbass.
Yeah, bro. All I'm saying
I'm
is
planning
this.
20 campaigns already, dude. I know this shit. Fuck.
It's because they don't have a recipe, bro.
It's
You know
because
what I'm
they're not
saying?
trying. They're worrying about fucking why people calling them black. Dumb shit. They worrying about a global white supremacy. They listen to Tariq and dumb niggas leading them down a
No,
fucking
don't
path.
nobody listen to that shit over here, bro.
I didn't say you. I say they. I didn't say you,
Right, I
brother.
got you. I got you. I got you. No, I was just saying, man. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, we let's, you know what I'm saying? Because if we're gonna talk about it, we might as well,
Let's
give
talk
them the
all the way
play.
about it. I mean,
We gonna give them. We gonna if we gonna talk about, it, we gonna give them the play. You know what I'm
yeah, give
saying?
it all up. Yeah, I'll
So,
take it,
so that, yeah.
She
So here's
running.
the thing.
She doing good. She running for Elijah Cummings' old seat. We can support that sister in
Yeah.
Baltimore. Go out in Baltimore. Go vote for her.
Yeah.
You got a
So
dude running against Maxine Waters out there in fucking California, a black guy. He's a good dude. He's against all that fucking evil shit they doing. Put him in there. They the ones holding your fucking stimulus check up. Get him in there. He can go approve that shit. Get your fucking money. Fuck. Support our country. We got to be American first, or we won't have an America to claim our national sovereignty from.
oh, we agree with that shit all day, bro.
Talk about well, we the American Aborigines. She Payne. What the fuck?
Yeah. So here's the thing, though, right?
Shit.
Like I say, it's a numbers game. So let's say, for an example, if you got 7 seats on the city council, right? And the only way to really affect the change is you have to have 4 out of the 7. So not only is it about just running for office, but you have to run to win. And the only way to run to win is that you take 4 out of the 7 seats. Other than that, then you're going to
Do
be
you agree
treading
that
water.
you have to get one to get on your
Nah,
way?
bro. Nah, hell
Do
to
you
the no,
agree that?
bro.
Do you
Because
agree
the
to
numbers
that?
don't add up. The
Just
numbers don't add up, bro.
ask me this. Just answer this. To get to 4, you have to get 1 first, right?
Nah,
Then
they
you
all
have
the
to get
elections
2.
at the same time, bro.
Just answer that. To
Bro,
get
the
to
elections are at
4,
the
when you
same
have the
time.
majority where you can change things. Don't you have to get 1 first?
Not necessarily, no.
What the hell
Hell
is you
no.
talking about? You got
Because
it.
the election, because the election, hold up, are the elections at different
How
times?
are you going to get to 4 when you have the overwhelming majority?
That's
If you
what I'm
don't
trying to
start
listen,
somewhere,
bro.
brother.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's how the shit works. Now, if you don't understand that, then that's fine. But I'm trying to tell you it's a numbers game, and you can't. It's the numbers are the numbers. So, however it takes to get to that, then that's what you do.
Let me tell you
If you want
something.
to win the numbers game,
In
win
the
the numbers game.
1800s, in the 1800s, it was doing Ulysses S. Grant, President Ulysses S. Grant. We had similar shit like this happen, and what they was doing was just killing all the black politicians and shit like that in the South. That was Republicans, and they just put Democrats in, so they never really won this shit fair. All of these Democrats and these fucking terrorists that's holding these positions, they all been put there. And once they got power, they never gave it back. This happened in about like 5 counties in Mississippi, and it happened in a lot of wards or whatever in Louisiana. But now we have to fight an uphill battle. We can't let them intimidate us like they've been doing, going around lawmakers' house, intimidating them around the time to make real decisions. They got Antifa outside their fucking house. They scared. We can't allow shit like that. That's when you using terrorism to affect government, and that's what they're doing right now. That's
Wait.
how the fuck is that terrorism? Do you? If someone has to make a decision on if I have to wear mandatory masks, and Antifa outside his house like some fucking KKK members burning shit like they burning across, see, they teach you that level of escalation. First they do a peaceful protest, but it's a protest go to nighttime, it's
Are
gonna
those
turn
two
violent.
things? Are those two?
That's a
Are those
level of
two things
escalation.
connected?
They protesting around my
Are
house in
those
the
two?
daytime. That means they're
Are
gonna
those two
come back and
things
attack and
connected though?
burn my shit up at night. You dig?
Are
Just
those
like
two
when you
things
burn that
connected?
cross on
Are
somebody's
those
front
two?
lawn, and then they know that they're gonna
Are
come
you in a
back and fuck them up
conversation where
that
you're
night.
listening, brother?
Do you understand that?
He's not listening. He doesn't want to
Bro, I
listen.
don't understand
He
why
just wants to
you
go on
going
the
in all
speech and
that
talk to
shit though,
himself.
bro. For real.
Because
I
what I'm
mean,
trying to tell you is
that,
you have people that affect politics
He's
and affect
trolling.
how
He's
people is
trolling.
put in office, and
He's
they use
trolling.
violence to do it. And that's how we just gotten in this
He's
deficit.
yeah,
trolling.
That
bro, but I didn't already said if you're gonna deal with politics the way to deal with it,
So let me
and
well,
clear
I'm
this
just
bro,
up.
explaining
So
that
let me clear this
concept
up.
of it.
right, I got you, bro. But all I'm saying is if you're gonna
This
deal
idiot
with
said
We
high
get it,
politics,
is
brother.
violent.
hold 1 second,
So he
man. All I'm
set me
saying
up.
is
This idiot said
hold up,
high is
bro.
He's
violent.
trolling.
Bro, hold up.
That terrorism
All I'm
talk said
bro,
high was
hold up a second, bro. All I'm saying is if you're gonna deal with
The reason I
violent.
asked that is because it's
Jesus
the First
Christ, man.
Amendment.
Let me hey
Freedom,
look.
freedom of speech. You're talking about
Look,
the
Fucking terrorism.
Constitution. It's the First Amendment.
God
Have the
damn,
right to
bro.
arrest
Just
people,
chill
motherfucker.
for 1 second, bro. Just chill for 1 second,
You
bro.
don't have the right to attack people when they leave the National Republican
So,
Convention. You don't have the right to do that. That's terrorism on the highest level. That's fucking
bro,
true.
all that shit is smoke screens to us, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like this. If you're gonna deal with politics, you gotta have the
Smoke
numbers.
screens too,
If
my
you're
nigga.
not dealing with
I like
numbers,
smoke
you ain't dealing
screens
with
too, my nigga.
politics, bro.
That
It's
shit you
real
talk is
simple.
smoke screens too, my nigga. Fuck
Is
you
what?
talking.
Is what? You said is what?
You're a fucking faggot. He ain't even got no picture. He a moderator. He'll kick me out twice. They call him stupid.
I can't hear, man.
You want to say? You want me to turn your mic in since they disrespecting you in the chat, bitch? Yeah, you on.
Now they
So it
with Taylor in the chat calling everybody stupid and everything. These niggas don't understand that everything that happened to people happened politically first. And while you sitting in the corner talking about these old motherfucking stories and fantasy lands and shit, well, they said that it don't matter and this and that. Bitch, everything that's finna fucking happen gonna happen to your motherfucking ass first. While you talking about this don't count and that don't count. You can't even run for local
These
dog
niggas
catcher.
fucking goofy.
You can't even run for local alderman, but you talking about running the motherfucking nation. These motherfucking niggas ain't got no. These niggas sleep, bro. Tell these niggas good night.
bro, you can't so how you gonna do it?
Fucking good night.
How you gonna do it?
In the chat. They done put
How
me
you gonna
on.
do it? Hey, how you gonna do it? You know what I'm saying? It's a numbers game, plain and simple. If you ain't using the numbers, you
Fucking
ain't
number.
doing it.
You
It
just
is,
talking.
bro.
Well, what you want to do? What the fuck is
Bro,
your
I just explained it to you,
What's
bro.
your
What
plan?
more do it
Oh,
take?
sit
My
back and wait.
plan is if you're going to run,
In
bro,
your
I'm
mouth.
telling you,
That's it. Wait
if
for
you
the dick
going to
in your
run,
mouth.
if you going to run, you don't
You
run for
don't
just
wait for
one
the dick in your
fucking
mouth.
office.
Yeah,
If
wait
you're
for
going to
it.
run, you can't run
I'm
for one
through. Wait
office,
for it.
bro.
Wait for it. If anybody want to get this
Come
fucking
on, man.
information, you can
Bro,
find
it
me
ain't
at the
all that
fucking
information don't
American
mean nothing,
on
bro. It's
Facebook.
math.
Then
It's
peace to
math,
you,
bro.
Holiday, brother.
It's
You
math,
on the
bro.
right path. I salute you. You handling your fucking business. You being a fucking man. You speaking that real, and you
And he on this politics.
and you own your fucking politics. You ain't just no stupid ass nigga like some of these dumb ass niggas. And I know it's
I
peace to
feel you.
everybody because I believe in unity and I believe in making our community small and strong. But
Bro,
these
don't
niggas
get caught up. Don't get
and
caught
we
up in
don't
the
have
chat
time
room,
for it.
bro. Don't get caught up in the chat room, bro. Don't
We
worry
don't
about
have
it.
time for goofy shit.
Don't get caught up in the chat room, man. Don't get caught up in the chat room, man. It ain't about that.
Man, fuck that
You know what
chat,
I'm
man. I
saying?
don't care about that.
So
I know the chat,
we
but
listen, man.
I'm not
We
worrying
having a
about the chat.
conversation, bro.
I'm
It's
worrying
all
about
good.
what I'm talking about right now.
Right, bro. It's all good, bro.
I don't
We
entertain
having a
no
conversation, man. We having a conversation, bro. You know what I'm
God
saying?
damn, y'all niggas getting very fucking disrespectful. And
Bro.
if you just want to keep on disagreeing, it's easy to shoot other people's ideas down. Where the fuck is your ass a cure, no vaccine?
And a choice.
And your stupid ass want to go with motherfuckers that's gonna be knocking on your fucking door, shooting your ass twice a year. Okay, that's just stupid. It's fucking stupid.
Let them wait to fight that shit.
We ain't on that type of time, man. We ain't on that type of time over here. It's real shit.
You know, this shit real. This shit ain't no fucking joke. No fucking people come knock on your fucking door with the military and shoot you in your fucking ass and you can't do nothing about it. This shit ain't no fucking joke. This shit ain't nothing new. Oh, yeah, because you know we black and you know we Negro that. This ain't no dumb shit. Better wake the fuck up. We in the fucking war with China. Fuck. They the ones riling you niggas up. They the ones
China.
fake ass internet influencers. They're paying them to rile you
bro.
up, tear your own country down.
Understand this though, man. This is the cash cow over here, bro. You know what I'm saying? So nobody is gonna like cut your nose off to spite your face. You know what I'm saying? Like they not even all that shit that's going on the TV, man. That shit could be
They are
real
about
or
to
it could
shoot your ass with
be
vaccine.
fake. You know what I'm saying?
They're about to shoot your ass.
That's why we trying to get. That's why we trying to get people to get their shit together, bro.
He done did a number of things to China already. He cut their fucking chip making ability off. They can't make no military airplane. They can't make no fucking iPhone, no Huawei, no nothing, because we cut their means of making chips. They was over there talking shit, talking about what they gonna do to us, and they getting all their fucking computer chips from America. Or at least 90% of the shit they make them with from America or from American ally. We cut it off. That's smart.
Yeah, but they went right to the source though. So here's the thing, right?
Australia, Japan, New Zealand, we done formed a whole alliance, and we got all of these people speaking now on China. So we're cutting their fucking water off. We've already solved the peace, and we brought peace in the Middle East. Iran over there hating us for people that's getting along now. So they don't even have no fucking reason to hate us. They gonna have to jump their ass on the alliance and come on in with peace too. Things are getting better around the world. We are winning, fucking winning. And y'all niggas gonna make us lose because you can't understand.
It's not because they
that alliance.
I'm gonna fucking help these motherfuckers.
Nah, bro. It's just
that alliance.
You is helping. You is helping. You're an anarchist. Shut your ass up to me.
If you knew history, that was set up in World War II. That alliance between Australia, New Zealand, England, that was World War II.
Yeah, but we're enforcing it because a lot of those countries, like Australia, had the number one fucking importer was China. So they had a lot of connections to China, and they have a lot of Chinese in their fucking universities. So what they did was we had to get them, let them know, listen, I know you're getting a lot of shit from China, but you're gonna have to get it from us and say fuck them right now. And that's what we did. So we are making major grounds. We're fucking y'all anarchists up. And I know y'all mad. And when y'all come out in the streets tomorrow, they gonna lay y'all ass down. Tell your anarchist buddies that. You better not bring your ass to Mississippi. We don't play that shit.
They know not to come.
We fucking gun-toting patriots down here. That shit ain't popping off. But for you niggas in them Democrat cities, beware. Beware and protect your shit. Fuck them anarchists. Don't let them niggas burn your shit down. Don't let them niggas beat up your mama. Don't let them niggas attack your elders in the fucking street.
You pissed off about the mask, right? You need to think about who passed that law to put the mask on your face.
They can't pass a law to make you wear a mask on your face. But what they can do is they can turn the water and the utilities off at companies that allow people to come in that's not wearing masks. So they trying to go around the Constitution and still force us to wear masks by bullying our local fucking businesses. And that also makes it hard for them to make fucking money, which strains the economy, you fucking anarchists.
And who did that? Wasn't that your man Trump who passed all those laws shutting down the businesses?
He did what y'all beloved Dr. Fauci told him to do. Because Dr. Fauci came in there, it's going to kill everybody. Shut it down. So he shut it down, but when he realized what the play was, he opened that bitch back up.
Dr. Fauci didn't shut anything down. He doesn't have the power to shut anything down. So
he shut down airflow. Can you fly to China right now? Can you fly your little anarchist ass to China right now?
He does not have the
fuck no, because he shut down fucking airflow. How the fuck
do that? Only the president.
How you can't shut nothing down?
The president has the power to do
How you
that.
can't shut nothing down? You can't go to China right now. He shut the airport down, and he recommended that we do social distancing and wear a mask. That was a recommendation. Because he is unlike all of these fucking Democrat governors, he understands that he don't want to violate our constitutional rights. So he shut the airflow down and he recommended some shit. You had fucking Democrat governors come out like Cuomo, and he came out with his mandate that violate our constitutional rights. They tried that shit in Jackson. Our mayor went out and tried to take our fucking guns as soon as this shit started off. We had to go to court and get them to shoot his fucking law down. So see, these anarchists like to pass laws, and then you got to live with the shit for 2 weeks so you can get the shit shot down because it's all unconstitutional.
Can't pass laws. What are you talking about? Anarchists can't pass laws. You want to know why? Because they don't believe in any form of government. They don't practice and believe and participate.
Y'all see how he exposing himself? He
about.
knows the handbook of the anarchist. See how good I can peep him out, guys? You see that shit? I know what I'm talking about. Understand
it's just
that?
called being informed on
Do y'all see
political
that, family?
history. It's just called
Y'all see that?
called being informed.
I spotted him. He's an anarchist. This is a fucking terrorist in your group that's here to make sure you niggas
whatever you want, but you need to stop your man Trump.
You understand that, family? He's here
that shut
to
down
create chaos. To see the way he's trying to talk over me, that's what anarchists do. They want to silence you. They're the fucking fascists. They want to silence you and they want to rule you with terrorism. Fuck you, you anarchists.
I love how all you have is emotion.
Y'all more emotional than me. Y'all be out there looking like fucking zombies. Like, what y'all go to anarchist school?
I'm not emotional. I just listened to you for 90 minutes. I just listened to you for 90 minutes. I'm not emotional at all.
Y'all motherfuckers be stupid on them videos.
90 minutes, you have absolutely nothing.
Hold up, bro. What videos are you talking about,
absolutely
bro?
Nothing.
I'm talking about the Black Lives Matter rally videos when the people be out there looking like they fucking
Ain't nobody over here on that bullshit, bro.
Hold
up, Condor. Hold up.
You're associated with people.
I didn't say nobody. I know my family. I know nobody in this chat on that shit. But
that's all.
That little anarchist that's on the chat is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Nobody in the chat's on that.
I love all my people. You better check my platform out. I'm a peaceful guy, but I don't fuck with foreigners, and I damn sure don't fuck with terrorists.
Yeah.
You need to check this platform.
Man, shut your ass up. You just disrupting us. Man, let's talk about say family. Y'all want to cover some more of this shit? Because this nigga he just is distracted. He just ain't.
You got to know the community you're speaking to, and you over here thinking.
Well, you part of Antifa and BLM. You part of the whole movement. Your ass is a little extremist.
So with your solution, we vote today, and then by 8 o'clock, we know the results.
You don't know the results because the Democrats are making. They done passed a few bills in a couple of states where they want to extend.
We don't vote for president.
You're talking about.
We don't vote for president.
Vote for president. When she paying dick in your mouth, you cool. Don't fucking say I ain't tell you.
You can't vote for a president.
Why you can't vote for a president? What the hell?
Because
I'm going out to vote for a president tomorrow. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so y'all going
to vote tomorrow. How the fuck I can't vote?
Because it's selected. The president is selected, bro.
No,
that's a CEO, bro.
That's more goofy shit.
Ain't no CEO.
That's more goofy shit. Well, let's do this,
bro.
Let's do this.
Selected, bro.
Let's select the right one. You did.
It ain't up to us, bro. I got you though. I feel you. I wish you could select the right one.
You niggas gave up. I understand. Y'all niggas is weak. Y'all
no,
weak
bro.
Community. I get it. I get it.
Bro. Politics are local, bro.
You
I
give
got
up,
you, bro.
my nigga.
Listen, man. Politics are local,
you
bro.
Weak. You submissive.
No, bro. Politics are local, bro. Politics are local.
It's just you're talking.
You submissive, my nigga.
We have no control over.
Politics are local, bro.
Both of y'all fucking some beta males.
Nah, man. I ain't no motherfucking beta male. Nigga, I'm a motherfucking renegade.
You ain't shit, nigga. You a weak.
Nigga, you ain't shit, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about?
You passive. And you weak.
Passive how, bro? I know the motherfucking play, nigga. I ain't gonna do no shit for nothing. I know what the fuck I be doing. I ain't gonna do no dumb shit for nothing, bro. I know how this shit work.
You
gave up shit, nigga.
You gave up.
If I gave up, why would I be here, bro? What are you talking about? If I gave up, bro, I wouldn't be here.
Nigga, you give up. Nigga,
bro, I wouldn't be here.
Put your hands up.
I wouldn't be here, bro.
Fuck.
I wouldn't be here wasting my motherfucking time.
Nah,
what are you talking about, bro?
You ain't gonna have no time because you sitting there with your hand.
Bro, time is relative. Time never stops.
Yeah, but it's gonna be.
Time never stops.
Now it's the
time never stops. Time is infinity, bro. Time is infinity. I don't know what you're talking about.
You need to stand strong for your country.
Can we?
Man, I stand for mine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, you
I
ain't.
stand for mine. I'm an
You tell me
American.
vote, you not
I'm
standing
an
for shit.
American, bro. I don't know what you're
You ain't,
talking
you
about.
ain't shit. You can't be American if you ain't voting. You
What are you
don't care what
talking
happened
about?
to the land.
Local, bro.
You don't
It's
care what happened to
local,
the land.
man. Local,
You don't care
local,
what
bro.
happened to the land, nigga.
Local, bro.
You don't care what happened to
Local.
the land, nigga.
Politics is local, man. That's
Nigga,
not. That's we
goofy
understand this franchise, man. We don't. That's
shit.
according to your understanding, bro.
These niggas living in
Don't be
19.
passing that shit off on nobody else, bro.
Man, you passive.
Don't pass that shit off on
And
nobody, bro.
just because you
You
don't
deal with your
understand,
own shit, bro. Deal with your own understanding.
you shouldn't pay attention. Because you too
Who
dumb.
not paying attention? Who not paying attention?
You got somebody understand this shit on here.
Who not
Somebody
paying
understand
attention, bro?
this shit.
Yeah, we understand this shit fully. This is what we do.
And when you don't understand it, you just passive. You be passive.
Nah, man. It ain't like that, bro. I would just be an African American
understand
if
it,
I
but
was
we
just
also have the
passive.
right to
Shit.
disagree. Okay, so we
He's
have
definitely
we,
white.
we understand it, but we have the right to disagree too. So we have the right to disagree. We don't have to we don't have to agree or disagree with anybody on the panel or in the chat. And I think that's where you're taking a little, personal and emotional. We understand you. We just don't
Okay,
agree
and
with
I
you fully.
terribly disagree with you. All the way. All the opposite is from you is possible. And that's cool. I'm cool. I'm always
And
cool with
that's all
disagreeing.
right. That's all
Right,
right
and
because
I
we
am
are
as
entitled
well.
to our
I am
thoughts.
as well, and
We're
you're not gonna
entitled
silence
to
me
our
when I share
thoughts.
mine and make me listen to that dumb shit you saying. I'm not going
You can
off.
go off
I'm
all
really
day,
in a good
brother.
mood. I'm about to get
That's why
another
we
cup of
have the
coffee on
panel
you.
for you. That's why we. I'm not trying to
Cut me
cut you
off all
off,
day.
brother.
Every
That's
time
why
I
we have
drop
the panel for
real
people
facts
like you to
about them
come up and
anarchists, you
speak
can cut me off.
your mind.
You are anarchist. I know,
I don't
because
care
you
about any of
don't
those
care
people,
about
and you want to know
government.
why?
Anarchists don't care about
Because those
government.
people.
Right, y'all want chaos. Y'all want mob
Exactly. That's
rule.
why I
Y'all don't
don't.
want to follow fucking law. Y'all want to follow rules.
So
Y'all
I'm just trying to understand fully your solution. You talked about voting, and we vote today. So my question deals with your solution. So what happens if we get that majority that you're talking about? I don't care which party it
What
is, but
majority?
you picked. I don't. I'm just letting you know my premise. I don't care whichever party it is, but you picked the
No,
Republican Party, so
I
you run with that.
seriously,
So what
it's
happens? So
seriously
what?
difference between the
Let me just
parties.
ask the
You know,
question. Let me just ask the question. I understand that. Let me just ask the question. So what happens in your scenario if the Republicans tomorrow do take the
what's the
majority?
next
Then
step?
what's the next
Well,
step?
saying that they've already blocked the border. They're
Because
already
you
doing
heard
ICE
because you heard the
exercises. Let me
brother you
explain.
heard the brother
See,
talk
here in
about
the
numbers,
Mississippi,
right?
the economy got a whole lot better. They came, they found like 500 illegal immigrants was working in like 5 places. Listen, bro. Listen, look,
Okay,
anarchist, you want me to
can
talk
we
or
just
not,
get
man?
to
I'm
it?
trying to
We've been
tell you.
talking for an hour and a
Yo,
half.
you ask me something, let me
No, I
address
want
you.
you to talk
Want to cut
nationally. I
me
don't
off,
want you to
huh?
waste our
The
time. We've
anarchists
been
want to cut
talking
me
for
off.
90
Listen,
minutes.
bro. Listen, dude.
Go ahead, get to it, bro. But
Well,
Mississippi
I'm
politics will become the
speaking
whole nation.
using Mississippi as one little fucking example. If you just be quiet, let me do it. Well, in Mississippi, they found 500 illegal immigrants in 5 plants. It was national news. So they made all of those people had to leave. ISIS deported a lot of people. They were supervisors. They was using black people in Mississippi's identification. They was getting HUD, food stamps, all types of shit. And there was a whole lot of illegal immigrants in Mississippi. Not to mention the illegal immigrants was cutting most of the grass. There's a lot, tons and tons of fields. Everybody got gigantic patches of land in Mississippi, and the illegal immigrants was cutting all of that. So just from him cleaning that up, just from ISIS coming through Mississippi, they had immigrants was working on a house across the street from mine. They had to stop, and a black crew came finish that. It was an old ass black crew, but it was a black crew that came finished it. Around the corner for me, it was the same thing happening. They had to get the Mexicans off the roof, and they got some black crew came out and did it. So already Trump
So these people
are
from
benefiting Mississippi
government,
because there are more jobs contractor-wise for people in Mississippi. A whole fucking lot of them. I mean, so many of them. It's just ridiculous. And our young boys,
okay, so can you get to it? So you're
for you
saying
to go to work
you're saying
and
that's
break
what
in
they
your
should be
house,
doing
they can
nationally.
go down there and get them $17 an hour jobs at the plant that they claim niggas didn't want to
Okay, so
do.
you're saying
That's the
what they should be
facts.
doing nationally.
So
Okay,
what I'm
so that's
saying
what you're
is
saying
things
they
are
should be
already
doing
better. We're
nationally.
not going back to the same old anarchist ass America we coming from. We're getting rid of you motherfuckers. So things are already getting better. That's why it's all this drama.
Okay, I can't agree or disagree because it's an emotional stance because you can't take a relative emotional
I can
position
take
like
my own
better and
fucking
apply that
opinion
to
and
that
facts from what happened around me and articulate them to your fucking Antifa's ass.
You can, and I heard you, and I
Well,
understood
you
you, but I
can't
can't
because you're
apply that on
stupid.
a national
Most
level
people
to the
can't.
people. So how do we apply that? Yes,
Well, then
immigration is a
what I'm
problem.
trying to tell you
Illegal
is the
immigration
only
is a problem.
person that done made strides for
about
our
ICE,
people, that
right?
done bettered our conditions, it done happened in the last 3.5 years. And it ain't gonna do nothing but get better and better and better because they still trying to hold out on a lot of those jobs, thinking they're gonna reverse everything Trump done did since he been in office and get the illegal immigrants back in here. You understand? So what we need to do is move forward with what's been making America great again. That's what we need to do.
So if I heard you clearly, what makes
What
it
makes
better
it
is
better
the
is
number
when it
of
works
illegal
for Americans and not work
going
for the rest
down.
of the world. You understand that? When the policies affect American citizens instead of these crooked ass local governments. See, the government always send money to black cities, but the money get fucked up. These Democrat cities like Chicago, Jackson, in certain parts of
I get you, brother.
California,
Before you
they
get
don't
into
never
that, let
give
me
the
ask you a
money to the
question. Let
fucking
me just
people.
ask you a question real quick before you get into that. I get you, brother.
And they never give the
Let
money
me
to
ask
the
you a
people.
question real quick.
Trump focuses to the people.
Okay.
Everything
Are you
he
done?
cut the middleman out and he go directly to the people. Like with the School Choice Act that he have, where he want to give that $17,000 that they was giving to public schools. He want to give that straight to the mother.
Okay. Now can we get back
The best school in the fucking state if she want for $17,000. They giving the schools $17,000 per child, and your fucking child getting dumber and dumber and dumber. So we saying fuck that local government that's obviously stealing the money, and he's targeting the people of America. I love it when he gives
Brother,
me some
what do
shit.
you want
They
to
go
do
right
then?
in my
Because
fucking pocket.
you're just talking at us, and we're trying to have a conversation with you. So what you need to
Well,
do is talk with us and not talk.
Allow me to answer your
Listen
little
to the
ignorant
replay,
ass
hearing
before you
out.
cut me off. No, I didn't answer your
You already
fucking
answered my
question.
question.
I wasn't finished making my fucking
I'm trying
statement.
to get clarity. You went on to 12 different other things. I'm trying to get clarity on immigration and contracts, which is what you were talking about with your Mississippi story, right? So how do we apply that nationally? Because I actually agree with you, and I said yes, there is an immigration problem, and yes, it.
I'm not gonna re-answer that shit. I'm not. You got something else?
So okay, then don't, because you're wasting your own time. Because I'm gonna tell you this, brother, you did
Well,
have
I just addressed all
it
that.
doesn't make sense.
I'm not
if
gonna
you can't
entertain.
understand it and apply it. Okay, then. So then don't. You're wasting your own time because we're giving you time for you to give your
question,
ideas.
and you
if
cut me
waste that
off
time,
before I
then
can
that's on
finish.
you.
Watch out. Before I can finish explaining.
If you need to take 8 hours to be clear on your point, then that's a matter of your intellect.
Yeah, family. It's very important that we continue with the American first policy.
You've already taken
entertain goofy shit right now because we need to maintain our country right now.
If you're so smart, then why is it taking you so long to get to your point? If you're so smart, why is it taking you so long to get to your point?
I never said I was smart.
Exactly. Well, then why are you acting like it then? Because you don't want to hear anybody up here. And I'm not defending myself. I'm defending the long list of people who tried to give you wisdom in the last 2 hours.
What will not?
Because of your ego. So now that they're not on the panel, you need to.
What would not voting do for us?
Now you need.
I'm just asking you. I've been answering a lot of questions. I'm trying to ask you. I just want to know what you think. How could that help us?
Okay, I have your answer.
How could not help us?
Can you answer 2 hours ago?
I want.
Do you want the answer or not? See, there you go with your arrogance. Can you hush? Okay, then be quiet then to get it. The brother was trying to tell you 2 hours ago, we operate on a completely different set of laws. Okay, we operate on natural law, which is why it does not matter who you vote for, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, because we have our own set of laws. That's all the brothers for 2 hours have been trying to explain to you.
Who has their own laws?
Okay, some of us, yes. Some
who
of
you
us,
talking about have their own laws?
Some of us here let me just finish. Some of us here actually agree with you because this is not new to us. Some of us are open Republicans. That's why the brother tried to stop you and said you're preaching to the choir. Some of us are not, right? But we have a community where we don't divide ourselves along those lines. We don't. We have open conversations, and some people say yes, some people say no, but we don't do the division thing. That's why the brother was trying to stop you. Like, we get your point, but where does it go from here? Because we're not going to castigate people in our
Bro, I
community who
don't
are not Republicans, right? We're not going to call them out. We're not going to do that. So you don't know that because you're new to the community. If you've been here for the last 9 months, we've had this conversation daily, weekly for the last 9 months, bro, on the law, the mask, everything. So nothing you're saying is new to us. That's why the brother was
if it
trying to
ain't
stop you
new, then
in
just
love.
listen to me
I'm
say it. I
talking to
mean,
you
why
in
is it
love
bothering you?
because it's not bothering me, but after 2 hours, it's like, where are you going with it? Like I said, because you emptied the panel. They in love stepped back because you kept going and going. They were trying to stop you and say, yes, brother, I'm with you. We know. You kept fighting them like, you
I
need to
know
hear
I
this. You
didn't
need to
address
hear this.
nothing but
That's
shit
why
that I
after two
disagree with.
hours, finally,
If you
that's why
disagree with
that's
me, I
why
disagree.
that's why after 2 hours, that's why after 2 hours, I finally stepped in. Because if Lieber dropped off, you'd have nobody left. Do you see what I mean? You pressed everybody away except for
I
almost
Yo,
can't
what
I
just
mean,
have that
happened?
effect.
Lieber
I have
almost
that
left your
effect
ass.
on
And
people.
that's why
Check
that's why
one, mic check.
that's why I stepped in, brother,
Did everybody get thrown
because like I'm
off?
saying, it's not like your information is it like I said, your information is not bad, brother. We just want to go forward to the next step.
Check,
We're not
check.
fighting you.
Well,
We
the
already
next
get
step,
it. What's
I
the
was
next
telling you
step?
that go out and get you
Because
some
we're voting
groceries and
today.
and prepare for anything. And that when you see the military, don't panic
Uh
and think they're coming
we can
and
hear you,
kill
Libra.
you and help them tear the country down. Just let them get the anarchists off the street. That was a step down. That was, you don't remember when I said that?
We can hear you, Libra. Libra. Okay, we can hear him, but
Okay.
he can't hear us.
Yeah, I don't know what just
Yes, brother,
happened.
I heard you. You
You
said
didn't hear what I said? I said you should prepare. We should prepare ourselves at least a week's worth of food and medicine if you have critical
You still
medication.
there, Eagle?
And we need to understand that if the military is in, deployed in certain cities because they
I can hear you,
are
Libra.
rallying the
Eagle
National
Hawk.
Guards in certain states. So we need
I can
to
hear you,
understand
Libra.
what's going on and not panic and fight our own military when they
Chief, where you
come
at,
out
Chief?
to clear the anarchists off the streets today. So we need to understand what's going on so that we don't panic and help them tear our country down.
Well, I can't hear anybody
I got
else.
you, brother. I can hear you, Libra.
I can hear you.
I can hear you, Libra.
I see your
I mean, Libra.
I can't hear you, Eagle Hawk.
Yeah, you may have to come back in because we could hear you both.
I
Both
mean, I
me and
can
the
hear
brother could
you.
hear
I can
you on
hear
this.
everybody. I don't.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Well, check your mic, Eagle Hawk.
All right. So
Yeah, I hear you.
yeah, I'm good.
I
The
hear you
brother
fine.
can hear me. The other, yeah.
I can't I can't hear
So
nobody.
so I dig that, brother.
So that's really why I came on because I just want us to
Because
understand what's going on so that we don't panic and we don't help with making more chaos. We need to just stay
And I
put.
can't if I jump off, then Chief ain't here to put me back on, so I don't know.
If we panic, it's going to make things worse for us. That's all. We have to understand what's going on. The National Guards is going to come out in certain Democrat states where they've been having a lot of anarchist activity being allowed to continue. So we can look for that. And they've made threats by via Twitter that they're going to go into suburban neighborhoods. So just be prepared and have your strap ready and don't let nobody come peaceful protesting in your damn neighborhood because they're going to attack your damn neighborhood and burn your houses down and take your shit. So, we need to understand what's going on. The National Guards are rolled out to clean up the anarchists. We don't need to be out there with no George Floyd shit tomorrow. Just go vote, bring your ass home, and make sure you got your gun and shit. Get all your shit you need to get because we don't know. We're getting a lot of threats, but we don't know what's going to happen, and we should be prepared as people. But don't panic. If you do see National Guards out in the streets, they're there to protect the Americans. That's the Black Americans and white Americans. They're there to protect Americans. And we have to understand it. You know, we have to be careful about anybody that's pushing destroy. You know, they never build back up. It's easy to criticize shit that's already here. You know, everybody wants us to tear our society down. We can't allow that to happen. You know, any form of destroy, you know, even with the defund police movement and everything, you know, lots of people know that we need police. I mean, everybody know a nigga that need to be in jail. That nigga you don't need to be around here. Yeah. You don't believe that everyone, you don't believe, you never seen the motherfucker that need to be in jail? Well, you ain't living no real hood, my nigga.
Nope.
It's cool. I've seen several motherfuckers that need to be in jail that I do not fucking want around me or my child or my family. Where they gonna go?
They need to be in jail. See, that's not up to me. It's not up to me to judge their soul and spirit and put a man
If a
or woman in jail for the
motherfucker
rest of their life.
disrespect a child like a pedophile or something like that, that motherfucker need to go to fucking jail. I don't care what you think.
You're talking about two different things. You're talking about jail and
I just was saying the importance of us needing police, because if we don't have no police, we don't have nobody to put that pedophile in jail and keep that motherfucker in jail. That's what I said. Do you want you're the one that's gonna go in and go kick his door down and go get his ass while he up in there fucking a little kid? You're gonna do it? I don't. Think so. I don't think so.
Sure, why not?
I don't think so. And then if you do it, you and a bunch of your buddies do it, and then something else bad happens, who we gonna hold accountable? See, the police allow us to hold someone accountable. You understand? We can't have fucking vigilantes going around here trying to protect everything. That's the breakdown of society, brother. That leads to no grocery stores and no medication.
So let me ask you this: is there any solution for you that is outside of the state?
Listen, you won't have
outside of the state. Is there any solution that you can even
right now?
Because there are people that live. It's either yes or no, brother.
Right now,
because there's people in this community who live outside of the state. You don't define
that's
the
cool.
community or how people live. That's
all
the
that
other
is
thing.
cool.
It's either.
But
it's
what I'm
either
trying
yes
to
or
tell
no
you
for
is,
you. It's
you
either yes
won't
or no
have land to buy outside.
You don't know what's going to go.
Well, we know what's going to happen.
See, that's
We know what the Democrat Party is promising. We've heard Biden and we've heard Kamala Harris and we heard the far left ideology. We know exactly what they want to do. Well, I mean, we know.
Why don't you speak?
I'm speaking, saying we know what they want. I know what they want to do, and anybody who's paying attention to what they want to do, when they get finished doing what they want to do, you won't have no place to claim your national. You won't have no place to operate outside of the state. You won't have no fucking land. You're not getting that?
Okay, you go ahead and operate on that agenda.
You get that? You don't get that. It's like you're gonna be claiming your national sovereignty from nobody. Like it's nobody. It's no. You're gonna have to talk to Xi Jinping to recognize you being an American. You understand that? You're not getting it. You don't have a land. If you don't fight first, you can't even get to the second battle. You understand? We all get on it. You understand?
I understand, but again, I don't agree with you.
You don't have to agree with me, but you know, if you wake up tomorrow, and every dollar you have is worth a penny, wouldn't that affect your life? That'll affect your life, right? So if the economy crash, the stock market crash, you wake up and your $100 is worth $1, wouldn't that affect your life?
Yeah, if this, then that's going to happen. It's just if this. Well, what if this is going to happen? The anarchists are going to come and they're going to break down your door, and the money is going to crash tomorrow. And it's
about 2 or 3 years for them to collapse the whole. Something like America might take 20 years.
Yeah, see now it's going to take time.
Let me explain this
now it's going to take time.
You know, this is not my opinion. This actually happened in other places that we can just look to and see that it happened. It happened in Venezuela. It happened in Cuba.
You're the only one who sees it clearly.
Came in and they defunded the police and they pulled down their government.
Yeah, I've heard this before. I hear this every election cycle. There's someone who thinks that they have the magic ball and they can see into the future. And if we don't follow their program, the world's going to burn and end tomorrow. This happens every 4 years since
Once you have no
1776.
government,
There's
that
somebody
you don't
who's like,
have
if you
no
don't
society, you don't have
follow
no
my
protection,
vision, the
you
world's
don't
gonna
have
burn.
no land to claim sovereignty to.
Yeah, I know. If we
You're
don't
not getting.
do this, it's all gonna burn. I've heard the story before. If you don't do this, it's all gonna burn. It's all gonna burn. It happens every election cycle since 1776. There's somebody with a magic ball who's got their magic vision. If you don't do this, it's all going to end tomorrow. Same thing's been going on for 230 years. Tell us something new, brother. Every election cycle, there's somebody like you with a magic ball. It's going to go this way, and if you don't vote this way, it's all going to burn. Fear. Tell us something new, bro.
Peace to the chat, man. Peace and love to everybody that's in the chat. I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings, but I gotta.
You didn't hurt anybody's feelings. You just bored us. You just bored us. You just bored us. You just bored us with the cycle of fear. And we told you that from the start,
what do they do? They like fuck y'all in the ass and be like, we gonna release a video if y'all don't just keep y'all anarchist bullshit up. Like, why are you anarchists so persistent?
Coming with the same
I'm just wondering, why are y'all so persistent in tearing down our great country? Why? What they got on y'all? Like,
why? Put a dress on because you're crying so much, bro.
Like, I wonder,
it's all fear or why? You're a victim or it's fear.
I admire that shit.
Or it's fear, bro. It's the same low-level energies for the last one. You're either a victim or it's fear. We either gotta get our guns or somebody's attacking you. It's all fear, bro. And we're just tired of it. It's dusty. Go home, bro. Good night.
She paying dick gonna go in your mouth first, and then you're gonna realize what you did with your little anarchist ass. Peace.
Don't run, brother. Just come back. I mean, don't be mad just because I called your card. I mean, don't run away crying. I mean, it's not all personal, remember? It's not all emotional. We were talking about law and solutions, and I thought you had a solution for us. So, fear is not really a solution. Running to guns on imaginary daydreams of what's going to happen in the future in some Armageddon scenario, that's not a solution, brother. Yeah. I mean, that's a solution for destruction. If you want to disempower a person or a community, sure. I mean, yeah, he was gaslighting the whole time, but it's an old thing though, and you should expect that every election. The invasion by Russia and China. Let me tell you, I heard that in 2004. I heard that when Bush ran for his second election. China is hacking the electronic voting machines in Florida. The Diebold machines are being hacked by China and Iran and Russia, and it's a communist plot. Then I heard that with Obama in 2008. The conspiracy. We got 50,000 Chinese soldiers hiding out on the border, just waiting to cross over from Mexico. Right. So, heard it again. 2012, same thing. So, 2016, same thing. Right. Every election is the same thing, going all the way back to 1776. It's a fear of something, right? And the solution is either fear or go grab your guns, right? And that's the kind of age. I was trying to be nice about it, but that's the kind of agent stuff that I kind of expected. I kind of expected to see that earlier, not this late at like 11, midnight right before election day. So it doesn't really surprise me. Here in DC, yes, they are boarding up things. People are boarding up stuff all across the nation. But I mean, that's a reality if we play into it. If we want to manifest that, then sure, something's going to pop off and happen. But that doesn't really benefit anybody. So, I mean, and as for the law thing, we were talking about law and martial law. I mean, that's just sort of public knowledge. Everybody knows that we've been in a national medical quarantine since March 15th or what have you. Passed by the Congress and the Senate, over a course of 4 different legal steps where he closed the borders. First, he closed the borders with Europe, then he closed the borders to Canada, and he closed the borders to Mexico, right? And we're still under those military quarantine conditions, right? Which is why nobody can fly anywhere outside the United States, so forth and so on, right? DoD Directive Military Policy 5550-15 for global pandemic and infectious disease, and right. That's the name of the law, and the military policy, quarantine policy, right, that we're following. So. What's good, Mr. Brooklyn? No, I was just reading the comments. People still pissed off on Rob from earlier with his debate. I mean, yeah, I'm not even gonna get into that. That was some comedy. Yeah, I'm chilling, Mr. Brooklyn. I'm good. I've been up all night. I've been doing my stuff, working on my business. So, earlier when they were talking, if people were watching, I was showing videos. Those were videos off my phone of that madness that Nani was talking about. So this kid died in Philly, and this kid died in DC, right, at the hands of the cops. So this kid died in my neighborhood. That was the whole riot thing that you saw in the news in DC a couple days ago. So this kid was riding a scooter. What is this? Today is Tuesday morning. So this was not this Saturday. This was last Friday. Riding a scooter down the strip. He's going down the Ave, going to the spot, meeting the plug, right? So we don't really have jump out anymore. You know, we got these little, you know, whatever, rinky-dink cops, you know, they sit in squad cars. It's all kind of obvious. So he waits for him to hit the plug, you know, tried to chase him down. My man goes up on the sidewalk on one of these dirt motorcycle bikes, right? So made the guy go right. He goes into a oncoming passenger car. So the passenger car kind of smashed him out, you know, all up into this guy's, you know, front wall against his house, whatever. The kid dies. So, right, liability for the cop. Turns out this cop has been dirty since he's been on the force for like 40 years. He's known on the Ave for shaking people down, you know, all types of stuff. So, yeah, the whole bad scene. So the kid rallies, right? His all the kid's friends rally, and his mom actually put it on. You know, she's a young mom. She's about 27. You know, and that was what y'all saw on the news. That was like Thursday night. So. Oh yeah, the brother on the panel. Yeah, I mean, I knew he was trolling. You know what I mean? But we still let it play out. You know, and all that. So I just had to bring him back to point. So he was getting a little too out of pocket. So yeah. Oh yeah, so that was the thing about the kids. So mom, you know, did a little group, brought the friends up there. So I was trying to show you the video. I don't know if it came out clear. So what happened was they came up there. The cop who killed the kid freaked out, didn't even know the mom was in the crowd, tried to push them back. You know, of course, of that complexion, right? 6 foot tall, lanky ass cop, right? Pushes the mom. A couple of people in the crowd start yelling. They say, "Yo, don't do that to the family." He doesn't even listen. Ends up macing the mom. That's what set everybody off. He maces the mom, and everybody loses it. I mean, we had cats running from every corner in the neighborhood from 8 blocks away. Kids started calling. I mean, the whole hood cleared out. People were just running from blocks away. Yeah, it was crazy. Shit was wild. Yeah. So I'm a block away, and I'm chilling on the porch, actually with you guys in a live build, and I had to mute. If y'all caught this, was Thursday night, and I muted like in the middle of talking and making points, and then people were probably like, you know, what happened? He just ghosted, and it was because of that, because of stuff was popping off, and I'm like hearing stuff like a block away, like what the fuck? Yeah, so it's crazy. So my man calls me, and he's like they're popping off actually at the top of the Ave, like right on your block. So get off the build, go up there, tear gas, between here and 4 blocks up, which is the police station. They had 200 cops, and I'm hearing cops for like an hour come from every direction. Ghetto birds, about half a dozen of them, floodlights, the whole 9 yards, right? Those are the pictures. So they had 5 to 8 squad cars on every block, 10 blocks out from the police precinct in every direction. So, because the mom and the group were tearing it up. That's what you saw on RT and CNN and MSNBC. They started busting the windows and the whole 9 yards. Yeah, it was, yeah. So. Oh, can y'all hear me now? All right. Okay. Yeah. So that was the deal with that. And then ever since what was that, Thursday night, yeah, people have been paranoid doing their thing. People started boarding up stores Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah. And then today they boarded up the White House and the Capitol building. So yeah, that's downtown though. If you're into all that, into all that political stuff, all that noise, yeah. So, but yeah, what else is going on? That's about it for DC. I mean, and me, I'm just doing my thing. So it's hard to get work. So, but yeah, working here and there. What else is going on? That's about it. Yeah. So doing my garden. Got yeah. So vegetables, spices. I got some medicinals. That's all the stuff that I do, just for my own personal hobby. Studying plant medicine, the sciences, natural sciences, all that good stuff. I was thinking about doing my first build in about 2 weeks on Naga science. I don't know, either by myself or with, with A1 maybe or AP. So what else? Yeah, that's about it. So. Yeah. So I don't know if y'all were here earlier. Chief did a really good build. He had a really good guest. Libra and Nadi and a couple other people came on. They had some really good information talking about natural law, a whole bunch of good stuff. And this guest that came on, recommended by Copper Empress, she was dropping a lot of good information. About the old nations and tribes. Yeah, just good stuff, on our old medicine, different things that we use, plants, crystals, different types of gems. Yeah. Old trade routes, connections between ancient cultures, Aztec, Mayans, Olmecs. Talked about the Yucatan Peninsula, crossover of cultures, commerce, right? Yeah, so that was some really good stuff. She was talking about how she was out of Macon, Georgia. She was talking about specifically that area of Georgia, Macon. So, and I don't know if people are familiar, but that area is pretty special down in the South. 5 Points area around Macon, north of Atlanta, that whole suburb area, mountain range. Yeah. So I think of it as the Southern Gate, just based on energy points, ley lines, and vortexes, and the different ways that our people traveled in that area along the rivers and the ley lines. Right. So, yeah, that's some good stuff. Yeah, so Doc, you're saying let the government fall, which is another position that some people do take. They don't take the Democrat or Republican position, they take the non-intervention position where they just let it take its own course. some people do believe in prophecy. Some people take the religious end where they do feel that it's falling, whether it's revelations or it's indigenous or aboriginal prophecy or what have you. So, the Hebrews have their end, the Rastas have their end. It all sort of kind of collides, lines up. So, yeah, there's a lot of similarity in the community of people who feel that it's, yeah. Yeah, she talked about not just law and the old tribes and nations, but a lot of cultural stuff, which I really appreciated. You know, the last month or two, we've been talking a lot more about culture, which I like. It puts more of a rounded edge, on what we're doing here, trying to build a community. It's not, because the history stuff is fun, but it can be a little dry and boring sometimes if we can't apply it to the present. Which Nadi was talking about. He was pretty fiery. He got on here, kind of, you know, dropped it on us. Yeah, you know, and he had a moment, which I appreciated, because we got to let it out, So if we think that we're out of pocket, people should say so and speak up. So I thought he was acting like an elder, and just being real with us. So, and I dig that. So then it kind of went sideways, because we can be self-sustainable and we can be a community, but it doesn't have to be built on fear. We don't have to ride that fear thing. We can still do it, which is what I got. Which is what I got from the brother. I got where he was going with it. I just didn't like the energy that he was riding in terms of all the fear, behind it. Right. So, because fear it can't sustain you like that. You know what I mean? Things happen, but you have to be a spiritual warrior and learn how to deal with that fear. And you can't let it amp you up like that. You can't let other people amp you up on what coulda, shoulda, woulda, and what may be, and all the other stuff, and then play into their whole kind of spell work and right. And if you don't do this, see, when people talk and they say if you don't do this, like that's automatically a flag to me of like, okay, here comes a little social fascist, in their brown shirt, who's going to try to control me. Like that happens with all types of people, money, spirituality, religion, politics. I mean, so yeah. I mean, and sometimes that does work where there is just a few ways to do things like genealogy, like paying your taxes or not paying your taxes, right? But I mean, in terms of solutions for 30 million people and then the greater diaspora, yeah, there's no fucking one way. And if anybody was that smart, they wouldn't be on YouTube at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm just saying, keeping it real, right? Yeah, he came with a whole lot of side stuff. I mean, yeah, that happens. Some people have their thing. I just would have appreciated it more if he was just more straight up, and just said, I am a black Republican and I don't identify with being indigenous or aboriginal, but I get down with y'all. Instead of coming all sideways about it, because I saw that from the jump, but he just had to be, he didn't need to be all defensive like that about it. Like you can be, deep South and be a Republican. Nobody over here really gives a, what I mean? It's like we're not that soft. We're not all snowflakes, like okay, you're different, so what? I mean on the police thing, I was just trying to get his opinion on that because yeah, some people are strong on that. I don't personally get it. I mean, I get the fear aspect of it because some people are afraid, people of color, black people who identify as black. There are people who identify as indigenous and aboriginal who are still under that colonial mindset, who are afraid if the police go away. Some people just can't think past that. Some people are just indoctrinated. I mean, I was trying to get him to a historical point where he could think about how we had brigades in the past, and we still do, like what would you do if the police weren't there? Would you do it? Sure, that's what the people in the community did, within the nation. Everybody served a role, and right. I mean, for us men, everybody was a warrior. If you were of age, you couldn't be soft. Being soft, you still went to battle. Being soft in battle just meant you died. So everybody went through the fire, and you either survived and toughened, or you died. By 21. That's how you came up in life. So I mean, that's how I think of our people. So, and we had brigades and everybody was rotated and did their civic duty. And that's what you did. Right. So for us on the natural law thing, It wasn't paper where you could buy your bonds, in this artificial maritime law. See, back then, spiritually, our bond was our word, right? So our word was our bond, right? And if you broke your word, then you had to go have restitution before the whole nation. You couldn't just make amends with that person because you've broken your bond with everybody, right? The spiritual ethical code, which was one and the same in terms of natural law that everybody lived by. You're trespassing, right? So. I mean, as for the American, since he's in the chat, like I said, brother, you came with some good information. I just didn't like how it was a little sideways, in terms of the Republican end. But I dig where you're coming from. The issues that you talked about, I think, are issues for all people. Both Democrats and Republicans. Are there people in this government, that are on that angle that you're talking about? Yes, there's some people who want open borders and an exploitation class, and yes, all of that. So. I mean, war is the business, of the ages recently because we don't really produce anything anymore. Latinos are the preferred slave class, so to me, that is a problem. Even when I was a Pan African, I felt that it was a problem. In terms of displacing our economy and our neighborhood. We don't really need to be a Republican to believe in that. That's been going on for about 40 years in our community. Yeah, I mean, all the way back to the crack gangs and well, all that. Yeah. So, as for me not believing in prisons, I don't believe in that specifically based on my history of indigenous and aboriginal people. So I don't believe in ratting people out, turning them over. Like I said, it is two different things. Prison is one thing, justice is another, and I don't really confuse the two because somebody can get justice, and it's not anything to do with the jail. So I kind of thought the brother was confusing justice and jail, and so I don't confuse those two things. If somebody is evil and wicked, they're a pedophile and they're a murderer, should they get justice? Yes. Does that necessarily mean prison and a jail? Not in my world, right? So to me, that would be the last thing because that's like you might as well, scalp your own brother and just, turn him over to the cavalry. That's how I look at it. So I don't believe in any of that selling out, gossiping to any type of agency about our community on any level, on anything. So, right. So that's me though. So, I mean, I have the same issue with Native Americans who believe in reservations and they believe in Indian agents and go-betweens as proxies between themselves and the government. I don't believe in any of that stuff. If other people do, that's fine. If the brother on the panel believes in penal colonies and prisons and sending us to prison as a form of reformation, that's cool. Our people didn't have prisons. We had punishment systems, but we didn't believe in long-term punishment of a person because of what it did to them spiritually. We believed that you were punished and you made amends, and once your punishment was over, you went back to your life as a free person. It wasn't this long-standing punishment for 10, 20, 50 years, which is a very European concept, coming from perpetual servitude and slavery, which is why I don't believe in the prison system, right? Because it comes out of that slavery mindset based on the Vatican and the church and the Jesuit system of having a spiritual contract on somebody's soul, and the worth of their soul being equated to dollars, and a financial monetary bond and all of these things. And I don't believe in bonding humans, and I don't believe in putting people like cattle into a bonded system to be bonded and to have a docket number, which follows them for the rest of their life, like a virtual financial slave. And so no, I don't believe in the prison system. Right. I mean, that's very selective to the crime. How do you deal with the crime if you're not turning them over to the cops? I mean, that depends. If it's my family, then that's the same as indigenous aboriginal tribal law. Your family is your first tribe, so under natural law, you have the right to defend yourself and your family. Depends on whose law you follow. So. But to me, those things are threats to the community, and those things are threats to my family. So, I mean, I'm not aware of what I don't know. If I'm aware of something like that, I view it as an immediate threat, you know? So. So yeah, Mr. Brooklyn, yeah, try to embrace differences. I mean, I'm not that hung up on differences, whether it's political or regional or religion or any of that stuff, because I put religion aside for myself. You know, I don't trip on it. In the indigenous Aboriginal ways, we had a way where you left religion and at the side, and we didn't judge religion. So, if you did traditional ceremony, you did traditional ceremony, and so the way we avoided that is you never do two at the same time. Right. So if you wanted to be Christian, you can be Christian. And we would announce when we would do traditional ceremony. And if you were into it, people showed up. And if they didn't, we didn't force it. And some people would do traditional ceremony, they may go do Christian or Islamic ceremony as their religion. So, I mean, that's how I see it with my people. We've learned to live in balance between our traditional spirituality and religion. So, yeah, when people come with politics, religion, I'm this, I'm that. I'm like, to me, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? I just care about how they live and their intention, right? And how they view themselves, right? And even with that, it's like, I mean, we're all adults and men, so people have to live their own lives. Oh, the brother was just saying anarchist to get a rise out of me. So he was trying to gaslight me and reverse engineering psychology to use deductive logic to have me give my political position. So, and I didn't do that because it doesn't really matter. But if people are interested, I am neither Democrat nor Republican. So, I'm not a member of the Communist or the Socialist Party. So, if people are interested, I'm actually a member of the Green Party. So, the fourth branch of government. So, what's the fourth branch of government? Oh, the media is the fourth branch of government. Yes, I get you. Oh, yeah, if you're on the media, you should look up this thing. And so this is the legal means as to how they use propaganda now. You need to look up it's called the Smith-Monk Act. It used to be a law that banned the government from using propaganda on us, right, for a long time, like back from like the 1920s, right? So they repealed the law. So the law said that the U.S. State Department, the government, can only use propaganda on a foreign basis, countries overseas. So what was that? I think it was 2016, right? Yeah. So I mean, ever since then, yeah. I mean, on the news, in the fourth estate, propaganda, all that good stuff. So I try to be hip and aware to propaganda and psychologies. So you have political propaganda, you have military propaganda, right? So you have church-based propaganda and ideologies. So, yeah. I mean, it's all divisions. You know what I mean? Like Bob Marley, it's isms and schisms, right? So, yeah, I try to be above all that. So. Yeah. Let people be like what they want to be, like in their own world. Got nothing to do with me. So I just try to get an understanding, as to why another man or woman chooses to be how they are. But if they don't want to speak on that, that's cool. A lot of people are like that. They just want to go through life, be like me. And a lot of people don't even know why they're the way they are. You know what I mean? So, I mean, as to the violence and all that other stuff, I don't know. I mean, somebody asked, I think that was David asked, how would I deal with that? I mean, I take it one day at a time. I deal with stuff like that in my neighborhood now. I deal with it specifically so that those people don't have to go to jail, right? So, yeah. It's not anything, anybody asked me to do. It's just I got tired of seeing melanated people go to jail in my city and in my neighborhood. So I started being an intervening force between them and the prison system, right? So, yeah. How do I do that? I just do it one step at a time, and I look for resolutions that don't involve calling 911 or involving the court system. I don't believe that mediation needs a contract that needs to be certified and filed with the court, because that's another court agency and agents of the court and the system. So I don't believe in that either, right? So, I mean, I've had people recommend all types of stuff. People want to, certain people want to kick certain people out of an apartment building, and they're landlords and this and that, and say, okay, don't do that. This family's going to be homeless, and the 3 young sons are going to go to jail, right? Because when you come evict them, they're plugs, right? So you try to keep people out of the prison system, and you find ways other than that. Sometimes it involves finding people housing. Sometimes it involves giving people extensions on all types of things. And yeah, you do what you can, but that's community, though. I mean, so people make choices every day. You can either build people up or you can send them to the slaughter, which I call prison. And I mean, again, I don't believe in that. If we're trying to build our people up, what sense does it make to not even believe in them enough to have a conversation with them before you call 911? I mean, I try not to judge people or put my beliefs on them, but that just baffles me. That's just me in my world. I mean, I love my people so much that I will risk my health. The brother was on the panel. Well, what if they're this? What if they're that? Well, what if they are? Okay. You know what I mean? Am I going to be so afraid of my own people that I'm going to run to a slave-based system without even giving my people the time to even speak their mind or speak their case and just prejudge them? I mean, I might as well just, put a big ass J on my forehead and call myself a Jesuit, Uncle Tom sellout. A highly proper, educated society doesn't need police. I agree. I mean, crime is. I mean, poverty to me is the number one instrument of warfare, and the most evil kind to me. People think that warfare is just straight out, just with the weaponry, and there's developed forms of warfare that have been going on for hundreds of years, and I think forced and instituted poverty is one of those. Okay, so we find ourselves, in that system. We can be victims, feel sorry for ourselves, which is a lower ego, or we can have a higher ego, be amped up and be mad about it, in a fear-based, violent reaction. I mean, we've tried all these things. We need to do something new and different, and not just react, right? So. Yes, education. And so what I see is the more, and this may sound cheesy, but the more we build up in this community, the more people are going to react that way, politically, religiously, and just going to be general fear. Because people fear what we're doing, and some people in ignorance, and some people because they know what we're doing. They know what's on the other end of it in terms of the truth of our history and standing in our proper status. And they fear that even more, than the ones just in ignorance, because they're so colonized, they can't think beyond it. I've met many a person of color who's so afraid to think beyond police. They're like, what would we do? People would be raped and murdered left and right. They'll break into your house. I mean, and that guy was going on that same program. And we have to be careful of that, feeding into energies and letting them just go, run away out of control, in our temples and our bodies like that. It's not, what I mean? We don't want to be channeling wild energy like that. I mean, I'm not trying to, what I mean? That's how these realities get born. You take people, in low income poverty status, you put all this pressure on them, then you start injecting all of this fear, and that's how this happens, right? So, I mean, that's what I saw. I'm like, okay, it's right before election, what I mean? Everybody's going to be out like Halloween, messing with people's heads. trying to get people amped up to affect their vote or they're not voting tomorrow, right? So all types of agents and shit around tonight. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fear-based mindset. And I'm not really, I mean, I see it. It's a reality. I see that being a reality for other people, but I'm not really on that. It doesn't really matter who wins, Democrat, for me, Democrat or Republican, because I'm still focusing and building towards natural law, which neither side are really talking about or dealing with. Closest thing to that is the contract with Ice Cube. That's what I'm looking at. And then the community here, and then building this offline. This other stuff I'm up on, but it's not, I see no power in it because it's still based on black, right? So whoever wins tomorrow, some my friends have been asking me all week, well, how do you feel? What are you gonna do? And I was like, well, it's the same as before they were here. Whoever the fuck they vote for, I'm not governed by them either way. If I'm standing on natural law, which in their law supersedes their bullshit. So for me, it's just my own journey of getting back to that sovereign status, right? So. And that's me in my own personal journey of time, which has nothing to do with who's running for president, who's being elected tomorrow, right? Because it's still, as long as I'm still a U.S. citizen, none of that matters. I'm still tied to the system, right? Whether Biden wins or Trump wins, I'm still in the slave system, falling under the 13th and 14th. And until I do that changeover, even if I'm 99.9% living in the cultural aspect of it, I'm still tied to the taxes and the straw man, and I still need to go through that final process, right? So that's where I'm at. So yes, it'll be interesting, but still, either way, I'll be building on this a month from now, 3 months from now, regardless of who's in power. So that's where I'm at with it. So, and then I'm looking forward for the community building projects. We're getting into a phase where people are talking about doing tangible real life projects, applying science and doing projects and then doing things with the medicines. And so I'd love to do all that. Myself, I'm not a master of anything, but I know enough to get people started, with the medicinal herbs and making your own soaps and incense, and balms and all that good stuff. We could do basics with the science. We could do basics like how to build your own telescope, right? How to shape glass, to make concave and convex. Very simple glass making. We can do basic what am I trying to say? Craft skills, artist-based skills, right? That people can apply and do things, right? Right. We could share, like I used to run a landscaping company. There's things that we can teach in business. I can teach people how to go from nothing in a day to having your own business within 48 hours, right? Just off the loan, You can loan $100 from somebody, and within 12 hours, I guarantee you, you're up to have 2 lawnmowers and a blower if you have a vehicle, but you don't even need a vehicle. That's how I started. I started with $100, and by the end of the day, I think I had 3-4 bills. Right. Went to Home Depot in the morning, had all of my machinery. I think by the end of the week, I had enough to buy a truck. Right. So, you're talking DC, right? Even if you have a busted ass truck, right? You tell your friend, I'll pay for the gas. I borrow the truck on a daily basis. You slip him whatever, slip him 50 for half a day, right? For 6 hours plus you fill it up, right? But if you do, you got your boy's truck for 6 hours during the day, and you're getting 35 to 50 per lawn, and you're working it by yourself to start. That's how I did it. And I'd work 12, 14, 16-hour days, right? Sometimes I'd just leave my equipment there. He said, bring my truck back. So bring his truck back at 2 o'clock. I'd dump all my shit, right, at whoever my last client's yard is. And all my equipment, and I'd figure it out later, right? So you do that for a week, you have enough, right? You do that for 2 weeks, you got enough for your own equipment. You go to the car auction, you buy a little hoopty truck, 5, 6, 7 bills. It's not going to be much, but it's going to last you through that season for 2-3 months. By the end of that season, right. That's how I worked it up to the end of the first year. I had so many clientele. I could sit on my ass and just manage and say, okay, here's the keys to the truck. You two essays, take little Ethiopian, you run this clientele, and I'd call them on my business phone, which was a business expense. You know what I mean? You know, you put them on the monthly drop phone or whatever on the monthly cycle, right? And you better answer that shit because it's your job because I'm paying you. I'm the independent contractor manager. I call you, you're driving my damn truck. You better pick up. And so they would be sitting in the truck. I say, when there's no job, you cool out. But when I call you, you better answer. So they're cooling out in my truck, right? Okay, you done. Y'all been resting for 45 minutes, puffing, resting, whatever. Okay, client here, be there at 12. Then you got a client at 1:30, right? So you can calculate the money. You can calculate the dollars. You know what I mean? It's right. You build up, right? So. I mean, so that's how I mean, and you take things off the top, right? So I would hire people straight off the top, and they say, "Oh, what do little essays, brothers run. Well, what do you got for me?" So I can give you 15. I can give you 15 off the top. I guarantee you 20 within 2 weeks. Yeah. And so I had a whole system where I could bump you up. If you got no experience, I'd start you at 15 to 17, right? Right. I can start you at 15 because I'm making the other 25 to 35, depending on how I price it. Because remember, it's 35 to 50 a lawn, right? So if it's 50 a lawn, I make 35. For the management and the clientele and the hookup and the machinery, and you make 15 just for showing up, right? You show up, driving my truck, my gas. I may even pick you up and drop you off at the site with the equipment, right? And take your ass home, right? So at first, I was the field and crew manager, and then when I built up with the same people working with them that I felt somebody was trustworthy, I didn't just trust the oral. I put them on contract, right, and then they were field manager under contract. So, and then that's how I ran it. So, no, you're right, field manager and all of that, and then some. If you do it professionally. On the bigger end for money, I got into licensing and bonding because you can license and bond people who work with heavy machinery if you're doing like trees and uh, arborists and all that stuff. And I got into that, which is like where the big money is. So, because people pay. I mean, it's crazy. People will pay up to $1,000 to cut down a 50, 60-foot tree in the city. So if you have the truck and you have the machinery, so I've worked it where I find skilled labor and the machinery is almost no cost to me. It's really right. So because there's gas and there's electric, and you start them on a 16 or 18 inch, chainsaw, and that can handle most things in the city when it comes to trees. You put 3 people on ropes, you can handle a tree in an hour, but that tree may be $1,000 or commercially it may be $5,000, right? And then that's on you as the independent contractor to dole it out and make sure the math is right and all that good stuff. But I mean, when you start getting into trees like that, that's a whole nother world where you can just sit on your ass and, yeah, and it just rolls in. Yeah, so I was doing a little bit of all of that. Yeah, so that's what interests me, applying things, in these builds that we can all grow from, whether it's business or law or whatever it is. So, do you assist with sovereign issues? I don't, but A1 and AP do. So I would recommend going to Ahanu L's channel or Aboriginal Power Supreme Chief as well. Deals with genealogy. Um, yeah, I'm familiar with that because I've seen that in my neighborhood. As foreigners came in the last 20 years, they did the W-8 bin form, which is for foreigners in private status, which is pretty much like what we would be, because we'd be foreigners to the United States of America as a corporation, right? But we would be foreign sovereign. So most people think you have to be foreign from overseas, but we would be foreign to this government because we are in our own nation, right? So, I mean, there's ways to go through it. W-8 Ben is what the foreign immigrants go through. I mean, there's ways to do it, but mainly in general, those brothers go through the law aspects of it, and they go through the writs, and the affidavits, and how to move through the court system, and how you don't have to show up in court to move through the court system, and how to, an affidavit is just an action, So they'll show you how to make affidavits and move without crossing the bar and showing up in court, which is an acceptance of their jurisdiction, right? Yes, Aboriginal Powers Channel, Supreme Chief here. You can email him, or Ahanu L, who you'll find under Autochthonous One. That's the name of his channel, Autochthonous One. And they all specialize in genealogy and getting yourself in proper status. There's a brother Nadi who's in the chat as well. I don't know if he's still in the chat, and he specializes in that as well. And he has great information. So. Without being a Moor, you don't necessarily need to be a Moor to be in private sovereign status, which, to my understanding, you can be a Moor, but you can also be an indigenous or an Aboriginal. So those are not unless you are a diplomat. So those are the four types of people that I know who have private sovereign status. The private sovereigns who are Moors have their nationality to Morocco. So that's that, and they're not necessarily sovereign. They're just private in a foreign financial capacity, right? So your basic person is a citizen of the United States of America. If they're an elected official, they are a public citizen. We are a private citizen. All elected officials are public. Now, we're private, but we're not private in finance or private in status. We're just private citizens. The goal is to move us to a private status in nationality, but also a private status in business. Now, let's say you're not indigenous or Aboriginal or a Moor, or you don't want to be any of those three. You could still move yourself to a private financial status outside of the United States of America as a corporation. You could still do that, right? Without being indigenous or Aboriginal or Moor. So as for the indigenous and the Aboriginal, our nationality is the America, specifically North America. And we back that up. We have a whole category of indigenous law, which is based on over 200 plus treaties and the national constitution and the original constitution itself, which was actually written in natural law and in jurisprudence, which is the study of law. Natural law supersedes maritime law, admiralty law. So that's where I come from, and that's where the majority of the people in the community are coming from, where we're advocating and we're teaching how to step into both natural law, natural philosophy, and natural science without really pressuring you as to what you want to choose to identify as. We focus on indigenous and Aboriginal. We're not, opposed to people coming here who identify as Moor. But in this community, we usually use Moor as a descriptive term, as an adjective in terms of skin color, as opposed to nationality. And sometimes we do get into Moorish history in terms of people who are called Moors here, and then specifically, traditionally, how people think of it, Islam in America, and then also Islam in Europe and its effects here on the colonies, right? So, yeah, we deal with all that. Does that include West Indian, like Barbados? There is a West Indian Council. Some people here have differing views on that. So, for instance, on the panel yesterday, there were some longstanding people in the community who came up and spoke, and they're from the islands. There's a whole community of people from the islands, and they probably have about 14 or 15 different channels. I'd say there's about 800 to 1,000 of them, real strong, and they deal with the traditional tribes and nations in the islands, all of them. Cuba, Haiti, Trinidad, Tobago, all of them, right? And they look at the diaspora for us being East Coast. They include us in their diaspora in terms of them being the first ones to be enslaved and indentured, where they were relocated up here in Virginia. They also include to the west the Yucatan as part of their diaspora. I found the people from the islands because some of them went west into central Mexico. Some of them went south to Northern Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil, right? So I'm not from the islands, but I respect their position, their history. I look at them as family, right? So right. So that's, I mean, I look at them as family, where we had a greater civilization that went from the East Coast to the Midwest, right? Going all the way up into Canada down to the Gulf. Even though our civilization was different and it bordered theirs, I think we were on friendly terms and relations with them. If you get lost in the race thing, yes, we did have the same racial skin type. We were a similar people, but a different people, if that makes sense, right? So civilizations are just a cluster of empires, and if you go down, empires are a cluster of nations. Nations are a cluster of tribes, so forth and so on, right? So, peeps from Virginia, yeah. So people from the islands first came up and they landed in Virginia. Then they also landed in Boston, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. So there's a diaspora history of people in the islands being here in the East Coast. Some of them were mistaken as African. Some of them were mistaken and called Moors because people thought they were Africans. And then at the same time, there were people here who were indigenous and aboriginal who were called Moors. So it can be confusing. But we do have records of people from the island showing up in the first Virginia colony around 1618 with John Smith. And we have that in the records of John Smith and I forget his name. I don't know if it was the East London Company or the East India Company or the West India, but it was one of those. Yeah. So Columbus comes, Haiti, first colony, La Navidad, 1492. But before 1492, we know that the Spanish and the Portuguese were here because the Aztec kingdom fell in 1485. And in 1485, the Aztec kingdom fell, and that was the official fall of Mexico City, which was the capital of the old Aztec Empire. So the Aztec Empire can't fall in 1485 by the Spanish, right? And then the Spanish get here for the first time in 1492, right? By way of Columbus sailing on their behalf. So that's a hole in the story right there. So we already have pre-contact before Columbus by the Spanish in the Americas, right? Not necessarily in the islands, but in the Americas. So first contact in the islands, 1492, La Navidad. I believe the first contact that he came into with were the Arawak, right? The Arawak later becoming the Taino and so forth and so on, right? So a lot of Arawak were snatched up. Some were taken back to Spain. Some were shipped west, and then some were taken to Africa and sold. Slave story in reverse, right? So that's how I see it. So then we skip to 1618, right? 1618, John Smith, not Spanish, right? So now we're dealing with England and the British, and they land in Virginia, sailing on behalf of another company. So before it was Spain sailing on behalf, Columbus sailing on behalf of Spain and the East India Company. Creates La Navidad and establishes the West India Company. Sails back, does commerce. Here come the British. The British land in 1608, supposedly, but the colony doesn't start till 1618. Right, whole history. So the only slave trade that I know is the moving of people in both indentured servitude and the coastal slave trade. And that mainly was moving people from our mid-Atlantic coast down to the islands, and then people from the islands up here to the first two colonies of Virginia, and then we call it Plymouth, right? So in Plymouth, we had people who were from the islands, and they were Arawak as well, with the Salem witch trials, where the first ever witch to be burned and put on trial was actually an Arawak root woman, medicine woman. She has a long name, but I think her short name was Tatuba, Tatuba, and she was an Arawak, right? Relocated and I believe she was indentured, not a slave, but she was indentured up here. Now, as to how she got relocated, I don't know. That's a whole story within itself. But she clearly was Arawak. So she's teaching people in the woods, this root medicine. And the Puritans were here. They were very orthodox, in terms of church teachings. So they find out that she's teaching these young white girls this root medicine, and they call her a witch, right? They ask her about it, and she admits it because she's right. She's very proud of her heritage and all of this. Now, she thought it'd be trouble, but not like that, right? It happened in North Carolina too. North Carolina, Virginia, Salem. I don't remember where it happened in North Carolina. I want to say Wilmington, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about. I should know that because that's where my mom's indigenous side is from. I think it's Wilmington because I know that's where the riots were. And I believe the riots in the 30s and 40s were based on that, on the burning of our medicine people because they thought they were witches, pagans, right? So yeah, they did that all over. That was part of the we call it first it was part of the Spanish Inquisition when the Spanish did it, and then it was just part of the Church Inquisition. People sometimes forget that the Inquisition was carried out by both parts, both the Spanish on behalf of the Catholic Church and then the British on behalf of the Catholic Church. So that's how I see it. We do have relatives in the islands. I embrace their history, and what they shared because they're part of the first contact, and then of course all the tribes in Florida up the coast, right? So, and then also the tribes and nations in the islands to me are important because they have evidence of the history of the crossover between the different cultures, between the Olmecs of old, right? The Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Toltecs with the Gulf Coast, or what we know of as like the Yamasee Nation, right? So that's how I see it, the Yamasee Nation. It broke up later on, became all these different things, Seminole, this, that. But I think those people over the Southwest had a lot of contact with the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Toltecs, and the whole Yucatan Peninsula science, which is where some people get confused about seeing, how do you say it, Sanskrit-based science in the Americas, because that was going on, in my view, down in Inca with the Incans in Peru a long time ago, and with the Olmecs, which goes back to the time of Yeshua, because the Olmecs died out around the time of Yeshua, and then carried on with the Aztecs, Mayans, Toltecs, right? Yes, that was in the time of King James, and some people believe the story of King James looking for the three Indias, because King James had read the journals and letters of Prester John. And some people believe Prester John was real. Some people believe he wasn't. Prester John was supposedly somebody of the church who knew that this was the Old Kingdom, and came over here and had many correspondences and trips over here several times to try to find the ancient homeland of Jerusalem, right? So based on the letters and journals of Prester John, King James, and other people became obsessed with this story of the ancient world in the West. Would you say West Indians, somebody asked in the chat, would you say West Indians were deports from the Black, Brits, Scots, and Irish mostly, or not? I believe some came in with the British government. I also believe that there were black-skinned Brits and Scots, yes, known as Jacobins or Jacobites. These were people who got caught up in the second religious schism. The first one was like 1000 AD. And then we had the split, mainly in Central and Western Asia, where the church split between the Roman Catholic Church, and the part that split off was the Orthodox Church, which took up most of Central Asia and what am I trying to say, Eastern Europe, making up the Byzantine Empire, the Orthodox Church, and that went into, if you go east, that went into the rest of Asia in terms of Russia, China, so forth and so on. So, but no, I think the Black Brits and Scots came later on, right? I think they came later on after way past. So 1618, I think they started come 1670s, all through that time period. I think that's when a lot of the white migration started, was the late 1600s. I think for the first couple of decades they had warfare, and a lot of the colonies were wiped out. And yeah, so I think that was a bad time, and they didn't really have the numbers. But then later on, they started importing, um, and a lot of the poor people on the very low income scale out of England, right, and the United Kingdom, right, which is England, Ireland, Scotland, right. A lot of them were the Jacobins, yeah, the people who were not accepting uh, divine king rulership, in the Vatican Church, were being persecuted in a lot of different ways, losing their jobs, being kicked out of homes, all types of stuff, being burned out. So, and a lot of those people were us, because they were following the old ways of Europe. Right? Yeah, there were mixtures, but I don't think it's like what people think of, where they were like dark like us. I think they were swirled like we think of as like mixed kids today. And I think the British, not the British, the Irish and the Scottish who came over later were more fair. And I think they racially inbred with each other enough to the point where they became very light, and they kind of bred us out over a period of 1600s to now, right? So if you take a modern high yellow swirled kid today, and then she mates with somebody who's a white male, and then their kids will mate with a white male, it only takes 2 or 3 generations, before you can mix that out. So, I mean, I'm looking at 200-300 years. So I can easily see how the beginning ones would have been swirled and mixed. Yeah. But by the time you get to the 1800s, 1900s, early 1900s, yeah, I think we were out, they were in. Yeah. So. And we still have issues with them to this day over that stuff, because they call themselves Appalachians, which was our original name, because we were originally known as the Appalachian culture on the East Coast, where it broke into Northern Appalachian and Southern Appalachian, because we lived along the mountain ranges and the rivers, right? So, and then as they grew in number, and then we either died off or got pushed out, which mainly happened in the 1800s, right? They started adopting that title, right? Because they lived around us. We gave them sanctuary around our villages, where we said, you can't live in our village, but we will give you protection, right? Like as a friendly foreigner, right? And then they started taking our abandoned lands when we got displaced for numerous different reasons. Plus, they set out a lot of different wars. They just didn't choose sides. They just sat out. So it was easy for them to watch us get picked off, over hundreds of years, living in the forest, right? Because they were neutral in a lot of situations. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, people to the islands are important. And I also think on the other side, people on the West Coast islands are also equally important. We leave out people in the Pacific too much. The Polynesians, Micronesians, Melanesians, people of the ancient Hawaiian kingdom, right? So I think they got a history too, right? And they were a kingdom. Most people don't realize that until 1910, 1920. So they have a lot of history with people from Asia coming over that we leave out of the story. Dealing with the Mongolians, the Chinese, the Siberians coming over through the north. They couldn't pass through Hawaiian territory, so they had to go north, with the boats and try to sail from Siberia, because there was a whole kingdom in the middle of the ocean that kept all foreigners from crossing through their lands. So yeah, so I like all of that, and I just hope we get to a point where we can apply the law and apply these sciences and just keep building this community. I really like the way it's going. Keep building on the Naga science, keep building on the natural science, the energy and ley lines and how to work with that, the plant medicines. Yeah. And I think if we just start small, you never know, because in a year from now, we could be building homes and doing all types of stuff. You never know. So, but we got to start somewhere, though. So. Because I know there's people in the community who build and they construct and they do things. There's more than enough people who work with plants and and medicines and different things like that. There's a lot of different stuff that we can do, for sure. I was talking about that because Chief's guest earlier was talking about Georgia and crystals, and different cultures down there and how we use that. Different trees. She was talking about birch trees, fir trees, all different types of trees that we use for canoes and medicines and all that types of good stuff. Yeah, so Tatuba in Salem, and there are other witch accounts too. And usually with the witch accounts, it's usually our people. It's usually our women, I should say. 99% of the time. Well, I don't want to say 99%, but because they were African people too of origin who got caught up, with their root medicine or whatever it was. And because there were so many names put onto it, but a lot of it's very similar. A lot of it's from here, so. So what do I know about the tribes coming out of Georgia? I know that area at a point in time, was considered part of Virginia, and that at the bottom of Georgia, that's where you have Florida, and that started the Spanish colonies. I know that there are on the East Coast, and this may surprise people, there are a lot of tribes who speak Sioux or Siouan. So the language crossover happens a lot, especially with the Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia and Maryland tribes. So more often than people think. So. That area used to be, part of, well, I don't know if it's still part of Yamasee territory or not, but northern Georgia and northern Alabama have crossovers from all of the people, all of the 5 tribes that are in Virginia now that are recognized, and from the 5 clans that made up the Cherokee. So yes, on the Cherokee end, Cherokee people will find a lot of their people in northern Georgia, northern Alabama, so forth and so on. So you have a lot of Catawba down there as well, Chickahominy. And then because that was also a migration point for the Southeast, so all of the tribes and nations that were in Florida, as well as the Gulf tribes, as I call them, in the Southern Gate, like out of Texas, because Texas was Mexico then, and then also Louisiana, Alabama. Yeah. So. Yeah. So I don't know anymore about the specifics of tribes and movements, but I mean beyond Cherokee. So